Lee Hojae was 26 years old. He was a former pro gamer who was madly in love with his work. Now he was fighting monsters. At first, he managed to fight back, but after a while, the young man was seriously wounded in the leg. When Lee Hojae fell to the hard floor, he immediately grabbed his injured limb, screaming loudly in pain. He was barely able to hold his sword in his hand, trying to lean on it and get up to go back to the waiting room, but he was not doing much. The very next second, he fell backwards, screaming out in sharp and stabbing pain once more. The pain was so intense and real that the player thought he would die right then and there, but immediately a new skill called pain resistance was added to his arsenal. But unfortunately, it had only the first level. Hojae did not want to die in such a miserable situation, and an even more miserable death. So I decided to move on despite the pain and never let myself get discouraged. Of course, he already knew where the whole plan went wrong and why he was suffering so much. It all started the day the panel opened in front of him. He had to choose the level of difficulty of the training. There were 4 levels in total: easy, medium, hard, and hellish. Perhaps I shouldn't have chosen such a difficult path for myself back then. However, he was able to increase his pain tolerance skill again, and his resistance to blood loss was also increased. For a moment, it seemed to Hojae that it was over. Already on the screens, you could see a man actively talking about something, but he was still very boring. The guy had already lost count of the can of booze he'd opened, but all he could think of was that the show was too boring. 2 years ago, Hojae ended his career as a pro gamer and opened a convenience store with all the money he had saved. After that, the young man dumped all the work on his employees and stayed home. At that age, he already considered himself retired, but there was also a time when this guy was considered the greatest player. This world was too hard, and because of that, he was soon dethroned. That's why the former pro gamer decided to give up video games for good. And now his life has turned into a boring routine. Things were really bad, but the young man's sadness was interrupted by the urgent news he was distracted by. Just 30 minutes ago, numerous funnels similar to the one viewers saw on their screens began to suddenly appear around the world. The authorities were already dealing with the consequences of this phenomenon, and experts advised civilians not to approach the area where the sinkholes occurred. And the very next message he received was an invitation to the world of learning. This really surprised the boy. In fact, Hojae did not know what it all meant. In fright, the guy stood up and walked away from the table, not taking his eyes off the sign. He reread everything that was written there again, trying to understand what the message was about, and concluded that it was all a game. The young man laughed, thinking that he had drunk too much and that it was all just a hallucination. Despite the fact that Hojae did not believe in what he had written, he tapped the screen to read the following. It said that he needed to choose a level of study, among which there were these 4, from the easiest to the hardest. So now he has several options. The guy considered all of them. He thought about it and remembered that he had always passed any game with ease and did not remember any that was difficult. Lee Hojae is invincible when it comes to games. So the guy pressed the screen, selecting the desired training mode, and then fainted. He came to only when he heard a voice, and when he opened his eyes, he noticed the silhouette of a man above him. Only then did the new player stand up, looking around in a new place. Then the newcomer looked at the 2 guys who were next to him. Hojae asked with fear in his voice who they were and what happened here. Without waiting for a word from them, the young man again began to ask questions about where he was and how he got there. Then one of these strangers said that this was the waiting room of the first floor of the test, but then Hojae thought they were not in their right minds. But the older man told him to calm down. Moreover, the newcomer was supposed to receive certain notifications. They were like panels. They talked about training, and that's what he was talking about. Then the former pro gamer mentioned that he had indeed read it all, but then he was too drunk to understand the point. The young man also asked if they were both thrown here after those messages, but instead of answering, he just looked at the girl who had also entered the room. Only then did this man say that they didn't know anything themselves, so they asked him to tell them at least something if he knew. If you think about it, the news was all about some sinkholes that suddenly appeared all over the world. Perhaps this is the reason why they were gathered here. But the blonde man interrupted the conversation and told Hojae to stop talking such nonsense. He couldn't believe that they had been thrown here after the holes had appeared, and he once again told him to stop making things up. But Hojae said that it was just a guess, and the older man tried to reassure them both. The young man looked at his hand, and then the man asked if he was okay. The player replied in surprise that he was supposedly drunk just a few minutes ago, but Hoa now feels completely sober. Means that in this place, their bodies recover much faster than in the ordinary world. It even sounded strange. However, it would take some time before Hojae would be ready to believe that this was not a dream. Then the older man interrupted his thoughts and asked him if he had chosen a new weapon, and it sounded even stranger. And immediately after these words, a screen appeared in front of the guy, saying that he needed to choose a weapon for himself. It was supposed to be a starter weapon, and of course it would not be too powerful. When the young player clicked on the screen, he immediately found himself in a new place. The boy was very surprised when everyone disappeared and he found himself alone. Right now, a whole warehouse of weapons opened up before his eyes. There was so much to see that his eyes scattered, not staying long on anything in particular. Hojie walked deeper, looking around. He had a weapon and a shield in front of him, so now everything is more clear. This is what the game gives you at the beginning of the game to complete it. If this is a real game world, the starting weapon can have a significant impact on its further development. Therefore, you should choose wisely. In fact, he was hesitating on the matter. It was a difficult choice, and Hojie wasn't going to rush into it, so he looked at the weapon in front of him. But now he needed to choose something single and most functional for himself. However, in order to find the best fit, you should come clean about your own playing style. In such games, there's usually a division into defense, attack, and support heroes. And among all of them, he should choose only one. This will affect his skills and playing style. Lee Hojie didn't have much muscle mass, and magic didn't favor him. Therefore, staffs or heavy weapons would not work for him. At first, the young man thought about ranged weapons and looked at the bow, but I thought they would be quite difficult to use. Although this style is safer than other options, because you can attack from a long distance, it is only possible if you have someone to protect and cover you. Or, at the very least, there should be plenty of space to move freely. Much also depends on the opponent. He may have to fight people instead of monsters, and then melee weapons will be more suitable. He should have asked the others what weapons they had chosen for themselves, but the young man's head wasn't working as well as usual. All players can be on the same team, but with the same probability of becoming enemies. And in the latter case, melee is the best option. He had no idea what the game was about, but he was sure of one thing: the difficulty would be hellish. So Hojie summed up the results and decided which weapon would suit him best. That is why the young man grabbed his shield and sword, and a strange smile appeared on his face. The dirt shield had level 5 defense, and the leather belt was more effective than this shield. In addition, it had already been used before. Also in the hands of the newcomer was a children's sword, which had a level 3 strike and could only be used in children's training and had also been used before. It turned out that the guy had chosen the worst possible subjects for himself, although it turned out later that the other weapons were not much better than the one I had chosen. There was an old axe and a bow lying next to him, which could have fallen apart in his hands at any moment. However, before finally confirming the choice of weapon, the system asked him once again if he was sure about this option. It was the last chance to change something. He had already thought about it, but there was nothing else to do. All the subjects here were at a low level, so the boy confirmed that he was choosing this. After the confirmation, Lee Hojie found himself back in the waiting room with all the other players. For now, he was still surprised by what was happening here, and the oldest jokingly welcomed him back. He saw a weapon and a shield in Hojie's hands, so he decided to tell him and explain all the rules. However, before he could continue his story, the short-haired blonde interrupted him and told him to stop preaching to everyone and acting like a big smartass, especially since he thought the new guy was a weakling who wouldn't be able to do anything. He was already dying of boredom with this place, and added that they could move on by leaving this loser here. Hojie took these statements a little painfully, but the blonde man shut him up again, telling him to shut up if he didn't want to feel his weapon on his body. But the old man calmed him down again and stood between them, pushing the blonde away. There are only 4 of them without these quarrels, and it's better to be together than against each other. Eventually, this impudent man left the newcomer alone and moved away, and Hojie thanked this man, but he was a little confused when he said that there were only 4 of them. For some reason, the guy didn't believe it and wanted to make sure it was true. In fact, it was a good topic for conversation, so the old man said he would tell him everything from the beginning. First, he wanted to familiarize the new player with the functions first and told him to listen and watch carefully. His uncle opened his inventory and a screen appeared in front of him, which surprised him greatly, and he did not hide the surprise at all. While the younger man stood there as if dug in, the old man said that he should also try to do the same. The boy said the same word with some hesitation, looking at the uncle. He succeeded, and the screen with the inventory also opened in front of Hojie. At the same time, the older man told him that he should imagine putting his weapon in the inventory, and then what he imagined would happen. It sounded no less strange than everything else that was happening here, but the young man repeated the words and imagined putting his weapon in it. After that, The shield and sword gradually began to disappear. It all looked like something that happens in video games, and he liked it. After the young man succeeded, the old man told him that he could revise his status and said the word. Lee Ho-jae's name, race, strength, agility, health, and intelligence appeared on the screen. The last one was the highest, but he was very weak. The old man encouraged him when he saw that the boy had a high IQ. However, Ho-jae was already thinking that he had chosen the wrong weapon. Since they had already figured this out, his uncle suggested that he look at the joint game. He added that this is a special window where the player can chat with people in other rooms, and after explaining, he opened the screen in his own room. All of them were assigned to different rooms, depending on the level chosen by the players. There was even a number of people who were in different rooms, and the one that Ho-jae chose had a maximum number of only 4 people, unlike the other rooms. And all this was beginning to confuse him because the young man had hoped that at least there would be more people here. That's why this old man said that they should all stick together and at least not quarrel with each other because you can't choose your friends here. And now it's time for the last one, the clock. It will appear when the player slides his finger over the screen cursor. The young man tried to repeat what he was told, making a slight movement with his finger. Well, they still had 3 days to do it all, although if you think about it, that's really not enough. The inventory, the character window, it all reminded me of the RPG games I used to play almost all day long. And they can even talk to other players. Everything that used to be a game has become a reality for the young gamer, and now it's a bit of a thrill. If you look at all the features of the game, it turns out that it is indeed an MMORPG. It also meant that these people were his allies, and he would have to work with them as a team. In that case, it would be better to get to know them well and establish a relationship. But right now, Lee Ho-jae didn't know whether he should take the initiative here. But since fate had already brought them together, why not introduce themselves to each other? The young man's proposal was immediately taken up, though not by everyone. But the old man said he would start. This uncle's name was Choi Min-sik. He was 47 years old and was an ordinary office worker until he got into the hospital. He was also an athlete at school, so he was confident in his abilities. For that matter, this blonde guy also decided to give his name. And this guy, Jo Gun-min, had no idea why they were doing this. But the old man immediately said that they should all be more friendly to each other if they really want to reach at least the average level. So now I decided to introduce myself to Lee Ho-jae. He told me that he was 26 and his hobby was entirely related to video games. He also wanted to tell us that he used to be a pro player, but he was interrupted. That's when Gun-min ran up to the boy with excitement, asking if he was playing Magic Online. Somehow awkwardly, Ho-jae said that he preferred strategy, to which the blonde replied with no less enthusiasm that he adored this genre himself. However, the young man added that he used to play it, but after the global update, he decided to give up. Well, they unexpectedly hit it off, and then Kyung-min asked if this old man had ever played the game. They continued their conversation, discussing their love for video games, but suddenly they were interrupted by a girl's scream. When all the attention was on her, the girl began to speak calmly, introducing herself as Park Sua, and saying that she likes watching anime and can write more than 100 dissertations on various anime stories. Since the situation had arisen, they offered to share what they knew about it. The first thing that Ho-jae said was what he had been thinking about before, that it was like an RPG game. They've all been given a starter weapon, and they can check their status. Moreover, there were several people here, so Ho-jae was sure that this was an MMORPG. Kyung-min immediately exclaimed that he thought the same thing. It seems that they really have a mutual understanding. Groups are also one of the most important factors in any RPG game. Cooperative playthrough allows you to unlock the potential of each weapon class. So Ho-jae suggested that everyone show their weapons and distribute roles in the team. Min-sik agreed with the boy and pulled out his weapon to avoid waiting too long. The man chose a pitchfork. Then Kyung-min also showed his weapon. He added an axe to his arsenal. The guy already realized that it was not for the best because both players from the 4-man team chose close combat. Ho-jae looked back at Sua, hoping only that she hadn't chosen the same thing for herself. He was really counting on her. Anything would have worked here. A bow? A throwing weapon? It doesn't matter. The main thing is that it should be a weapon for long-range combat. The girl stood by the screen for some time, and a few seconds later she was holding a sword. And at that moment, Ho-jae realized that everything was bad. Their group had no balance sheet at all, and he also did not know how to build strategies. They all chose ranged weapons. There was not a single mage to support them or a person to attack from long range. The group cannot be so unbalanced. In this case, they will be defeated at every stage. But others were now talking about this training. In fact, Min-sik didn't know what it was or why it would start in just 3 days. But then the blonde man explained to the old man that training is the stage where you are told about all the features of the game and its rules. Su-ah didn't want to wait so long for this training to begin. She looked at Gunmin and he almost immediately panicked, not understanding why she was looking at him like that. Meanwhile, Hojae was thinking about the 3 days they would have to spend here before the tutorial began. After thinking for a while, the young man finally spoke to the others, attracting their attention. He said that since they have so much time, they can use it to their advantage and distribute roles in the team and practice here. Although Kyungmin didn't really understand why they needed this training in the first place. Getting through the training stage is an easy task. But the young man explained that although this is a common preparation, its difficulty can vary greatly depending on the game itself. Sometimes you can die at the very beginning without being ready for something harder. Apart from that, their group had one big weakness, although all three were surprised to hear it from the guy's mouth. Then the former gamer explained that all their weapons were designed for close combat, and they would be an easy target if their opponents attacked from a long distance. They could not disagree with this statement, and have only now realized this problem. But Hojae added that each weapon is unique in its own way. For example, his sword and shield would be suitable for a battle on the front lines, and he could take a hit and at the same time hit back. But Gyunmin with his axe will be able to strike more than Hojae with his sword. So the guy said that the blonde would be the main attacker of their team and would be on the front line with Hojae. Hyunmin already liked this division of duties. At the same time, the gamer turned to the others and said that of all the items they got, Ming-Sik's trident had the largest radius for attack. That is why he should take over the defense of the rear. The old man smiled with admiration and repeated his own words, saying that Hojae was indeed a professional. Sua then approached him, asking what about her and what role would suit her. With an embarrassed face, he looked around and began to quickly make something up and said that she could have a free role and nothing specific. Hojae said that Sua could be his support from behind, but the girl said that her sword was almost as long as Min-Sik's trident, so she could take the same position. When she started waving her weapon at his face, the guy backed away in fear. Then the anime girl said that she was confident in her abilities and would be able to do everything in the best possible way. Hojae laughed again, embarrassed, and added that he didn't mean it that way. It's just that she would be a little safer in the back. Her words sounded confident and to some extent like threats. Sua replied that she was not going to stand somewhere in the back. Perhaps he wanted to act brave and show off. But for the modern world, where gender equality is valued above all else, his outlook on life was very outdated. Besides, she is completely self-confident and knows that she can be useful. Although that wasn't the case, her katana was too long, and he thought Sua was just pretending to be an anime character. He was still convinced that she would not be able to use this katana with one hand, and that this girl's skills would hardly be useful. At the same time, Min-Sik approached them and said that he understood Sua's feelings, but suggested that they follow Hojae's words. None of them knew what awaited them at the training stage, and they all chose a hell of a difficulty, so you should be prepared for anything. That's why the old man suggested listening to the pro player's opinion this time, because everyone risks their safety here. Sua agreed with this. Being a former gamer means he knows a lot about different strategies that can save lives. Well, this little conflict remained frozen, but they decided to move on to training. Sua raised her katana up and loudly shouted a phrase that she most likely took from some anime. Very suddenly, she rushed to attack Min-Sik, who was standing next to her, and the other two had no idea what was going on or what she was doing. Hyunmin decided to suggest that she stop. They should concentrate on their training, but the blonde wondered even more why she was shouting those words before the attack. It put everyone present in an awkward position. Sua explained that before using a technique, you need to call out its name. There was nothing awkward or strange about it. The anime girl answered him briefly and then continued to do the same, as if she hadn't listened to the blonde man who was trying to understand something. The old man tried to stop it all. He said that instead of ram, it would be more appropriate to shout out the word chop. Still, she was holding a katana. Sua will not calm down, although there is a silver lining. They were able to learn the basics, and Gyunmin was still trying to get through to them both. But there were two other important points that they all sold. In the waiting room, not only did the players themselves recover much faster, but the entire environment also recovered at a frantic pace. Broken weapons or destroyed equipment were repaired by themselves. Only the blonde man's axe was accidentally broken, but in a moment, it returned to its previous state. Moreover, the players here did not want to eat or sleep. They did without these needs. And because wounds heal much faster in the waiting room, They could afford more intense training that would be difficult to perform in real life. But no one could say what would happen when the player died in this game. In conventional RPGs, you could simply resurrect at the save point. For example, in a village, if their game did not have a resurrection function, then losing would be equal to death. Well, a lot of time has passed. I guess it's time for the other two to change and train. The old man called Kyung-min to come out to practice. He was even glad because he was tired of standing on the sidelines and watching. So Gyun-min decided to find out once and for all which of them would be best suited to lead. He mentally wished everyone a good road to hell, and Hojae started talking to Sua. She did a good job, even though she kept shouting these strange phrases. And right after the girl and Min-sik walked away, the two got into a fight. In fact, it didn't even matter who won. In similar games, something like this happened quite often. Players try to find out who is stronger and resolve this issue with a battle. Whoever wins takes the leadership position. If Mr. Min-sik becomes the leader, their team will focus only on defense. At least that's what Hojae thought. If this restless blonde wins, then the team's main task will be offense. Sounds like a lot of fun. Although Sua did not agree with everything he said, she was still sure that Hojae would be the leader. He seemed very mature for his age. In fact, the girl's words surprised the gamer. He thought that he hadn't changed much since his student days and career as a pro player. She remembered that the boy had studied at Sohan University. He must have been pretty smart to get in. But Hojae said that his parents had threatened that if he didn't get enough points on the final exam, they wouldn't let him become a pro player. This was his dream, although he ended up giving up on this career quite quickly. At the same time, the girl asked him what was the reason why he quit his job, which he had dreamed of so much. Meanwhile, the two continued to fight. However, Gyun-min didn't like it anymore. He thought it was unfair to have such a long weapon, so he offered to change. But all this sounds absurd. The full potential of a weapon is revealed only in the hands of a true master, as the old man said. To be honest, the fight between these two resembled a child's play. They were trying so hard to show themselves to be better than each other, but nothing ever came of it. Su-ah only added that it was a shame they didn't have popcorn and drinks to watch these epic efforts of two dumbasses. Hojae laughed. He agreed that it would be much more fun. So those 3 days went by pretty quickly. They all took turns to continue training, and then there were only 10 seconds left before the start of the training, so everyone took up arms and prepared mentally for the worst. The time has come. Each player was already waiting for the moment when this stage would begin. They were curious to know what was waiting outside the waiting room. Gyun-min had never trained so hard in his life. He was also very curious about what it would look like in real life. The old man agreed that he had similar feelings. Besides, he was only able to get this far because the whole team was there for him. So Min-sik thanked each and every one of them. And now it's time to show what they have learned in this short period of time and what new techniques they have mastered. The first test of the training was about to begin. The team will see a portal leading to the first floor of the tutorial. Immediately after the warning, portals actually appeared in front of the players. There were 4 of them, one for each of them. Each of them involuntarily staggered back from such a surprise. Hojae began to panic because everything didn't go as he thought it would. They were preparing to enter the test as a team. But it turned out that this is a passage that they have to do alone, and that made them all uncomfortable. Rather, it would be more difficult, especially since they chose a hellish difficulty. The blonde man didn't look so enthusiastic anymore. His enthusiasm was abruptly blown away when he realized that they would all have to split up. They had been practicing their roles to work as a group, and no one had even prepared for this. Now it seemed that all their efforts had been in vain. But Hojae was still convinced that the time they spent practicing was not wasted. After all, they had practiced. The team didn't know whether to laugh or panic at what had happened, but they didn't want to go to the portals at all. But there would have been no time to think long anyway, because the portal itself would soon activate, which alerted them even more. They were already slowly being sucked towards the gate. But in the last seconds, Hojae started talking to them again, telling them to listen carefully. Until now, the guy believed that single player was more effective, which is why he preferred solo play, but admitted that the last 3 days were really interesting. For the first time in his life, the gamer enjoyed a team game and was satisfied with the result. So he wished everyone good luck and added that they would definitely meet again very soon. In fact, they were simple and not particularly important, but they sounded so motivating that the mood really lifted, and they all wished each other good luck and then went on their assignment. So the portal was activated. The system asked him to verify the entrance to the first floor, and added that he had 24 hours to complete the test. In a few seconds, the guy was welcomed to the first test. In front of him, the gamer saw a long corridor that was barely illuminated by dim lanterns. Finally, it had begun. Hojay had been waiting for this moment. For 3 days, he had been eager to see what the tutorial would look like and what the rules of the game were that he had suddenly found himself in. Goosebumps ran down his skin from such a wonderful fart that was about to happen right now, in just a few minutes. But when the young man turned his gaze back, he also noticed that the portal still hadn't closed behind him, which was a little strange. The gamer came closer to the portal and saw the system's plate. Realizing that he couldn't make out the writing, the young man came even closer. At the same time, Hojay read that it was already possible to move to the waiting room on the first floor, and all he needed to do was confirm and move there. Means that he can return at any time without waiting for the test to be completed. It's quite convenient. To be fair, it's not always possible to do something like that in games. But he still didn't know if it would work after the training phase. The guy went through the portal again and was already in the waiting room, with only a light glow still touching his hands and feet after he plunged through the portal for the second time. Of course, there was no one here. In fact, he hadn't expected anything else, so now he was standing alone in the middle of a spacious room. The young man laughed. One could dream a little and imagine that he had accomplished the task and cleared everything in 1 minute and immediately returned to the waiting room. So he could indeed return here anytime he wanted to. But he had to complete the trial by a certain deadline. But now Hojay wondered what might happen if the countdown came to the very end. Would he die then? And what would happen? In the waiting room, self-healing was still in effect. The young man looked at his injured arm. The rather large and deep cut had almost healed. In fact, he was happy about this, because after returning from a difficult task, you can recover almost instantly in this place. In this case, even if he is on the verge of death, he can simply return here and recover, thus saving his life. This is really very good and positive news, after which his perseverance became even greater, and the gamer was even more eager to do it. But when the young man was about to go back and start the trial task, Sue fell right on top of him. She appeared so suddenly from the portal that Hojay didn't even have time to realize anything. The anime girl was frightened when she saw someone else in the room because she was sure she would be alone. It was painful for both of them, and now both players were lying on the floor. Sue didn't think they would be able to come back here so easily, not having completed the task yet. Luckily, there was still a self-healing system in place, so she didn't even have any bruises. Hojay only told Sue that she could return to the waiting room anytime she was injured to recover. Her face was red, and she looked away and added that it would be cool if everyone else knew about it. Sue didn't know if they should wait for the others to come here, but then the two of them decided that it would be the right thing to do. It had been several minutes since they had both been waiting for Gyunmin and Min-sik. The anime girl was beginning to doubt that the two would come back here now. The guy was already doubting himself, but he was still hopeful. But at one point, he began to be disturbed by some thoughts. Hojay opened the screen in front of him and entered the community tab. Now, at the same level as he was, it showed 1/4. The number of people has not changed, so they have not lost yet, and there is a chance that they will come back. After a while, Sue suggested something completely different and said that they should go and complete the task while there was still time left. Gamers supported this idea because they really didn't know how long they would have to wait for their friends. Soon the two players went to their portals, but Sue said that she had one last request, so the young stopped. The girl said that when they returned, Hojay would teach her how to play video games, and then they would play together. The young man laughed and agreed to this adventure, but the anime girl added something else. The girl smiled again and said that she would like to get to know Hojay better and more closely after she returns. After saying that, Sue silently entered the portal, leaving the gamer alone with his thoughts. He just took a deep breath, said, "Okay," briefly, and then went to the test himself. Already on the mission, the guy opened the status window again. His strength had increased from the last time to 10, followed by health, dexterity, and intelligence, with the highest score of 21. Hojay still knew very little about both the portal and the time limit. He was in a place about which almost nothing was known. The fact that there were no health and mana columns worried him. But for now, Hojay was diligently hiding from fatal damage and hoping that everything would be fine. He was especially reassured by the fact that he could return to the waiting room. It was time to finally set off on a new adventure and find out what was still hidden at this stage of his training. So, clutching his shield and sword in his hands, the young man set off. His status stated that he was human. This meant that there would be other races here in this world, and he was eager to meet them. Whoever this monster was, Hojay already wanted to deal with him. Curiosity was more at play here, especially since he had been waiting for this moment for 3 days. But the young man waited for several minutes, standing in this large and long corridor. Still nothing was happening. He couldn't even hear any sound from the depths, and he thought he was doing something wrong. 30 minutes had already passed, and he still hadn't managed to meet his opponents or anything like that. Hojay couldn't interact with anything here, and he was getting more and more convinced that it was some kind of bug in the system. The whole situation made him relax, because nothing was happening around him. But he tried his best to be attentive and listen to everything. He didn't want to be underestimated, and was sure that the pro player's attentiveness would help in this situation, as he had already been trained in similar games. While Hojay was slowly moving forward, trying to keep his voice down and look around, a sign suddenly popped up with several new skills. In fact, it scared him because it happened so suddenly. But now he had the skill of combat concentration and willpower in his arsenal. He was seriously frightened by the whole thing. He jumped away from the screen, holding his shield and weapon in front of him. When I calmed down a bit, I came closer and read what was written there. But I still didn't fully understand where it came from. The emergence of new skills made him happy, but the fact is that he hadn't actually done anything to get there. And that's what made him a little worried and surprised. During the fight, concentration increased and thus allowed him to stay focused for a longer period of time. This means that these are 2 passive skills, something that he needed now. In most RPG games, skills are divided into 2 main categories, active and passive. Active skills must be used by the player. They can include muscle strength, for example. While passive skills are effective immediately upon acquisition and do not require any additional actions. It was good that everything was now clearer, and the gamer knew that if certain conditions were met, he would be able to gain the appropriate skills, both of which were now related to his current state. If he is not mistaken, then to acquire new skills, he should fulfill various conditions, and the more of them, the better. The young man walked on and thought about whether to tell others about it, and then wondered whether to write about it in the community or just tell everyone when they met. The gamer was about to open the community tab, but before he could even finish speaking, he saw something new in front of him. Without another thought, the young man took a fighting stance, preparing to meet the monster. He hadn't had time to see much of it yet, but it all happened so suddenly. Hojay still saw no danger in front of him, but he felt a very strange and terrifying atmosphere coming from the depths of this corridor, and it confused him. The boy took a few steps forward a little timidly and cautiously, making sure that this energy was indeed coming from there. But Hojay still saw nothing but pitch blackness. Only a short moment later, the gamer felt a strong pain in his leg, and a certain shine came from the depths of the corridor, although he hardly paid attention to this glow. It hurt so badly that the gamer fell to his feet and grabbed his limb, which began to hurt so badly. The young man screamed loudly in excruciating pain, which only grew with time. He still couldn't understand what it was, but his wounds made it difficult to think. The young man gritted his teeth, trying not to lose consciousness. When Hojay finally dared to look at his limb, he was terrified. He couldn't even say a word, let alone stand up. The only thing he realized was that he needed to return to the waiting room to heal, because he would not last long here and would simply bleed out. So despite the immense pain, the guy tried to walk on his leg. Realizing that it was useless, Hojay just started crawling on the ground to get to the right place. But at the same time, he was in another trouble. Something strange began to happen behind him. Something almost fell on him, breaking the floor to pieces. When the dust cleared a bit, the young man saw an arrow on the ground. It meant that he had been shot with a bow, and that somewhere in the depths of the cave, an enemy was hiding, and he was shooting quite accurately. We can say that he was lucky this time because the arrow landed next to his limb, not directly in his leg, so the boy tried to keep crawling away from the imaginary monster and covered his head with a shield. Running away was very difficult with his injured limb, but at least he gained a new skill called pain tolerance, which at least slightly alleviated his suffering. But this pain was already so real that Hojay could well have believed that he would actually die here, and that would be the end of it. Of course, the skill grew rapidly, and then another one called resistance to blood loss appeared. But it didn't make the situation much easier, because he had to dodge numerous arrows, and he could only move on his stomach and couldn't even see if anything was flying in his direction. It's just horrible. Hojay, a former pro gamer who was so highly praised and looked up to in his time, is going to die in this hole without going through the banal stage of training? The young man didn't want to think about such a scenario, but he was distracted for a moment and it played against him. because at that moment, another arrow flew straight into the boy's back, and he began to writhe with sharp pain all over his body. His eyes involuntarily filled with salty tears, and Hojie himself already knew that this was his end. He would die here, passing the first test just like that, without a fight. The arrows kept flying from all sides, and if it continues like this, he will definitely be dead. For some time, the guy just lay on the floor, face down, wondering if he had a chance to get out of here alive. In fact, Hojie was already thinking that it would be better for him to just die and start all over again, because he could no longer bear this terrible pain. It seems that this thought saved him. Indeed, he could have just started all over again from the beginning so as not to endure all this abuse. He could have just died and started over at this level to avoid suffering. When the guy realized the situation he was in, he felt uncomfortable because it seemed like it was definitely the end. But he also knew for sure that he could not just give up and not try to get out of here alive. He couldn't die after going through so many games and reaching the status of a pro player. Lee Hojie again increased his pain resistance and blood loss resistance training. Trying to forget about the terrible pain that was spreading throughout his body, the young man got to his feet and ran as fast as he could in the opposite direction from the enemy, repeating to himself that he would definitely pass this game. There was still so little left. The portal leading to the waiting room was so close and only a few painful steps were needed. These weightless seconds seemed like an eternity, and his leg was only hurting worse. He couldn't even think straight anymore, but he managed to get to a safe place. He felt as if he had escaped from hell itself. Finally, Hojie was greeted by a bright waiting room, and the wound gradually began to heal, the pain gradually subsiding. It turned out that even for a former gamer with a high rank of pro player, this training was too difficult. Besides, it is very dangerous. The young man sat down on the floor and then immediately thought about the other team members. It was hardly easy for them, and he began to worry whether they would make it here. He immediately clicked on the community tab and the page began to load. The guy waited a little longer, and when he saw what was written, he was truly horrified. He could not believe that this had happened at all. Now the number of players on the hell level changed and showed 1/1. Hojie wanted to believe with all his heart that this was just a glitch and that everything would be back to normal. But he already knew that it was most likely true and that all his comrades had died while performing the first test. Such thoughts drove the young man crazy, and he categorically refused to believe that this had actually happened. If you think about it logically, it's pretty obvious, and their deaths are not surprising. The two men did not even know that they could return to the waiting room if they needed to. And Sua may not have had the stamina to survive several hits, so she also died. The guy hit the column that was closest to him, saying the name of each of his three comrades. Involuntarily, bitter tears began to roll down Hojie's face. It was still hard to accept that he would never see these people again. Even though they had known each other for a few days, it was so sudden. He had to spend a few more minutes to calm down a bit, and then the young man opened the status window. The gamer read everything written there again and reread the characteristics of each skill in detail. Each of them was currently passive, but the time to complete his first challenge was running out. Now the player has only 19 hours and 12 minutes left. Well, at least one should survive. The guy was still sitting in a kind of despair while his wounds continued to heal. The newcomer promised himself that he would complete this training, no matter what it took. He would survive and go further than all of them. When his body had fully recovered, the young man re-entered the portal and found himself in a dark corridor. He was greeted by the same smoke that gave off an eerie atmosphere. This time, the young man already knew what to expect, but he realized that the first arrow could come from anywhere and at any time. By now, the bloodstains have completely disappeared. It could be concluded that the floor is rebooted every time a player enters the waiting room, just like in similar games. In that case, there must be a way to clear that floor from top to bottom, and it's worth learning more about rebooting. While he was thinking about all this, the first arrow flew towards the player from the very depths of the corridor. Despite the fact that the young man looked thoughtful, he was still concentrating and carefully watching to avoid being hit by a gun. He staggered backward as he saw the arrow rapidly approaching him. He put his shield forward to cover his body and tried to dodge the arrow. The player lifted his right leg, and it was the one that the arrow was aimed at. Everything happened just like the last time. Well, I managed to escape from the first blow, but now I had to keep my guard up and move on with the same success to pass the tutorial. As he thought, the trajectory of the first arrow did not change, so he concluded that the attack pattern would not change if he left the test and stayed in the waiting room for a while. But there was a problem here too. When the first arrow hit his right leg last time, He didn't remember where the others came from. When another arrow flew into his chest, he again managed to retreat in time to remain unharmed and still hope to get out of here alive. The third arrow flew directly at the player's head, which he also managed to dodge. The only scratches on his cheek from the attack were light. So far, everything had worked out well, and he believed he could block the arrows aimed at his body. However, he ran into a little trouble. When Hojie raised his shield to protect himself, an arrow hit him directly, but shattered it. The shield gradually turned to dust and disappeared from his view. In fact, it's pretty bad that now he'll only have to dodge, without the ability to take or block a hit. The fact that the shield broke confused the guy, which is why he missed the next shot. The arrow hit him directly. There was nothing left to do but return to the portal again and heal. Hojie tried to move faster to lick his wounds and return to the fight with renewed vigor, but again, it became difficult to move. In addition, another arrow hit his body and caused sharp pain. But there was one upside. He managed to improve his skills. His agility increased by 2, his health by 1, and his resistance to pain by 1. Although Hojie was hit, he raised his level of ability and then tried to get to his feet, holding his sword. Something strange happened, as the player's shield was restored, and the arrow from his chest disappeared, leaving only a bloody trail behind. He was even more surprised when the attack suddenly stopped. Not a single arrow flew from the dark corridor. So while he had time, he decided to check his status window, but kept his eyes on the corridor, realizing that the attacks could continue just as suddenly. First of all, Hojie saw that the level had now risen to 1, and then he looked at the other characteristics. As soon as it was raised, the player and all his items were restored exactly as they were in the waiting room. If you think about it, this is a pretty popular feature in games. It means that he can recover, just like in the waiting room, raising his level. The conditions for this are quite simple. You need to block, dodge, or get hit by an arrow. You can gain experience in any of these ways. And every time he manages to survive by returning to the waiting room, the dungeon restarts. This means that Hojie can go through all these traps and gain as much experience from them as he wants. To be mortally wounded and survive by raising his level, in his right mind he would never have signed up for this. It would never have occurred to him. But its level increased, and Hojie felt that he had become much stronger. He thought it was a great tactic, and now he wanted to give it his all to raise his level to the maximum. While the boy continued to work hard and think about what to do next, he received a notification that the god of adventure had begun to show interest in him. That, although it was very difficult, the player did it. He breathed heavily, trying to catch his breath, and then looked at the status window and saw that his stats had increased. Blood resistance increased to level 4 in the short time he spent here. But there was one thing the young man still did not understand. Although his level had improved, he was still in great pain. Now he realized that this was definitely not the end and that everything was just beginning. The player could gain experience again while continuing to be injured and recovering. This will probably be the most effective way to raise your level as quickly as possible. The young man looked ahead and saw something approaching him very quickly and flickering quite strongly. Realizing that another attack had begun, he pulled himself together and began to dodge the blows, moving quickly forward and trying to forget the pain. A new sprint skill was added, and the senses skill was upgraded to the 3rd level. The boy ran forward as fast as he could, not looking back, and already in front of him he saw a new room that seemed brighter. He burst inside, breaking the wall, and stones fell around. Only later did Hojie stop, but by inertia he still ran a few meters. As soon as he entered the room, several more arrows flew directly into his body, but he skillfully and quickly repelled this attack. A couple more arrows flew at him later, but he got rid of them almost instantly and none of them hit his body. 28 days have passed since his first attempt, and the player has been able to collect quite a few skills. Also, the fact that he was often on the verge of death allowed him to level up several times. Only one thing confused him, namely the message about the god of adventure and why he was so interested in it. In any case, the young man did not think he would be able to run for 15 hours without stopping. He assumed that it was because of a significant leveling up, and then he opened his inventory. Hojie took out a bottle of water and there was almost no time left, so it was time to move as quickly as possible. A few days ago, an announcement appeared in the community. Only 30 days are given to complete each stage, and it is not known what punishment awaits those who fail to meet this deadline. But regardless of those circumstances, he needs to clear this dungeon in the 2 days that remain. The problem was that the young man had no idea what might happen in the next zone. He didn't even know where the traps were laid, so the chances of dying here were higher. Moreover, in the future, they would be different from the past. He didn't know exactly why, but his night vision and clear sight skills were no longer effective here. All that was left was to rely on his sword and shield. Now I'm going to turn on the role of only his abilities, which he managed to level up during this incomplete month. Realizing that hell awaited him, the guy moved forward, not wanting to wait any longer. As soon as he got further, he was hit by a lot of arrows from all sides. It was much harder than in the other stages, because more than one arrow was aimed at him in one attack. Despite this unpleasant news, the boy tried to fight back. Although the arrows that hit the shield partially destroyed it, it still protected the young man from bodily harm. Unfortunately, due to the large number of arrows, the player could not dodge each of them, and yet one hit his leg, causing him to cry out in pain. He was lucky that his pain tolerance had already risen to the 8th level, so he didn't have to suffer for long, so he continued to move forward almost immediately. Hojay continued to run as fast as he could, and a little while later he saw an open door with a light shining behind it, and the young man thought it was a way out. After some time, the guy managed to get to this place, and when he entered it, he seemed to be in another dimension. Everything looked completely different from the previous room, and right in front of him, there was a small pond in the floor, which was being hit by a few rays of light from the mountain. The guy had no idea what this place was or how he got here, and he was even more concerned about how to get out. He had no idea where he was, although he tried not to panic or worry. The boy looked at his arms and legs and saw that all his wounds had healed. It must have been a miracle that he survived the shelling. Maybe it was the same healing spring. Everything looked exactly as the people in the chat room had described. Without hesitation, the young man entered the water, trying to relax at least a little. He really benefited from the information from people in other rooms. Without it, it would have been much harder. The boy was still sitting in the water, not even thinking about getting out, and realized that everything people had said earlier was completely true. And behind the next door, which would now be right in front of him, was the boss's room. See, realizing this, the young man decided not to waste time lying in the healing spring and went straight to the main enemy of this test. 38 Finally, he reached the final. When he approached the door and wanted to open it, a screen appeared in front of him. The system asked if he was sure he wanted to test himself and go inside. The player answered yes, without hesitation. This was why he had come so far, and this was his main goal now, so he wanted to get through the gates as soon as possible. As soon as he confirmed the request, the door opened with a bang, and behind it the guy saw real chaos. For a while, he couldn't even make out what was going on. There were arrows and large stones lying in the lava, which absorbed everything, and his breath caught in his throat from the fact that he had just found himself in his boss's room. There is still so little time left before the final, but now it will be the toughest test he has ever had to go through here. After walking a few steps forward, the young man saw the bow that had probably been shooting at him all along. It was loaded with more than one arrow. It will definitely be much more difficult here, and he was well aware of this. But he was ready to move forward no matter what. The guy didn't see the monster itself, so he came to the conclusion that he needed to destroy the thing that was shooting arrows straight into his body. Indeed, there were even more arrows here than in previous stages, and it was much harder to move forward. To begin with, a gamer should somehow switch sides. Perhaps this is the very essence of this challenge. This is not an easy task, but he did not want to give up so easily. So he accelerated and ran forward as fast as he could. It would probably have been much easier for him if the entire test hadn't been accompanied by arrows from this bow. And since there were so many arrows, it was not so easy to get to the other side. This time it seemed to him that the extreme arrow had come from the ceiling. Now he was surviving only thanks to his senses, which had been greatly heightened. With his current skills, it is quite likely that he will pass this test alive and well. But as soon as he was happy that he was stronger and could handle this floor, a fire blew right into his back and set the boy's flesh on fire. It really hurt, and the next arrows continued to fly in his direction. One of them actually pierced Hojay's shield as he writhed in pain, albeit briefly. It seemed that the situation was getting out of control, and it was getting harder and harder to cope. There was more and more fire, and the young man wondered how he could move on with his injuries. Only now did the player begin to realize that this was an impossible task to accomplish from the very beginning. It was too hard, and although he had been pleased with the skills he had improved, they were still not enough. All of them could have made it to this point, but when they reached the boss room, each of them gave up because newcomers can hardly survive this room. The guy was used to spending all his free time playing video games, and he knew the strategies and techniques that helped him beat each one. And all of this was not because he was bored and wanted to pass the time, but because Hojay really enjoyed it. He was passionate about it, and it became his only hobby that brought him so much pleasure. However, it was only now that he began to realize that his gaming skills were his true achievement. In the end, he lost everything, and worst of all, he lost his honor. His life had become a mere existence. Every day, he sat with a can of booze in a dark room in front of screens with boring news, while simultaneously remembering that his life had become incredibly horrible. Since then, everything in this world has seemed very boring and meaningless to him, but now everything was really different. It was painful and impossible to bear, but he did not hate it. With each new message, his heart began to beat more and more purely. In the past, the guy gave up absolutely everything, realizing that he could not become a better version of himself. But it was a big mistake, perhaps the biggest one he had ever made in his entire life. Now he realizes how wrong he was then, but now Hojay is in a completely different world. It was this test that made him realize all his past mistakes and remember that he has the opportunity to move forward. Although it was too hard for him and he started over several times, he still did not give up, because he promised himself to go through it to the very end. Right now, he was not giving up, leaving all his failures behind and fulfilling his promise. And it was because he did not fall that he managed to pass this test and become stronger. When all this hell was finally over, the player laughed. It was more of a nervous laugh, although in reality, the young man was glad it was over. He managed to do it. The guy received congratulations that he had passed the first floor of training on a hellish difficulty. His back was black with burns, but he felt almost no pain thanks to his skills. The guy was still regretting that his 3 comrades were not with him now. He had hoped that they would have made a good team, going through the floors and reaching the finish line, but only one of them survived. He really missed Su-ah, Gyun-min, and Min-sik. One could imagine how happy everyone would have been to have passed the test even if they hadn't. However, the guy was still very happy that he managed to survive it and go through the hellish difficulty. Still, he is really capable of something more than he expected. The player opened the screen to see the rewards for clearing this floor. Unfortunately, there were no level-ups in the rewards. However, the young man read that he had gained another skill called Blessing of the Wind Spirit. Now he was protected by a newborn wind spirit, and his agility increased by 10. All of this simply increased his characteristics. Of course, this is a nice bonus, but he was expecting a little more. Immediately after that, the screen disappeared, and instead an offer to continue his studies appeared, along with the first portal. The young man did not yet know where exactly this portal led, perhaps directly to the second floor of the test or to the waiting room, but realized that he had nothing to fear anymore. In the end, Hojay had fully recovered and was ready to start his next task right away. That is why, without any doubt, the guy logged into the portal, realizing that he had no choice but to move forward. It only took a moment, and he was in a completely different place. It was calm here, with only a light and warm breeze blowing. There were green lawns all around, and here and there, high mountains could be seen. It was unlikely to be a waiting room, so the young man concluded that it was the second floor. Taking a few steps forward, Hojay saw a person in front of him. In fact, he was excited about it because he thought it was another player who was being tested. But when the young man took a closer look, he noticed that the man had rabbit ears, which looked quite strange. Before he had time to think about it, this little rabbit girl was right in front of him and willingly told him her name. Her name was Kirikiri, and she was very happy to meet him. At the same time, the girl asked the name of the stranger who came here, and the guy himself was, to put it mildly, in shock. With some distrust and caution, the boy said his name. He didn't know yet whether she was an enemy or perhaps a character controlled by the game itself. But this girl just repeated his name several times with different intonations and laughed. She seemed very cheerful as she continued to chant his name, which she found very strange. Kirikiri started dancing, turning away from him, and Hojay was getting a little sick of it. However, this stopped later, and the rabbit girl said that she would help him here, as she was a manager of cooks of infernal complexity. In fact, it sounded strange. The young man didn't even think there were any, but Kirikiri then added that there was one manager for each difficulty. The girl said that the player could approach her every time the chef passed by, and then she greeted him. Because now, as a reward, the young man could use the store's auctions, which sounded even stranger to him. The manager explained that only the auction was available in the waiting rooms and residential areas, but right now he could use the store. She asked him if he was interested, and Hojay replied with a tentative yes, just as surprised. The store tab opened, and it was really cool. Here you could buy everything you needed, for example, books, bedding, and some toys. At the same time, Kirikiri added that if he needed something now, he should buy it now. But the young man seemed not to hear all this when he saw the tab with weapons, shields, and clothes. Perhaps now it will be a more useful purchase for him. although the guy was still hesitant to add it to his arsenal. Realizing that the player could not hear her at all, Kirikiri suddenly jumped on his back and said that she would explain everything to him, and Hojie almost screamed in fear. Without answering, the girl looked at the weapon the player was considering and said that it was not suitable for him at all. The gamer was very surprised by her straightforwardness and did not understand why she had such an opinion. It took just a few minutes for them to pick out clothes for him, and finally, the player was able to feel like a living person again. But the manager was giving him such a strange look at his every move that he was beginning to doubt whether he was okay. She was acting really strange sometimes, but the young man had another question for her, so he decided to ask her right away. He sat down on the ground, asking what would happen if the first floor was not cleaned within the given 30 days. The girl calmly replied that the player would simply be sent to the waiting room. Kirikiri added that all food and water will disappear from the inventory. Accordingly, players will have to spend their points on purchases in the store. Although Hojie did not feel hungry in the waiting room, he would be kicked out after 24 hours had passed. He asked what would happen when he was kicked out. However, immediately after his quite ordinary question, the girl exclaimed that he shouldn't ask such a question and abruptly came close to him, which frightened him again. Kirikiri replied that her task is to provide advice to players who have reached this stage, but even the answers have certain limitations. There are those who show high potential, those who have achieved excellent results and managed to enter this place. If all of this comes together and Kirikiri likes this person, only then will he or she be able to tell them everything they ask. All other players are subject to strict restrictions. But then the guy said that she had told him about this store, and the manager gave a clear answer that there were no restrictions on such advice. Such questions are quite simple, and she had more meaningful and important things in mind. Right now, Kirikiri could only talk about one thing, no more. That's why she didn't answer any more questions. However, there were still some things that everyone needed to know. Kirikiri gave him one last piece of advice. Buy potions with status effects. He would need a lot of potions, and the manager emphasized that the more he had, the better. Since she was talking about it so seriously, the boy concluded that this would be the topic of the second floor. These status effects and everything that goes with them. He listened carefully to the rabbit girl, pausing for a short time, and then started talking again. Hojie said that he had just one more question he wanted to ask, but Kirikiri shouted that it was no longer possible and walked away, as if he hadn't heard her words. The boy asked what would happen to those who would die in the trial. Thoughts of the death of his comrades were on his mind, so he couldn't help but ask. The girl held her ears, pretending not to hear anything, although her expression was clearly visible that she was confused by his question. Hojie waited a few more seconds and, without hearing a word from her, said that he had already realized everything himself. His voice sounded more and more sad and distressed. After a few minutes, the guy finally decided to approach her. He was grateful that Kirikiri had helped him and given him such good advice. For the girl, this situation turned into an embarrassing one, and she just said an awkward please. The player got to his feet and smiled, trying to erase all negative thoughts from his mind. It was time for him to move forward and move on to the second floor challenge. A green portal opened again in front of him, and the young man walked slowly toward it, looking into the dark abyss. In the end, Kirikiri wished him good luck and told him not to even think about dying there, because they would definitely see each other again. When the guy entered the portal, he immediately thought that this girl was very strange, but also interesting. And Hojie was sure that they would definitely see each other again, because he was definitely not going to die. His journey was just beginning. After the player visited this strange place, the portal sent him to the waiting room, where he could rest and prepare for the next challenge. As soon as the former gamer entered the room, the screen showed his entire progress over the past 29 days, with almost 2 full days left to complete the task. Right now, Hojie only hoped that this waiting room would be equipped with the same features as the last one he was in. Even though there was still so much time left until the end of the first test, the system suggested that he enter the first floor now. Since the player fulfilled all the conditions earlier and finished the clearing faster, he was able to start the task on the second floor before the time expired. Then if he cleared 2 or more floors in one term, he would receive higher rewards. He couldn't know for sure if he would succeed, but he was willing to try. But immediately after these thoughts and a burst of inspiration, Hojie thought about something else. The player remembered what he had experienced in the last test and thought that he should be careful, because it was definitely too early for him to die. It would be better to ask Kirikiri about all this when he clears the second floor. Moreover, the tasks will become more difficult every time he goes up. The young man decided to look around and see what was there. He was quite surprised to see a bed. This is quite a nice bonus. Wasting no time, the boy fell right onto this white bed, going to get some rest after a hard mission. The bed was so soft, and Hojay decided that he would just take a little nap to distract himself and closed his eyes. He fell asleep instantly, and this small bed seemed more comfortable than ever before. Only after some time did the young man open his eyes and jump out of bed. He had only one question. He didn't even know how long he had been asleep, although it felt like he had only closed his eyelids for a few seconds. Panicked, he opened the screen to see how much time he had left. Never in his life had he slept so much at once. He did not fully realize how much he had changed during his stay in this strange place. The young man could not recognize himself. It seems like a long time has passed, as if it had been years, not 4 weeks. If he hadn't agreed to log into the portal and started the classes back then, his life would be completely different now. Probably as gray and boring as it has been in recent years. Spending all this time here, he felt as if he had returned to a time in his life when his pro player career was just beginning. Back then, a guy could devote a lot of time to training without feeling sorry for himself. And all this just for the sake of winning one single match. He was ready to jeopardize everything just to defeat his opponent and prove that he was a much better and more professional player. These feelings had become dull and faded over the past few years, but now Hojay felt back in the game. He felt that excitement and thirst for victory again, the thirst to overcome obstacles. In addition, the young man felt himself in a game where he really jeopardizes absolutely everything, including his own life. It all made him feel a bit nostalgic, but he interrupted himself and decided that he had no time for such thoughts anymore. After that, he opened the status window. He was pleasantly surprised to see that he had acquired an active skill. An active skill is the type of skill that the player must apply manually. Combat concentration increases strongly during combat and maintains high concentration for a long period of time. If the mental toughness is strong enough, then the time of concentration will increase. There were also several requirements. Combat concentration of level 6 or higher would require mental toughness and experience with high concentration without the aid of a skill. In the beginning, it was a passive skill, but it changed to the opposite after the floor was cleared. It didn't even require mana to use it. Means that the player can use it as long as their consciousness is able to withstand it. Hojay wanted to experience it right now, so he picked up his sword. It turned out that with his mental strength, he was able to endure no more than 5 minutes. Although he expected much more, this was the maximum he could manage. His eyes were getting dark. If you overdo it, you can even lose consciousness. The use of mental powers turned out to be more significant than he thought. He at least hoped that he could reinforce his consciousness by raising his own level. For now, he decided that he would use the auction. The auction window is a feature for those who have managed to clear the first floor. These players can sell and buy things from each other, regardless of the difficulty level they choose. Most of what was offered was just starter kits and really bad weapons. All in all, this was not surprising, because they had only completed one level. While the player was flipping through all the ads, he came across a rather interesting item. It was a cat collar with a bell, and it was stated that the corners themselves don't like it. And if you put it on the cat itself, the animal may show aggression even if the owner does. In the end, the blessing of the wind spirit can be considered a very decent reward. Not everyone was able to get something like that, and if you compare it to a cat collar, it wasn't so bad. We can assume that Hojay was very lucky this time. At first, he thought he would have to spend 3 days here, just like during the first test. 3 days of waiting and 30 days to pass. So it turns out that one test will take 33 days. The guy decided to work on improving his resilience and status effects while waiting. Now he decides to check out the community chat or see what other people are writing. As always, it rained these easy level announcements with the most messages, as I myself was a player. And on the hell of a challenge, it was quite the opposite. But that's not what pleased him the most. The player noticed that the number of people at this difficulty level had increased to 6. The young man looked into the chat rooms, reading messages from a player called Nameless and Nightboy. And in fact, the relationship between these two was definitely not friendly, but the boy realized that other players had noticed. And it turns out that there are now 5 new players in the Hell mode. Hojay can only imagine how confused they are now, and they probably have no idea what's going on here. Among them all, he was the most experienced, as he had walked at least 1 floor. The former gamer was well aware that they would all die immediately if he left them like that, so he decided that he would try to share some information with them. Imagine his happiness when the young man saw that they had entered their chat room. Without wasting any time, the guy started writing and asked all the players of hellish difficulty to write something in the chat, and added that he needed to share some very important information with them. I didn't have to wait long because it took only a few seconds for these assholes to leave the chat. Well, his plan turned out to be a bit overwhelming, but Hojay decided to go all the way and wanted to put up a notice for them so that they could read it in the future. All he hoped for was that sooner or later they would go online and read what was written. He knew better than anyone that learning should never be ignored or underestimated. While waiting, I decided to try to increase my resilience, but it didn't work either. Perhaps it did not increase while I was in the waiting room. A few minutes later, the young man received a notification in the chat and was already very excited. But after reading the unwritten message, he realized that the newcomer did not trust him at all. There was no point in helping them if they had no interest in doing so. They just called out all the things that Hojay already had and started throwing out their ideas that a spear would be much better than his sword and the shield looked incredibly terrible. They didn't even listen to his advice, so the guy didn't know what the newcomers were going to do because the trial was about to begin. Well, he helped as much as he could and tried to inform the other players about the possible danger. And now it was time to move forward. With a certain enthusiasm and joy, the boy went to the second floor. Hojay could not have imagined what would be waiting for him on this second floor. He didn't know how difficult the challenge would be, but he persevered. When the young man got there, he realized that this location was absolutely no different from the first floor. But this is quite common in games. Before he could look around, 3 arrows flew in his direction at once. He put his shield forward to defend himself. He managed to repel the first attack very easily and quickly, as it was too predictable after the second floor trial. But later, when no more arrows were flying, the guy heard a noise from the distance of this corridor, and it definitely did not happen last time. He tried to look ahead or see something, but a strange white ball rushed at him and immediately attacked him. This time, everything was very fast, and this sphere flew through 3 of them almost instantly. He was unlucky again on the second floor, because the shield he was holding in his hand immediately shattered into pieces as soon as the sphere hit him. He had to rely on other skills and dodge. But again he was unlucky, and the blow hit him right in the leg, and for a moment the guy screamed in pain. And when he looked down, he saw a large needle stuck in his leg. For some time he stood there in a stupor and did not move. But very soon the guy turned his gaze forward and began to fall, because everything before his eyes swam. He had a very sharp pain in his head and abdomen and felt feverish. From all this, we can conclude that the needle was filled with poison with immediate effect. It was not for nothing that Kirikiri had insisted that he bring plenty of potions and anti-venom. It turned out that he needed it right now. But when the guy took out a bottle of this potion from his inventory, he was very surprised and stopped for a moment. Something stopped him from taking advantage of it. The player did not know whether it was the right option to drink in the place of this bottle. He recalled that during that hellish month of passing the first floor, he eventually managed to gain one extraordinary ability. It sounded really strange and bizarre, but he could feel his death approaching and was already sure that it was true, not a fiction. And it was definitely not an in-game skill. It was a special ability that only he had, and it was unlikely that anyone else would be able to master it. His intuition told him how dangerous the wounds were and whether the boy could die from them. It was as if the skill had been given by the god of death himself. Indeed, the player was very close to death more than once, but each time he managed to survive and continue his journey, no matter how severe his injuries were. He met with more than one character in the game to buy all the things he needed, and felt as if he had already swum halfway across the river Styx, and was even able to talk to his grandmother. This is how you can find out for sure if you are dying. But now the young man is wondering how bad it is this time, and whether it could lead him to death. Well, the news was good, because he was still on the riverbank. This means that there is no threat to his life for now. That's how the guy decided that it would be better to save the potion for later, when he really needed it and was one step away from death. For now, Hojay decided to do without it and simply bandaged his leg very tightly right below the knee. As soon as he finished doing this, the system notified him that he had gained a new skill called poison resistance. This is another very good news because now he will be able to tolerate any poison much easier, and with each level increase it will become easier. And the player tried to get to his feet and realized that he could even walk for now. This new skill came at the right time. After taking just a few steps, the young man noticed the same poisonous needles in front of him, one of which hit him directly in the leg. There were more of them, and they were all lying in the middle of the corridor. He immediately had the idea to take them with him. There was no telling who he might meet ahead, so he decided to play it safe and throw them into his inventory. But something not so good also happened. He suddenly felt worse. He could explain this by the fact that the poison had spread throughout his body, so he immediately thought it was better to return to the portal. And it was really getting harder and harder. He had barely made it to the portal itself, breathing very hard, but there were only a few small steps left. Hojay wondered if he shouldn't strengthen his steadiness while he was still on his feet. Perhaps later there would be no such moment at all. Without thinking for a second, the young man jumped straight to the portal to be taken to the waiting room on the second floor. As soon as the guy was in the white and sideways room, the system notified him that he had acquired the skill resistance to paralysis. It means that his body could have been paralyzed if he had spent a little more time there in the dungeon. This is probably even more dangerous than any other effect of the poison. Since the young man had already acquired the resilience skills, he would now be able to gain much more experience. So he was going to improve them to the 3rd level today. Of course, he would have to deliberately exhaust his body to the point of impossibility to improve his level. But he was sure that the result would be worth it. Getting wounded in dungeons and recovering in waiting rooms was the only way he knew how. So far, there was no other way to level up. As a former gamer, I was well aware of this, but it was indeed a very unwise decision, and it was likely that some alternative could have been found. Usually, the level rises after defeating a pretty strong monster. But in addition to the fact that the difficulty of the floors is very high, the challenges here were incredibly overwhelming. Everything was repeating itself when the guy entered the 2nd floor again after recovering in the waiting room. Several arrows flew at him again, which he deflected just as easily. And this game seemed more and more boring and stupid. The guy ran forward sharply, trying to dodge all the arrows and needles that flew in his direction. But it happened exactly the same way as the last time. It was the same effect of the poison needle again. My stomach and head began to hurt, and I felt shivers of cold, after which I immediately felt hot. The theme of the 2nd floor is poisons, and he could recover and be treated at the moment he is on the verge of death, thus raising his level. That's the only way to raise the level effectively. At least it's pretty fast. This game seemed completely atypical to him. It was the first time he had seen anything like it, although he had played many different games before. The pattern of attacks was repeated, but the guy felt that the poison was more lethal than the previous times, and that was what surprised him the most. It was becoming very difficult to move, even though he realized that he needed to get to the portal to survive. If he lost consciousness, it would be the end, and it was simply impossible to keep up his steadiness in the same way. But the guy still had what Kirikiri was talking about. It was the antidote that he could drink at any time whenever he needed it. The 2nd floor will be the easiest to get through at this pace, even easier than the 1st. The young man was still glad he had the potion with him, but when I walked a little further, I saw a very strange entrance in front of me. It looked like everything was on fire, just like on the ground floor. The room was dark, so he could hardly see anything, but he was really interested in what could be in this tempest. It can be said that Hojay even guessed what was waiting for him there, but he did not believe it until the last moment. But now he was finally sure of what he was thinking. It was getting hotter and the temperature was gradually rising. That's why it got hotter as he moved forward, because there was a real hot hell ahead. Now everything was in place. It was clear why the 2nd floor traps were so simple. The player will really have to dodge arrows in this incredibly hot place. Sweat was already dripping from his face, and it seemed impossible to stand on his feet, let alone dodge attacks. But there was one piece of good news. He had managed to acquire another skill that helped him withstand the heat. It was strange that even such a thing existed here. But right now, Hojay didn't know what to do. It might be better to go back and regain his strength, but on the other hand, he was too far from the portal. It would be too dangerous to go back there in this fierce heat. No matter what, you should continue to fight and move forward. The guy picked up a freezing potion. Only after drinking the contents of this bottle did he feel better in this hellish place. In the end, this balanced the situation a bit and allowed him to breathe in the dungeon at least somehow. But the effect did not last long. In a few seconds, the guy realized that nothing had worked, and at this rate, he would simply burn alive. He decided to save the situation by all means possible, so he took out a stamina potion from his inventory. He didn't want to spend a potion that cost as much as 400 points. Even leather armor tasted cheaper, but he had no choice now. The situation was getting worse, as the temperature was already burning his skin and leaving many burns. The guy could no longer concentrate on the fight, and it was easy to catch him. Due to his inattention, I had to take 3 blows. The young man fell to the scorched earth, and his defense was severely weakened. If they try to poison him now, he will definitely be dead. It turned out that this test was not so easy with the use of potions. More than once, Ho-jae thought that it was the end and was ready to say goodbye to life. But the level unexpectedly increased. So did strength, dexterity, sensory acuity, resistance to pain, heat, and paralysis. This is probably what saved him at that moment, because if the level had not risen, death would have been very close. The guy took off running as far away from the place as possible to get to the portal. He managed to raise this level. The guy could not believe it yet. To his great surprise, this happened at the exact moment when it was needed, and his health was restored and the negative effects were removed. At this speed, he can easily walk across the entire floor. While he was running fast down the corridor, he activated his combat concentration. Deciding to use absolutely all his abilities, the boy activated the blessing of the wind spirit. He had so much zeal and was 100% sure that he could get through the second floor quickly and stay alive. But as always, something didn't go according to his plan. The young man stood up uncomfortably and stumbled, and then began to fly downward rapidly. In how many seconds, he rode painfully across the dungeon floor and crashed into the wall at the same speed. All this was accompanied only by his loud scream, and his shield and sword flew in different directions. I want his pain tolerance to be on top, but this blow was incredibly painful for him. He managed to smash his head. The guy sat there for a long time and held on to it, hoping that the pain would subside at least a little. Come to think of it, he has to spend his last recovery potion on just that. This situation only happened because of his stupidity, but Ho-jae couldn't afford to die from simply getting tangled up in his own feet. It was so pointless and humiliating. The young man once again looked at all the skills he had acquired over the years, and a system message appeared on the screen saying that the god of adventure was taking pity on him. In fact, it was even worse than it might seem. He feels sorry for him, which means he saw him fall. It was such a shame Ho-jae just wanted to fall underground, but his attention quickly shifted to something else. The player noticed that he had another new skill and wanted to see what it was and what its characteristics were. The boy read the name of this skill: Natural Regeneration. It was still at the first level. The guy read a little about this skill, and it turned out that it increased the speed of his body's recovery from any injuries. So, it speeds up the rate of regeneration. Even though the situation was terrible, the boy found room for a joke and mentally turned to his mom and dad and said that today he was a little closer to becoming a troll. He didn't have much time, so he moved forward again and came to a completely opposite place from the previous one. It was so cold here that his hands almost froze, so he concluded that there must be an ice zone somewhere. Already the player was thinking about returning to the waiting room and preparing for this cold and its challenges. He did as he thought. It seemed like the right thing to do, because he had never been trained to risk his life so much. The test was already in its second day, and it was now 6:30 in the morning. The guy sat in front of the status window and scrolled through the community time from time to time. Now he has decided to have a snack, picking up some ordinary bread. In some aspects, it was the same. We can say that it was virtually identical. There were good people in the chat, and then there were bad people. If you look at the ratio, there are much more evil people here than good ones. Players shouldn't believe the words of the same creeps who spread false information so easily. Doing so will only put their own lives at risk. The young man also learned that if he cleared as many as 100 floors, he could return to the real world. Perhaps this was the same false information, but he wanted to believe that there was a way to get out of here, so he unwittingly believed it. Although on the other hand, whether they believe it or not, it just gives players hope. No one has ever discussed the conditions for graduation before. In any case, this player said that there were 100 floors, and just thinking about it made Ho-jae feel cold. He was only on the second, and there was so much more to come. But he thought that he could find out if these words were true by moving up the floors. Right now, he needs to clear the second floor, to return to this cold again and risk his life once again. Since the start of the second test, the guy could not buy items that could help him climb the floor. Everything he was wearing now was made with his own hands. He had no choice but to buy fabric at the auction and a sewing kit to at least somehow protect himself from the cold. As soon as the boy returned to these severe frosts, he thought he would freeze to death here. As a result of all this, he managed to learn 2 new skills, namely, an expanded field of vision and hard skin. His field of vision has increased and his skin has become more resilient. These skills have been incredibly useful, and at this rate, he will soon be able to become superhuman. Recently, these resilient skills have not improved. This was a bit disconcerting because if this was their maximum, the news was not good. But the young man hoped that it was only a limitation of the levels on this floor. The further he went, the colder it got. The temperature here could reach minus 50 degrees C. It felt as if his lungs would explode with every breath. But there was no room to retreat. It was time to start. So Hojie used his combat concentration again to finally start fighting the cold. All this began to bore him, to seem above him and completely illogical. But the desire to pass these levels was much higher. This second floor was indeed harder than the first, and the temperature played a key role. However, after some time, the boy managed to get to another dark room, where the same healing spring was waiting for him as on the ground floor. And the presence of this source meant that the player had finally reached the boss room. He did not stop and immediately went inside. The young man held the shield in front of him, and his eyes ran along the walls of the dungeon. It was incredible. While you were looking around, the system asked if he wanted to return to the second floor waiting room. This offer was very unexpected, and now the player did not understand what was going on. He certainly did not expect to be asked to return to the waiting room. Right at the moment, he entered his boss's room. But the young man refused, so he was informed of the conditions. The player must stay in this room for at least 3 hours, and the test itself will begin in 30 seconds. At first, it seemed very strange to him because at this rate, he could just sit here for 3 hours and pass the test. It all seemed too easy. If you think about it, the traps you've fallen into before, this place must be filled with status effects. But he was not at ease with this portal and the offer to return to the waiting room on the second floor. Now he has managed to save a lot of different items, so he didn't see any point in returning there. The guy wanted to finally pass this test, to get to the end and complete it all, so he pressed the no button, and then the gate test began. And only after that he was shown the real conditions under which the player will be able to pass the test. He must endure the most horrible pain he has ever experienced. This began to confuse him greatly because this had not happened at the beginning, and he did not know what it meant until the end. All that was left was to wait for what would happen now. It didn't take long for the first arrow to hit him in the leg. He did not notice where it came from. He did not even feel it coming. And this pain was really so terrible and intense that even pain tolerance seemed completely unnecessary because they did not help. But then it turned out that he was holding the launching equipment. Now the boy understood absolutely everything. Now all this was not reality, but a mere illusion. If he had been told that it was real, he would have believed it. But now it became clear that everything in this room was an illusion. And he needs to stay in these illusions for 3 hours. Knowing all this, it may seem that enduring the pain will be an easier task, but in fact it is not. Very soon, something incredibly strange began to happen. He was allegedly thrown out of the room and began to fall into an empty classroom with only a few people standing around. The last thing he wanted was to see it in front of him. It was even worse than the pain of being shot in the leg. The illusion guided him to the day he stood in front of several other people and asked the girl to go out with him. Then she answered embarrassedly that she didn't really want to do it, and the other two stood there looking at them both in shock. It was a horrible moment, and it was a shame to recall it, but here Hojie had to watch this horror. He was already thinking that it was better to just make him feel physical pain because it was much worse. Then another message appeared that the god of adventure was sorry for him, and again it was completely untimely. The problem was that the guy could not see how much time had passed and how long he would have to endure all this. This small story ended. He was transported to a completely different day and location. There he saw himself again, sitting in a dark room in front of a screen. He was watching a report there. His opponent admitted that Lee Hojie was a really great opponent, his career as a pro player was just great, and his skills were top-notch. It seemed to him that it couldn't get any worse. It was impossible to watch all this. His opponent recognized all of this, but Hojie was already in the past, because a new star was making his debut. Many people had forgotten who he was and did not know who this guy was talking about. At this tournament, the guy managed to demonstrate the fruits of all his training and take the top prize. In the past, a former gamer would get very angry when reading all these comments and hearing something like this from an opponent. At this tournament, Lee Hojie had to experience the pain of defeat, and his entire career was destroyed. The former #1 player was defeated in all rounds. Others called it the birth of a new legend. His opponent came closer and said that he should forget about this career. The guy was experiencing the same emotions he had felt back then. It was getting harder and harder to endure such abuse. He did not know when this hell would finally end. Not even an hour had passed since the illusions began, and it all seemed so hard for him. Of course, he wouldn't die from it, but it was too hard to see it in front of him. All of this was worse than hell itself. And just now the next scene began, to which the illusion had thrown him. He was sitting in a daze on an empty street. Only one girl approached him, silently standing next to him. Only after some time did she finally speak. The girl said it was all his fault, that her father died because of him. Her voice sounded very sad and she spoke through tears. It was hard for him to hold back his tears when he heard her say that. Hojay remembered that moment very well, and he remembered the pain he felt then. Now the same thing was happening in his soul as it had been on that day. This time, the memories of his father made it harder and harder for him to breathe with each successive story. He just wanted this nightmare to end. If it went on like this, he would go crazy. He came to his senses only through real pain. It's good that he managed to dispel his illusions, but he had to hurt himself again to do it. I guess I just need to accept all these memories. It is true that father died because of him. He was in a serious condition for a long time and stayed in the hospital for months. The gamer would come to him. Perhaps not as often as he could, but he would visit his dad from time to time. The boy put his jacket on the chair next to the bed and asked his father how he was feeling. The young man sat down next to him, and his father suggested that he stop at last. He meant for him to find a normal job. He didn't want his son to spend the rest of his life running games. Such conversations were frequent between the two of them, and they were very annoying for Hojay, so he asked his father not to start it again. The man said he needed to build his future, not play games all the time. He did not believe that anything good would come of it. No matter how much my son tried to prove that pro gaming is a good and highly paid profession, he kept insisting on another profession. Hojay couldn't take it anymore and broke down crying. He had put so much effort and time into this. It was so hard for him to fight for the title of best. While he was trying to prove all this to his father, he did not even hear him trying to say a word. The young man took the jacket in his hands and finally said that his father had never even tried to understand him. After saying that, he walked to the door. Only in front of them did he stop and ask quietly and calmly who his father thought was paying for his treatment. Only after these words did the son leave the ward, despite his father's request that he wait and not leave him. It seemed that the boy was feeling the same way as his father did at that moment. My sister heard that he did not yell at his father in the hospital, even though he knew that his heart was weak. She would repeat that it was his fault that his father died because of him. Then the boy was silent. He had nothing to say to that. But even after the girl left, her words still sounded in my head. Even now, Hojay has finally realized and accepted the fact that the man really died because of his actions. He died because his son never even tried not to understand him. This is the end. He was being drawn deeper and deeper into this darkness, into his memories. They were like a spider's web that would not let him go. But the player tried his best to fight. He stabbed himself again with his sword, or he would come to. For the moment, it was easier. The pain of the wound blocked the pain of the soul. But the illusions did not end. The boy began to see them both in his illusions again. They both said almost in unison that it was his fault, that his father had died because of him. He knew that he could easily withstand physical pain, and that even if he fell into the deepest memories, he would still get up. First, Hojay wanted to see for himself which of them would last the longest, because he definitely had no intention of giving up. Luckily for him, at that very moment it was over, there were no more illusions, and the system informed him that he was the first to pass the last test of the second floor. The young man was breathing very hard. It was hard to believe that he had just been through such hell, but he was still alive. In addition, he was pleased with the note that he was the first to pass the test in full. However, he did not fully understand what this meant. The young man looked at the status window and saw a lot of different gods. It was strange that there were so many of them. Some of them showed a lot of interest in him. Some were pleased and surprised by the boy's actions and appreciated his determination, and some just felt sorry for him. This was all very well, and his skills had improved significantly since the last time, but he was no more happy than the player was that it was finally over, and he no longer had to endure this nightmare. He was still reading what was written on the screen. A lot of things appeared there, but he saw one more new thing. The young man read that the goddess of lost time wanted to give him a part of her powers instead of an additional reward, and the system asked if the player accepted the offer. The guy didn't know what was what. He didn't know whether it would be different from his usual skills and what to expect from it. But I decided to accept the offer because I was curious to see what it would be like. Then when the guy clicked on the button or accepted the offer, a radiance emblem was added to his skills. It was already at the maximum level. The goddess blessed him and gave him some of her powers to her potential apostle. The guy didn't understand anything at all. He needed a simple explanation, but here was only an incomprehensible description. Immediately afterwards, he received a message that the god of adventure was disappointed in him, although he did not know why. It was not known at all what had gotten into this weirdo that he was offended now. Then the boy decided that he should ask Kirikiri what had happened. A moment later, the young man entered the green portal to move to the same place. He found himself again among green lawns, mountains, and white clouds. Everything was so calm here, but only until the manager of these floors rushed right at him. The girl was very happy to see him back, so she threw her arms around him. But she hadn't calculated that she could hit him like that. Now Hojai's nose was hurting badly and he grabbed at it. But the rabbit girl said that she missed him very much and was incredibly happy to see him here again. She was really happy that he came back alive and praised the player for it. Only after the guy came to his senses did he decide to ask her something. Kirikiri was about to drag him with her, but he asked her to wait a bit. Hojai wanted to buy some new items for himself, so he entered the store again. All this time, the girl stood silently looking at him. But after a moment, he handed her a small cake with strawberries. For a moment, he did not think she would kill him with happiness. Her joy knew no bounds. It was strange that she was so happy with an ordinary cake. Hojai said that she helped him a lot last time. If it wasn't for her advice, he wouldn't have had any potions, and it was unknown whether he would have made it out of the second test alive. That's why he decided to thank her in this way. Her face was so happy. All the time her eyes were looking only at the delicious cake that she wanted to eat so badly. She thanked him sincerely and told him that Hojai was the best, and then started jumping on the spot again, even though he had already asked her to stop doing it. Kirikiri soon calmed down, and they sat down on the lawn to eat a piece of cake. Now it was time to ask her about something important. The player was wondering if she had any advice on how to get to the third floor. But the pleased girl just took a piece of cake in her mouth, simultaneously answering that she had no advice for him. The young man certainly did not expect this. He was sure that this rabbit would give him advice before each floor. If there was so much before the second floor, then there must be something here. But Kirikiri just said again that there was nothing she could do. It's because he's growing up too fast. But if he wants to tell her so badly, she can tell him. But it will do little good. Well, if so, Hojai decided to ask what happened to those who joined the trial on the second floor. He wondered if they were still alive, but the manager interrupted him again. The girl said that if he wanted to know, the question would use up the entire limit. So she asked him again if he was sure he wanted to know the answer to this particular question. This is the first time he has heard of the limit. If so, he will use only one question, taking away the opportunity to find out the answers to some others, even though Kirikiri had said something completely different earlier, namely, that there is a certain number of questions, not a limit. It wasn't that important anymore. He just decided that it was not the most important issue. As he continued to eat the cake, the boy asked her about the skill he had learned from the goddess of lost time. However, as soon as she heard this question, she immediately disappeared somewhere. The guy didn't even have time to realize which way she went. He turned around and saw Kirikiri chasing a butterfly and humming to herself, but again asked her to answer the question. Hearing his request, she decided to be kind and help him, since he was already so helpless. At the same time, the manager began to explain that the Radiance emblem is one of the skills of the goddess of lost time. Players who demonstrate outstanding results on all floors can receive rewards from the gods themselves. Means that the goddess liked him, and not just liked him because the girl added that each of the gods can only give part of their powers once. Sounds really good. This goddess wasted her only opportunity on him. It's a really great honor. Anyway, the guy wanted to know about the effects of this skill, and he emphasized that the more details, the better. However, Kirikiri said that he would be able to look at these effects when he returned to the waiting room and would understand everything later. In fact, this carefree girl did not seem to him to be strong and capable of managing poems of infernal complexity. During the first test, there was a player who tried to attack the manager, but as a result, he was easily destroyed and was on the verge of death. Apparently, this girl is incredibly strong, despite her carefree appearance. Then the boy added that he wanted to ask about one more thing. Since he had already managed to get the skill from the goddess, he wondered who the gods were, what their goal is, and what they want from ordinary players. The gamer really wanted to know the answer to his question, but Kirikiri said that he needed to find out for himself. So the young man did not learn anything new. He only noticed that the girl had become very serious. This means that this topic is off limits. Apparently, he had managed to capture the essence of the game. He could only assume that the gods created this world and then brought them, the players, into it. And since this rabbit is part of the game, it can definitely answer this question. He has only gone up 2 floors out of 100. He still has a very long way to go, but if he reaches the top, he will be able to find the answer to all the questions about this world. It fascinated him, so he promised that he could do it. The portal leading to the waiting room had already appeared in front of him, but Ho-jae stopped and said he had one more question. When he passed the second floor, he was told that he was the first to completely clear the last gate. He wondered what exactly that meant. The girl laughed and replied that it was just a glitch in the system and not his next questions, saying that she could not talk about it. Then the young man tried to find out at least who these managers were, whether he could return to his world after he had walked all 100 floors, and whether her rabbit ears were fake. But the girl made excuses for not answering each of those questions and said she could not answer them. The young man had already realized that this girl would not tell him anything at all. But in the end, she handed him one thing and told him to take it with him. The girl was holding a cloak, which the player immediately tried on. It was a valuable item, and he was even a little surprised when she allowed him to take the cloak with him. The manager laughed and nodded her head, adding that this mantle was much better than his previous one. Perhaps he really does have such terrible taste. The player thanked her once again and went to the portal, leaving the cake for her. She was incredibly happy about it because now she could finish the whole cake by herself. And the young man added that he would buy another one as soon as he returned. It took him a few seconds to get into the waiting room on the third floor. Before you start the test, it's best to take a look at your skills. The boy saw that he had the skill of movement. Ho-jae did not expect anything like this, considering that it was given by the goddess of lost time. It was quite convenient to have this skill in my arsenal. I think it will be very useful. Since he had the time, he decided to try it out right away to see what it was all about. Without hesitation, he activated the emblem of radiance, after which something very strange began to happen to his face. Again, it was quite a painful procedure. The guy felt lightning on his body, touching his arms and legs, but he managed to instantly cover the entire distance. It seemed like real teleportation because not even 1 second had passed. The strength of this skill was really impressive, and it will definitely come in handy on the next floor tests, as speed is very important there. If other players found out about this, they would most likely demand that such a strong skill be weakened at least a little bit, as they would consider it cheating. Well, the guy had already tested the speed itself, so now he wanted to try to perform several jumps in a row. He was able to move around the room at the speed of light. This ability was really impressive, and his body felt incredibly light. However, later on, these jumps did not lead to anything good, and he again crashed into a column and almost broke his nose. This is the second time he's been lucky enough to hit his head on the wall, and then lie on the floor screaming about how much it hurts. It turned out that this skill is very difficult to control, even though it comes in handy. And he just tripped over the bed. It's worth being more careful before using the jump to prevent this from happening again. There were still almost 72 hours left until the next test. During this time, the boy could rest or test his abilities in practice. He had potions, food, and water. Perhaps a good decision now would be to buy better weapons. Ho-jae went to buy a new sword and a protective suit, and he also needs to revise his skills for a second time. Something new about one skill appeared. The player thought that Kirikiri had done it. It turned out that the skill could be improved to the third stage, and he would be able to use it as his main skill. This is really great, and while there is still time, the player decided to practice controlling the Radiance emblem. But he was distracted by a message that came in from the chat room. You don't see that very often, so his attention was on it. I couldn't believe that it could be other players from the hellishly difficult tests. Then the guy opened the message and was even more surprised because it wasn't something from players of his own difficulty level. He was invited to join the Guild of Representatives. Lee Chang-seok sent this email, and the girl was pleasantly surprised by the guy's achievements on the floors of hellish difficulty. He wanted to tell the representatives about the girl, her goals and purpose, and was looking forward to the player's response. Ho-jae read the message. He was pleased to read what was written. He was still hesitant about joining the guild and didn't know if he should go through with it. The young man read the letter several times, and during these times he was haunted by completely different feelings about the letter. The community chat has been quite lively lately, but he didn't think similar groups would be created so quickly. Lee Chang-seok's name had never been on the list of the best players before, but in the end, he is the only one who successfully clears floors of hellish complexity, and there was no point in him getting involved with other people, so he decided to put it off until later. It was better to start preparing for the third floor now, and he still had a lot to do. There's still an incredibly long way to go to reach the 100th floor. Very soon, the boy found himself on the third floor of the school. Here the location looked really different, but just as he thought, the traps were activated as soon as he stepped on the black chessboard. This meant that he could only move around the white cells, because they were the only ones who were safe here. So the boy immediately began to move quickly through them, going forward. His assumption about these white cells turned out to be quite correct. But for some reason, Hojie did not feel at ease at all. All this was suspiciously easy, both for the hellish complexity and for the third floor. That's why the player decided to play it safe and was ready to activate the skill at any time as soon as he felt something suspicious. He was able to move around the platform very quickly thanks to his new capabilities. It really turned out to be a very good and useful skill. Hojie didn't know why, but he was having a lot of fun doing it all. He felt excited and happy, willing to risk his own life. It was time to finish that task. He didn't want to stay here as long as he did on the first and second, so he quickly started forward. The concept was incredibly similar. The player has to dodge arrows flying from everywhere. This time there were even more of them than on the previous 2 floors. Now the boy began to feel the emblem. It was very close. Those arrows would have turned him into a hedgehog if he hadn't used this skill in time. They made him believe that the white tiles were safe. And in the last year they sent a hail of arrows. It was all so annoying. But in any case, the guy was ready for anything, so he survived and remained unharmed, but he was a little scared. This time he actually managed to reach the boss's room much faster, and the same healing source was waiting for him again, with its rays of light falling on him. Perhaps because of the complexity of the previous floors, everything here seems too simple. The player was even a little disappointed by this. Given that he hasn't even learned a single new skill, it doesn't look like he'll have to go back to the waiting room. This post will not make sense. So the gamer decided to clear everything as quickly as possible and approached the gate of the boss room. As before, the boss's room was different from the dungeon itself. He went out into nature and was greeted by heavy fog and high curving rocks. It was something new, and he was curious about what was going to happen this time. The system immediately reported what the goal of the test was. It turned out that he needed to achieve a certain goal. There are plates flying in the air which start falling down as soon as the time is up. The player needs to use them as a support to reach the goal. On top of all this, there were various traps along the way. This was like real madness. It seemed that now they really wanted to kill him. The hellish difficulty now deserved that title. Slabs that fell after a certain time in traps. With all this in mind, the level could have been easy, but there was always one but. In this case, these are the same arrows that never left his side during any test. They were coming from everywhere, and there was no telling where the next attack would come from. Thinking about which tile to step on next, how not to get trapped, and how to dodge the arrows was a really difficult task. The guy turned back, seeing how far he had already walked. He had indeed traveled a long way, but at that moment, something happened that he was not afraid of. The slabs behind him began to fall one by one, and he fell with them. Here he was saved only by the blessing of the wind spirit. This is how the boy managed to hold on and not fall down. But somehow he has to go through the 3rd floor, where the platforms fall one after another, and he cannot reach the end. Players who forgot about it and focused only on the traps also fell, but even after falling, they had to hide from new traps and reach the goal. This was the rule for entering the boss's room. It is always the same and unchanged, and it consisted of an impassable path across the slabs. He fell again and again, but he was looking for new ways. It got even worse when the platform started spinning, creating a tornado. He was saved only by his skills, which he managed to improve at the expense of the 1st and 2nd floors. And the skills given by the goddess helped a lot. Without all of this, the player would not have made it, so he immediately activated the emblem. When the guy looked back the next time, he saw that absolutely all the slabs had already fallen down. He activated the glow emblem again to avoid following them and stay aloft. The player hoped that he would be able to destroy this unchanging rule. It was safe to say that he was clinging to every possible chance to reach the final, and in the end he succeeded. Hojie clung to the last tile. His arms and legs were no longer holding him. He couldn't even breathe. But then this hell ended again, because he managed to get to the 3rd floor. And this time he almost died as well. This boss's room was really dangerous and difficult, although the young man was convinced that his skills saved him every time. The designers of this floor have outdone themselves. It seems that they hope to kill all the players here. He himself barely managed to pass this test. On the last platform, the guy could easily see the awards for this floor and was very happy with the points he received. Then he received a notification that the god of adventure wished to give him some of his powers instead of an additional reward. This was the 2nd time in 3 trials that Hojie was surprised by this. He remembered that this deity had been impressed with him the last time he had accepted gifts from another goddess. But now he had changed his mind and wanted to give the boy his powers. He got on his nerves every day, and now he wants to give him strength only now. There was no justice here at all. The Radiance emblem was a cheating skill that exceeded expectations. Without this ability, he would never have been able to pass this floor. And it would be foolish to refuse gifts, So the guy checked to see what kind of skill he would get. After accepting the offer of the god of adventure, Ho-jae was given a skill called Wings of Teleria. Of course, these words meant nothing to him. The young man decided to read the description, even though he already knew that there would be nothing detailed. It turned out that the new part of this deity's power aroused great interest among players, but the skill was created in a haphazard manner. Judging by the comments, he could conclude that this skill was completely unnecessary. The player decides to check his status to see if it is true. Among his long list of skills, he found the one he had just acquired. Well, even if it is a part that is also haphazardly created, it is the power of a deity and skills at the maximum level. Sooner or later, this can definitely come in handy in a fight, especially since no one knows what to expect on the next floors. The player also decided that he would ask Kirikiri about this skill the next time he saw her, and this happened quite a bit later. As soon as the girl saw the player in front of her, she started shouting something about cake and raised her arms up, waiting for a hug. But Ho-jae didn't like this greeting, so he rejected it, because he didn't think he looked like a cake. Although he was not happy about it, it was a promise and a promise. It has to be fulfilled. When Kirikiri stepped away from him, she looked quite embarrassed and asked if he was okay, because he looked like he was. And a second later, the guy fell to the ground. The only thing he could say very quietly was that his head was very dizzy. Eventually, he did fall to the ground, and for a moment even forgot where he was. His head was spinning, and he could hardly understand anything. Opening his eyes and lying on the grass, the boy thought that he was just tired and needed to rest a little. But when I lifted my head slightly, I saw Kirikiri in front of me, who seemed to be using it instead of a pillow and decided to get some sleep. While she was sleeping, I touched her ears lightly. They turned out to be much softer than one might think. But as soon as his fingers lightly touched them, the rabbit girl abruptly rose and jumped away from him, ready to start fighting. She immediately started screaming that it was forbidden to move her ears. The sound spread very sharply through her head, and only then did the young man apologize for it. The guy was able to rest for a while, and then, when they sat down to eat another cake, he asked about the third floor ordeal. No matter how much he thought about it, this situation seemed very strange. He told her that the difficulty of the test had increased significantly. Ho-jae was seriously thinking that he would die there until the end. She would not stop eating, starting to talk angrily about how it was all because of the guy himself. He passed the test very strangely, and so the difficulty increased. In the boss's room on the third floor, there is a path downstairs. He had to walk down it, not jump on these tiles. It turned out to be much easier than he thought. Apparently, no one expected the player to be able to walk into the room without falling down. These deities are already going crazy. Ho-jae was already eager to find out the reason for the creation of this world and get to these gods to tell them everything I thought about them and their meaningless world as well. He didn't see any information in the Danko community that could help him in any way. Most of this community has only posted about easy and medium difficulty levels. And many people did not think very positively of this guild of representatives. They seemed suspicious. For some reason, they were sitting in the waiting room, and the other players thought that these people were definitely up to something. Yesterday, more than one player received an offer to join the guild, but most of them ignored the invitation. It would have been better if they had at least found out something about the guild's intentions. Ho-jae was surprised to see the Guild of Representatives sitting in the waiting room. Reading the time, he gradually began to understand what these people were talking about and what they meant. They definitely didn't look like the usual ones communicating with other players, so the young man became curious about their true purpose. Well, after the end of the level, free food and water disappear, so players need to spend points to survive. Moreover, after 24 hours in the waiting room, the players were kicked out. Ho-jae didn't even know how they could stay there for so long. He already had so many questions that he didn't know when they would be answered. He wanted to know how these people support their guild while they are there. He knew very few things so far, but the young man was sure that something was wrong. I guess it's not worth spending your limited questions on this. And we won't be able to help players on other difficulties anyway, so I decided it was better not to interfere at all. You need to focus only on your own problems, not thinking about others. Only crumbs remained of the cake, and then the player asked the manager for advice he could give before the fourth floor. She looked satisfied after eating almost the entire cake. Looking up at the sky, the girl was thinking. After that, Kirikiri said only 2 words, rope and hooks, and then added a spyglass. Perhaps this could have been the end of the story, but there was too much, like more than one floor. But at least this time she had said something. So the young man decided to ask about something else. Namely, he was interested in a new skill from the god of adventure. The rabbit was genuinely surprised that he had managed to get another skill. This is really cool because he was able to get skills from two deities. A part of the power of the god of adventure has been transferred to him and allowed to be used. When using this skill, Talaria's wings appear on the player's back. The device allowed him to stay in the air and had high magical power, namely protection. The power of the god of adventure is used to activate it. The wings of Talaria are called upon to project this skill. Kirikiri watched Hojei flying in the air with admiration. The feeling was incredible during the flight. It is impossible to compare it with anything. Only after several minutes of flight did the young man land on the ground. It took him a few seconds to take a deep breath, but afterwards he shouted loudly that these were just incredible skills and was already walking around shouting that the adventure deity was the best. But the fact was that the sail allowed him to levitate in the air rather than fly, but it was quite enough for the guy. The main thing is how he uses them. He will be able to fly up and apply the emblem and thereby increase the range of his so-called flight. And the coolest thing is the wings behind your back. It's just a dream. Kirikiri laughed and said that this would be her gratitude for the cake she had bought, stretched his hand forward and pointed to the portal, and then something began to happen to him. The guy was very surprised and started waving his head in different directions, as if he didn't understand why she was sending him now. But the girl explained to him that the day of the Great Assembly would come very soon and that he needed to be ready for it. The boy had no idea what this day would mean, but the Kirikiri talked about it with incredible seriousness. She couldn't tell him anything right now, but she said that very soon, Hojei would understand everything himself. Without saying goodbye, the manager waved at him. As always, she spoke in riddles, adding that the boy would soon learn the true nature of this world. Now she only told him to do his best to survive and sent him a portal. A second passed, and the young man found himself back in the room waiting for the third floor. His wings were all that was on his back, and his head was full of what he had just heard from the girl. There were so many questions, and they were only adding to each other, and no answers were forthcoming. What is the day of the Great Assembly? He didn't become one very soon, just as the manager of the infernal floors had said. The meeting was really well attended, and in the middle of a large and spacious hall sat a man with purple hair, and next to him stood another man who held out a trident. Some guy was tied to one of the big columns, and he had markings on him like a target. He was crying and begging for forgiveness one last time. He promised that nothing like this would happen again, but the man with the purple hair only laughed louder. Even though this poor guy already knew he was screwed, he was hoping for a miracle. Li Chang-siak was the head of the representative guild, and he sat there tossing a small but sharp dagger in his hand and kept laughing. He looked more like a tired lunatic who had miraculously escaped from a mental hospital. The guy's wounds instantly healed, and this also made him very happy. Hojei, meanwhile, trained tirelessly to prepare for the test on the fourth floor. He focused on training using the power of the gods, because he was betting on it the most. Talaria's wings and the emblem of radiance are his hope for passing the floors. At least the nearest ones. The player practiced until he was able to use these skills freely and comfortably, but all this practice took a lot of time. Eventually, the boy was ready to go up to the fourth floor and start the test. When the player entered the task, the same corridor awaited them as in the previous challenges. It was just as spacious, and here and there a dim light was on to illuminate everything around. But this time, something was different. He heard a very loud noise coming from the depths of the dungeon and immediately put his shield in front. On the one hand, he was already waiting for this moment when they would appear, but he did not think it would be so soon. However, the meeting really started faster than he thought. In front of him in a dark corridor, the player saw a monster. This was the first monster that appeared during my entire training, and besides all this, it was also incredibly strong. Besides, this ogre was several times bigger than the guy himself, and his weapon seemed quite good. He didn't even have time to attack first because he was so shocked. Because of this, the monster started attacking him, and he barely managed to jump away to avoid being cut by the axe. It was already clear that the giant was much stronger, and the player was at a big disadvantage. Now he really didn't know how to compete with him and stay alive. Kirikiri did not advise him to change his weapon, and she knew all the nuances of the test. That's why the young man concluded that he could overcome the giant with his current weapon, even though it seemed unrealistic at first. Forgetting everything else, Hojei activated his combat concentration and prepared for the attack. The player was standing away from the big ogre, and when he was ready to attack, the ogre ran at him. The young man managed to put up only a shield, but he could not hold the entire weight of this giant with one hand for long. However, at the moment he has realized how he will do better in the future. It is worth finding weaknesses to attack in the future. Although the plan was indeed good, the monster was still stronger and easily threw him a few meters away. Jose thought that because of its large size, this monster would not be so fast, but the player was very wrong. It turned out to be quite agile. Seeing this giant running right at him, the boy saw death in front of his eyes once again. This time, the scenario also seemed very real. Despite this shock, he realized that he had to act now, so he began to block the ogre's blows. But it turned out to be completely different from what he thought. He was hit hard again, and even had drops of blood on his face. This monster used a trick that allowed it to easily catch the player. It turned out that this ogre also has a lot of intelligence. He didn't know how many times the shield broke apart, but he finally realized that he would not be able to block the monster's attacks. It was too strong. All those seconds lasted like an eternity, and during that time, Hojie managed to think of a lot of things, but not a single idea out of all of them could have led him to the win. So that he would have been dead in a heartbeat, but at the last moment, before the giant fell right on his body, the player hit him with all his might and jumped up. The guy landed a few meters away from his opponent while he was barely standing on his feet, still shaking. Now the monster looked a little scared. It clearly hadn't expected this. And Hojie hadn't expected such power from himself, since this was the first time he had used this ability. While his opponent was still in shock, the guy decided to finish him off and activated the emblem. Until now, Hojie had only used it to dodge, but now he activated this skill before attacking the enemy, thereby moving forward and hitting him in the face. This skill will also come in handy for this, and he couldn't help but be glad that he had acquired it. The monster was even more enraged than at the beginning after the boy's actions and rushed to attack again. However, by now, the player was more confident in his own abilities, so he realized that it was time to end it now. The young man activated another ability, namely the blessing of the wind spirit, and then flew upward. The guy quickly dealt with this monster by hitting its head. His happiness knew no bounds. He managed to defeat the first monster he encountered in the dungeons. Another opponent appeared right in front of his face, but the guy was not confused and continued to attack. And 26 was ready too. He had already defeated so many monsters, but he was hardly tired. On the contrary, it made him even more excited. It was so exciting that Hojie decided to try to compete with the next giant with his bare hands, although this is hardly a good idea. Still, his fighting skills improved a bit, and his basic sword skills were combined with the slaughter skill, which was then upgraded to the 3rd level. But this is hardly enough to defeat such a giant unarmed. Very soon, and this test will come to an end. It turned out to be easier than the previous ones. Hojie moved to the waiting room and opened the screen to look at his performance. Now it was 11:58 a.m., the second trial, day 30. Just a little bit longer and it would be over. A few minutes passed and it finally ended. The young man sat down on the bed, deciding to watch the newly arrived players. But this time he was alone. Apparently no one chose the hellish difficulty this time. Then the player joined the community. The chat room was in chaos, with everyone writing dozens of messages and starting to quarrel with each other. This is logical. They need at least some time to calm down and realize everything. The guy asked them all to stop panicking and listen to him. He told the players that this was a training that was very different from what would happen in the real world, and none of them could go back in the near future. If they made even one mistake here, they could die, so he emphasized that everyone should listen carefully to his instructions. Of course, these words did not calm them down at all. On the contrary, emotions exploded among the players and people demanded explanations. Some people misunderstood it completely and thought that they had died and that it was some kind of hell. Then someone else came up and began to tell him that his leg had been eaten by a monster. Everyone who heard this story was scared to death and could not be calmed down, no matter how hard the young man tried. In fact, he didn't know what kind of monster it was or what these newcomers were talking about. More people gathered around, and then the boy heard a voice coming from behind the crowd. He also asked to explain what kind of monsters people were talking about. It turned out that it was a player who was at a different difficulty level and had never seen this chat. All the players immediately switched to him and whispered in surprise when they heard that he knew nothing at all. Only at that moment did they finally realize everything. PP, their world had turned into a living hell, and there was no doubt about it. The only thing that was right in the world every day was that the monster had taken over the earth. Only helicopters were filming everything from the mountain because the air was the safest zone. All these monsters came out of a portal in the middle of the street, and this gang was moving towards a residential neighborhood. Portals were appearing all over the planet, and numerous monsters were coming out of them. The army was completely powerless here, and most people were thinking about whether to run away to save their lives. Portals unknown to humans began to appear in every corner of the world, and every minute new creatures came out of them and killed hundreds of people. The military and the police tried to shape their attacks, but they were very bad at it. These monsters were much stronger. Countries with small military forces were destroyed immediately, but the number of these unknown creatures did not decrease. The military could not stop them. Only 2 weeks after the portals appeared did they finally realize that the planets were gone. The number of victims was approaching 90 million. This is a very scary figure. The boy watched with horror everything this man said. His consciousness did not allow him to believe that this could be real. Most people didn't believe it either, but no one could prove that he was right or wrong. Million is a really huge number, and it was achieved in just 2 weeks. It was hard to believe that it was true and that it was happening on his home planet. If this is true, the situation could not have been worse. His sister and mother, I could only imagine what was happening to them now. After this news, messages in the chat appeared at an incredible rate. There were so many of them that it was impossible to read even a word. The guy couldn't even concentrate on one thing. Monsters on the earth where his family and the police and army are completely powerless. There is no one to protect ordinary people. He needed to get more information, more additional information, to understand how to get out of this damn place and help his family. The guy tried not to panic. So far, he's been able to handle the monsters with ease, and when he reaches the 100th floor, he'll become a guru in this business. We can say that he will become virtually invincible with the skills he has acquired. He was supposedly locked in this horrible world for no apparent reason. No one explained anything. There was no goal, reason, or method. Nevertheless, the player did not deny that he had become stronger thanks to this training. Perhaps they were all brought here precisely to save the world from destruction. Then it makes sense. In the real world, more than a month has passed since the beginning of the appearance of these strange portals from which monsters came out. Today is day 0, the 3rd test in the training. He must have guessed what Kirikiri was talking about then. Hojie finally understood the essence of this world, which was called tutorial. On the day the newcomers told us about everything that was happening in the world, everything turned upside down. Life here, which was already not peaceful, became even worse. Firstly, the number of players who actively went up the floors increased, and those players who had already gone up the floors became more determined. They realized that they were the only hope for their families who remained in the real world. And even if they didn't go on a raid, there were those who helped them do it. The new notifications were received about what not to do. For example, you should not aim arrows at random places on the arm. It is better to strike in places where there is a high concentration of nerves to increase resistance faster. The young man followed this advice himself, and it really helped him, as killing monsters became easier and faster. The player was more active in his trials, even though it exhausted his body, but the guy thought only about his family, which is now in danger. But it was thanks to the advice that other players wrote and shared that he was able to overcome them more easily. In addition, he now had a clear motivation to become stronger and get out of this place to save his loved ones from the nightmare. So the young man killed monster after monster, advancing further and further. Now his goal, like the goal of everyone else here, was incredibly serious. They were all trying to gain maximum experience so that they could destroy the monsters on the planet as quickly as possible. He could deal with these monsters in a matter of seconds. This task was even becoming boring because he had learned all the techniques that could be used to defeat these large creatures. His skills improved, his strength grew, and his perseverance grew in his eyes. Now it didn't seem like such a meaningless game anymore. He actually saw it as training for a great and deadly battle. The player has already lost track of how many monsters he had to kill during this period. The number was definitely over 100. Despite the fact that the young man tried to train almost all day, he also needed to sleep, but he set aside 2 hours for sleep. In general, sleep was not essential in this world, but the gamer still made sleep a part of his daily routine so that his mental health would not suffer so much. Sometimes he lost track of time in this place, so he decided to look at his watch to make sure he still had time to sleep. The young man logged into the community tab again to check for any new notifications from players. Now he was checking in even more often than before. The amount of information in the community has increased dramatically. Everyone was doing their best to get through the floors as quickly as possible. But as the flow of information increased, he began to learn a little. He gathered facts and tried to find answers to the questions he was interested in. For example, the strength indicator increased not only the strength of the arms and legs, but also increased the efficiency of all the muscles in the player's body. It would be better to level up this skill faster because it is really effective. There were those who did not believe in it, but most people believed that the information was true and should not be ignored. Regardless of the complexity of the floors, these tips were good and helpful. The further he went, the more different and new monsters began to appear. This time, goblins were waiting for Hojay. He had heard their sounds even earlier, so he hid somewhere farther away to come up with a strategy and attack them. This test was not easy. There were a lot of these monsters here, and it would not be easy for him to deal with them alone. The player decided to use the wing training given by the god of adventure to fly over the goblins unnoticed. While they didn't understand anything, just heard a strange sound and tried to figure out where it was coming from, the young man had already struck and chopped off the monsters' heads. Of course, he didn't manage to kill them all, so everyone who was left began to gather and try to attack the enemy. However, the gamer did not stop at this stage. He continued to fight the goblins and delivered blow after blow, destroying several opponents at once. It was the only thing that could save this world, which had turned into hell, from destruction. It's all of them. All the players who are currently undergoing training here and improving their skills. The boy tried to move faster and attack, but still some goblins grabbed his legs and wouldn't let go. But now we need to pass the tests of this world in order to get out of it and return to our native land. At the same time, some players begged for mercy on their knees. They were ready to do anything to stay alive. But Lee Chang-seok was frankly indifferent to each of them and not all of their requests. He kicked one of the prisoners, showing all his hostility. He really liked what was happening now and what he was hearing in his direction. He liked that they were begging for pity, but he was doing the opposite anyway. He owned the waiting room of the first floor of an easy level of difficulty, and the second floor is just around the corner. The head of the guild was only annoyed that a slave dared to challenge him. It was disrespectful to a person like him. That is why the head told the guards to take care of those who dared to attack the food. They obeyed, while the other two were still on their knees, begging to be spared. With the last of his strength, this guy begged for mercy and repeated that he was ready to do anything, and at the same time, apologized. Apparently, he still hoped for this psycho's humanity, but it was all in vain, because Jang-seok was frankly indifferent to anyone lower than him. He just laughed louder, saying that this whole world is truly unique. He had probably never seen such strange things in his life, and very soon it would belong entirely to him. The thought made the psycho tear up. Meanwhile, Hojay continued to pass the tests, although he noted that he still couldn't get used to these wings and everything that was happening here. 10 days have passed since the player started hunting goblins in this basement. The goblins not only made trenches, but every time they came up with something new. These monsters set up wooden fences and put someone as a guard, and they had weapons. It could be anything from magic staffs to crossbows. Of course, such opponents were no threat to him. He was able to deflect magic and arrows with the wings of Teleria. Thanks to this ability, the boy could even approach them in the air while covering his own body with the same wings. It was very easy to fight them, because the player did not receive any injuries from the attacks of these small monsters. His shield had already been heavily worn and was in poor condition. He decided to repair it when he returned to the waiting room, but he knew that he would not be able to return there as often now. He needs to change his weapon as soon as he passes this 4th floor. This means that he needs to change his sword and shield. As soon as you get a new one, don't forget to change it. Hojay relied on the skills he had learned from the deities. But after a few battles, he realized that he had acquired many other skills. For example, skills that were not active have now been upgraded very quickly and reached a new level. Means that it is better not to repeat the same actions, but to use your combat potential all the time. This will also increase efficiency. Mostly now he had to dodge the words themselves, nothing more. That was the key theme of the test. Most likely they were pumped up because he fought very hard and relentlessly. The guy decided to go to the status window to check his characteristics. But at the same moment, he thought that the skills the deities had given him might prevent him from increasing other abilities. However, while he was thinking about this question, another monster appeared behind him. Its growl spread throughout the corridor and really scared the young man. He immediately turned around to look at this giant, and he looked quite scary. It turned out to be a goblin drill sergeant. Or maybe not, because this giant looked different. They are quite similar, but this one was a bit smaller. And now it will be his first one-on-one fight since the competition with a real goblin drill sergeant. The monster moved exactly like the sergeant, but the guy was sure it was someone else. After all, it wasn't that important of information right now. Besides, this goblin easily threw the boy away. He flew a few meters to the side, feeling some slight pain. Just now, this blow was very unexpected and incredibly strong. And what confused him more was that the goblin's hand teleported. He was still in shock, lying on the ground with a bloody face. Later on, the monster was again over the unfortunate player, who could not even get a word out of his mouth in fear. But despite such a difficult situation, the young man tried not to lose his cool and activated his combat concentration. Once again, this skill saved his life. He has lost count of the number of times he has used it, but each time it has come in handy. Using this skill, the boy hit the goblin in the face with all his might, and it staggered back. It was a chance to escape, which the player skillfully used and activated the emblem. The skill worked mentally and had its effect. At the same time, the young man wasted no time in throwing himself at his opponent to avoid being hit. As the other players said, he aimed at the places where the most nerves were concentrated, so that the blow would be more effective. The monster only got more angry because of the boy's actions. He began to attack more actively himself, but Hojie was now very fast, making it difficult for the giant to hit him. However, the goblin was not an easy opponent. He was no pushover either, and this time he dodged the boy's punch, which made him think that the monster had planned everything before. If he fails to dodge a strike with such a low level of defense, he's definitely in trouble. Now the only chance for survival was the wings, which the player immediately attacked and covered his body with them. At the same time, he managed to hit the goblin himself. Now it was no longer his turn to be a plaything. These wings were strong enough to create a shield behind the boy. Their feathers resembled sharpened knife blades, and after a few strokes the monster was pulled back again. However, having learned this technique almost instantly, he began to dodge correctly. And now, Hojie was almost completely sure that he was reading all his future actions. Really not having a good day. Besides that, this monster knocked out a few of his teeth. But that wasn't what was on his mind right now. He had already noticed that his fist only strikes when it glows red. He could conclude that it was definitely a skill. Now I'm wondering which skill can be reused without any restrictions. He says this even though he uses the same skill himself, but it is still considered cheating. His thoughts were rather scattered even though he was trying to concentrate on the fight. He looked forward and the Pokemon ran with all its might right at him. The young man wasted no time in thrusting his sword at him, twisting it as fast as he could. I must admit that he managed to hit the goblin's body, and although it was a strong blow, it looked as if the monster didn't even feel anything. Overall, it was a pretty obvious move. The player was not even surprised by it. That's why he started moving on, not even thinking of retreating. He himself skillfully dodged the goblin's attacks, which were quite strong and powerful. It is also worth recognizing that the monster did not expect such a strong opponent, with certain strategies or fighting techniques. But despite this, it still continued to run away from the blow. He thought it was good, but the guy had already managed to get much closer and promised to continue. Continue until you kill him and do it faster if necessary to win. The young man continued to attack the monster, and the monster was quite skillful in shielding itself from his attacks. Apparently, there was no point in fighting in this way anymore. A direct attack wouldn't help, so while he was covering his face, the gamer immediately ran behind him and quickly found himself there. Before he could regain consciousness, the young man hit the goblin with all his might, and this time he managed to hit it right in the heart. The monster did not have time to dodge. Immediately after the hit, the guy used the shining emblem. Hojie managed to break through the defense itself, and this is the main and most difficult step in this fight, because now you just need to keep aiming at this spot. This is exactly what he did for the next few minutes. Everything was going well, and the guy almost managed to put his opponent on the ground, but the moment when he got hit hard was not the moment when he himself got hit. It was as unexpected as it could be. The goblin's punch was just as strong even in this position, which seemed strange. Having pushed him one last time, he jumped away from his opponent to avoid receiving another powerful blow. In this test, he was also saved by his skills of resistance to pain and loss of consciousness. Without them, it would have been much harder to hold out for as long as he did. When he fell on his back, the young man rushed at him and put all his strength into the blow. He hit him in the face with his shield to finally kill the enemy. The fight ended quickly, and he won, and the Goroth stone appeared in the boy's arsenal. This is the item that was presented by the wizard to the Goroth tribe when the sergeant from the Red-Eyed tribe appeared at the World Rill. The player miraculously survived this test, but it wasn't fair to make him fight an enemy that uses his skills without any restrictions. Goblins are easy mobs to defeat, and this floor was completely different. But anyway, it was over, and the young man's level had risen. Of course, the increase was not that great, but little by little he improved himself. But now the question was raised. He had to decide what to do next. He approached the healing spring and touched the healing water with his hand. The drill sergeant goblins, who started appearing at the very beginning and now at the end of the fourth floor, will obviously be stronger than the others. They are powerful from all sides, from physical qualities to skill level. The young man drank some water from the healing spring and thought that even the current goblins might be different from those that appear on the medium difficulty level. The original plan was to make rapid progress, not to stop until a serious problem arose. This way, the player could complete the training faster. But now he was unable to pass it even though he had trained so hard and improved his skills. On the fourth floor was difficult. Apparently, the boss here would be no slouch. And to be honest, it would be too foolish and rash to challenge him in this state. To begin with, Hojay returned to the waiting room. There, he decided to reach his maximum on this floor, just like at the very beginning of the challenge. When he felt he had reached it, he would move on to the next level. It's not that there aren't those who go higher up the ladder. It's just that they're all at an average level of difficulty, and that makes the task much easier. It can be concluded that the player is not progressing that slowly. His method was not wrong, so the young man decided not to worry too much about it and continued doing what he was doing before. Hearing about the real world made him feel uncomfortable. There were still a lot of skills to improve, so it was better to pull himself together and continue on the path forward. If you're worried about the real world, you need to do your best to save it. So the guy decided to come back. He tall, fast young man knew this. His basic skills were his increased resistance to passing and his tough skin. And as for the skills from the deities, the young man used Talaria's wings more naturally. He managed to use them effectively for close combat and defense. When he got back to the waiting room, he decided to review his specifications once again and get some rest before heading out. He didn't stay there for long because he wanted to do everything as quickly as possible. And finally, the time to leave came. Returning to the waiting room or the fourth floor, the player has already raided twice. These raids were easy for him, but he could tell for sure that the boss's room would be very different. But there was no other way out. He needed to move forward, so without further ado, the young man opened the door to his boss's room and entered. The atmosphere was indeed quite different. Hojai went over there. The night was decaying. It was calm now, but the silence was stressing him out because he was expecting an ambush from all sides and waiting for the first attack, so he kept his sword and shield ready. He had no idea what kind of place it was. It seemed incredibly strange to him. Something was wrong. But suddenly a screen appeared in front of the player. Even this sound scared him a little bit. The guy read the condition of passing this floor and was actually terrified. Cold sweat began to run down his face when he learned that the task of this room was to destroy the Goblin King. He was not mistaken that the task here would be more difficult. However, despite this shock, the young man began to move. Apparently, he was now approximately in the middle of the mountain, and now he had to decide whether to go up or down. Here, the boy relied only on his own intuition, which told him that he should go upstairs, and there he would find what he was looking for. The player was moving quite fast, and after walking for a few kilometers, he came across a large illuminated building. Even earlier, he listened to Kirikiri. Following her advice, he bought himself a spyglass, which he now used. Right in front of him was a fort. Its walls were about 5 meters high, which is quite a lot. Hojay counted about 20 guards, if you counted the torches that were burning. Of course, he would have been very happy if he hadn't been noticed with his passive stealth skill. It seemed that the only way in was through the main gate, so the young man decided to sneak in using Talaria's wings. He couldn't imagine how other players who didn't have skills from deities would be able to clear this boss room. But now was not the time to think about it, so the gamer moved forward. He also immediately decided to use the emblem to make it easier. Although the walls were quite high, he was quickly able to climb up using his skills. The boy tried to be as quiet as possible and not to give away his presence, but when he climbed upstairs, he almost fell. Luckily for him, the goblins didn't notice, so the young man quickly approached them and destroyed the first guard on his way. It was the right decision to deal with the guards first, and then the player thought about clearing the fort itself. It would be much easier for him. He was also very lucky that he was not detected. Still, the skill of stealth came in handy here too. The guy also started to move on. He managed to climb the wall without making any noise. In fact, it all reminded him of stealth games, which made him very nervous and tickled his nerves all the time. While the young man was trying to quietly move on unnoticed, another goblin guard appeared behind him. Of course, the appearance of this monster did not scare him at all. He took up the hilt of his sword and prepared to attack the creature. Talaria's wings reappeared behind him, and Hojay himself was in some kind of inspiration and prepared to use all his skills to the fullest. Finally, the time for battle has come. After a while, the sun began to rise and illuminate the tops of the mountains. For some reason, this world did not look like an illusion. After being here for so long, the boy began to believe that it was quite real. He believed that the training stage was not an artificial space created by magic or a program. But the view from here was so impressive. I didn't even want to believe that it wasn't real. This place could be a planet in the great big universe. Although this test promised to be difficult, the boy still sat on the roof of the fort and admired this beautiful view while it was so calm. Maybe living in such a world would not be bad at all. The boy looked up, peering into the white and sometimes purple clouds. The corpses of goblins were lying around him, but he still felt incredibly calm here. Unfortunately, he didn't have that much time to devote to peace and quiet and just look at this beautiful sunrise, the mountains, and listen to the sound of the wind. He had come here to become stronger and complete the task, so it was time to continue on his way. This fort, located on the top of a mountain, Ho-jae had already been able to clear completely. There were 32 goblins in it, ordinary goblins of the hellish level of difficulty. There was nothing special about them, and it was very easy to defeat them. They're not as strong as the drill sergeant's goblins from the 4th floor, and there won't be many of them here. We cleared this place quickly, but he still hadn't found the Goblin King he had come for. The young man was sure that sooner or later he would show up, but he saw no one but the guards. There was another gap where the giant could be. The player got to his feet and looked into the distance. Most likely the Goblin King was hiding there, in the city, which was walled on all sides, and the king must be in the main castle. It was time to go there, even though he realized that there would be many additional enemies besides the king himself. This stone structure looked quite stable. It was in good condition, and their technological progress was really impressive. This is not some ordinary tribe, but a real goblin city. Actually, the guy thought they were just ordinary mobs, so he didn't understand why they had a whole civilization that was so advanced. He would not be surprised to learn that thousands of goblins live there. He will be able to reach this city in about a day if he moves at a normal pace and makes several stops to rest. The city itself was located in the center, with forts on the sides on mountain peaks. Given the size of the city, there could be about 100,000 soldiers there. If they manage to surround it, they will immediately lose. And it was not worth fighting in the open countryside next to the city. Taking into account all these factors, there were only 3 places where he could fight. One of them was the castle, then the city center and the cleared fort. The guy was still thinking about how best to avoid being noticed by the military and do everything quickly and accurately. But his plans changed the moment he heard the sound of hooves. He looked down and saw goblin riders. They were riding on horses, loudly shouting some words he did not understand. He took a spyglass and saw about 20 or 30 goblins. And the problem was that they were all moving this way. But if you think about it, it's unlikely to be a big problem. He was able to deal with the same number of monsters very easily, so it won't be difficult. It is better to meet your enemy face to face right here. The young man already knew that it would be difficult for this monster to open the gate if something went wrong, so he could easily retreat and attack another fort. In this way, he will be able to strike most of the forts and reduce the number of troops, which will be of great help in the future. And after all 4 forts were cleared, Ho-jae decided that he would go to the city and find the Goblin King. Once there, he will wreak havoc and smash all the monsters, and then he will enter the castle and destroy the Goblin King. It was already the 3rd test, the evening of the 17th day. Next to the boy were the carcasses of horses that had also been shot along with the goblin. Not far away were torches that had not yet been extinguished. The fire was gradually subsiding, and the boy took a few steps forward, looking around to see if he had left anyone alive. He started screaming so loudly and attracting attention that he had to kill the goblin as soon as possible to prevent additional troops from coming. 1. During the competition, the goblins were talking to each other. The player did not understand their language and could not tell what exactly they were talking about, and meanwhile began to go downstairs to go further. When the goblin who stood first shouted to the others, some of the riders separated from the main group and changed their direction, starting to move towards the city. And the one who led them all restrained Ho-jae until the very end when he himself died. In order for the goblins, who had separated from the group in 3, to get to the city and warn about the boy attacking the army, the group leader tried to buy time. Even though he was his enemy, it was worth recognizing that this strategic decision was indeed a very good one, and he held on with dignity until the very end, until he met his death. When the young man climbed a little higher, he could see a small band of goblins riding their horses all the way to the city. There were not many of them, but a huge cloud of dust was rising behind this group. To avoid any unnecessary gossip and to keep things quiet, the young man again used the skills he had been given by the deity and hit the goblin on his horse with all his might. He had to stop this group immediately so that no one would have time to warn the army of the danger, because then the whole plan would go down the drain. For the past 3 days, the young man had been fighting these goblins. He already knew their weaknesses and the best techniques to use in fighting them. The point was that monsters send soldiers from the city to the forts. To begin with, they sent 20 soldiers. Then the number increased to 30, and now it's 50. So far, this is not a number that is too difficult for him to deal with. But if more arrive, then different things can happen. Eventually, it happened that more than 100 goblins arrived at the fort. Only then did the player realize that he should move to another place. So he moved to the next one. There were still not many goblins there, and he managed to clear the place of all monsters very quickly. Thanks to the wings, the gamer could move between the forts, spending about 3 hours to get there. Meanwhile, the troops sent to recapture the fort would need a whole day to get to the boy. For creatures like these, Hojie was too mobile and strong. He was difficult to catch and dealt with goblins very, very quickly. After several such movements, the troops sent 200 soldiers to each fort. This is a rather large number. But the boy was not intimidated by these figures. Right now, he was able to kill all the guards in one of the next forts, all of them lying dead. And when he met face to face with the soldiers from the city, he quickly killed all the soldiers who had arrived at the site. Perhaps they thought they could defeat him in such numbers, surrounding him and recapturing the fort for themselves. But this did not happen, even though the reinforcements were equipped with additional spears that the other monsters did not have. And when it came to the battle inside the fort, the player managed to destroy 200 units of goblins. With his level doubled, it was an easy task. The young man still did not fully believe in his growth rate, but he gained quite a bit of experience clearing these forts, which will definitely come in handy in the future. In just 1 week, this guy became much stronger. Even his expectations were exceeded. After a while, Hojie was able to find the Goblin King himself. He was sleeping quietly and peacefully on his throne, not bothering anyone. The guy carefully examined everything around him with the help of a spyglass. He needed to determine how many guards were around and which way was best to get to the city. Then his attention was drawn to a large crowd of goblins approaching. This time there were really incredibly many of them, perhaps about 800 soldiers. The young man sat on the edge of one of the forts, looking into the distance. He was about to face a battle with a huge group. It's unlikely that this is a rushed group, because there aren't that many soldiers in the city right now. It would require a little more effort than the previous times, but he was pleased to think that the level would be much higher. Since the young man had been doing nothing but defeating goblins last week, their numbers have been greatly reduced. The number of horsemen was down, and the ordinary foot soldiers seemed to be completely untrained citizens who had been recruited in a hurry. They could not even hold weapons in their paws. Only 1 in 5 was a really experienced soldier. It seemed that they sent here all the men they could find in the city. Well, the time has come. It's time to visit the castle itself and wreak havoc in their empty homes. However, no sooner had he climbed down than he received a message that the god Dusby was very disappointed with him because of his methods. It made the guys angry, because he didn't even know how to act differently and didn't want to. It seems that this deity wanted to deal with everything peacefully and talk to these goblins head on, but at this rate, Hojie would have been killed and peaceful solutions would have ended. But the next message came from the god of chaos, and he had a completely opposite vision. He was very pleased with Hojie's actions. Finally, there was at least one deity who appreciated his efforts. The guy had a pretty bad feeling about wanting to go because he thought this god was evil. But it didn't matter that much anymore. After a short delay, he decided to move forward. Thanks to his powers, the boy was able to fly over the goblins' heads and get to the right places unnoticed. Once again, managed to deceive these green creatures and sneak in. So, Hojie was already in the city. The young man stopped on one of the rooftops, surveying the entire panorama of the city and wondering where and how to move on. Alternatively, you can go after them in the open. As soon as the guards arrived, he would hide and run away to another place. In terms of mobility, he had the advantage. Starting a fire in different places is also a pretty good plan. If the whole city goes up in flames, those things won't have time to put it out. And then Hojie thought that they might also have a warehouse with gunpowder. If so, it would be enough to simply blow it up. Once he had sowed panic among the goblins, it was no longer so important whether the group that had been sent to the fort would return. In any case, it would be easy for him to hide somewhere or run away. And even this time, the Bleenie do not revive as in similar games. The player has already seen that they have very few troops left, and those that were sent to the fort should already be the last group. If I manage to successfully dispel the chaos and disorder in the city itself, I can very easily sneak into the castle itself and kill the Goblin King before the troops arrive. While he stood on the roof and watched the goblins' quiet life in the city, the boy saw ordinary goblins walking the streets and living just like ordinary people. There was a little goblin, just a child, and his mother. They were walking calmly, holding hands. These creatures were passing close enough to him that the boy could even see them smiling and talking about something. It was exactly the same world as on his home planet Earth. He got to his feet, looking away from the family, and took out his spyglass. The player looked around again, seeing many more goblins. They differed from humans only in appearance, and even their behavior was very similar to that of humans. In this city, goblins live a very ordinary life. They eat, drink, and go out for a walk. They laugh and fall in love. They build their homes and make them comfortable. He had already doubted more than once at home that this world was real and not created by illusions or a system. It was harder and harder to believe that this map was created for the player using this system. If we assume that this is a real world somewhere far away from the Earth itself in the vast universe, then for him it changed the situation completely, because in this case he was a real monster for them. An enemy who disturbs the peace and comfort of the city, breaks up families and destroys ordinary people. A horrible monster that just appeared and started tearing apart citizens of an ordinary city. Just like that, without any purpose or goal in mind. It was hard to accept the fact that you were destroying living beings who had lived a completely normal life up until that point. Now he was curious to know what the goblin had said before he died. He looked at all the past events from a different perspective. I could only guess what his last words were before he died. All of them fought for life and death. They fought to the last to defend their city from an attacker who had come so unexpectedly. The guy put it in with the idea that this could happen in the real world. If you believe all the latest news, it did happen on Earth. Everything was calm on the whole planet. People enjoyed life, worked and walked quietly in the evening along the illuminated alleys of the city. But one terrible day, portals began to appear from which monsters emerged, putting an end to the carefree life and killing more than 1 million citizens. These goblins looked at him with such hatred as he continued to mercilessly chop his fellows to pieces. They were living creatures that didn't hurt anyone, and just started to protect their own when danger came. Then they attacked with such aggression, and their eyes were filled with anger and malice. They hugged the corpses of their dead comrades and cried over their bodies, realizing that they had lost them forever. These beings had feelings they could love, pity, and sympathize. Looking back, he remembered the huge number of goblins he had already killed. Until that moment, he hadn't felt any emotion, because he thought it was just a game, but realizing that all these creatures were alive, his conscience was not at rest. The feeling was incredibly terrifying. For a while, Hojae even forgot about the main purpose of his visit to this city. Despite the fact that his mind was going through something else entirely, the young man tried to reassure and convince himself that the goblins were just an illusion and that they would all be resurrected when he returned to the waiting room. And no matter how many times he returns here, these creatures will live exactly the same life as they do now, because that's how the system is designed. It turned out that his emotions convinced him otherwise. It was already evening, and the boy firmly decided that he would not sow chaos in their city. He still has time before the troops that were sent to the fort arrive. So the young man decided to go to the castle and kill the king before they arrived. The only problem was that the player didn't know where to look for it. Simply flying around the city is not a good option, because that's the only way to find something quickly. So I decided to think about it and think logically about where an influential person might be. He took into account how the buildings themselves were constructed. This could say a lot, so he started looking around the city to find a suitable place. Later I saw a broken window and thought it was exactly what I was looking for. The guy turned out to be right, and the head of all these goblins was indeed in this room, which was completely guarded by many trained guards. It was expected that the enemy would appear here and sooner or later find the king's place. There were 4 bodies of guards in front of the king's throne. It could be concluded that they were all strong, but the boy was confident in his own abilities and thought he would deal with them as quickly as he dealt with the other goblins. The young man didn't think twice about applying the radiance emblem and then moved forward abruptly. With the help of his wings and other skills, he quickly found himself right in front of the king, breaking that boarded-up window. He was not going to waste too much time on this or to be ceremonious, so he immediately pointed his sword at the head of civilization, but he sat quietly in place and only raised his hand. The boy looked into his dark eyes as he tried to say something in a language he didn't know at all. One could only assume that he was not going to resist and compete with him because he was too calm. The young man replied that he did not understand him because he did not speak the language. In fact, he was starting to get a little nervous, but all he could do was try to communicate something with words, even though he knew that this creature didn't speak his language either. Nevertheless, he was ready to make a small compromise if he didn't resist. The young man promised that in this case he would arrange a quick death for him and that it would not be painful. He really fulfilled his promise and did everything very quickly, after which the head's body flew down from the throne. The 4 bodyguards in the room immediately screamed. The scream was more like an ultrasound, but because of the shock, the guy didn't even pay attention to it. Only then did he notice that behind the large columns in the room were small goblins. They were children who were almost crying with fear and trying to hide from death after seeing their relative die. He could see their worried eyes when they crossed paths. Realizing that it was all very dangerous, the children began to run back as fast as they could, trying to save at least their own lives. Hojie was not going to kill them now. His goal was the king, and he had already achieved it. Although he did not understand their language, he could read everything from their behavior. Eventually, a notification came that the player had successfully passed the 4th floor. After passing this test, again, many deities became interested in him. All the negative effects were removed. He received many good rewards for passing, but most importantly, he rose 1 floor higher. Then the young man also read that he would be given an additional reward in proportion to his own merit. Many deities were willing to give him a portion of their powers in lieu of this reward. This time there were even more such messages. He even thought they were voting on whether to give him this skill, and so it was. 12 votes were cast in favor of awarding the player with this prize, and 7 were against it. At the same time, the system asked if he would accept the skill. Of course, the guy didn't refuse this and pressed the same button, after which he received knowledge up to the Babylonian time at the 5th level. It was not like the previous skills given by the gods. He didn't even know how to use it, or why he needed it at all. But at the same moment, he heard the loud screams of the goblins. They were crying and shouting that he was a monster, and that the gods would definitely punish him for his actions. Now he did not understand the language of these creatures and was devoted to parsing every word they said. Then he tried to explain that he was not to blame for anything, because according to his training he had to kill their king to pass this floor. But these words did nothing to calm the goblins. They still cried and shouted incomprehensible things. Hojie continued to talk about how he had to do exactly that. If it were his will, he would not have come here to kill so many beings. The goblins continued to panic and curse him for the murder of their father, which took place right before their eyes. Every time he saw their crying eyes, he wondered if this was really the way the game was written. For some reason, it seemed like a completely unnecessary nuance for such a subject. Once again thought that this was the real world on a larger scale and that he had just killed completely innocent beings who were living in peace. Then he received a message that the god of adventure had blinded him. This was unexpected because not long ago, Hojie had received a valuable gift from him in the form of a skill. The goddess of lost time was also very angry with the player's actions. She was incredibly angry at what she had just witnessed. What began to happen to him now resembled a nightmare. Everything around him went dark, and he was haunted by incredibly horrible feelings all the while, until he finally lost consciousness. The young man opened his eyes in a familiar place. It was always calm and quiet there. Right now he was lying on the green grass with blood on his face. Kirikiri was sitting right next to him. Although this girl was always cheerful, her face now showed sadness and some anger. She just looked at him without saying a word. When she saw that Hojie had woken up, she immediately moved away from him, and only then did he realize that the manager was trying to avoid him. But later on, Kirikiri came up to him and asked him if he was angry. Hojie didn't know why he would be angry, so he simply replied that he was fine, but she apologized again. Despite what he himself said, Kirikiri kept apologizing and kept saying that it was all her fault, while the player kept trying to convince her otherwise. And the fact that she tried to avoid him was easy to explain. Even Hojie himself would have tried to stay away from someone covered in blood. It looked a little scary. While he was trying to wipe the blood off his face, Kirikiri kept repeating the same thing about the player being angry with her. But then he said that he was getting angry now, if she didn't stop talking about it. Apparently, she misunderstood him a little bit, but it was all over soon. The player did not know what had happened at all. He just lost consciousness and woke up in this place. After reading this notification, his eyes went dark, probably when he blacked out and was thrown here. As it turned out, the deities can use their powers against him if something annoys them. Before, he thought it was completely impossible, but the pain was too real to believe what happened. The biggest memory was what the god of adventure did, why he was so angry, and why the goddess of lost time was so furious about it all. He still didn't know how to understand it. Right in front of him was the person, or not quite the person, who could explain it all. So Hojie began to ask Kirikiri about everything that was happening in this strange world. Considering the fact that he hadn't asked questions all the times before, he could ask her about everything that interested him so much. The young man asked me to tell him more about these gods who rule the world, and he needed as much detailed information as possible. The girl paused, not even knowing where to start. There were indeed a lot of nuances, but she wanted to tell me everything briefly, but I was clear. The manager said that these deities are interested because they want to understand whether he is qualified to become their apostle. It was hard enough to attract the attention of the gods, and it was even harder to become an apostle. This requires certain conditions to be met, which almost no one knows anything about. It turned out that this case was unique, and that sooner or later Hojie would have to make a difficult choice. Although she had already told me some things, there were still much more mysteries about the rare case of what choice I will have to make in the future. Perhaps she was talking about the choice to become an apostle of some deity. At the same time, Kirikiri said that she would tell us a little more about the goddess of lost time. Its abilities are not only to delay and slow down the speed of movement of objects or living beings. It is the one that floats on the endless flow of time without a single delay. Community already realized that she was not only a goddess of speed, but he did not understand the meaning of the last part of this sentence at all. But then he decided to ask about the god of adventure. But then the manager replied that he could not ask anything anymore because he had used up the entire limit of his questions. If it was only because of these questions that he managed to use up all his reserves, then information about the gods is really worth a lot. Kirikiri asked if he understood everything. She looked into his eyes and wanted to tell him a lot more, but the rules of this universe held her back. Finally, the girl told him not to think too much about what happened. At the same time, they began to choose 2 items for him to take to the next floor. There was something that Kirikiri thought would be perfect for him. The player was looking at the screen in front of him, looking rather embarrassed. Now she was helping him choose the right weapon. Thanks to this girl and her efforts, he managed to buy more weapons than ever before. Gladius is a sword that has received the blessing of the nameless god. It is a weapon whose hilt will never slip from the player's hand unless he or she wishes it to. The Wild Warrior's saber is a stasha used by horsemen. It cannot be subject to magic enhancement effects or enchantments of any other type. The boy settled on a regular-sized sword that he used often, but the other saber is twice as big. These weapons are used in different circumstances and in different styles of combat. He was sure that in the near future, they would all come in handy. But there was another weapon that he added to his arsenal. It was the Punisher pistol. The gun fired incredibly powerful charges containing gunpowder and magic. The weapon destroyed itself after 5 shots. Kirikiri also told him that he needed the gun to clear the 5th floor, so he bought it without thinking at all. But this one was already a bit worn out. These items are really good, but the guy had to spend all his points on them. For some reason, such rash purchases scared him a bit. Next time, he decided that he would buy a better one and not a higher one, but he would need to earn more to do so. Finally, the young man thanked the girl and opened the portal to the waiting room. He asked her about everything he needed and could go back. Hojie said goodbye to her as he entered the portal. She cheered the player on and wished him good luck. Finally, she added that he should remember to bring a cake next time. In fact, he was waiting for Kirikiri to mention it himself. He smiled and waved. Only a second passed, and the player was already sitting on the bed in the waiting room with his new weapon. The days of his training passed quite quickly. He was already on the 5th floor. Even now, he could not even remember the faces and names of those he met in the waiting room on the 1st floor. But I didn't try to do it either. It was better to focus only on my goal and clear my mind before going on stage. It's normal to challenge impulsively, but it is very dangerous to compete with enemies without understanding your own thoughts, so the player worked on this. But there was one thing that kept coming back to him, the question he asked himself on the 4th floor. This is the only thing that has tormented him so much so far. If someone could answer the question of whether the goblins were real or not, it would be much easier for him to live here. They were different from those stinking goblins he had imagined before entering the floor. Their behavior was very similar to that of humans. In addition, the creatures were endowed with emotions. They had their own morality, and they possessed basic technologies. They even assigned ranks to each other. The only difference between them and humans is the terrible appearance that nature has given them. If all of this was not prescribed by the training itself, if it was not intended by the game itself, then these steps will never leave his head. In this case, all his actions on the fourth floor can be called murder. A brutal murder that was accompanied by selfishness. He didn't really think about their feelings while he was going there with the idea that all these creatures were inanimate, that all this will happen to them in a circle when he completes his test. But he killed all those monsters of his own free will. Perhaps it would be unfair to blame the training for his actions. After all, his main goal was to kill the king alone. And these hundreds of deaths, if not thousands, were unnecessary. The guy was still asking himself why he decided to kill them. Was it because they had attacked him? But no, he was the first to open fire on the goblins while they were just guarding their fort. The goblins were only defending themselves. They only occasionally attacked him, only to drive him away from their settlement and continue to live peacefully. It seemed now that they didn't even have a number to kill him. They just wanted to drive him out of their town. If you recall all of their actions, you can safely say that the goblins he faced were focused on defense. Even in the room with the boss, they only thought about protecting their own city. He was the only one who started and ended this fight. He opened fire and killed absolutely everyone on his way. He could justify himself by saying that he killed them in order to pass the test, because they all seemed to be standing in his way. He killed to move on, but it still remained on his conscience because the desire and initiative came from him. Even if he meets those goblins again, he will do the same thing. He will just kill them and move on, because this place is not a game. Hojay heard about what was happening in his real world. Monsters were killing countless people. There were more victims every minute. These monsters were doing the same thing that he himself was confessing to these goblins. But the young man focused on the fact that if he became stronger here, he would be able to protect these innocent people when he returned. Not that this was a noble goal. He did not depend on these people, but there were those among the population to whom he was not at all indifferent, namely family and friends, and the player was worried about them. For this reason alone, he would like to go back there and do everything possible to drive these monsters away. But he will only be able to do so when he has completed this training. As long as he had a good reason, he was going to continue killing his enemies without a second thought in the future. He and the goblins were enemies. Yes, he did attack first, but there was never a hint of negotiation from the other side. If you think about it, the winner is the one who trains what he wants, just like when he was a pro gamer. The only difference is that now the threat is not to the character in the game, but to his own life. He is the enemy, and the loser will die. He has no time to think long and hard about his future actions. He needs to do it, because otherwise he will simply die. Hojay tried to concentrate on that and set himself up not to think about it, but I didn't want to forget about those I had already killed. These doubts will not disappear. They will only accumulate after each murder. This problem is not so easy to solve. The player recalled Kirikiri's words. She said not to think too much about it. It's not a question that will be easy to answer, and it is not a question that can be simply ignored and passed over. But he promised himself not to give up and not to forget about it. It was just not the right time for this question, and he decided to leave it for the future. He already knew that he would ask himself this question very often, at least not just once or twice in his life. But he still needs to make sure that doubts do not overwhelm him, because at this rate, it will be difficult to move forward. Fortunately, he has quite a bit of time for this. Meanwhile, there were still a lot of people sitting on the ground floor of the waiting room. It was so dark and the atmosphere was quite eerie. The players tried to come up with a new plan to escape. Some wanted to live and didn't think about what might happen if they were caught trying to escape. Others, on the other hand, were afraid. It seemed that the girl wasn't even listening to her and opened the system screen in front of her. Sometimes she watched the guards who walked around with pitchforks and watched the prisoners. She tried not to be seen, but as one of them walked by, she took the meat out of the inventory. They hadn't eaten for a long time, so they didn't want to let this opportunity slip through their fingers. She handed one piece to her friend and told her that she had hidden the food in her clothes and to eat it in small pieces while no one saw it. The guards haven't spotted them yet, because otherwise they would have just beaten them severely. They did this to every player who opened the menu without their permission. They took absolutely everything they could find from them and took it for themselves, but they still managed to keep some of it. These people are endowed with superhuman abilities and cannot be explained. All those who resisted their power were killed by them, They abused them until they lost consciousness. The only difference between them is the wave of recruitment. They are from the first wave, and these two were from the second. Other players have already managed to gain at least some strength during their training. Maybe that's why they don't let anyone out of the waiting room. I should not have allowed them to take away their weapons so easily. Now they regretted that they were left without them. But on the other hand, no one knew what might have happened otherwise. Now there is a menu screen that appears in front of your eyes. Portals leading to different worlds and inventory with weapons, status. As if they were in a short story or a game. She tried to find out something, but it was all in vain. Still, if it was a game, they should have been given at least a little more information. None of the players even knew what kind of world it was, or where they were now. No one could answer when they would be able to return, and whether it was even possible. But now there was another problem. They didn't know if there was a way to defend themselves against these people who were pretending to be in charge. There must be a way to do something to become as strong as them. She needed more information to understand how the world works, but there was almost no access to it. Later, things got even worse because one of the guards noticed that the girl was opening the screen. He immediately attacked her, raising his tone, and a few seconds later, he began to brutally beat him with the trident he was holding. There have always been people like that, and Jang Seok calmly watched it all. He was annoyed by such liars who didn't even realize their situation. Now he had a chance to show them how not to behave if they wanted to survive. And he would not let this opportunity slip away. In a few seconds, his expression changed dramatically. He started breathing heavily and could not even stand on his feet. This man stood in the same dark room while sweat trickled down his face. Finally, he managed to stop and calmly take a few breaths into his lungs. A closed metal door appeared in front of him. He still held the shield in his hand and stared at them silently, trying to translate his surprise. He received a notification that he had failed to clear the first floor, but that the first test was complete. He was so surprised by this message that he forgot how tired he was. It was simply impossible for him to fail to clear this floor. He put so much effort into it, but it was all in vain. But later, everything changed. It turned white, and tall columns appeared around him. He was very surprised and was ready to start fighting again. But he didn't see any monsters in front of him. There would be other players there, and he realized that he was not the only one who failed to clear the first floor. At least this information pleased him. He even smiled when he realized it. Only sometime after the start of the second trial did some new players enter the waiting room. Chan-seok knew that they were no different from him, from the one who conducted the first test. These people were almost helpless in a world they knew nothing about. No one had explained to them what to do next. And while looking at them, a great idea came to him. Why not become a king to rule the world? Immediately, this thought caught my fancy. It seemed very tempting. That's why he created this guild of representatives, and they started clearing the second floor. After the first floor waiting room was in their power, the head of the newly formed guild took away absolutely all the food of the newcomers. People who tried to pass the floors on their own had to be punished, thus making such players an example for others. Dying in the waiting room is incredibly difficult because there is no need for sleep and food. Wounds heal incredibly quickly, recovery is almost instantaneous, but death is still real here. Even if the time spent in the waiting room is over, you can return there after the second test, before heading to the boss's room itself. For 29 days, he will have to survive on his own, but in the end, he will reap the juicy rewards of his efforts. Because it's Chang-seok who is the king here, you give orders to the others. His slaves were beginners who were afraid to say anything. They didn't have the courage to continue their training under his guidance, so they were either killed immediately or left to suffer for a while. If he passes the tests, he will have unlimited food in his own guild. This is how stability will be achieved. Jang Seok wanted to remain king, and in the power of the Guild of Representatives, there were two main criteria for this. Firstly, he can easily take the lead in the waiting rooms of the first floors of any complexity. This way, he can strengthen the position of his kingdom. This plan is not perfect, but the probability of its failure is 0. Of course, there will be people who want to destroy them. It's unavoidable. These slaves can send messages for help to players who already have higher wounds. But not in such cases. The head was thought out. He tried to think through everything in detail so that there would be no mistakes in the execution of the case. Jung-suk was completely satisfied with what was happening. He was proud of himself and what he was able to create with his own hands. This man believed that his world was the best place. Hojai was still in the room waiting, searching for something in the various tabs of the screen. He checked his characteristics once again. He was pleased to see that absolutely everything was improving, his skills were growing, and he also read the theme that the goddess of lost time was watching him with interest and attention. On the fourth floor, the player's level increased by 2 units. His growth rate was simply unreal. The guy's skills have also improved very well, but it was a pity that his resilience skills remained unchanged. He assumed that they could have improved if he had lost on purpose and tried again. But then he received a notification that the goddess of lost time was incredibly angry, so he had to stop. For some reason, this tab did not display all of this. If it now showed only that she was watching him with interest, does it mean that she was no longer angry? As the boy scrolled further and read more about his skills, he noticed that he had received another notification, this time in a personal chat. Who it could be, Hojay had no idea. Then the young man clicked on the message and saw that it was sent by Kim Min-hyuk. The name seemed familiar to him, so he began to wonder if he had heard of him before. He must have seen him in the community once, and that's how he remembers him. Now I wondered what was going on and why this man was writing to him. Hojay was very surprised to read such an emotional message. Min-hyuk began his greeting by calling the player incredibly cool, as he had already managed to reach the 5th floor. He had just arrived here and already the changes had come so far. He admired that this guy was moving forward so confidently. Others could not even pass the 2nd floor of the hellish difficulty, and even those who were on the difficult level also began to lose their confidence by the 3rd stage. For some reason, Hojay himself still thought he was just lucky. If he hadn't had the skill of willpower, it would have been a challenge to get here. And looking at the community tab, the young man thought that all the people did not know about this opportunity, and he didn't want to make it public either. So the player continued reading. Min-hyuk asked him about the representative guild and whether he had heard of it. Hojay remembered them. These were the people who had previously sent him invitations to join their community, but then the boy had put it off for later. The player was about to write that he knew about the guild, and just as he reached for the screen, he received the following notification. Min-hyuk wrote that these creatures were taking food from the newcomers. His hands froze at that moment. After all, he had always thought that the whole gang were psychos. Min-hyuk said that in recent days they have been trying to recruit high-ranking players. The guy immediately asked him if he knew the reason, but he said he didn't know anything and would find out further. Hojay asked if there was anything he could do to help him. He was waiting for such an offer, he could use someone's help, and he said that he had something for him. Min-hyuk asked the player if he knew anything about the day of the big meeting. The guy tried to remember something. Then he received some information from Kirikiri, a manager of hellish complexity. She said something about this day of the Great Assembly, but then the girl did not say anything in detail. She only added that he would learn and understand everything himself one day. But it was clear that this would be the first event in the training to bring together players of all levels of difficulty. This was the only information he had at the moment. He could not say anything else about it. Then the boy's new friend added that he knew that this day would begin very soon. It's only a little while away. Immediately after these words, Min-hyuk insisted that the player keep their conversation a secret. After all, he wasn't even sure who the representatives of this guild were, so it was better not to trust anyone. Min-hyuk praised him for his good work and thanked him for such minimal information. The young man then asked whether these guild representatives would be present at the Grand Assembly, although the answer was already obvious. But he was really curious to know what they were up to, if they were already gathering high-ranking candidates for their team. If the boss's room on the 5th floor is incredibly large, he should be well prepared because he is not going to lose to those who stand in his way. They could be monsters, they could be people, but the guy was not going to give in to any of them. Now he knew that this day, about which there had been so many rumors, was coming very soon. It was getting closer, and then he began to feel a little anxious. And Choksyok was just waiting for this moment when all players of all levels and ranks would gather in one place. Meanwhile, the boy continued to pass the tests. On his way, he met another monster, a new species that looked more like foot and mouth disease. He managed to deal with them very quickly, because they were almost no different in strength from the helpless goblins on the previous floors. The player quickly cut their bodies in half and cut off their heads, and he continued to attack, striking after striking. These foot and mouth disease were mutants. They could walk on 2 legs, resembling ideas, and something still distinguished them from goblins. They fought for a long time and tried to attack the boy alone. To make it easier, the young man activated Talaria's wings to create an additional shield around him. The more time passed, the more aggressive these mutants became. One of them even managed to get incredibly close to the guy and almost hit him with his weapon, but he quickly activated his combat concentration and moved away from the opponent. The very next moment, he attacked him with his shield. The monster was not expecting this. The young man was very fast, and he did not even have time to dodge. In the end, he got hit hard in the face. The thing was that the guy could not get used to the saber. Most likely, he needed a mentor, or it was simply because he was exhausted. The monsters of the 5th floor are humanoid foot and mouth disease and geckos. They are similar in strength, but they are more aggressive than goblins. These mutants weren't using any defense, but they were more aggressive, and not one of them was hostile, so that made it a little more difficult. It seemed like Hojay was going to get through this floor pretty easily after all the practice he had on the previous floor. By the way, he made it through the boss's rooms on the 3rd and 4th floors without any losses. This could also be the reason why this 5th floor was so difficult. It's probably not a bad idea to use this time to get used to the new weapon. Before moving on to the next floor, he better get used to the saber in his hand and swing it freely. Moreover, the day of the Great Assembly will not be here soon enough. It is also worth preparing for it carefully, knowing that special guests will be there. The young man returned to the waiting room. It was a little unpredictable, but among all the resilience skills, the burn resistance skill was the easiest to use. It was hard to get into an environment where you could apply resistance to cold or heat. Increasing the level of resistance to paralysis is also not easy, and the level of the pain resistance skill was already quite high, and it was necessary not to increase the level of the items for frostbite resistance. This could have taken a long time. The level of resistance to burns can be increased by using heated seats. The most effective way is to sit and kill time. Entering the community, one could only see chaos. There were an incredible number of messages, and they all dealt with different topics. Of course, a lot of people wrote about the fact that the day will soon be gone, but most of the comments flew by so fast that I didn't even get to read them. Hojay, you noticed that the Representatives Guild has been very quiet at the moment. You could see that the people writing the comments were incredibly worried. He could only guess, but it looked like they were definitely not connected to the Representatives Guild. A few hours ago, a high-ranking player posted information about the Great Gathering Day in this community. This news set off a chain reaction within the chat room. Now, those who have been communicating through the community tab without knowing each other can easily meet. For those on the verge of life and death, this is the most peaceful event. For those gamblers who risk their lives, this news is like rain in a drought. But there were some doubts that the event would go off without a hitch. Given who will be there, it will be easy to disturb the peace. But the young man was pleasantly surprised that he would soon meet people in such a pleasant atmosphere. He kept the screen open as the clock struck 12 midnight. The day of the great meeting came, and a notification about the event was sent to each player. This day will last for 24 hours, and everyone was invited to join this attraction. Players were given the opportunity not to attend the event, but this happiness could last only 5 hours. After that time, the entrance would be forced. Apparently, all of this was done for those who are currently struggling and will not be able to join immediately. I'm sure the time will stop for one day, so as not to lose any time during these hours. It turns out that they don't want to waste the time allotted for clearing the monsters. Without thinking for another minute, the young man pressed a button on the screen to enter the hall where the attraction was taking place. The boy had imagined it all a little differently. Now he found himself in a place that was already familiar to him. The system issued a notification that there were only 23 hours and 58 minutes left. It also said that he was very welcome at the Grand Assembly. It also added that all attacks would have certain restrictions and that all injuries to players would be healed. It was indeed all very interesting, but what surprised him more was that it was the same place where he met Kirikiri. The young man got to his feet and thought that she was in charge, but when he looked around, he didn't see the girl. Instead, Hojay saw an incredible number of people around him. They were all so happy and talking about something. This place was filled with carefree spirit and laughter. Moreover, the young man was already unaccustomed to such a huge crowd of people in one place. It was strange to see so many players here. The guy walked on, looking around, and people were laughing and having fun as if it were some big party. I didn't exactly imagine the day of the Great Assembly in this way, but I was overwhelmed with positive emotions. The boy continued to walk around, looking for Kirikiri, when he heard someone's voice behind him asking for his autograph. The young man turned his gaze to this guy standing behind him. Then he smiled and introduced himself. It was the same Kim Min-hyuk he had already talked to. He was on the medium difficulty level and told him that he was a big fan of Hojay since he was a pro gamer. This was the first person he knew at least a little bit, though not in person, but at least by correspondence. His fan continued to joke around a bit until they started to talk a little more. But the player was still quite excited. Moreover, he was confused about this guild of representatives and whether he had learned anything new. Min-hyuk said that they are not here yet. They are currently discussing the arrival of new victims with high-ranking players. Apparently, they will be here a little later. The guy did not understand only one thing. Everyone should be free by now, because the time in the waiting room had long since come to an end. The victims and the attackers were separated, but they were still missing. Min-hyuk told him that there were a lot of those guild beasts on the second floor. When the third trial ends, they will return to the waiting room on the first or second floor. That means it will be hard to avoid meeting the players from the representative guild. Ho-jae was still distrustful of the group, and when the boy looked back, he noticed the same players behind him, each of whom was a high-ranking player. A longtime fan told him to be careful. He was sure that the representative guild already had informants among high-ranking players, so he warned him. But Min-hyuk was only interested in learning one fact, that his so-called idol was indeed stronger than these players. The young man was confident in his own abilities and said only that he had incredible capabilities. The Great Gathering Day is the first event where all players of any fonts gather in one place, and they were looking for those who would spread false rumors, namely the Guild of Representatives. The guys were talking quietly among themselves, and at one point Ho-jae was pointing at a small group of people standing nearby. They seemed a little suspicious, but he said that he doubted it very much, and that there was no one associated with the guild among those people. If there were members of the representative guild among those who passed through the upper floors, it could be a big problem. The boy was skeptical of everyone here, but still tried not to rush too much. When he first got here, there was a warning that he could not attack other players. He decided to see if it would be realistic to stab himself, so he took out a knife. But when he ran the blade across his palm, he realized that absolutely nothing was happening. Something was protecting his body from injury. Sword attacks did not help, so the player decided to try another method. He punched himself with all his might and really didn't feel sorry for himself. But no matter how hard I tried, the pain would not go away. There was only a slight sensation that I had caught myself on something. At the same time, Ho-jae put his hand on his neck and tried to squeeze it as hard as he could, trying to find at least some way to inflict pain. But I was going to fail. Again, nothing happened. Something unknown pushed his hand away, and the feeling of strangulation immediately disappeared. If this is the reaction now, then something similar will happen when you receive a strangulation. There is a certain threshold of player safety, after which the system pushes the hand away. Later on, Min-hyuk approached him and offered to talk. The player did not expect this at all, so he jumped back. It turns out that this guy is really good. He helps others without any benefit to himself. Despite his sincerity and kindness, the boy always forgot his name. He had a very ordinary appearance. So he asked him again without ceremony. The name Min-hyuk had already repeated several times. Then the guy sat down to think about what to do next. He had already thought about simply telling the community about all the things the representative guild was doing, but his friends said that it was not worth it. That way, they would only frame the informant himself. Ho-jae thought about it. There was a player who told Min-hyuk about what was happening in the so-called guild kingdom. They told him that they were being abused there, and this player was a victim of this guild. The passage will continue, and they had better find a way to stop these people, although it will not be an easy process. But the representative guild gathers players from all difficulty levels. There are also about 10 people on the medium level. Perhaps there are some on the difficult level as well. He was right. There will be more and more of them, and this is very bad news. They were led by a player named Lee Chang-seok. Either he will be able to control absolutely everyone, or he will be killed by his own associates as soon as the time is right. Apparently, there will be many who want to stay in power. The guy knew that he was much stronger than all those people who had gathered here. You could tell just by looking at them. If in real life the strongest of this universe can be identified by branded items, then here you can draw conclusions just by looking at weapons and equipment. Gait, behavior, and social skills also speak volumes. And the young man had never even thought about it before. Judging by the information he received from people from other worlds, a certain puzzle could already be put together. We can say that the difference in skills between them all is enormous, and the atmosphere is not completely different at all levels. People were talking about something completely different. They seemed to have relaxed a bit. On the easy level, very few points were given for passing, and the game itself was much simpler, so there were also fewer dangers. At the middle level, you can already get enough points to buy food and water, but there are those who barely manage to survive. There are also people like Min-hyuk who take the initiative and come up with a strategy. Nowadays, players like him set the tone for all games by collecting and sharing information with others, thus supporting people. At the hard difficulty level, the atmosphere itself is quite specific. Most people were stuck on the first or second level. Even though the information about the third level had already spread, only a few people were able to complete this floor completely and successfully. This is the result of the high probability of returning to the starting point for treatment and the low effectiveness of the attack. Because of this, they all knew each other well, as they met often. Among them, those who had already passed the third level stood out the most. They looked tired. They were tired of going through all these floors, and each of these players had nothing but fatigue and despair on their faces. So it's worth building your resilience. He himself once went through such a trap where it was incredibly hot. The guy told others about his experience, even though they thought they would die if they pumped up their resilience. But he assured them that they should just return to the waiting room in time. Some asked about how to improve various skills, but those were not the ones who had any challenges related to all this. Some people were constantly wondering why they were asking about it. But the young man answered all the questions, even though sometimes the answers sounded quite frightening. At the same time, he demonstrated how to increase resistance to burns and that he could squeeze a hot hand. People's faces changed dramatically, and they all started to panic. They started screaming or bringing water, but Hojie was calm and said that the pain had already passed. Here, health is restored automatically. He did not understand why he had to worry so much, but this is exactly how you can improve your resilience skills. Then a big fan of the former gamer asked about his level of resistance. He replied that he was now 4th to heat and cold and 7th to fire. Most players already thought he was not a real person, an absolute monster. Needless to say, his resistance to pain has already risen to level 11. Soon everyone was leaving, thanking him for his advice, but Minhyuk approached the boy and stopped him. I didn't even have to say anything. Everything was clear. The boy turned his gaze to the side and saw the very gang that everyone was talking about so much. It was the Representatives Guild. They didn't know exactly what they looked like, but they knew intuitively that it was them. Minhyuk was the first to speak to one of the team members, although the player tried to stop him at first. Jang Seok was calm and asked what he wanted from him. Then the boy introduced himself and started talking. He's heard before that their guilds take food and water from other new players. And on top of that, they attack and prevent you from walking the level alone. But the head of the guild has been incredibly calm so far. No one had any evidence of such words and slander. If there are real arguments, then there is a chance that he will believe it. And the fact that the whole chat room was talking about it was not confirmed. It could have all been false rumors. And it turns out that Minhyuk is accusing other people based on rumors. It was kind of disappointing. Then another group of about a dozen people approached the head of the guild, and he immediately switched to talking to them. It turned out that there were so many high-ranking people in the guild. They had only a small number of high-ranking mid-level players in Hojie. There were only a few ordinary people in the guild, and everyone else was of medium to advanced level. So it turned out that the fight was unequal. There were victims behind. At least it seemed so. They were at normal levels and looked incredibly scared. The problem is much bigger than anyone could have imagined. Then the young man caught a girl's eyes on him. It seemed to him that she was looking directly at him. In this situation, the guy took it as a sign that she wanted to tell him something. And at that moment, she ran forward without thinking about anything, leaving the guild behind. But Jang Seok abruptly grabbed her and started shouting that no one allowed her to approach the other players. However, the girl quickly pulled her hand away and ran on, ignoring his words. Player. At that moment, he quickly flew up to the head of the guild and pushed him away, taking the girl. He immediately asked her what she was up to. This girl didn't know exactly what the player looked like, but she realized on an intuitive level that it was definitely Lee Hojie. He stands away from the others and is not nervous at all. He was very distant from the others. She noticed it even when their group came in. His appearance is not like the others. His things are not from the real world. The young lady was sure of it, and there was absolutely no time left. After all, this event was her only and last chance for survival. That bastard Lee Chang-shak killed her sister right in front of her eyes. He tortured her until she lost consciousness. And when you were bleeding and stopped breathing, he hit you one last time. And she watched this nightmare, unable to do anything. Before she died, her sister gave her absolutely all the information she could get on her own. She managed to learn at least something from the world of education, but it was not information worth dying for. But the girl remembered all her words. She remembered those sentences so clearly, as if they had been engraved in her memory. And among this data is evidence of a man named Lee Hojie, and he was the only survivor of the hellish level of difficulty. This guy posted so often in the community that many people started to think he was a hypocrite, but he put in a lot of useful information about pitfalls for newbies. Now he has teamed up with other players of normal difficulty. Most of the people who treated him like a hypocrite were at this stage. The girl didn't know why he had become part of this team, but apparently these people had earned his trust, as she thought no one but him could save this nightmarish world. While the boy's friends started talking to the head of the guild, the girl caught Hojae's eye. She wasn't sure if he knew exactly who the informant was. But in any case, the situation would not be resolved until he acted. To catch these bastards, she needed this guy's help. Only by joining forces will they be able to destroy the whole gang. There was no time to think about a further plan. There might not be another chance like this, and if he didn't do it now, he would let go of the chance of his life. In the beginning, she knew exactly what she had to do. The girl needs to join this team and then decide what to do next. Their leader, who was also called the king, tried to grab the girl. However, everything went well, and he only flew back when Hojae grabbed her in his arms. As a professional player, he didn't dream of becoming a team captain so much, but it is in this world that he will not be able to stay away. At that moment, the girl was shocked herself. She didn't even know what to say because of this shock. And Chanseok was hit from behind once again, just as he was able to get to his feet after the previous blow. He was so clumsy, and he almost died from just one blow. The guy managed to hit him while he was moving, but that was not the full force of the blow. The head of the guild almost started crying because he dared to treat people like that, just beating them like that, and in front of many witnesses. He said that this guy needs to be shown and told about the rules of behavior. Absolutely all the members of the guild supported this decision of their chairman and began to shout it all in unison. Hojae let go of the girl, looking at all these bastards who were about to attack him. Let them try to attack him if they are not afraid. The guy was completely confident in his abilities and knew that he would defeat each of those people. They were all very surprised at that moment. Both the guild and ordinary players were stunned and stared at his back. But he had no desire to explain anything about these wings of time, so he simply told me not to be so surprised because it was a very common thing. Chanseok began to laugh nervously, adding that there was a simple misunderstanding and that he would explain everything, tell everything. Of course, he didn't want to start a fight with someone who had such skills. If he has this in his arsenal, it's hard to imagine his level of fighting. The boy was not at all opposed to dealing with this misunderstanding. He might be a little hurt, but there was no need to worry about it. It is impossible to do much harm in this area anyway. Chanseok shouted loudly at his men to stop standing there and deal with this creature that was already flying in the sky. They had no choice but to obey and go to fulfill their king's wishes. So one of the men went on the attack. He was the first to be lucky because the player twisted his arm sharply. He immediately jumped away from him, grabbing his shoulder. Of course, the pain was really quite mild, but it scared him. Everything happened just like it did then. The system switched on the player protection function and failed to avoid harm. But he had already fallen to the ground on his own on the grass. He was not going to be able to kill him anyway, so he decided to mock him and show him that he shouldn't do that. He seized the moment and continued to beat him. Soon the young man reached the other people, standing next to his king. They looked a little scared after what they had seen, but they still held their weapons in their hands. The man looked like a goblin instructor, only this pose, whether out of fear or just for fun, looked completely ridiculous. I only had to hit him once so that he fell to the ground and rolled on the grass. Even if the system softens the blows, they still hurt a little. And the force is also felt, so it's enough to catch a bastard like this. He did not stop at one attack and continued to beat him on the back more than once. The other people had already realized that the player was very strong. Then the young man sat down next to this unfortunate man who could barely breathe. It turned out that the defense system still had its drawbacks. Arms, internal organs, and neck. The blow passes through there. In this case, the system neutralizes the attack and distributes the force of the impact, thereby protecting the victim. And due to the limitations of the system, it is impossible to use bone strikes and strangulation techniques frequently. However, if you aim at a vital point and deliver an instantaneous blow, the system will not have time to react. In other words, despite the effect of instant healing in this area, the person will still feel pain. As it turned out, Min-hyuk had already gathered many people during this time and came to those people from the rear. He reacted quickly, and now they all had nowhere to run. No matter how much they ran away, Hojae knew he would catch them all. For him, this was fun. There could be no miserable insects. He already knew what fate awaited them. However, he did not count on one thing. A boy was quite nimble and jumped on him unexpectedly. It was a very spontaneous attack that he was not expecting, and it threw him off. The player already knew something about him. This guy was on the 6th level of normal difficulty. He looked quite pleased, showing off his skills. He seemed to have managed to put such a superior player of hellish difficulty in his place and prove that he was not the only one with good abilities here. But Hojie told him to try to hit him if he was done with his training. At the same time, the young man already looked quite confident and moved the longest distance. The guild member was at the 6th level of normal difficulty, but he still didn't know what his skill was. If it is an enhanced series, it can have an instant acceleration effect, just like the goblin instructor. A real fight started here, with the player telling the other to attack him so they could decide who was stronger. Moreover, he didn't want to take too long. If he has such a unique skill, then I want to see what he can do. The gamer managed to figure him out in a few seconds. The black-haired man was accelerating his spear at the moment of impact. This could be called a unique opportunity, but Hojie was faster and punched him in the stomach with all his might. As he thought, slashing attacks are also considered as punches and are blocked by the system in the same way at this point. Despite all this, the guy managed to take the weapon away from his opponent very easily, and the latter ran away to get the spear back. It was hard to believe that this stranger was in the top 5 of the player rankings. Well, it was Zhang Xiao's turn to experience the player's blows for himself. It was also worthwhile to educate him, because his behavior is not the best. The self-proclaimed king smiled very strangely, not taking his eyes off this guy. In a few minutes, the young man was lying on the grass and resting. He even managed to fall asleep for a few minutes. Cold breeze. The mood is not so bad. This is the best place for a daytime nap. Only the sounds of the battle interfered. If he hadn't heard them, everything would have been perfect. While the young man was lying down and resting, he received a notification that he had reached the 7th level of sword proficiency. His opponent was very weak, so he could experiment a little. Sword skills have been developed passively until now, with the goal of avoiding attacks from any player. The gamer blocked everything with a shield and chose the moment. Then he aimed at a vital point and struck it at high speed. This was his technique, but this time, the opponents were too weak. This is the reason why he was able to try out different sword attacks on them, thereby increasing his level. Since he won't be allowed to sleep here properly, the guy decided to practice a bit to pass the time in this place. But the problem was that they were all afraid to approach him after what they saw. It was not the guy who came closer. These people tried to run away. As soon as the player started to deal with them, Min Hyuk immediately came to help. He didn't fight, he just stood by with a rope. He caught and tied up the players he beat up. Kim Min Hyuk was also in favor of resolving the conflict by force, as was Hojie. After you hadn't had time to deal with everyone, the next question arose. We had to think about what to do with this garbage next, and then this girl came forward again. Her name was Park Jong-ae. She was also a victim of the guild and was the one who provided the information. Now the guy has already found out everything. Also, one of the surviving sisters suggested a plan of action to neutralize the activities of the Representatives Guild. The 3 of them got together and started discussing it. The best option would be to send the members of this group from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor, and then warn everyone about possible compromises on their part. To prevent this from happening again as a punishment, it is better to instruct the newly licensed, using the guild members as a toy to beat. In addition, through training, the victims will get rid of their fear of the guild, unite, and finally learn how to fight. At the end of the discussion, Park Jong-ae gathered everyone together and told them about all the dark deeds of the guild and all the victims of these monsters. She also asked everyone to be understanding, including those who have not encountered the guild at all. She called for support for the victims and for the perpetrators to be punished together. With her speech, Jong-ae failed to convince the victims to be more courageous and unite together. His new friend and the other players stepped back, giving her the opportunity to take control. By doing so, they showed their support for Jong-ae. The players decided to follow her plan. So now they all scattered and started training, using the guild members as simulators. And the runners actively helped them with this. Of course, there were some dissatisfied comments about the ethics of this plan, but no one had any better ideas than this one, so that's how it ended. There are only 13 hours left until the end of the event. Maybe it's better to use the time and get some sleep. When Jong-ae approached him, the boy again said that her plan was very good and praised her once again. Even though the perpetrators had been punished and everyone already knew the truth, and she looked sad, she still could not forget what had recently happened before her eyes. The girl silently sat down next to him. Her mind was flying somewhere else, and Hojie felt uncomfortable with this awkward pause. He thought about what to say, but she spoke first. She thanked him for the help and support they had all shown. Jong-ae wanted to thank everyone again on behalf of her dead sister and the other victims. It was the first time he had heard of her sister, but he didn't know if she had any friends or even anyone with whom she communicated well. Maybe it's not that worthy or important, but she would like to share another story with him as well. Then the guy heard Jung-ah's story. She told him everything, all the moments up to the present day. She also spoke about what happened before the tutorial and about how she tried to survive in the midst of the nightmare that surrounded her. After finishing this long and full story, she turned her head away and asked the player to lend her his power. She said herself that she had no shame or conscience to ask for such a thing, but the girl promised to repay her, but that was not the point at all. When she spoke of strength, he did not know what she meant. Maybe to train her? But then Jung-ah said she wanted to get strong right now. This annoyed him a little. It was like she wanted everything to be served on a plate ready-made. Then the young man held out her magic pistol, which fired explosive bullets at a short distance. It had only 5 bullets, but there was no limit to its use. Besides, this thing is very strong. The girl asked how powerful it was. Ho-jae said he had never used it before, so he didn't know. She made a promise that she would live her life for others and fight to protect other innocent people. In this way, they wanted to repay him. He even felt a little uncomfortable, and it was not addressed to the wrong person. He just asked where she was going. To this, she replied only briefly that she wanted to test this weapon. Meanwhile, the other players were enjoying the training. Practice had never been so enjoyable and fun. They really enjoyed what they were doing. They could try out absolutely anything they wanted on this bastard. The mentors were watching their progress closely, pointing out their shortcomings and praising them for a good hit. Jung-sik, like all the other members of the guild, could barely breathe. It was hard to endure all this, physically and mentally too. The head of the guild hated all those who did this to them. He sincerely cursed them and wished them dead. This lunatic had completely lost his mind and started saying that at some point he would definitely do what he hadn't managed to achieve at the moment. He would become the king he was meant to be. But at that moment a girl approached him. Jung-ah was holding a gun in her hand. Her eyes were full of hatred and seriousness. She looked silently into the eyes of this beast. Ho-jae could only guess what she was planning to do. For a moment, he even felt a little uncomfortable, but he watched with interest all the girl's actions. Then he saw the grease. He did not know how she managed to get it. But all these thoughts were interrupted by one loud gunshot. What she had wanted so badly had happened. She had avenged all those who had suffered in that unfortunate room, and she had avenged her dead sister. This girl managed to put his head through his eye so that no healing effects of the system had time to work. It turns out that there was another way to die here. Her face was stained with the killer's blood, and the gun was perfectly usable. She did not look like someone who had just killed a living being. The girl behaved very calmly and composedly, as if this was her daily job. Jung-ah had completely lost his mind. The situation was even worse than Ho-jae's, although he thought to himself that something was wrong. After Park Jung's revenge was realized, there was no emotion on her face. There was neither pity nor joy. She was silent, and her eyes were completely empty. The girl pointed the gun at the sky, looking at a single point in front of her. Only then did she turn and start speaking firmly, addressing everyone present. That's how the group that monitored the security of the Korean server was formed. They were called the security team. 2 days have passed since the contract was signed. Initially, the guy was going to resume the attack on the 5th floor after the event was over, but he postponed this plan to help with the creation of the group. Many of the former victims became members of this group. Some of them decided to team up with Park Chung-ah to sign the contract itself. Of course, not everyone was delighted with this girl's actions, but many players of normal and difficult levels joined the squad under the influence of her courage and determination. Min-hyuk compared her to Joan of Arc, although to Ho-jae, this girl was more like a demon who had washed herself with someone else's blood. Of course, those who had helped to deal with the guild also joined the ranks of the guards. Kim Min-hyuk was among them. The security guards wanted to establish procedures that would guarantee minimal protection and ensure the safety of all players. It was necessary to take care of weak, low-level players rather than focusing on aggressive attack groups. That's why they created a list of basic rules. There were very few of them, but they were really important. You could not use violence against other players, harass them, steal their belongings, or respect the will of any of the other players, regardless of their rank. Some were against it because of the type of punishment for breaking the rules, but they still went ahead and created an internal order for the guards. And that was the end of the story. 3 more central members of the Guild of Representatives were executed, and all the others were ordered to be monitored in the future. Executions with firearms and unilateral violence have had a severe impact on the psychological state of people. The guy was sure that they would not even think about something similar, about revenge. He thought so, but there were still those players who refused to give it all up and stayed on the ground floor to prevent something similar from happening in the future. Finally, it became clear to everyone that the newcomers needed to be instructed and the rules had to be explained to them. This is exactly what Min Hyuk decided to do. He will post the necessary information and materials to the game's community. By nightfall of the second day, it was all over, and his head started to hurt. He thought he was going to die. This kind of thing is clearly not for him, and this was the most suitable place. The young man entered the room where the spring was. Behind this door is the fifth boss room. Now that you're used to the one-handed sword, it's time to finish this level. Although it was all very exciting, the young man was still confident in his abilities every day, so he believed that everything would work out. He opened the gate and went inside. Everything here was quite similar to the entire corridor of this floor. Another mutant was sitting right in front of him with his back to the door. The boys were surprised to see another man-eater in front of them. He was expecting something completely different. The system said that the challenge would begin in 30 seconds, and the young man wondered what the purpose of the challenge was, since the game itself did not inform him about it. It turns out that he just needs to defeat this giant foot and mouth disease, and that's the end of the test. A one-on-one battle started very unexpectedly. So the system thought that this one unfortunate foot and mouth disease would be stronger than a whole pack of goblins. But only now the system told him about the purpose of this test. He had to defeat the Dark Shadow Warrior Idleter. The guy immediately prepared for the fight, taking a fighting stance. Despite the fact that the time was almost up, this foot and mouth disease was still sitting calmly, holding the trident, and did not even turn to it. When the 30-second countdown was over, the giant lizard turned its head and hissed at him. The mere sight of this mutant made the whole young man shiver a little. If it is a shadow warrior, it means that he will not attack first. The enemy was still silently watching the guy in his every move, but did not attack him. Even the atmosphere here was completely different. Even in the mutant's eyes, one could read confidence. This is the first monster to approach the duel in a reasonable way. It was easier for him to get close to the guy than Ho-Jae to him, but the woman didn't want to start the fight first. Slowly, he began to panic. It seemed to him that the skills of both of them were at about the same level. At least this giant was definitely not stronger than he was. The boy saw the image of foot and mouth disease. It seemed to be drooling from its mouth. I was curious to see what this disease was capable of. Kirikiri recommended some items to him, but it so happened that he gave some of them away. For example, the gun and the bug spray. Of course, it cost a lot, but it was worth buying it for my own safety. It was really hard to use all the points sent for this alone. Players were told that it's not a good idea to rely too much on one item. Ho-Jae assured me that the boss of the 5th floor would be very strong and that I should prepare well for this test. Now he himself was a little scared to start fighting such a monster. He felt that it would not be easy at all. Now the boy could see the expressions on the face of the foot and mouth disease. He could see perfectly and could read everything he was thinking. He got the impression that he was very nervous and that his stance was defensive. The young man had heard that these mutants were proud and warlike, but this one was very focused on defense. A monster that didn't even look like the man-eater that everyone else was talking about. He was supposed to be scary, but he was too timid. Realizing that there was nowhere to pull back, the guy decided to attack first. I could tell that the guy was really strong. He hadn't often seen someone so powerful here. But what surprised him more was that he could understand the language of this lizard. He was so surprised that he even began to doubt his own actions and stopped for a moment. This is the effect of the Tower of Babel knowledge skill, a skill that was obtained by a deity. Apparently, they are not limited to understanding the language of monsters. Strength is expressed only in calmness and fighting spirit. At least that's what the foot and mouth disease believed. He said that it would be an honor to compete with a player like Ho-Jae, and he wouldn't even regret it if he died after a fight with him. Surprisingly, the mutant began to smile. He pretended as if he didn't care, but the guy could see absolutely all his emotions thanks to the skill. As he thought, it not only provided translation from the language of monsters, but also allowed him to read emotions. The mutant was surprised that the human understood him. It was really very unexpected, but the warrior began to speak to him as soon as he learned about it. I told him that I saw in him a great power, and that it was a pity that he was born human. It had been a long time since he had seen such a strong opponent. Foot and mouth disease wanted to show his respect for him, so he let the boy attack him 3 times first. He had a head start, as many as 3 strokes at the beginning. The guy felt more and more confident in front of this foot and mouth disease. It was the first time he had ever seen someone in a battle allow the first attack to be so free. Anyway, counterattack and defense were a little more important than the attack itself. So there would be no special advantage. But now, he could try himself in the fight. His wings reappeared behind him, without which he could no longer imagine any challenge. He wanted to show the consequences that he will pay for his choice. The young man wanted to use a deadly combination of skills. He had already used Talaria's electric wings more than once. As the foot and mouth disease said, he allowed the guy to attack first, and the guy took advantage of the opportunity. But he was surprised when the mutant began to throw himself under his blows. He didn't have to do it on purpose. He was able to see his electric attack coming, and at the moment of impact, he reacted and settled. It means that he also had the ability to accelerate his thinking and concentrate in the fight. In a moment, the guy could barely stand on his own. Foot and mouth disease is still a constant. I'm not even looking in the direction of my opponent. The monster kept its distance. It means that he did not lie about the possibility of attacking first 3 times. The young man did not even know what to do. He had never encountered an enemy before that was not affected by his electric wings. If he did, he thought it would be a big, heavy enemy with a lot of punching power. But this was an opponent who anticipated his attacks and dodged them. Foot and mouth disease again said that Hojie was a very unusual person. He even wanted to make him his husband. He had already heard a lot of strange things about him, and his face was always showing emotions of shock. Then it turned out that it was a female foot and mouth disease. She still stayed away, continuing to speak to him occasionally. The guy tried not to give in to his own emotions, but his excitement was overwhelming. The very next blow, he tried to cut it to pieces. Training with the saber really helped. He was already using it with the most courage. But then he accidentally threw the sword. It was unconscious, but this mutant recovered all the time, no matter how much he was beaten. The player tried to come up with new tactics to defeat it, but this excitement and panic still prevented him from focusing on the main thing. The boy tried to attack the foot and mouth disease again, but she again easily managed to repel his attack. In addition, she hit him quite hard, because the player's first 3 shots had already passed. He had used them. While he was still sitting in shock, the lizard continued to attack his opponent without stopping. He tried to fight back and evade somehow. The player used all the techniques he knew to achieve at least some result. For a while, it might seem that he had at least succeeded in stunning his opponent, but she immediately stood up, pushing the guy back, and he was carried even further by inertia. This lizard was too strong for him. It was not the first time that he had been overconfident in his abilities, but then it turned out that his opponent was very powerful. Her technique allows her to aim and strike even after being seriously injured. She was also well aware of the defense and never lost the initiative. This monster still looked ominous and terrifying. He didn't even know how to fight it anymore. Each time he wondered what was wrong with it. At some points, he wanted to turn off his knowledge of the Tower of Babel altogether. This acted as a distraction because it was impossible to concentrate on the fight. She was still waiting to meet a strong opponent. She thought he would be able to break the barrier between levels. The guy was just very surprised and didn't know how to react to it all. He even thought that it was his skill that started to glitch. It seemed like this reptile was just mocking him and keeping him up at night. She continued to speak and told him her name. Then the lizard asked his name with some curiosity. But the guy said absolutely nothing to that, only activated his combat concentration to end this horror as soon as possible. He told himself that he needed to concentrate only on the fight. He had no choice but to fight and win, and he wanted to, and the monster was really strong. The player was thinking about how to attack it more effectively in order to strike. However, this lizard continued to speak calmly. It didn't even attack him, and he didn't really know if it was just a distraction or if he really knew something was wrong. He had no reason to leave her alive, so he wanted to end it as soon as possible. She was very disappointed and irritated by such words. In fact, the guys were really scared of her when she was acting so aggressively. This mutant said that the man was too rude. Judging someone by their appearance is wrong, even though he didn't say anything about appearance himself. Apparently, he has self-esteem issues. He wanted to concentrate better, but nothing came of it while she was talking about hers. The only thing he knew was that this monster was very different from other foot and mouth disease. Strength, speed, and skills, the way she handled the spear. And above all, her attitude to the fight was completely different. Unlike her relatives, she is more calm and her manner of fighting is more relaxed. She clearly saw the opponent's attack and dodged it, and then she would pause and counterattack. This lizard is in a state where it can detect and dissipate his electrical attacks thanks to its phenomenally fast reaction. Physical attacks were also not terrible for it because it can repair damaged parts of the body. Incredible speed and unique strategies can be the result of some kind of skill, but dodging and recovery worked automatically. In any case, this recovery skill had a big disadvantage. In the end, this thing didn't last long. After he threw his sword at it and attacked it with his shield, the lizard got quite a few wounds. It turns out that this skill cannot be used on a regular basis. That was the answer for him. First, you need to conduct a normal attack and let it recover, and then immediately after that, strike with lightning and finish off this giant. While he was thinking about his attack, the lizard continued to speak in his own language. But now she was really angry and promised that she would make him stay with her. As if she had Jander syndrome. He didn't even know what to do to make her look happy. Before he could do anything, the lizard ran at him with a frantic scream that echoed throughout the room. Her anger and aggression overcame her. Hojie must admit that she launched this attack very well and at the right time. This box really started waving her weapon in front of him and trying to kill him, thinking absolutely nothing. She was already silent and striking. The power of her attacks was incredible, and you, the player, did not have time to dodge each of them. The player tried to use combat concentration and attack her back, but all this only confused him. It fought with such force and speed that there was no question of a return attack. It was just hard for him to survive. But then the guy came up with another plan. It seemed more effective, and he was sure it would work. His panic gradually began to disappear, and the guy took a stronger grip on his sword and prepared to attack. He focused his attention only on her, and in a second he stabbed her sharply. From this pain, she let go of him, started screaming loudly, and fell down. She didn't really say anything anymore. She just screamed and looked fiercely in his direction, wanting to kill him. The lizard stood behind and tried to regenerate, but the young man was going to attack it by surprise and did not give it time to regenerate, using the emblem. Finally, it had happened. Finally, he would be able to put an end to this horror that had begun to haunt this room. Now they have exchanged attacks, and he has a big advantage. Because the lizard didn't use its recovery completely, things didn't go according to his plan. But it still got a very serious injury. At first, the player wanted to cut off its paw so that if it continued to fight, he could definitely defeat it. The mutant was still holding on to his wound with his Nuru. A lot of blood flowed from there, and she sternly repeated that he would soon regret his actions. He had just tried to kill her, and if she had thought about it a little bit, it wouldn't have been just her arm that would have been hurt. It would be completely ridiculous to say that this is not true. The lizard began to speak just as fiercely and told him to continue in the same spirit, and she would definitely stop perceiving him as her husband. Now she herself had an incredible desire to kill him to avenge everything he had just done to her. The arm was still not fully restored, but for a moment it might have seemed that it was enough for him, or to end it. The boy stood frozen in place as it approached him. He silently watched the lizard and wondered what it would do next. Seeing all her power made him really scared, and he could believe that she would manage to kill him. The tests also revealed that the lizard was entering the second phase. This meant that now it would become even stronger, and the guy no longer knew how to cope with it. His plan had indeed failed, and everything around him began to crack. This panic had not gone away, and he still looked completely helpless in front of this lizard. She kicked the floor so hard that more cracks spread across it, and the player fell to the ground. He put his shield forward and tried to dodge, but realized that it was about to break from her attacks. Now she really resembled a real monster. She was in a phase where she was getting even stronger, and it was incredibly difficult to fight her. Now this lizard truly resembled the boss of the test. The guy was still shocked by everything that had happened here, but he didn't have much time to come up with a new plan. Very soon, this monster would turn him into minced meat. It was almost impossible to dodge. He didn't know how much longer he could hold out. He had already used the Radiance emblem too many times and had about 2 uses left. As soon as she started attacking the women, he dodged. This time he was lucky, because if it had hit his body, he would have died immediately. The player tried to concentrate only on the fight, gather all his remaining strength, and deliver the fatal blow. He had neither time nor energy, and he had to execute this technique in such a way that it would be as effective as possible and would end her precisely. Immediately after such an attack, she pushed him away, and the gamer immediately spread his wings behind him. When the lizard attacked again, the boy used these wings to protect himself from its blows. They softened them at least a little. This mutant really wants to kill him. There was no doubt about it now. But the young man immediately got to his feet and pushed off the ground with all his strength, or took off. He managed to do so, even though he had climbed to a low altitude. Hojie was already incredibly exhausted, and it was getting harder and harder for him to fight. But he still tried to stand and fight the lizard. He recognized the fact that she was really strong, that she could even kill him, and was even surprised to hear that he had changed his mind about her so much, but still looked quite angry. The player felt helpless here. He wanted to do something, but he needed time. So he asked his rival to give him some time. She did not know what this guy was talking about. Then he remembered her proposal. He said that it was so unexpected that it made him embarrassed. He needed a little time to think about it. In his mind, he realized that this is the best thing to say at a time when you don't want to say no. I heard this from younger people at university. It seemed that this lizard was even ready to agree because it asked how long it would take. Very quickly, this lizard was able to calm down after his words. It was worth taking advantage of that situation while there was still some time. The guy decided to take his chance, so he had at least some time to concentrate and come up with a plan and rest. This lizard stopped briefly at last. This mutant had gone completely insane. There was no telling when Ta would go crazy again and start attacking. First, he needed to regain his strength, so he reached for the elixirs and various potions he carried with him everywhere. The guy drank several of them at once to make the effect quick and sharp. Later, he got up and asked the lizard if he had thought about it, but the guy asked for a little more time. He needed to concentrate. The young man stood with his saber in his hands and stared fiercely at his enemy. He already had a plan in his head, and all that was left was to execute it exactly as he had intended. He tried to focus, to concentrate only on the fight. When he practiced this technique in the waiting room, the probability of failure was as high as 90%. But now it's the only chance, and if it fails, the lizard will immediately start fighting back, and that's definitely the end of it. And electricity is quite a challenge. The player thought that he had no choice but to use it at the same time as Talaria's wings, but he still had one more option. The guy could use the weapon he was holding, but simply using the sword to attack, matching it with the opponent's sword, was harder for him and not as effective. That's why we need to combine her attack with acrylics. There was every hope that he would be able to do it. Sword speed and electricity. He now needs to combine these two forces into one. You need to get to your opponent quickly so that she doesn't have time to realize anything. And then finally kill her, cut it into pieces, and complete the test. The player didn't want to think about it too much, so he immediately put electricity into action and hit the foot and mouth disease. She went crazy again right after the blow hit her body. Meanwhile, the guy tried to focus all his attention on one fight. When the lizard began to approach, he opened his wings as quickly as possible and repelled its attack. The player's blow was strong enough to throw the monster on its back several meters and rolled along the ground and kicked up a pile of dust around it. It seemed that the plan was working, but there was a downside. He also had to suffer because it hit him, during which they both lay on the ground almost unconscious for how many seconds. The guy couldn't even stand up for a while, so he just laid there. But later he found his strength and raised his head. He succeeded. At least he was able to survive after that. It's been a long time since that happened. Killing was indeed not easy at all. His whole body was still hurting, and it didn't obey him at all. And the guy could not control it. I was already thinking about using the elixir, but I didn't want to waste it, so it was better to just get to the portal and quickly move to the waiting room. Usually when you pass the boss's room, everything would be restored automatically. But now the notification about the end of the purge hasn't even gone through. It was scary to even think about it. But if the test hasn't ended yet, it can only mean one thing. She was still alive, exhausted and wounded, but alive and incredibly angry. The lizard could no longer get up, but it did survive the blow. She spoke quietly, but the anger in her voice did not disappear. This lizard was happy that this bastard would not be able to move, that he was so helpless and could do nothing. And she wasn't even going to kill him. She just wanted to make him her husband. This option sounded even worse than saying goodbye to life. So he said emotionally that it was better to let him kill him. You can just go crazy. The libido of this lizard or her obsession with making someone her husband goes too far. The bad news is that the painful shock still did not go away, but the guy could move his fingers a little bit. Now would be the best time to either use an electric attack or at least use the wings or whatever weapons we have left here. Now the guy was incredibly sorry, but he regretted giving the gun to Jong-ah. Now he would have needed the firearm. The lizard began to crawl very slowly toward him, saying the same words about how it would make him its husband. It was really better to cut out my tongue and die than to endure such abuse, but it was all too soon. Today he says no to death, so the young man tried his best to concentrate. But he didn't know what he could do now in his condition, when he could not even move. He found no other way out, but wondered why these lizards were so obsessed with me. He had to come to his senses, and think about what to do. The guy opened the menu and realized that he needed to conduct an electric attack, but his wings were still blocked. His hands were already obeying, but his head was incredibly dizzy. At that moment, the young man read something on the menu about a warm stone. It seemed like a way out. He didn't know if it would work, but lizards or reptiles are cold-blooded creatures, so it should work. If they are so sensitive to temperature changes, he wanted to give her a real hell of a time here. Now he was waiting for her to get closer. Once again, he had high hopes for the new plan. The lizard slowly approached, saying that he would not always be with her and would stay here forever. I was surprised she was so tired and still kept talking this nonsense. There were only a few centimeters left, but the lizard stopped, continuing to bleed. The guy was really surprised by this, but he thought that she had simply run out of strength and could not move anymore. No more words came out of her mouth. She only growled heavily, looking at the player. But with all its strength, the lizard tried to grab hold of it, at least somehow. But even if the boy was afraid, even if he was called a coward, he did not want to become a servant of the devil. The lizard acknowledged that she recognized him and called him her fiancé again. She said he was a coward, a short man, but he was really strong. All her last words were similar to these. It was the same nonsense, and she never tired of saying it. Now the boy wasn't sure if the mutant had died this time, but the lizard was still not moving. For some reason, the young man wondered if she had been bullied by her own friends. It was a lizard that used a completely different defense tactic than the usual representatives of its species with their abilities. It really created an eerie atmosphere. He even felt a little sorry for her, because the lizard was very happy with his compliments. Regardless of the circumstances, they were destined to kill each other. Finally, he just apologized, because he was still thinking that he felt a little sorry for her. The boy put his hand on its bloody face. The lizard was no longer breathing, but now the floor was finally cleared. The young man was the first to successfully pass this test and was awarded many different rewards. He received standard notifications that he had seen many times before. But the fact that the 5th floor was cleared surprised him a bit. Based on the results of his game, an additional reward was awarded. The deities offered to replace this reward with their personal skills. But for some reason, he felt that there was something wrong with this particular skill. This is a skill that deities want to give him, is completely different from the usual ones. Last time he gained knowledge of the Tower of Babel. Is a good skill, but there are too many unnecessary thoughts when talking to monsters. These deities give gifts to see how the player reacts, and it even seemed to him that these things shouldn't even help him. The young man noticed that there were much more votes in favor than the last time. More deities wanted him to try this skill, and it even scared him. But Hoje was not going to give up either. If he refused, more gods would appear with a negative attitude toward him. Perhaps this skill would also come in handy one day. So the player agreed to accept it and clicked on the screen. Now he had the skill of summoning the dead in his arsenal. The guy read it calmly, but a moment later his face showed surprise. The name of an unknown deity who refused to reveal his name to the player was given this skill. The dead can be summoned for a certain period of time with the help of an object on which a part of their soul will be engraved. And there are divine restrictions on this skill. It could be used 5 times. This skill was an incredible strength. It was considered very powerful. And it's not just a game skill, it's a real miracle. He couldn't believe that something so incredible could be used, but he still didn't know what it had to do with the 5th floor. The boy looked again at the lizard's corpse, which was still lying nearby, and noticed that something had appeared there. It was Idolatra's soul stone. It was the most powerful and ominous stone in her tribe of man-eaters from the Aden swamp, and it could be sold. It looked like they wanted to bring her back to life. She will start talking again, and he definitely doesn't want to die, so it's better to do without. I told myself to ignore it all and not to think too much. It seemed that there are no intelligent deities here. They are all a little inadequate in this world. But now he just wanted to go to the waiting room and finally rest, so he walked to the portal and entered it. In a moment, the guy was in the same place where it is always quiet and peaceful. Kirikiri was waiting for him there. She immediately told him that he had done a very bad thing when he trampled on the heart of the lizard. But he started to say that he would have no desire to mate with a lizard, and it would be impolite to look at it. Before entering the 6th floor, he had to assemble a team. It should consist of 5 people. He's the first person to be observed by the 5th floor watchman. The reason why the deity suddenly took an interest in him was due to a rare event that happened to them. The girl was already happily eating the cake and joking with him a bit, although the guy didn't really like it either. Since this topic did not interest him, he decided to move on to something else. There was something that interested him. The player had his suspicions about it, and they only grew stronger after passing the 5th floor. But the manager simply closed his ears and calmly said that he could not tell me anything about it. Sometimes it seemed as if Kirikiri was already reading his mind in advance. He already knew that the goblins and these lizard people had their own cultures and communities. He didn't know whether it was another planet or a dimension, but their worlds were definitely real. or it was an imitation of the real world. It turns out that the training here takes place outside the Earth. The guy realized this when he watched others for a while. And the monsters that appeared in the real world also hinted at this. But he was still not getting an answer, so he decided to just not ask anything else about it. The girl laughed sharply, holding 2 forks with pieces of cake in her hands. She didn't care because it was just someone else's guess. But if you continue to try to find out the answers by watching the reaction, she will definitely get angry. And again, history repeated itself. It was getting a little annoying. Then Kirikiri told him everything with her expression. She could not answer directly, but he understood perfectly well what happens to those who die. Most likely it was out of courtesy to him. This girl has always provided him with useful information and help. You shouldn't take advantage of this child's good intentions so brazenly. She urged him to think a little more, but the player had already made up his mind. They talked about Idaltara. Kirikiri assured him that this lizard could become a reliable ally. It only depended on how he asked. But he had already said 1,000 times that he had no desire to persuade her, that the woman was completely insane, and now he had to move on. I didn't want to buy anything now because I wanted to collect more points. The player was going to change the shield to something more effective, but lost too many points. So he decided to go one more floor and then deal with this issue. However, the girl insisted that he at least buy the elixir, and Hojie said that what he had now was enough, but it was really too little. If Kirikiri says so, it means that he will need so many elixirs on the 6th floor. She never said anything for nothing. Following her advice, the guy spent absolutely all of his remaining points on elixirs. He has never regretted what he bought on this girl's advice. She wished him luck again, but this time she looked rather embarrassed herself. I told him to try to get through everything faster and come back here. Judging by her words, the 6th floor is really very difficult. But he had no choice but to find out for himself. He was curious to get to this floor himself. But when he entered the portal, he was immediately horrified. Once again, he was faced with the same sign that had appeared recently. He needed to assemble a team before entering the 6th floor, and without that, he would not be allowed in. Team play came to him so unexpectedly. I didn't think it would happen so quickly, and now I'll have to spend some more time assembling the group. A team of 5 people is crazy. Players who could unite with him. There were no such players. There were no one who was at his level. It turns out that he can't even team up with players of a different difficulty level, and his partners must also be at a hellish level. How do you get this group of 5 people together if no one else chose this hellish level? It was too much even for the shameless. They were hoping that there would be more than 5 crazy people who could get to the 6th floor. This is definitely some kind of flaw on the part of the developers. Apparently, the deities themselves were the developers of this game. They were some kind of perverts, watching other players and flirting with them. Now he didn't even know what to expect from them. It was only then that the young man remembered Kirikiri's words about resurrecting the lizard. Even though it was the only option, the guy immediately dismissed the idea. It would have been harder for him, so he shook his head and finally said that he would not do it. At the same time, the god of adventure was very disappointed with him. It seemed that these deities were constantly watching him and never letting him rest. He was sure it was a white and perverted old man, but then the god of adventure was surprised and confused by such thoughts. But this was the image that came into his head. There was nothing you could do about it. He is such a fool who chose the hellish level of difficulty without thinking at all. He just remembered something. The whole group game appeared on the 6th floor of the normal level, and it became a topic of discussion in the community. The fact that there were group trials had a lot to do with it. There were those who wanted to go there on their own, and those who consulted on what weapons to prepare and what skills to develop. And all the Hell's Heroes players were destroyed on the 1st floor, not to mention the 6th. So the group game now was really something of a no-brainer. Although at first he thought he could only enter with his team, the game allowed him to enter without them. A simple warning means you can go on your own. It's good that this option was left in the settings. It's simple. Now it needs to do the work for all 5 people. Didn't sound so scary, and it was easy to talk about it. Apparently only 5 people of hellish complexity can handle what's out there. The boy asked himself if he could do it and get this far. He wondered how strong he would be among the players who might also be at this stage, but the player was sure that he was definitely above average. Kirikiri said that thanks to the unique ability of the goddess of lost time, he was able to get his power skill. If I did, I might not get this power at all, so I was inclined to go inside. The young man also thought that the god of adventure gave him his power only because the goddess of lost time had done the same thing first. Since he was used to attacking and blocking shots, the young man had no shortage of skills. He had prudence, intelligence, concentration, adaptation, speed of reaction, patience, and passion for his work. And in all these skills, he was unrivaled among other players. Although a team of 5 people was needed on this floor, the guy assured himself that he could complete this stage alone without any help. In the end, he had almost no choice, except to call this giant lizard. A few more minutes passed while the boy hesitated in his choice, but it was time to test himself and his capabilities. He challenged himself and wanted to do it alone. After entering the portal, he was immediately thrown into the same corridor as everyone else in this strange world. But there was still something different from the other floors. It was quite dark there, but next to this small fire, Hojie saw another portal. One of them could take him to the waiting room, and then where would the other go? It was the first time the guy had ever seen such a thing. Hojie did receive some sort of explanation. The system asked him if he was ready to pass the gate test. The guy had already read about such floors in the community. It said that the entire floor consisted of a single gate. And this is the room with the fire. This is where the team members can gather to discuss strategies for passing the gate. The magical fire and the presence of a safe place attracted a lot of attention. This flame interested many players, because the fire does not spread and does not go out. There was not even any smoke. The young man had heard that if there were enough food, he could cook something on it. There were also those who wanted to live in this room. At the same time, Hojie decided to try to fry something on the fire and eat it. But there was no time for that now, so he postponed it until the next time he came back here. At this point, the young man confirmed his entrance to the gate and his desire to pass the test. It was moved to the 6th floor, but it looked the same as the 1st floor corridor. Only instead of a portal to the waiting room, there was a stone gate. This is the only difference between the corridors. The boy touched them, but it was forbidden to leave. At least he had already found the door that was the way out. There was a strange sound, so he was distracted and looked back. The test of the 6th floor was about to begin. The system gave him a lot of information about this place. This had never happened before. The description was really enough, so I decided to read the text first and went to the screen. For 50 years, the Pantheon has been pursuing the priests of the cursed Bahar Church. Bahar is a cult whose followers resurrect the dead and turn their souls into demons. There were 16 priests, including the Supreme One, Caesar. They managed to escape and hide from the Pantheon and get to the center of the White Mountains. This place was called the New World, because according to existing information, it was from there that the gods came. The priests of Bahar were going to bring nightmares to the entire continent using parts of the divinity that remained in the White Mountains after the gods. The players were called heroes here. After all, only they could hold them back until the arrival of the Pantheon paladins. The manner and style of everything written was strange. There were several conditions for the successful completion of the test. The player must not allow the army of the dead to leave the White Mountains before the arrival of the paladin troops. And the second item on the table is a task where you need to kill the entire army of the dead and defeat all the priests. Simply put, these walking corpses must not go beyond the gate behind him, or destroy the entire army, including the highest commanders, that is the priests. Hojie wondered if he could do it. It all depends on the fighting abilities of these zombies and their number. It would probably be a real endurance fight. It will be problematic to use Talaria's wings here, because the ceiling is too low. But it will be convenient to fight in a narrow corridor. You can fight several opponents at once. The first condition for passing is to hold out until the paladins arrive. Now I wondered how long I would have to wait for them. Well, then it's better to start with the army of the dead. The guy had already prepared himself and took a deep breath before starting. The next 4 hours passed at this pace, but still no one showed up. He even started to get bored, but at the same moment, everything changed dramatically. So the very large army of skeletons that was mentioned came here. These guests appeared very unexpectedly. The guy had been waiting for more than 4 hours, and then the sharp sound of their footsteps echoed throughout the corridor. All these creatures did not look very strong. If you take full advantage of the narrow corridor, the monsters won't pose a threat. The only problem here was their number. It was hard to even imagine how many dead were coming. The pounding of footsteps showed that the army was really huge. There was no end to the land. There could be tens of thousands of these skeletons. If the priests use necromancy, they will be able to create these creatures even now. If Hojie was right, then he should kill them all as soon as possible. So he prepared to resist and put his shield forward. Now the boy understood Kirikiri's words that it would not be long before he would be able to get out of here. It was already obvious that this floor was higher than his capabilities. Endurance and speed of monster destruction are important here. Of course, it's impossible to complete the 3rd episode in less than 2 days, but the guy was scared of his own thoughts. He was worried that he wouldn't even be able to make it to the 5th. But he had no time to hesitate and think too much. It was time to act, and Talaria's wings appeared behind Hojai. He was going to close the corridor with them. That way, the skeleton warriors would not be able to get past him. The enemies were steadily advancing, and the sound of their bones on the bare stone floor made my heart clench, because the scale of the struggle was already clear. Despite the fact that the number of dead was only increasing, the young man rushed to smash the skeletons one by one. The head was their weakest point, so you had to aim there. The dead would stop moving if you smashed their skulls. The tactic was already there, so you just have to follow it and repeat these actions countless times until these things run out of steam. Killing skeletons was easy. They broke after one not particularly strong blow to the skull and fell. Of course, from time to time, there were also stronger and more resilient skeletons, but they were fewer than the usual ones because they were commanders. He was distracted only for a moment, but he was already a little late with his strike. This put him in a bad position. Several skeletons stood over him, only their red eyes glowing in the darkness. There was nowhere to retreat, so the young man decided to go all in and attack further. He fought back as hard as he could and didn't miss a single one. As a result, he was driven all the way here, almost to the gate. But even now, the young man began to realize that he could not cope with them all, no matter how many he managed to destroy. It was hard to admit it, but I guess it was a loss. I didn't even have time to get to the priests, and I just gave up because of a small mistake. Hojai survived as best he could. He climbed up to the ceiling where they could not reach and continued to fight, recuperating from time to time. At this rate, 2 whole days passed. And in the end, the attack on the 6th floor was a complete failure. As much as I hate to say it, it was true. It was also harder because it was the player's first defeat in all the floors of hellish difficulty. It was hard physically and mentally. Failed to make it to the 6th floor. All 3 of his attempts ended in the same way. But now he was going to try it for the 4th time, even though he was very tired. But still, the likelihood of clearing the 6th floor was almost 0. Jay has been on the verge of death many times, starting with the 1st floor test. Now he was asking himself the same question again. Would he be able to clear this floor and pass the test? There were still too many dead for him alone. Just like when he decided to quit, the player became desperate, lost the strength to move on, and became so cold to his hobby that he lost to a newcomer. But the moment he came to this world, Young Seokki's body was restored. His bent back, inflamed wrist, and slow reaction time all returned to the old days. The player had been practicing and training like crazy for so long. He improved his level and almost became a superhuman. He was in despair all this time, and with each new attempt he doubted his own abilities more and more. Also, a newcomer to the community reported one piece of news. He said that Chungcheong province in Korea was completely destroyed. The news was a great shock to all the players. It was hard to read something like that without being able to help. People were surprised by the information given by the newcomers. Nevertheless, the military strategy in Korea was well developed and other areas remained safe. Decisions were made to stop the influx of monsters. The country established a line of containment in the north and south of the Chungcheong area, and this was somewhat reassuring. But the situation in other countries was no better. Therefore, the damage done to Korea did not seem so global. There was also a bit of panic in the training. As soon as the 4th event began, Park Jong-ah started a war against the former members of the representatives. Hojai did not think that the people who had suffered during the event where the alliances were formed would have a different opinion. Besides, they had no right to act right in front of them. This war ended quickly. As far as he knew, 8 people were subject to repression. Park Jong-ah personally beheaded one of her former bodyguards. Now everyone was wondering whether she should continue to be the head of the union. Of course, people were divided into 2 camps. Some were against her, while others supported her. The player did not know what the right thing to do was. This girl could become a brutal killer. She could start living for revenge. Or she could choose the fair path of justice and be honest between good and evil. Hojai did not want to interfere as long as everything remained within the framework. If the problem gets out of hand, the union will hold a meeting. And if it does happen, it will behave as it has been doing. It will stick to that position. Meanwhile, Min-hyuk was incredibly busy. He wrote and published everything necessary about training in the community so that newcomers could adapt faster. On the internal trading platform, Min-hyuk launched an auction-based trading system. The rule was that items that were bid at 7 and 77 points were assigned to one person, so it was impossible to participate in their redemption. This is a simple but quite working system. This way you can help newcomers and ensure exchange between players. Until now, the auction window has been used to sell cheap items that are no longer needed by top players. The volume of bidding was high, and most bidders lacked points. Therefore, there was not much choice but to set a low price for the item. While Park Jong-ah raises people's awareness of crime, Kim Min-hyuk works hard to create a comfortable environment for communication. Also said that he wanted to create a society and culture inside the school. He wanted to make this place livable for people. Instead of the 100th floor, which not everyone can reach, it is better to focus on the lower floors where many people can live. His words really made sense. In the future, the number of losers will increase, creating conditions for a large number of weak players, and this was Min Hyuk's main task. The guy had been sitting around for the last few days. He had nothing to do at all. The newcomers entered the hellish level of difficulty in the 4th round. One made a bad choice because he was drunk. The other took it for a joke and just chose this level at random. Hojae was very surprised to see such irresponsibility. If you think about it this way, his comrades, whom he met in the first waiting room, chose the hell level because they wanted to. Let him be the only one to survive. In any case, the young man was kind to the newcomers. He tried to explain everything you need to know at the hell level in the most accessible way. This included recommendations for protection and rapid growth. Hojae advised me to deal with a simple trap first, and when I returned to the waiting room, I immediately contacted him. When one man came back to the waiting room, he started screaming that he could not take it. The arrows were too fast, he could not dodge them. It was hard to even see. He accidentally fell and it saved his life. He couldn't imagine how it could be done. As a result, none of them returned, and the other one went crazy. That's what he thought. The young man tried so hard to teach them something, but it was all to no avail. Now he had to come up with something to keep those who chose the hellish difficulty level from dying. You could just sit in the waiting room, and once the treatment was over, you had to stay at the portal. Hojae was going to send him some provisions. He told the survivor not to even try. The young man did not know if this was the right decision, but man is a mentally weak creature. He had to survive for 30 days in front of the portal, eating only water and meat. After that, a couple of days in the waiting room, and again 30 days in front of the portal. Most people were really going crazy. He may have to live like this for a very long time if he survives at all. At other levels of difficulty, Min-hyuk took the losers under his care and helped them to rise. But this was not possible on the hell level. He gave everything he could to these players, but it took a lot of energy at the time, and he had to move on his own way. Eventually, the boy returned to the 6th floor and sat down in the room where the fire was lit. He decided to have a snack, thinking at the same time about how to pass this test. In his hands, the young man held the stones of the goblins Gractus, Gross, and the soul stone of the ogre Idoltara. With the help of the Call of the Dead, he could increase the number of his allies to 3. He didn't know if these creatures would be good allies for him, but if he could persuade them, he could do something. If these 3 join him, the test will be passed, or at least there will be a chance. You can divide into teams, divide into 3 groups and take turns attacking. This will help to conserve energy and allow you to connect the backup in case of an emergency. When the commander appears, the reserve will become a rapid response group and attack. On its own, it would not be able to simultaneously attack the commander and fight off the advancing skeletons. Or 4 of them could try to break through the crowd of dead, which was quite possible given the width of the corridor. Just as he thought, the institution of the dead is a very useful skill. So useful that it begins to seem that the deities have specially endowed him with this opportunity to pass the 6th floor. But Hojae was a little confused by one phrase, that this skill can be used only 5 times and will be valid for a limited amount of time. As soon as this time passes, logically, all the beings he called to the real world will disappear. It is obvious that group floors will continue to appear in the future. Even if he succeeds here with the help of others, it is not known when he will reach a dead end again. Passing the 6th floor with the help of temporary allies is not an option. But the answer was to take a long-term view and grow to the point where we can always manage for 5. He decided to go back to the beginning and try to at least not die, to fight on the verge of life and death, to attack again and again. I wanted to not give up even when things didn't work out and keep going. At the very least, if you try to challenge it, its level and skills will grow. This is completely different from reality, where the body can simply break down if you try too hard. There is a waiting room, so the pain of that can be easily relieved. This is the kind of environment where you can focus only on improving your own level. Then he decided to leave the attack to begin with and not rush into anything. There was still time. If he uses the skill to get to this floor, his wealth will not grow and he will be stuck on the next floor. In the end, the best option would be to pass, that is work, without rest. If you fail, you can simply return to the waiting room and try again. The main thing here is not to die, and then you will be able to complete the level countless times. The boy returned to the 6th floor and again could not overcome all these skeletons. There were really too many of them, even though the dead were not strong, but the number decided everything. Levels and skills that increase with growth. A waiting room where you can fully recover. If his will is strong, he will be able to overcome any obstacle and pass all levels. This world of learning is really very similar to most RPG games. The main thing in them is to constantly level up and improve. With raising the level, nothing was impossible. He simply repeats the same actions, which helped him develop his skills. Today, the guy decided to forget about his fatigue and just start hunting and move forward. He wanted to show himself his confidence and endurance. All these words were familiar to him from his previous career. First, he wanted to reach the 20th level, and after that he could move on. Later, a fourth attempt to clear the floor was completed, but again it failed. For some reason, some players did not listen to anyone. He didn't listen to any advice, acted on his own, and eventually just died. It was 8 years ago, and the girl had already read all the old threads. There was nothing left to read. The information here was not immense. She was bored just sitting and waiting. She wanted to get to the floor as soon as possible. In the waiting room, her skills and stamina did not improve much. Ajosi didn't say it had to be this way. But after reading all the threads in the community, she managed to find out to some extent what was happening on the Korean server. At the beginning, she thought Ajosi was lying, but he ended up being the leader in the study and the strongest player. It's really incredible. She had heard of this guy before she came here. He is the only player on the Korean server on the hellish difficulty level and the strongest player. He is incredibly famous in the real world. His name was Lee Ho-jae. He was a former pro gamer, and she knew about his career back then. There were a lot of TV programs about him in his past, but this girl knew him even long before all that. It saw a beautiful face on the screen as its sister sat watching TV. Her sister told her that this person was a gamer. Then she told him that instead of being a gamer, he could become a celebrity with that face, and then she forgot about it. But it turned out that her words came true now, because he was really popular in the world. Back then, this girl had chosen the hellish level by mistake, but Ho-jae was the one who gave her back some hope of survival. He published a lot of information that helped her and came in handy more than once. This person has become her support here. If it wasn't for him, the girl would have died here long ago. He even managed to support her in various ways during the attack. She laid back on the bed, looking at the ceiling, and then interrupted her thoughts, realizing that she was not thinking about that at all. Then another message came through, and the sender asked if she had completed her preparations for entering the floor. She was very surprised by the message she received. This girl asked her what was wrong. Park Jung-ah told her that Ho-jae had asked her to come with him and see if she was okay. The girl didn't say his name, but she guessed who he was talking about. But it was the first time she'd ever heard him called Appa. In the community, absolutely everyone communicates with each other informally. Sometimes even a rude form of communication can be present. For some reason, this style was a little embarrassing to her. Besides, she never called him the same name as Jung-ah, but she felt something from the very beginning. Then the blonde woman asked if she knew what to tell the curator. For some reason, she took these words of Jung-ah's in a rude way and thought that they were calling this guy an Appa on purpose. She tried not to show her emotions and simply nodded in agreement, and it was not clear why that girl was touching her at all. She hadn't even done anything to her, but there wasn't much time to think about it, so she decided to head to the portal and finally attack the floor. Later, she was greeted on the 6th floor. The atmosphere here was completely different than in the waiting room. Ho-jae told her quite a bit about this floor. He gave her the basic information, enough to keep her alive, and told her to look for the rest on her own. In this regard, she was in complete agreement with him. On the 6th floor, there are endless skeletons and priests who are constantly creating them. She needs to find a way to hold out until the paladins pass, because she will not be able to cope with the constant influx of skeleton warriors. But the girl was interested in trying her hand at it herself, so she wanted to start as soon as possible. On the 6th floor, speed is life. She took with her a top-level magic stone and a potion with a strong concentrate. About this, from the moment it is better to move around using magic and periodically leave some traps. This time, she decided to leave the big explosive magic circle to be more effective. And then she used the radar skill and realized that the skeletons were still very far away and she had time. She still had plenty of that time left to leave more traps, so she started moving down the corridor as quickly as possible. She went into every nook and cranny to help herself as much as possible. It was sometimes difficult to navigate here because there are so many different turns. Several hours passed like that, and very soon an army of skeletons appeared on the horizon. They were marching in time, and the sound of their footsteps spread across the border. Upon seeing them, the girl immediately used another of her spells. It was spiritual magic with the ability to fly and be invisible. This way, she would be able to protect herself. Now we'll have to move along the ceiling so that they don't see it and get it. After some time, the girl managed to reach another place. It seemed that these demonic creatures were being created there. A group of several people in black robes stood over one of them. The girl entered the hall very quietly and unnoticed and stood next to one column, watching their actions. Here was this group of priests who were creating new skeletons. If they sense her presence, they will attack immediately, and she has to hold out as long as possible, at least 6 seconds. Perhaps this is its maximum. With her last breath, she rushed to attack and started shooting. They immediately reacted and started saying something unintelligible. She didn't know whether it was ordinary speech or something they had thought up on purpose. The girl used her combat concentration, still hoping to hold out a little longer. So far, everything has been going very well. She has managed to get to these priests, 3 of them. Some of them hit the ground but were still alive and continued to crawl towards it, but others who had not yet been hit continued to use magic and tried to defeat it. The situation was indeed tense and difficult. But at that moment, the girl used another spell. She used a portal. After that, they gradually began to disappear and moved to a completely different location. She found herself in the corridor in front of the gate. It was dark, and only the light from the portal illuminated something. Thanks to the portal magic, you can immediately return to your original place. But she used too much higher magic in a short time, and it exhausted her. But it still turned out pretty well this time, so she was proud of herself. It was really hard to hold out at the hellish difficulty level, and the strongest player, who was now known all over the world, decided to start the 5th raid. It was the 8th day of the challenge, and he once again entered the 6th floor to get rid of all evil spirits. The guy felt more confident here, even though he knew that he would not pass this stage now, so he calmly walked further down the corridor. To the soldiers and you for about 2 hours. This is quite a lot of time that is wasted. At that time, the young man thought about improving his resistance skills, but then he thought that he would have time to recover before the fight began. He didn't want to keep drinking these elixirs, which were already expensive. At the same time, I thought that I could practice here while I had nothing else to do. So the morning exercise began. At least in this way, he wanted to kill some time, not just move forward a little bit. However, it turned out to be more difficult than he thought. It's not so easy to jump several solos at once. It seems that he forgot about training too often because his body had long since gone beyond human limits. Performing basic exercises is the most effective way to improve your resistance skills. That is why the young man continued to do it, but soon had to stop, because he saw his enemies in front of him. The skeletons had already arrived, although less time had passed and he had expected them later. Although he had just been practicing these monsters, the player was glad that everything would start faster. So he immediately launched an attack to kill one skeleton after another and continued to perform the same type of actions. This increased the level, strength, magic power, health, basic shield skills, and hand-to-hand combat. A few more hours and the 6th floor test failed. This was the 5th time he had heard this in his address. Someone once asked the best player in a popular role-playing game a question. People asked if he was tired of hunting all day, but then he asked them a counter question. Aren't they tired of living? Life is an endless repetition of the same actions. Every day he was engaged in some kind of business, and it did not tire him at all. Hojie became a professional player not because he liked a particular game. He liked to win, so he became a professional in one single game. That's why he never got bored of playing the same game over and over again. But now the boy wanted to run up to the person who was in first place and ask him to teach him how not to get bored when you do the same thing day in and day out. It was exhausting and boring. He was starting to go a little bit crazy. Just looking at the faces of these skeletons made him feel sick, and the sounds they make were also already annoying. The same sword movements, the same type of defense. There was nothing new here. I had to repeat the old stuff all the time. The only thing that saved him was that he didn't have the strength, but he had to do it. The only reassurance was that this had its advantages. The movements of Mikhailo's sword became completely native to his body. He could do it automatically. Over and over again, he swung his weapon using the same technique and found a suitable attack, which he mainly used now. Thanks to this, the boy grew up and could call himself a good swordsman. His basic sword skills were already at the 10th level, and his shield skills were at the 7th level. On the 6th floor, he had acquired many useful skills, but he still did not obey him. Once again, the young man failed this test. The player increased the level of combat concentration, so when he fought, his level of intelligence increased. But up until now, he had thought that the targets were moving rather slowly. Now, however, they were so slow that it looked as if they were standing still. Now the young man could no longer use concentration for more than a minute, so he wanted to pay attention to it in the future. Ho Nu Z knew that he could grow even more and raise his levels to the maximum. Now the battle cry has risen to the second level. The guy has acquired this skill quite recently. It was a kind of buff. As a rule, tank characters have it in the game. Its effect is a slight increase in combat effectiveness. Unfortunately, the young man did not know the exact number. But he got it when he got really angry and started shouting back at the skeletons. But if he reached this purple room, he could meet his death. The Knight of Death Asti spoke to the boy. He met him here and slowly came closer, saying that he would give him death. The young man has progressed far enough to meet a mid-level boss. At first, he thought that you would not be the final boss, but the player had to compete with him all at once, for many days in a row. At some point, the corridor ended. At least something new appeared, but that's where it stopped for a while. After that, other forks began to appear, where he also stopped for a period of time. If the young man had been walking through one tunnel before, the soldiers from the other tunnel went to the stone ones and opened them. This is where he often broke down. Abandoning the attack and waiting for the knights and paladins to pass is not an option at all. The guy believed that one day he would be able to do it, and now he has managed to survive for 13 days, but help still hasn't arrived. The young man had already run out of the potion and could not continue. He thought the problem was his endurance, not his lack of strength. Of course, there was a way to clear the road after the breakthrough, before those soldiers from the fork in the road got here. It was a tempting idea, but it's quite difficult to execute. In any case, he needs to improve his skills now in order to pass this floor and focus on growth. The training was going well, and every day the young man improved his skills. Resistance to paralysis increased dramatically, and resistance to pain no longer increased with simple injuries. Only when they were serious was there a chance of an increase. Each time, the player would get to the room with the priests and chop them to pieces. Later on, he managed to acquire the skill of magic chain. Now he could use the magic that was inside him. He had to learn it, and that's what he did in the waiting room. It was really hard to understand how magic circulates in your own body, but thanks to his diligent training, he was able to put the magic in his hands, even though the flow of magic was quite weak at first. Magic spread throughout the body, and physical abilities improved. He assumed that if you channeled magic into the muscles, they could show explosive strength, but it required more practice. The player also got used to using magic, even learned how to put magic power into a sword. Sometimes he even fooled around, calling himself different characters from the game. Since he could not use his magic power indefinitely, he had to find ways to extend the time he could use it to the maximum. Once again, he was in a room with these priests that he had to fight numerous times before. It was a little more fun than fighting regular skeletons, but it still annoyed him a little. There, the guy was lightly wounded. They always managed to hit him somewhere, but these priests were really quite strong, and they were annoyed by the target of this guy. They called him courageous, but they thought he had lost his way. The fight against the priests was more exhausting. Their magical power was really impressive. The young man had already returned to the waiting room and laid down on the floor, wanting to rest for a while. Nothing new has happened. He just failed the 6th floor test once again, but he gained another skill. Unfortunately, meditation had nothing to do with increasing mana. Therefore, it could be partially called completely unnecessary. But he practiced meditation and later began to understand the meaning of this skill. It used to seem pointless, but now it helped him focus on using the magic chain. The player was able to look back in time. He looked again at what he had learned on the previous floors. Nothing good had happened in all this time to be objective. The more he thought about it, the heavier his heart became. And he could not just forget about these memories and not dwell on them. He continued to meditate as if mesmerized and spent many hours doing so. Later, negative thoughts led him to depression, and depression led to a decrease in motivation. Immunity to consciousness distortion increased to the 2nd level. He received such a notification quite recently. The player was stressed and under pressure, but he didn't think it would come to this. The young man had noticed signs of all this lately, but at this rate, you can quickly go crazy. There was already something similar on the 2nd floor. Even at the beginning, the player was sure that he could do it. But now that so many attempts and time have passed, his opinion has changed. Despair almost completely filled his heart. Over and over again, the young man challenged himself, but did not reach the finals and failed the test once again. During one of these failures, he developed a new skill called crying out. He was able to gain this skill by putting magic into his battle cry. The soul cry has one additional effect that helped him from time to time. This additional effect was that enemies below his level would not be able to ignore the battle cry. they would stop and lose their ability to evade. In other words, all this agriculture is quite useful for a large area. He managed to stop the skeleton soldiers who had passed him and almost reached the gate. His sword skills and defense had already risen to an intermediate level, as he came here day after day to take the test. The player had to meet other priests. He even managed to see their chief, Caesar. Then he got hit pretty hard, and at that moment the pain spread throughout his body. But again, nothing new happened, and the tests were conducted again. But this time it was even worse. During the last raid, he almost died. It was a miracle that he managed to get to the portal, and at the last moment he stepped in and survived. The young man had been in danger for too long and did not pay attention to the aggravation of his senses, which led to this. This Caesar was the final boss of this challenge. He is really very strong. Although his resistance to the curse increased significantly, and he managed to go far, it was still not enough. To defeat someone like him, you first need to deal with those knights and death and the soldiers in his army. Then you should kill all the priests so that they do not interfere with the further struggle. And only then can you fight the final boss, Caesar. This time he almost succeeded. There was even a moment when he thought that it would be the last time and he would pass the test. But once he was here, in safety, he realized that he shouldn't rush into it. It was better not to take enough strength and confidently go on the attack than to worry so much about his life in the fight. Very soon the guy went on another raid again. Each time he took another step forward, going further than the last time. Now several people died at his hands at once, and the players were lying on the floor in their own blood. It's time to try to deal with the boss of the 6th floor, as they are now face to face. For the first time, he managed to go not so far and kill everyone. It took a lot of effort, but his main goal is still ahead. After everything he had been through, he was overcome with fierce anger and rage. The guy could hardly stand on his feet, but he still did not give up standing in front of his main enemy. He was already sick of the sight of this skeleton, whom he had seen so many times, and who had almost killed him on more than one occasion. It's just that now he has a great chance to end it forever and leave it all in the past. Gripping his sword tightly, the boy rushed forward, and this skeleton gradually began to turn into a squid-like creature. The young man was advancing very confidently, and he began to cut off its tentacles one by one and tried to get closer to it. It really took him an incredibly long time. He spent so much nerves and energy just to overcome one skeleton. But it charged him with fierce anger, and now this feeling helped him a lot. After all, he couldn't just give up and go back. He was standing here to the last. Stood there until he killed the top boss on the 6th floor. It was even unusual to hear it, but this time he managed to put an end to it completely and passed the 6th floor trial of the hellish level of difficulty. All of his wounds were healed again, and he began to receive awards and notifications of interest from various deities. The guy looked at the screen indifferently as he read all these notifications. He silently began to read what was written. Again, the young man received an additional reward in proportion to his, or they offered to exchange an additional reward for a special skill. This time they cast 43 votes in favor of the skill being passed to him. He didn't even consider any other option than to agree, so he clicked on the screen and learned the skill of operating the showers. It was now at the very first level. Immediately after this notification, he read that the goddess of the lost time wanted to give him the fate of the apostle, which was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The god of adventure was shocked by her choice and immediately afterwards offered the same. It was the second time he repeated such actions after her. At the same time, the system asked if the player was ready to face the test to confirm his qualification as an apostle. It was really hell, and he didn't want to go through that horrible experience again and hang on by a thread from death. He had to work so hard to become stronger and had already brought his brain to a state where it did not show any emotions. He just did what he had to do. If he had cleared this floor later, he would have gone completely crazy, and there were so many messages from all these gods. Now it was time to make a decision whether the apostle was going to pass this test. Is an offer from the god of adventure and the goddess of lost time. He also had no idea what to do next. The player was worried that some other deity might take revenge if he chose someone hastily. And judging by past experience, all of these deities had the ability to take away the player's vision and move him to another place. And this was hardly the maximum of their capabilities. He didn't even want to see what they were capable of. If a deity has this kind of power, it means that killing any player is the easiest thing for them to do. Therefore, with all your decisions, you should be very careful and not hope too much. When he finally reached the 6th floor, he returned to the same place and met Kirikiri. He remembered what happened right after he got here. He wanted to forget it so badly that his face turned red with shame. After that, the young man asked the manager about these offers from the gods. But again, Kirikiri did not answer him. The information about the gods is very valuable, and Hojie kept asking her questions until he got answers. The girl said that she would answer all these questions when he passed the 11th floor. He himself has not yet answered anything to the gods. They don't call for an immediate response, but sometimes notifications pop up that the god of adventure is very impatient and doesn't like to wait. It's a good thing he managed to postpone his decision until he received the information. First, you need to check some things and then decide what to do. The young man thought that if he accepted this offer from the two deities, he would be punished. And if you accept one of these offers, then one of the deities will be dissatisfied and may also take revenge. The guy did not know that there would be any penalties or benefits in this case. He knew nothing at all. The player wondered which of these two gods Kirikiri would choose. This would help with the choice. He would like her to wake up now, because he would not have been able to wake her up himself. It would not have worked out well. At that moment, a menu screen appeared in front of him. It was unexpected, so the guy immediately began to read what was written on it. It was a message from Kim Min-hyuk, who had already reached the 30th floor and said that there might be another meeting soon. If so, something serious could have happened. It's unlikely that they started to hold him for some trifle. But the information about it surprised the player a bit. He was definitely not expecting this day so soon. I began to wonder what the reason for all this was and started corresponding with Min-hyuk. Confirmed that this portal is reopening. Most likely this event will take place before the end of the session. It is estimated that it will last approximately once per session. If it did happen, something bad would definitely happen. He was sure of it. Min-hyuk had no idea what he was opening himself up for this time. He himself had no idea, and that was the biggest problem at the moment. The young man apologized that he could not help. Since they have completely different levels of difficulty, he would not be able to help with finding answers to questions and solving problems. It's better to leave it to someone else, and Hojie will do his best on the day of the meeting. Then the guy asked about Park Jong-ah and sent a message to his friend. He replied that she was all business. She's going to continue to punish those who cannot catch criminals in their neighborhood. The young man agreed that this was not quite right. If there is a conflict within the team now, the organization can completely fall apart, and this will not lead to anything good. In this world, they played the role of law enforcement, but the authority of these people is very fast. Their basis is the strength of the players, which was shown on the first day of the last meeting, and the charisma of Park Jong-ah, who punished the entire guild of representatives and was their head. Objectively, we can say that they keep people in fear by force. You cannot show that something is wrong inside such a unit. If people don't recognize them, the whole team will be nothing more than an armed group that keeps order and rules. They won't be able to do anything if they lose the trust of the players. Jong-ah knew this all along, but she did what she did because she was so frustrated. She just knows what she has to do. In any case, she had to be monitored to make sure they didn't do something worse. Hojie did not know whether he should intervene in this situation now. It was complicated, and it could lead to many negative things in the future. This little girl sleeping on his lap. He began to wake her up because Kirikiri had been sleeping for a very long time. She said that it didn't matter which deity of the two to choose. Each will have its pros and cons, and someone will definitely have to be disappointed. The girl was already happily eating cake again, and added that the trials of the goddess of lost time or the god of adventure would be approximately the same in complexity, and it didn't matter which one he chose. But he was annoyed that she was telling him all this only now. But the girl explained that Hojie had just said that he was going to make a decision after hearing the information. In the end, he took the cake she had been eating all this time. Kirikiri immediately ran after him, not wanting to give up the sweets. He was going to give her the cake back, but first he asked her if she could choose two deities at the same time and pass their tests. He was very worried that there would be some kind of fine for refusing, but it turns out that all these worries were in vain. The young man asked if there would be any drawbacks. The manager said that there are several of them. It is the test itself that will affect its level of difficulty. And as a result, one can become an apostle of only one side, although both sides can pass the test. Then he asked her to tell him more about the ordeal, but the girl was silent again. It was already too many questions for one time. The information is very valuable, so she had no right to say so much. The girl picked up a small stick. She began to write something on the grass, and the letters were illuminated, but the language was completely unknown to him. Apparently his knowledge of the Tower of Babel is still insufficient, or all of these are messages that are not part of it. Kirikiri replied that the trial is a test that would confirm that a player is worthy of becoming an apostle, and everything that will be the content of the test will be revealed by the deities themselves and the character of the candidate. At the same time, he asked what types of tests there were, but the girl did not know, and reaffirmed that she was not speaking because she did not want to, but because she really did not know. She could only say that each deity has its own standards and its own tests for each person. They had to send him a lot of different messages. From this, you can guess what their character is and try to make a prediction. But for all of this, more information is needed. The young man asked me to tell him everything I knew about the god of adventure and the goddess of lost time, not in a way that would allow him to exercise his remaining right to information. He needed to know only the basic nuances to form some kind of impression of them. Kirikiri began to recall something and said that she had already told him about the goddess of lost time last time, and that was enough. But he immediately replied that if she was going to go off topic like that, she wouldn't be bringing the cake next time. This made her tell me more, and the manager said that the god of adventure is the deity who likes to fight injustice and difficulties. And he also likes to realize dreams and wishes at the end of an adventure. And the goddess of significant time is the one who forever follows the flow of unceasing time. Kirikiri had told me something about her earlier. The biggest difference between them is how they overcome difficulties. The god of adventure goes through them all with people, while the goddess of lost time likes to follow the path of life alone. In short, the god of adventure likes group play more, and the goddess, on the contrary, is a loner. The boy remembered that the god of adventure always responded when he did not give up in a hopeless situation. His first impression of his name reminded him of the word adventure. It seemed as if he was from some role-playing game by Japanese developers. Love and friendship that blossom in adventure. The ideal theory of justice is the desire to save the weak. He was the first to pay attention to him, and the boy remembered perfectly well the day he first read the message that a deity was interested in him. Looking at his reaction when the young man refused to revive the lizard, his standard behavior became clear. This is all just a hypothesis and assumption. But if this is the concept that he will pursue, then everything becomes more clear. As a result, both sides want the same thing from the apostle. Given the situation at the hellish difficulty level, it would be better to choose the goddess of lost time. But then the young man asked the manager who she thought was the best choice. Kirikiri always gave him some valuable advice. He has not always followed them, but he is sure that each of these tips and guidelines is very valuable and correct. He has already managed to use most of the right to information, but it was all worth it. At the same time, the girl said that she advised him to go to the god of adventure. The goddess is suitable for those who are often alone. And to be honest, the role of her apostle is not something that an ordinary person can fulfill. The response was unexpected. There were reasons to worry, but the girl herself said that this goddess was a good choice. But if you think about it, they were both really suitable. It was just a matter of choosing who to go to. For a few seconds he stood there thinking, but then he firmly said that he had already decided. The god of adventure was very disturbed, and this notification came across his screen. This uncle was always worried about something. He was quite emotional in general. Although none of this is surprising because he had been doing this all along, all the more reason to be concerned. Kirikiri asked him what he would do with the chosen one, but then he started to say something about himself somehow uncertainly, as if continuing to think further, even though he had just said he had made up his mind. But he seemed to have doubts. Then the player said that he chose both of them. Someday he will have to become an apostle of one of them, but he will finally decide which one to go to only when he has more information. The difficulty of these tests would not be a big problem for him, and he thought he could become stronger there and improve his skills. Both deities were a little disappointed. The goddess was sorry that he had made such a decision, and the other just breathed a sigh of relief. It could be concluded that both were thinking that Hojie would choose the goddess. Now he had gotten rid of one problem that had been haunting him since the 6th floor. Now the two deities have given him a skill to be tested. This is great, and he expected it, that each of them would give him some new skill. Still, it was the right decision for the moment. Now the skills that these deities had given us earlier have grown to incredible heights. But now there was something else new. The young man curiously tapped the screen to read it. A new window appeared, and now you can see the percentage of what he has already done. Moreover, the progress has really increased a lot. But he was surprised by the number of challenges from the goddess of adventure. There were 20 times as many as the goddesses, but judging by the fact that he had already completed 30 of them, they were much easier. Now he was curious to see the main prize, so he pressed the screen again. The skill of resilience is a gift he received from the god of adventure, and this ability will give him strength at the moment when it becomes difficult to fight. Composition is the skill he received from the goddess. She showed more ways to solve problems so that the player would get a return and become stronger. The descriptions and explanations of these skills are quite cryptic, and if you ask Kirikiri, it will become even more confusing. Resilience and the iron wall are very similar skills. If the iron wall strengthens the body, then the resilience would not let you lose heart. Either it would help you fight in a battle or just increase your stats. He knew almost nothing about it yet, and the composition seemed to increase the level of concentration for a long time. This is similar to the very famous action of doubling the experience in games. When the last session is over, you will have to wait in the waiting room for about 3 days. During this time, you can level up a skill. And not only the combat skill can be improved, both of which seem very useful. It would have been really cool if he had gotten the composition skill a little earlier. Knowing this, he could have gotten it as soon as he passed the 6th floor. I feel like I missed a double experience promotion at the computer club. But even though it was some kind of loss, it was not so significant as to be so worried. Despite all these numerous attempts to get to the 6th floor, he managed to get all the way here. As a result, the guy started to worry more because there were only losses. He tried to think rationally, but this skill was directly related to development. However, we need to think positively, because its reality is a hellish level. Kirikiri didn't even pay attention to anything and happily ate the cake, one piece after another. However, seeing that she didn't even listen to him, he took the cake for the 2nd time. This made the girl angry again, and she started shouting at him not to take her cake away. She valued it so much that she didn't want anyone else to touch it. Very soon he gave her the sweets and bought her macaroons. Then she called him very kind and ate the sweets with pleasure. Sometimes it could seem that this rabbit girl was ready to sell her soul for any sweets. Then he started telling her not to follow all those who offered her candy. After all, they were not offering them at all. When she asked, he replied that it was definitely not food. Now she really did resemble a small child, and it was also a bit unhealthy. She even got to Ho-jae's screen and started texting Min-hyuk with the same questions, but he just ignored her, as if he were busy. Before entering the portal, the young man asked how to add skills to the waiting room. And I mentally regretted that the composition and stability were only at the 1st level. It would be very cool now if they were upgraded. The radiance and wings were already at the maximum level when the player received them, so they could be used without pumping them. He thought that he shouldn't expect any more improvements, but at this stage it's better not to get your hopes up for a big and effective skill boost. However, before leaving the manager, the guy said there was something else. He asked how much more information he could get. The girl answered only that it was not much and did not explain the meaning of this. The player asked me to give him some guidance on the 12th floor, but the rabbit then replied that there was no advice there. It's better not to know anything and it will be much easier. If it's Ho-jae, he'll definitely pass it. The young man smiled and said that she was right. Eventually, he entered the portal. It was not difficult to get through the 7th floor. He had previously managed to clear the 6th floor, which required a team of 5 people, but he managed to do it alone. Means that it is as strong as 5 players of the correct difficulty level could be. On the floors after the 6th floor, teamwork was again required, but after such training as on the 6th floor, he was able to easily handle everyone alone. If there is no large-scale raid on this floor, then you can definitely not worry about its passage. Finally, only the girl told him not to cry about it, that he was sad or lonely there, although Ho-jae tried to forget about that moment. But still, now he was pleased that she was always leading him. It's always good to have someone to guide you and someone to meet you. He would now like to have someone like Kirikiri on the outside. Perhaps in that case, he would be living a completely different life now. Eventually, the guy returned to the waiting room and reopened the menu. He would test his skills and read the same description of them again. Skills in battle were significantly improved in proportion to the strength, experience, and number of enemies. Resilience could help with this. It significantly improved combat skills in proportion to the number of comrades behind you, and improved combat skills in proportion to the wounds and fatigue received. It was really a great ability, there's nothing to say. Depending on the situation, the skills in fighting will increase. If you don't take into account the part with the allies, then all the conditions are quite realistic to fulfill because this is a hellish level. This skill is best for passive combat. He really liked the fact that skills increase depending on the danger of the situation. And this skill is a real-life helper. As an additional effect, it also has resistance to mental attacks. And now we don't have to worry about that. He received messages that the deity had high expectations for him. The young man was ready to say that this god of adventure was the best, no matter what he said. At the time, he was very pleased. But the guy tried not to be distracted by all these little things and returned to the skill of resilience. The stronger the player is and the longer he stays calm, the more he will grow. He will become more confident now. He will start to doubt, Concentrating on one task for longer than the required time will increase faster. As he thought, it all has to do with the speed of development. The key is to maintain concentration time for a long time. If it's all in one action, then you can train magic power at the same time as learning swordsmanship. This skill still had a lot of secrets. You'll have to learn about it little by little, and if you can't, you'd better ask Kirikiri. He was already getting a little annoyed with being here and doing nothing, so he quit. The young man went to the next floor, but there he encountered some difficulties. Even though Kirikiri had said that he wouldn't need any advice, he was really struggling here. It was not what he had taught, and it became difficult to pass the level. It was already the 6th day of this test, and he had tried to pass it several times, but still nothing worked. It was only later that he managed to go through all these floors and reach the 12th floor. He thought to just go inside. Eventually he slept and regained his strength, and he shouldn't worry so much anymore. But something strange started happening there. There was not even a confirmation window for a team member. Judging by all that the manager told him, the 12th floor would be easy, and he would definitely make it without any guidance or advice. But because he spent too much time on the 6th floor, his skill levels were far behind the other participants. This is a good opportunity to catch up with them all. On other difficulty levels, level 30 is called the living area. Many higher level runners live there. Comparing the level of hell with others is ridiculous, and he didn't like it at all. And now it was better to speed up. I want to go in and look at this area of residence. Very soon he got to the 12th floor. It was filled with jungle. Not the best place, but it's better than the desert or mountains covered in snow. Thanks to his resistance to heat, he would be able to endure the high temperature for as long as he wanted. And now he decided to see what conditions would make it possible to walk across this floor. Now he is on the Ahawi mainland. This is the control point of the 12th floor, and these places are so dangerous that even the natives have left their families. It is a wild place where there is no culture or civilization, but it's known for its beasts and for the difficult conditions for survival, the percentage of which is incredibly low. Many tried to defy the jungle, but only a few managed to survive. He was a young fighter who decided to show his strength by challenging himself. He needs to keep his head up and pay attention or pass the level. He had to try to stay here for 29 days, in this hell filled with hungry predators who wouldn't mind eating you for dinner. Now the player had to prove that he was a worthy warrior. You need to stay here for 25 days. The explanation is indeed very simple, but it did not make this test easy. Immediately the guy tried to open the window with the inventory, but it was not available on this floor. This made him very angry and disappointed. He had not been warned about this. He tried to do something, thinking that it was just a glitch in the system and that it would go away. But realizing what it was, panic set in. If the window was blocked, he was left with absolutely nothing. He didn't even have a sword or a shield. There was nothing in his pockets. And because of that, he started to worry a lot. In fact, it was all his fault. It was very irresponsible not to take up arms. Now all this could be called a kind of punishment. And now he's going to spend 25 long days in a terrible jungle with no survival equipment. It even sounded incredibly scary. I didn't even want to imagine how he would spend all those 25 days in such an unpleasant place without any preparation. He already knew. There were no lose-lose conditions and no portal to go back to the waiting room. In other words, if he doesn't die, he has to stay here for the whole time. Today is the 6th day of the 14th trial, and he will definitely not be able to stay in this place for 25 days. He was still trying to think rationally, but his mind was in chaos. The survivor of the 24th day will be placed in a waiting room, and in the next challenge will have to spend 25 days here again to fulfill all the conditions for passing. He managed to get to the 11th floor in just one day, and it's so bad here. He decided to just rest here, find some provisions, and at least a relatively safe house. You could call it a summer in the jungle. In the end, no one said it would be easy. This is the 12th floor of the hellish level of difficulty, and there are no easy ways. You can note the theory of what wild animals were here to keep anyone away, but he didn't even know who the enemy was. It can really be wild animals or races of monsters. If you conquer the jungle, you can clear the floor in 24 days. He had just come up with the idea to kill absolutely all the predators on this floor. It would have been too boring to sit still for all those days, and he would have simply not been able to stand it, so he decided to scout around, and if the opportunity arose, he should come up with a plan of conquest. But as soon as he said that, he heard a loud sound from the depths of the jungle, and the boy looked up and was terrified. There were two big ones that looked like dragons. He tried not to make any noise and not to attract their attention, but he had to get out of here as soon as possible if he wanted to live. The two were allegedly fighting with each other. They were able to breathe fire, and this fight looked really large scale. This was all very bad, But now he had seen at least one of his enemies. They were dragons, although he could not answer what they were doing here. He had expected to see anyone, but not them. The guy ran as fast as he could and eventually decided to just hide behind a tree. He fell to the ground, breathing heavily and trying to catch his breath. If he had been able to use the equipment, everything would have been much easier. They could have given him at least a knife as a minimum equipment, but there was nothing at this level. The worst part was that he didn't even have water, and it was still incredibly hot. He urgently needs to replenish his supplies, but another problem is that he doesn't even know which fruits are safe to eat and which are poisonous. Danger lurked at every turn, and he could not even get the medicine in case he was poisoned. The boy then heard the sounds of these dragons fighting. Hearing their screams, he could conclude that one of them had died. But it's definitely dangerous to go out like this now because the other one might still be alive. In addition, there may be those who want to open a hunt for it. Now is definitely not the time to just sit in one place. It is better to do at least something to find a safe place and reserves for the future. At the same time, he received a message from Mr. Yi Hyunjin. It's a good time, and now he can at least sit down and read this message from him in peace. He asked if Hojae was busy right now. The young man replied that he was not there yet, but would be soon. Then he asked him how he was doing, learning that his friend was on the 12th floor. The guy thought about telling him the whole truth, but quickly came to the conclusion that there was no point in lying, so he decided to tell him everything as it was. He started writing messages. At least communication with other players was not prohibited here. He didn't see any point in hiding anything from him because this reason was also an active player on the hell level. The young man told me everything. He said that he could not use the equipment here and that the whole situation had already pissed him off. Hyunjin said, as if in jest, that he definitely shouldn't reach that level. And besides, he wouldn't be able to do that. The young man didn't pay attention to the fact that he was also an interested party to get through the hellish difficulty level. There was no point in him just watching this all. Hojae was already gradually starting to go crazy with the tutu. So he simply suggested that we change the subject and talk about something else. The guy asked about the newcomers who got here. His friend told him that things were not so good. They get angry because they can't clear the first floor on the first try. Many did not have the strength to endure and improve, but there was no other choice now. Because if you get them out of there sooner, they will all die there for sure. Hyunjin was not always so indifferent. This guy used to be bright and would laugh even at very boring stories. But after staying here for a while, things changed completely. Hojae asked him how things were going because he was standing in front of Bosun's room on the 3rd floor, about to reach that gate. He wasn't sure if he could walk across this stone bridge to his boss's room like his friend had done. In addition, he did not want to rashly leave without any information about the valley floor. He was disappointed because he refused the challenge. It hit his self-esteem too hard. Hyunjin was going to focus on self-development until he was sure he could do it. His friend fully supported him and wished him success. That was the end of their short correspondence, and the guy was left to sit there for a long period of time. Yi Hyunjin is very careful and cautious. The most important thing for him is safety, and he achieves success in cold blood. Before acting, he calculates everything and thinks through the plan to the smallest detail. In games, this was more suitable for hired killers or thieves. He's the second one to make it past the 1st floor in the Hell District. This guy's skills are really good, and Hojae saw the potential in him and the desire to go further. In general, he wondered how a guy like this, who calculates everything to the smallest detail, chose such a hellish neighborhood. Then the young man decided to ask about it, and the answer was very simple. He just had an argument with someone at that moment when he was drunk. And again, people chose this level not in a sober state. And yet he gets along well with people and always smiles. He calculated everything and took care of others, advising newcomers at their level. Hyunjin is better at speaking than he is. That's why this kind of work suits him better. Unlike Hojae, who explains everything in a way that adapts to the person with whom she is talking. He's a better psychological counselor than Hojae, but he himself has a lot to learn from this guy. That's why the young man respected him. But the state he has been in for the past few days has really scared him. Hyunjin also said that there would be a meeting at the end of this session. A lot of things were confusing him now. Then the gamer decided that he would ask him to just tell Min-hyuk about everything else, even though he wasn't sure he could calm anyone down with his talk. If you go back to its 12th floor, things are not at all sweet either. You need to find some place to hide. The condition for successful completion is survival. Therefore, the first thing you need is a safe place. There were several options. For example, somewhere near a river, where there will always be water. Or find a cave or stay in a tree so that not all predators can get it. Somehow, and now we need to expand our scope and start looking for something, not just thinking. After some time, the boy came to a large river. It was highly likely that predators would gather here to drink. Besides, there was no cave in the vicinity. Means that the only option is a tree. It is worth finding a large tree on which to build a hut. We could find further and explore the area, but the trees were mostly too dense and nothing was visible. Now it would be great to see everything from a bird's eye view. While the guy was thinking about all this, he heard someone's footsteps behind him and became quiet. The player looked around and saw no one, but he was sure he couldn't be mistaken and he could clearly hear someone. The young man used his combat concentration to understand whether someone was really there. It was the first time he fought in such a way as to conceal himself. But this skill really helped him, and he didn't manage to learn anything like that. Waiting for the right moment, the guy sharply struck back with his hand and managed to throw some incomprehensible monster away from him. It was almost the first time he used the invisibility skill, and he did it very well. The whole environment was similar to the Jurassic period, but there were also mammals here. His arms looked more like sickles, not even a praying mantis, but really some kind of mutant. He looked quite similar to some kind of orangutan relative, so the guy decided to name him that for now. For a moment, he did not think that this animal understood what he was talking about. If so, the guy suggested that he just have a calm conversation without fighting. He asked him to calm down and listen to him. The player promised that he would let him go as soon as they came to an agreement. But as soon as he spoke a few sentences, this mutated monkey screamed. He probably doesn't understand him after all, and only gets even more nervous when the guy talks about something. I even had the idea that he was just pretending that I didn't understand him. So the young man decided to check it out and took a few steps towards the monkey. The mammal immediately attacked him with its sickles. It was really incredibly aggressive. Even though the guy didn't have any swords or anything else with him, he easily fought off the vision with his fists. A magical hand can serve as a sword or a shield. Of course, none of this can be compared to a magical weapon, but it is at least something. He began to fight. The boy managed to overcome this monkey, although he did not intend to kill it. The animal screamed in terror when he threw it back hard. Just now, this animal could also use the invisibility skill, but it was hardly capable of anything else. Right now, the boy could see it clearly, and it was no longer causing any problems. Very soon, he cut off his limb while the animal continued to scream. But he had warned me that I should have listened earlier, and then nothing would have happened. The player said that if he answered the question, he would let him go in one piece. And then the young man remembered that he would not be able to get the antidote, so the animal would die sooner or later. He could have at least said something before he died and told us some facts about this place. But instead, the monkey yelped very loudly, as if calling for help. The guy didn't like it at all, because he definitely didn't need any extra attention from the inhabitants of this jungle. He didn't know if it really mattered, and maybe this monkey was just screaming in pain. But it turned out to be completely different. A couple of seconds passed, and the guy saw a lot of eyes around him. They were other monkeys, and they all came to the aid that the relative was begging for. It was just a nightmare. He didn't even know how to fight such a crowd. There were so many of them, and he didn't even have any weapons or shields with him. Later on, the screaming stopped, it became at least a little easier, and it turned out that the monkey had already died. But the situation was getting worse. He had a lot of friends here, and they were all playing him while he was thinking about how to fight back. The guy knew absolutely nothing. He didn't even know the number of enemies, their strength, and he didn't know his way around the area. The situation was incredibly bad. The best way is to just run away from here wherever they see you. Just run as far as you can. He expected that sooner or later he would find himself in some such situation, but it happened really quickly. The player was trying to run as fast as he could and didn't stop. Nothing was given that was too easy for him on the hellish level. Now he was mentally cursing all these animals. One of the monkeys caught up with him and almost jumped into his face from the front, but the guy noticed it in time and was able to deal with her just as quickly, cutting her body in half. The bushes here were so thick that it was incredibly difficult to get through. Even if we threw down all these monkeys and killed them all at once, they would definitely call me to their side with their cries. They don't attack after they recognize his power, but if he turns his back on them for even a second, it's a real mess. They weren't that stupid and started throwing themselves at the guy from behind. Luckily, he could at least hear them coming and fight them off, at least in this way. They tried to attack him in every possible way to take revenge. It turned out that the guy was running from these monkeys all day long. These idiots were chasing him all the time and they wouldn't leave him for a second. You could kill them one by one, but it's not so easy to find one that's far away from the pack. In the end, it was really like the 12th floor of hellish complexity. These monkeys are flexible, and that's why they have sickles for hands. If you manage to hit one, you will definitely hurt it badly. He has already realized that animals are quite intelligent. Gradually, they quietly surround him, as if he were their prey. The young man could have escaped by taking off on his wings and using the emblem skill, but he can't do all that now, so he'll have to escape the danger in other ways. If you think about it, these monkeys are definitely not as dangerous as dragons. Again, the problem here was precisely their number, and they acted intelligently, which added to the difficulties. It was the monkeys who began to surround him again from all sides. They even calculated his movements and blocked his paths. It would have been easier to attack them if the whole pack had stuck together. Then the young man thought of pretending to be wounded. If each of them has a unique ability, then there is no telling what other surprises this jungle will hold. Dragons used fire to protect themselves. It's their peculiarity. These monkeys have skins that players receive during training. The first data lesson had the skill of invisibility. The second had the skill of regeneration and the blessing of the wind spirit. The young man did not know which one would attack next, so this made the situation even more complicated. In a desperate situation, he just kept fighting and fought back when the animal was close. Strike after strike, but he was unable to destroy them completely and did not have enough time to do so. At least for a moment, he could exhale calmly and prepare for the next attack, but it would not last more than a few minutes. In addition, some of them had other skills. This time it was the magical power of electricity. These animals surprised him more and more. The boy tried to attack this monkey again, but he had to be very careful because it had quite a powerful strength. The guy hit her hard in the face, trying to announce, "These monsters were really incredibly annoying, and the worst part is that there are so many of them." Now they changed their tactics and started attacking in pairs, and he couldn't even get a count of his enemies. Later on, Tai came to a small path and saw a way up the mountain, so he decided to go there. He didn't know the area at all and couldn't expect it to be a place to hide, but they have sickles for hands, so it would be almost impossible for them to climb the mountain. The young man also decided to confuse the trail so that he could escape from them, even if these idiots managed to climb the cliff. It was the only way out for now, or try to escape from them, so the guy kept running with all his might, even though he had almost no strength left. It was difficult for him to climb this rock himself, and the monkey's bottom was very difficult. He tried to get rid of these annoying creatures and threw them out every time. In the end, the war with these orangutans lasted for several days. Those were terrible days. He couldn't even move a few meters away from them. These creatures were always chasing him. The boy could not even get close to the rock, which seemed to be 2 steps away. For days, he could not eat or drink. There were no supplies, and because of these idiots, it was impossible to find food or something to drink. He didn't talk about sleeping at all, and he couldn't even go to the toilet because of these idiots. This is where he really went crazy. It was hard to take this kind of abuse. He started screaming with anger and despair. He didn't succeed. The last time he used this skill, he only made them aggressive and destroyed everything outside the skill's range. It is not known how intelligent these people were, because they used the environment to attack their victims. They could even set traps and calculate the time of attack. The monsters were too smart, and it was hard to get rid of them. Once again, this young man provoked them to fierce aggression, but each of his attempts ended in failure. They set traps around him and in several rows. At least there were 4 of them. It even seemed impossible in such a dense forest. The young man continued to run forward, stopping only occasionally to catch his breath. All of this seemed impossible, except if there was one person in charge. It was impossible for them to create such a plan without a leader. They don't even have walkie-talkies, and no one can transmit information. Or it's for some kind of skill, and this is quite likely, judging by what he has seen before. Or that monkeys possess some kind of telepathy and can transmit information to each other. Maybe there's a commander somewhere who leads this crowd using a skill. The hypothesis was indeed a good one and had a place, but he had not yet learned the answer. And once again, those annoying monkeys got him. He was getting really annoyed with all the screaming he had been hearing for days. And in the end, all his thoughts about who was in charge of these idiots did not help and did not solve the situation. Even if it is true, he will not be able to escape from these traps. Then the player thought about what options he had. You could kill the commander who controls all your puppets from somewhere. But first you need to find him. Another option was to climb a tree using his wings and escape as quickly as possible, or to climb a rock where these pesky animals could not reach him. The first option would be very difficult to fulfill in reality. If you follow his second idea, you will have to fly for a very long time, and there is a chance that you will encounter monsters in the air. Then the situation would only get worse. So just climbing the rock was the safest and most reasonable solution in his situation. At the same time, he received a message from Kim Min-hyuk. He asked if his friend was very busy right now. Of course, he was incredibly busy and couldn't even read his message properly. Now the guy kept running, reading his stories as well. The friend said that he had received something very strange, but it was not urgent, so they could talk later. So he ran and ran, looking ahead and sometimes fighting back against these annoying creatures that were still chasing him. This continued until Hojay finally found the right place for himself. And finally he came to the right place. Now there is definitely not much left. These annoying monkeys have already left him alone. But in a few seconds, the guy saw the mutant next to him again. He quickly continued to move forward, not wanting to stop, and hit him, after which the enemy was on the ground again. The young man immediately used the emblem, after which he began to fly upwards and was almost at the top of the cliff. Almost at the top, Hojay used Talaria's wings to stay aloft and not fall. He looked back at his enemies, who were already behind him, and the young man managed to get out in front. Just a few more seconds, and the guy was on the very top of the cliff. Here he would be safer, at least until some other monster comes along. The young man was so excited to get so high that he started laughing, but his laughter subsided after a moment. This is beyond the bounds of common sense. Later, this laughter turned into a scream. Although the player was sure that he would definitely get rid of these annoying animals here, a whole army of monkeys was waiting for him. They stayed close to each other, and one of them, probably the leader, raised his paws in the shape of a sickle up to meet the boy. Hojay sarcastically thanked them for such a warm welcome. You can ignore these monkeys again and go back down to the foot, even though you had to spend some energy on the climb. It seemed like a good idea, but only until he received a warning that Talaria's wings were blocked for an unknown period. Now that was really bad. For a moment he was confused and did not know what to do next. All these monkeys calculated his path, distributed his army, and even blocked the skill. It turns out that these creatures are not stupid at all and can come up with a strategy, which they have successfully done. They began to scream louder and louder. Hojay was familiar with this scream. This is revenge, mockery of the enemy, alleged humiliation. After that, he could now realize that he was in a hopeless situation. Now he is on top of a cliff. The skill with wings has been taken away from him, and Hojay is surrounded by hundreds of monkeys. If you do a rough calculation, there are more than 3,000 monsters opposite him now. Not just monsters, but creatures that can come up with good strategies, even though they are not strong in themselves. He could see and feel how happy the army was to put him in such a desperate situation. And judging by the way these monkeys looked, they are definitely not going to lose. This skill was granted to them by the gods for their incredible merits. In combat, it brands the souls of enemies within reach, gradually weakening their powers. If you defeat such an enemy, you can absorb the spirit of your opponent, restoring your own body. In short, the long-range debuff and the effective recovery after a victory can be easily obtained. In addition, if you maintain it, you can strengthen the skill in proportion to the enemy resistance. There was no way to escape, so the young man decided to accept the fact that he would have to fight the whole army of these idiots alone. Together, they began to attack him, throwing themselves at him from different directions and shouting something in their own language. The player immediately began to fight back and applied resilience, a skill that gave him strength when he had to face a crisis. Now was a great opportunity to test his willpower, so Hojay began to fight hard. He was in a hopeless situation, so he tried to do everything he could to get out alive. The very next moment, he used a battle cry and shouted as loudly as he could. Immediately afterwards, Hojay rushed forward, attacking his rivals. I had to spend a little more time with them. But after a while, the monkeys were lying on top of the cliff, unable to get up. The player smelled a strong odor of blood, but a moment later it started to rain, gradually washing away the fresh red marks. He's managed to defeat the Mapivi army, and it's time to get out of here, to find somewhere safer. Since the rivals were destroyed, the boy regained the skill of Talaria's wings. He didn't think it would happen so quickly, but the opportunity to fly will come in handy now. So remembering everything that happened, the young man took off and went to the next location. Went back to the beginning. He had to find water and food and finally get some sleep. He had a lot of things to do. But first, he had to do something else that he had been dreaming about for a long time. He had to go to the bathroom very badly, so Hojay flew downstairs as fast as he could to do his business. The player quickly found himself among the trees, but something happened that he didn't even think about. First these orangutans, and now the rain, which makes it impossible to see anything at all. It was getting annoying. While walking here, the young man managed to eat an orangutan's leg. He had no choice because he hadn't eaten or drunk anything for more than 3 days. The smell of the fish and their flesh was incredibly horrible. He was nauseated. It was so tasteless. Kirikiri had said when they met that he would be able to get through this floor without any problems. But now he had already encountered so many problems. The guy was so angry with her that he wasn't even going to buy her a cake anymore. And then there was this infernal rain. Hojai even began to doubt whether he would be able to reach his goal. When the young man was already going downstairs, he saw some movements near him because of the heavy rain. Someone went into a cave and hid from the rain. Thanks to his clear vision skill, he was able to see the figure and was sure he was right. It was good to have a goal. It made it easier to walk. But because I was wet, my mood was so-so. And his stomach started to hurt a lot. It was probably because of the meat he had to eat. It was simply impossible to endure this pain. And in addition, the young man began to vomit. Who knows? You might even die if you eat it one more time. There is something else that is more important than survival itself, and it is better to eat tree leaves than such meat. Only now did Hojai begin to understand all the pitfalls of the 12th floor. Here you need not just to survive, but to develop various survival skills, without which you will not last long. There was no need to fight with anyone. Just survive with the help of your capabilities. No matter how you look at it, it didn't suit him at all. It was a very long and difficult journey, but the player finally made it to this damn cave. The young man stopped in front of the entrance, looking into the darkness, as if trying to see something there. But there was no figure there, so Hojai yelled loudly for this someone to come out. He stood quietly for a few seconds, staring at it. But when he heard nothing in response, he shouted again and ordered them to leave the cave, because now it was his home for the next few weeks. Only after such statements did this mysterious visitor appear. The young man saw only his red eyes glowing in the dark. It was a little scary, but the player took a fighting stance and prepared to fight back. Later, the creature took a few steps forward, and the young man was able to see what was inside. But now he was more confused by the fact that this animal had certain abilities. There is water everywhere, wherever he goes. There is a threat of dying from the current. Hojai tried to think things through quickly and used another skill to exploit the soul. He was happy that he had succeeded in his plan, and now the chance of not dying in this place had increased. But immediately this creature attacked him, unleashing its claws on the boy. The animal decided to attack directly, but the player had a plan for this case. He had already defeated the army of these annoying orangutans, so he would defeat another enemy. The young man opened his wings in time, which allowed him to fly slightly into the air, and the opponent did not touch his body. In addition, Talaria's wings have high protection magic, and they do not touch his body directly, so the player will not be electrocuted either. The creature began to electrocute him immediately, and the boy regretted not striking him when he was close. It would be nice to know what kind of punching power his opponent has. But there is a great risk of dying immediately if you allow this to happen. So the player decided to postpone this idea for later, and threw his opponent far away from him. The emblem and wings combo worked on the 12th floor as well. At least he had something left to defend himself with. And now his stamina has been restored. Apparently, the effect of soul exploitation had started. The timing of all this was bad. It was now, in this weather, that this monster with abilities related to electricity was supposed to appear. Hojai managed it and stepped into the cave in a few seconds, but stopped again, looking ahead. It was empty and spacious. It was also warm. It's quite suitable for temporary housing. The guy took a step forward and applied combat concentration to check if there was anyone deeper in the cave. He did so in time to discover that the enemy was already lurking nearby, waiting for him. But the player could not yet understand where the opponent was. He knew for sure that he was neither above nor in front. Perhaps someone is using the invisibility skill again. Things were going badly. He still did not know where to expect the attack. He felt that it was somewhere nearby, but he hadn't yet discovered the exact location. Since he hadn't succeeded so far, the guy used the sensation of sensation. Only now did he manage to locate him. Ho-J felt that he had just passed him. He opened his eyes, looking around. The enemy was close by, but hadn't attacked yet. However, the young man closed his eyes again, once again feeling the presence of the enemy near him. He was behind him. With full concentration, the player was able to catch the enemy flying in the air. This creature was very small, and the young man looked at it a little surprised. This creature looked like a ferret, but it could fly. He put it on the ground and examined it more closely. The animal was still quite young, but despite the size of this creature, it was very dangerous. Moreover, the boy still did not know what the enemy was capable of. The local fauna had already managed to bore him to death. Even though he had only been here for a few days, it was becoming harder and harder to bear. Such wounds can only be treated with herbal medicines. It would have taken less than a minute. It was good that there were other ways of recovery besides potions. All this increased his chances of survival, but it will take too much energy to recover. Well, you don't have to worry about that much because I managed to get physically stronger and the potions didn't disappear. It was hard to recover when you were at 0 strength. There was still a lot to do, but since Hojie was very tired, he decided to get some rest first. He took off his cloak and shoes and laid down in the middle of the cave. He was able to fall asleep almost immediately. A little more time passed and the young man woke up. He slowly stood up, immediately looking at the exit of the cave. He got up for a reason. He was awakened by someone's growling. When he looked forward, he saw a creature with a giant tail that resembled foot and mouth disease, and in its paws it held a trident. Hojie continued to stare at the creature in silence. Ideltara sat in front of him and looked at him with a glassy gaze, saying that she had prepared something to eat. But then he swung a stone that was lying nearby and threw it at the monster. She was calling him the word he didn't want to hear from her again, and this time it pissed him off even more. But the very next moment he stretched out sweetly and asked how long he had slept. The lizard replied that 3 hours had passed, and then began to growl. Ideltara then added that these hours were too few for a general. Hojie himself felt that he had slept much longer than 3 hours. In fact, if he hadn't called her here, he wouldn't have been able to close his eyes for 10 minutes. It was hard to even think about it, but Hojie was happy and grateful to have her standing there guarding him. He still had to use the dead man's summoning, and it came in handy in this test. It can be used no more than 5 times per entity, and you need to find an object that will keep the spirit alive. Even if you take into account the limitations, summoning the dead is a good skill. It would be even more effective to summon a stronger creature, but only after he had upgraded his skills. Right now, the player didn't regret summoning it. With her, he felt safe and could rest for several hours. In situations where you need to stay at one stage for a long time, knowing that you have an ally gives you strength. You can assess the circumstances more soberly when you share your thoughts. In addition, there was no feeling of loneliness. For the first time, the boy invoked Ideltara at the 7th level, and he did it only to distract the enemy from himself. But only later did he realize that this lizard had much greater potential. She's not only strong in a fight, but also cold-blooded and attentive to details, which is not typical of cannibals. But at the 5th level, Ideltara got the idea to make him her husband. It is customary for foot and mouth disease to choose the strongest mate, and she began to take care of him hard so that he would choose her. Hojie was very tired after the battle and decided not to dwell on it. But according to the characteristics of her species, she accepted his rejection. Then the player taught her to understand human actions. They were already getting along well, and the lizard brought him food on some leaves. Ideltara said it was lamb meat. It was raw, but the player was resistant to poison, so he wouldn't be able to get poisoned. Then she added that he should imagine that he was eating sashimi. Hojie suggested that this ferret is called lamber here. This meat would at least taste better than orangutan. While the young man was eating, he decided to ask Ideltara what she knew about the area. But the lizard replied briefly that she knew nothing. He had a lot of questions for the lizard when they started working together. It's a bit of a long story how she got here, what role she played in the study, and what she did before. But she did not know the answers to most of these questions. Ideltara said that her head would go blank and she couldn't remember anything when he asked her questions. It seemed as if her memory had been erased. Ida would get frustrated when she couldn't remember something, so the player didn't try to find out about her past. But what she could tell him about was the skills. Ideltara knew a lot about that, but she didn't remember anything about her studies. Although she knew the name of the animal, she had no idea what it was for. At the same time, the lizard asked the general what they were going to do next and wanted to know more about the conditions for completing this level. The boy continued to eat and said that they had to stay here for 25 days and were not allowed to use the equipment. The young man also mentioned this. It turns out that it will be possible to live quietly and peacefully in this jungle for the allotted time. She even liked this stage, but Hojie asked her what she liked about it. He couldn't just walk through this floor in peace. The gaming session will end early, and he won't be able to stay here for 25 days. She just laughed softly and said she was unlucky. But if you focus on development, this time will definitely not be wasted. So the young man decided to try to develop new skills for the future. However, the lizard said that first they needed to make sure that they would definitely survive in this place. The guy loudly exclaimed that she was right and agreed with the lizard. He suggested that they use this cave as a base, and at the same time, gradually expand and then start hunting those who live here. This way, they would be able to get rid of their unwanted neighbors. This way, they will definitely develop and expand their territory, and it's really a good way. But if they are too active, then all the predators can come here, and this will not play well. However, the young man reassured them that everything would be fine and that they were unlikely to meet beasts that could defeat them. In the worst-case scenario, you can just run away. If you think about it, the likelihood of meeting a predator that is stronger than they are is quite small. They decided to leave at dawn, and in the meantime, Tara continued to guard their territory. Although the young man had regained some of his magical skills, his composition skills still didn't work. He didn't even know if it would have an effect if he concentrated on it more. However, the boy did not give up hope and kept trying until the lizard distracted him. It was already dawn. The morning sun was shining brightly, and the lizard said it was ready to go out. At the same time, they came out of the cave, and the boy saw a trap right in front of their cave made by this lizard. But that was not all. She tore up leaves called kikimu and scattered them around the cave. These jungle animals don't like them at all. He was actually surprised that she managed to do all this yesterday. He was especially surprised that Ida had been able to tear them without the right thing, but she said she could do anything. To be honest, the player didn't expect this from her. It was enough that the lizard helped him when they were resting from the battle together. And the guy thanked her from the bottom of his heart and said that he really appreciated everything she was doing for him. She was pleased to hear those words, but tried not to show it. You just said it was time to hunt. It took them a while to get to the right place and shoot the boar. It was worth recognizing that Tara also hunted very well and skillfully. She said that she had once been kicked out of her tribe, and that's why she often hunted alone, so she had a lot of experience. But Hojay then added that he was not just saying that, and that he actually thought she was incredible. Then he told us to move on. We had to keep going and catch all the animals in the area. Then we got a suggestion to leave this boar here. Other animals could come here when they smell the blood, and it would be very convenient for them in further hunting. The boy asked if he could fight now, but the lizard suggested doing the opposite. It would have been really better, but the player wanted to get a skill related to searching or chasing. When he was still being chased by orangutans, he could not understand something. They found him like ghosts. Even when he crossed mountains or rivers, these monsters with blades on their paws found him. Apparently, they had a special skill for this. If it was true, it was a very useful skill, and he wanted to get one. If an enemy with the invisibility skill were to attack him now, he would not react and would simply die. Maybe he'll come back to the composition sooner or later while he's getting the skin. The guy stepped forward and said that he was leaving the entire battlefield to the lizard. Very soon they saw a small animal that looked like a deer. It calmly approached the stream and drank water. The lizard sneaked up on her from behind, swinging its trident. Only a few seconds passed and the animal was dead. With a single blow to the two parts, Ida's skills were really on point. At the same time, she called the general with her and said she would teach him how to hunt. To begin with, the lizard taught him how to hide and camouflage in this environment. Tara told us where it would be best to hunt and how to track the prey. She told us how to approach the prey unnoticed and catch it. She showed me that magic can also be very useful in hunting and taught me how to work the slightest sign of his presence and move without making too much noise. And he also learned how to distribute mana around the neighborhood in the form of a thin web and monitor everything that happens around him. Hojay did not know that this was even possible, so it took some time to learn. He spent quite a few hours on it, and at this rate it took 2 whole weeks. He trained and hunted monsters roaming near the cave, thus improving his skills. After a while, Ida herself started talking about how there was no one left to hunt on the island or nearby. This animal was the last one here. But all of this went to his advantage. He finally learned how to locate his opponent and leveled up his magic chain, and even gained a few more skill points. Hojay is grateful to his ally, who taught him tirelessly and helped him with everything. They managed to quickly destroy all the monsters around the cave. Only defenseless species remained alive, and that's only because they're not worth hunting. Now they had to decide what to do next. Tara suggested that we return home. The guy supported this idea because he wanted to find time to train in the cave himself. The lizard decided to call this cave their home. In her free time, she made furniture as if their lair had actually become her home. She seemed to be very happy when she did it. It seems that the hunt really made her happy. She saw the player next to her and, in a good mood, offered to teach him how to use a spear. The young man didn't think it was possible at all, but this skill would be very valuable indeed, so he did not refuse. Within the system, he was not particularly good at using martial arts. He was used to doing everything on his own, but he thought he could learn a lot from her, including the use of weapons. Tara was indeed one of the most amazing creatures he had ever met here. And then Hojay admitted that he would like to learn more than just spear skills. It would be nice to improve his strategic skills and thinking. Given the current situation, they would be better off staying here for the rest of the session. Of course, you can find new places to hunt, but that's not as important as the skill of the spear. He didn't ask for too much. He just realized that he would need it in the future. Idaltara growled, looking up in thought. She fell silent, still looking up. At the same time, the lizard told Hojie to wait for her here, and she went off into the thicket without even telling him where she was going. She didn't say how long she would be gone, so the only thing left to do was to wait in the cave. The young man realized that asking a large lizard to teach him how to fight was a rather strange idea, but he felt that it was necessary. He must have gone completely crazy here, but now he decided to stay inside and concentrate on practicing his composition. For the past 3 days, the player has been practicing this skill at every opportunity. Previously, Hojie tried to improve his resilience in this way. Even if he does everything right, it's still not enough to maintain the composition. At least nothing has happened in all this time. You will need to spend at least 8 hours to activate the composition tutor. 8 hours is the minimum. By spending this amount of time meditating, a young man will be able to activate this ability. And after activation, he felt his own strength increase. The composition skill is the main reason why he was able to improve his skills so quickly. This ability turned out to be more useful than he had initially thought. He couldn't have done it without Idaltara and composition. Since scanning the area requires a lot of mana, you can train the magic chain and search for danger at the same time, which is very good. The young man could see the entire cave environment as if in the palm of his hand. It seems that now is the time to start. He was already ready. The boy activated his combat concentration. He had to visualize the spider as clearly as possible, and he did his best. After a few more seconds of this, the player grabbed his head. It started to hurt a lot. Apparently, this was his limit at the moment, and he would not go any further. While he was sitting there holding his head, Idaltara returned to the cave and called to the general to come over. The boy came out of their makeshift home and asked the lizard where she had been. He asked it to tell him at least something, but Ida didn't answer. So the player dared to ask if she was going to teach him how to use a spear. The lizard didn't answer right away, but at first just stared at him with a glassy and murderous gaze, holding its trident and spear. Idaltara then handed the general the spear she had made herself in such a short time. She added that it would be his training spear. Now the lizard smiled, showing his teeth, and said that now he could try out his new weapon. The player had just heard these words and immediately did what she said. Hojie swung his spear, slicing through the air. In the end, he was quite good at it. It was so strange the boy did not believe at first that he would be able to do it so quickly. Then the lizard added that he was now perfect at everything except agility. But for a pro winner, agility is perhaps the most important trait. Without it, you can't go anywhere. And that's why many people gave up the life of a pro player because they couldn't stand the training. He learned surprisingly quickly, even considering that he uses composition. This is not due to anything, to innate talent. The guy knew this very well himself. He knew that without talent, he would have been just a piece of meat. Sometimes his words made the lizard lose its appetite, although it was better not to say such words to his face. Although he was learning to fight with a spear, his sword and hand-to-hand combat skills were also improving. And the young man knew that Idaltara was the perfect mentor. Her physical abilities are many times greater than a human's, so she is a great coach. Very soon, he received a notification that the day of the meeting had begun. It would last for 2 hours, and he had to enter the building after a certain amount of time. Otherwise, he would simply be forcibly transferred there. The young man asked the lizard if she wanted to go there with him, but he immediately warned her that there would be nothing fun there. But since she had nothing else to do, Idaltara agreed to go with him. Soon they were in the place where the meeting was taking place. Their eyes met, although Hojie wanted to remain unnoticed. He and the lizard went on and noticed that there was no one here yet. The guy looked around once more, and then opened the window with the inventory. The player was incredibly happy to see all his things here. They were so precious to him, and he even started talking to them as if they were living things. It sounded really strange, but he really missed everything he had to forget for a few weeks. Almost immediately, he took something out of it and then shouted something, stepping aside. The young man received this tent on the 9th floor. He should have taken it to the 12th floor for the test, but at the time, he didn't think about it at all. No sooner had the player set up his tent than Min-hyuk walked in with a smile. He laughed, saying that he didn't expect anything less from his tent. It had been so long since they had seen each other, and he missed him. At the same time, he said hello to his friend the lizard, who also came here. There was a lot of space inside. Still, points play an important role in this world, but Hojie said at the time that he didn't buy it for those points. But it wasn't that important. His friend was more interested in why he was sitting there with his pants down. Outside, Jung-ah and the guards had already started to create chaos, but the young man said that he had nothing to do with it, so he decided to just leave quietly. However, Min-hyuk thought that the girl was already overreacting. Everything she was doing was too much, almost beyond the pale. They need her strictness now more than ever. And she's not only looking out for others, but also for herself. Not that anyone was complaining, so they could close the subject, but Min-hyuk was already worried about it. Ho-jae also expressed his opinion. He thought she was going too far with her actions. Now it looked like Jong-ah was developing a mental disorder, and it was all happening very actively. She was prone to anxiety because of a past filled with regrets. And the future scared her just as much, because she couldn't quite come clean with everything she was taking on. Perhaps she was taking on too much. That's why she set her standards too high. And these standards applied not only to herself, but to everyone around her. The problem is that people are imperfect by nature, but you don't know when you'll get to Jong-ah, who realizes that not everyone can live up to her standards, let alone her high standards. Any normal person would have spit on it all long ago and moved on. But in fact, that's the only thing normal. Park Young-ah is not like that at all. She will be strict with herself and blame herself for all her shortcomings. She will fight with herself, and it will torment her all the time. A person breaks like a straw when something like this happens to them, and it is impossible to fix it. In any case, she had to be supervised. There was no one else to do it but Min-hyuk. Ho-jae always gave him such difficult tasks. At the same time, a friend of the player wanted to introduce him to another young man. Min-hyuk found a player with the lightning skill, just like he wanted. This made Ho-jae very happy. This uncertain boy went inside. He even trembled a little and said his name. His name was Lee Jun-seok. He was so young, the player wouldn't have been surprised to learn that he hadn't even finished high school. Min-hyuk confirmed that he was only a high school student, and the kid continued to be very nervous. Jun-seok was shaking so badly as he looked at the general. He had scared him a lot, even though he hadn't done anything. But then the schoolboy assured him that everything was fine. He just felt a little bit strange. This kid was a player from the 8th floor of a difficult level. He is a magician specializing in electromancy. Ho-jae thanked him for coming. The player then said that Jun-seok should now use his lightning on his arm. The schoolboy panicked because he thought that Ho-jae would be very hurt. The lightning burned his skin badly. But Min-hyuk then added that this guy increases his resistance to high temperatures with a hot stone. Therefore, it was okay to not hesitate and make him suffer a little. After hearing this, the student decided to approach the player and do what he said. He used all the power he had on Ho-jae to show what he was capable of. The teacher immediately warned him not to hesitate to use his strength to the fullest, because he would be healed immediately. The student stopped for a moment and concentrated harder. He asked why this day of assembly was organized in the first place and what its purpose was this time. Min-hyuk said that on the 30th floor of the light level, a certain organization was producing and distributing drugs. He assumed that they had gathered people to solve this situation, then added that he ordered his bodyguards to infiltrate the organization undercover. As soon as he was appointed manager, Min-hyuk received a list of members who belonged to this group. In general, these were the usual methods of the guards, which they used. They would break into problematic organizations and extract evidence and as much information as possible. And the gathering day is a trap for such criminals, where they can be weeded out one by one. Some guards do not hide their occupation and know a lot about the community. It turns out that Min-hyuk is the only one who knows the details of what's going on here, but he immediately gave up. The manager and himself did not know absolutely everything. They acted in small groups, but there were much more of them than we thought at first. So it will end up that the world of this training will become a collection of spies if we continue at the same pace. If it is, it will turn out differently, because there will be no point in these spies. Then everyone will be under the supervision of their neighbor, and everyone will keep order. It sounds like utopia. Ho-jae did not believe that this would ever be possible, because it sounded too strange for this world. The player calmly discussed all these nuances until his hand hurt badly, and he abruptly took it away, gritting his teeth. Jun-seok was even more frightened than he was. The student began to worry if he was okay, and Ho-jae reassured him that he was fine, but he still had room to grow to increase his resistance to the heat. Later, another man came into the tent. He seemed to be in a good mood and started asking questions of the company. It was Jung-shik, but Ho-jae didn't seem to be very happy to meet him. In any case, he sat down on one of the chairs inside the tent and told me that they had already taken care of their business, which meant that everyone else would be here soon. It also means that it is time to announce the start of the meeting itself. Not even a minute later, Jong-ah and her team were standing in front of them. The girl looked just as confident, even arrogant. She said nothing but 2 words about the beginning of the meeting. Her voice was cold and firm. Everyone got together, and the first topic of conversation was this incident with the drug addicts. The group discussed ways to stop them. Then they listened to representatives who had collected reports on each level of complexity. So far, none of them has said anything that could not be discussed in the community chat, so the purpose of the live meeting was still unclear. But after discussing such things, Min-hyuk said it was time to move on to more important details. Jang Young-hyun was on the easy difficulty level. Ho-jae looked at the others carefully, and the manager said that he had managed to clear the 89th floor recently. They all exclaimed with joy. They had been waiting for this news because there was so little time left before the 100th floor. Min-hyuk said with pride in his words that they would all continue to support Young-hyun. This means that we need to make every effort to get resources and information for him. Everyone kept shouting with joy. The news made them happy, but Ho-jae stood there looking thoughtful and off to the side. Jang Yong set himself a goal. He wanted to go through all the floors. This happened right after the players learned that the real world was in danger. He was motivated by the opportunity to return and protect his family. Jong-ah finally spoke. She said that the person who would become a pioneer in this world was very important to them. The person who will go through all the 100 floors and return to reality. This person will become an important symbol for both their worlds. The player will be able to tell that those who entered the world of learning are still alive and know about everything. The player will let the world know that if you just wait a little longer, they will return. Everyone will return who finds the strength to complete all the floors of their difficulty level. But before Jang Yong clears the 100th floor and returns to the real world, it is necessary to come clean about the testimony that the group will send with him into the world. People in reality don't know what happened to those who came here. And because of the monsters that appeared on Earth, there was simply no time to deal with this. The first thing to do is to write a list of the players who are here. It is worth writing a letter to family and friends, and this should be a priority. And then it is necessary to inform the authorities about their existence and make them recognize the rule of players who have entered the world of the game. Hearing these words from Jong-ah, most people were surprised because no one knew what kind of rule she was going to talk about. At the same time, the girls said that they would demand that the authorities recognize the guards, the right to introduce laws into the world of learning and to enforce them, as well as to expel those who violate them. The authorities are unlikely to allow them to rule this world on their own, even though it is the guards who currently dictate all the rules here. But Ho-jae himself was not sure that the authorities would officially recognize their rule just because they are currently in charge. It was easier to say than to do. It can take a long time to implement. Most likely, the authorities will try to turn the players into something like a public organization, if they even recognize the existence of people who have been trapped here. Absolutely everyone in the real world can enter the world of learning. They can be school children, teenagers, young adults, and retirees. They can be politicians, presidents, or doctors. Once a person gets here, he or she is obliged to comply with the laws that have been invented here. And in case of violation, she suggested punishing the president like any other person. Ho-jae still stood there pensively, thinking about what Jong-ah had said. Anyone who does not follow the rules set by the guards will face severe punishment. Those who try to establish their own laws will also face the same punishment. Anyone who tries to create or join an organization that does not support the rebels and where there are more than 10 people will be punished in the same way. Given all these laws and what Park Chung-ah was saying, the young man could not imagine a good Kratina. If in reality they do not recognize their authority and try to establish their own laws, people's actions will be regarded as violations of the guards' rules, and they will also be punished. And the punishment here is most often the death penalty. He couldn't even picture it in his head. If a representative of the authorities gets into the world of learning from reality, he or she will be immediately punished. This is already very dangerous. In this way, they will only make an already bad situation worse. Jung-ah's ideas are too radical. She doesn't come up with something where you can find a compromise. People from Earth will definitely not like it. Then the player tried to at least somehow remedy the situation and suggested that the topic be postponed until the next meeting. Shin-hyuk suggested that we talk about the choice of a starting weapon. This issue was also very important. Ho-jae was incredibly grateful to him for this idea. The survival of the players directly depends on the starting weapon, and it is important not to miscalculate. Min-hyuk also added that they need healers. There should be at least one for each floor. There are not enough of them now. It is not so surprising that they are lacking, considering the fact that the number of people who choose a magic wand as a starting point is very low. At first glance, it looks no different from an ordinary wooden stick, Posting information about starting weapons on the community wall is a dead giveaway. The wall opens after selection, so it won't work. It's very important to let the real world know that healers are worth their weight in gold. Plus, you need to inform them that they shouldn't choose a healer on a hard difficulty level. In general, it is worth warning people against choosing a hellish difficulty. Only suicidal people will choose after being warned about the hell level, and Hyun Jin and that guy are the people who managed to survive, and they haven't even reached the 14th floor yet. Should be passed on to the world so that no one chooses the last level of difficulty. It is too dangerous, and there is a high risk of death. Then Hojae said he didn't need a healer. He considered training with the team, but came to the conclusion that other people on the hellish difficulty would only hinder him. Min-hyuk wasn't sure it was a good idea. He didn't see a long-term perspective here at all. Who knows what kind of challenges they would face in the future. But here was a living witness to what was happening there. It's really hard to complete a level and stay alive, and even if he develops the perfect strategy, newcomers will just die for nothing. This topic will also have to be discussed. The team talked for 2 more hours, discussing various issues and trying to come to a conclusion. Finally, they discussed everything. Everyone was sitting there, incredibly tired. They just wanted to get out of here and rest, but Shin-hyuk stopped them and said there was something else. He had recently heard a rumor that there was another event waiting for the players. The people who had already started walking towards the exit stopped abruptly and thought about another meeting, but he said that was not the case. This time it was not supposed to be the day of assembly. The details are not yet fully known, so you can continue to collect information, and eventually something will become clear. Is yet another trouble on Hojae's already sick head. It's a good thing that at least he doesn't collect all this information and let others do it. Jung-ah still sat in her chair and said that this was the end of their meeting today. She thanked everyone for their attention. After that, the girl was going to leave them, but she was still detained. He could tell by the look on her face that she was getting a little nervous, but Hojae was already hoping that this was the moment. There is still something left. One more important thing. Unfortunately, he will have to stay and be a part of this conversation. Shik-hyuk approached Min-hyuk and quietly told him to be the first to talk about it. Is a familiar feeling for Hojae. No one knows the word like Min-hyuk, so it would be logical for him to say it. He just sighed and had to agree. Later, Min-hyuk began to speak and said at the beginning that they would not last long. There was just something about Jung-ah and Hojae. He smiled and said it was not that serious. They just wanted to talk about the girl's attitude toward the wards. Jung-ah looked really surprised now. The thing is, this girl treats people very coldly, as if they were a pile of iron, not living beings. She often quarrels with her wards, but without violence. In fact, most of the rebels even supported her behavior. And then there was silence. But then Min-hyuk spoke up again and said that they probably had a little problem with Jung-ah treating General Hojae as if he were superior to her. Jung-ah was even more surprised to hear something like that. Then the manager, Min-hyuk, said they understood. Hojae had helped her, and she was grateful to him for saving her at the first meeting and all that. But they had agreed to treat each other and other people equally, regardless of their status or age. That's why he asked Jung-ah to treat Hojae the same way as everyone else. The girl folded her arms across her chest, saying that she already treated everyone the same. In the world of learning, age or position in society didn't matter anyway. Here, all people were equal. The only exceptions were the guards, who imposed laws and punished people for not following the rules. Then Shik-hyuk told her to call the player by his first name, not the way she used to. Jung-ah felt incredibly awkward at this point, but she did say Lee Hojae's name, although she did so quietly and with little confidence, which was not her usual behavior. Everyone except the general started laughing, although they tried not to show it, but it really looked and sounded strange. Edeltara watched from the sidelines and added that the girl should address him as you. This made Jung-ah even more uncomfortable, and she barely managed to get a few words out. She told him to keep trying for the good of this world and the real world. But that wasn't what they wanted, so he made her say it again. Hojae himself felt very embarrassed after hearing what he had heard in his direction. Jung-ah, who had been so cruel, suddenly turned into a sweet creature. Who would have thought that a sharp-tongued and cold-blooded girl could do that? But the fact that Jung-ah puts him above himself could be a problem in the future. Even if there is a reason for this, it needs to be eliminated. She still considers him a hero for saving her from the guild. She respects him too much and expects too much. This was a bit confusing for Hojae. The bodyguard hierarchy will remain undefined as long as she treats him as superior. The player was sure that there would be people who were sure that he was their boss, and not vice versa. This can lead to factions and punctures, which will not help them at all. They began to ask her to try again, even though Jung-ah already wanted it to be over quickly. Later, everything really came to an end, and Min-hyuk started working on a wooden figure. It was his hobby. And Ho-jae told him that he used to like to knit, although he would not have even thought of such an option. The player was on the verge of losing and needed something to distract him. At that time, the young man did not know about any meetings and understood little about this life. It was a terrible time. Ho-jae was indeed on the verge of insanity. Handicrafts were the only way to distract him. Min-hyuk would like to say that he understood him, but that would be a lie. He was just making furniture for the house. He couldn't afford to buy this. Ho-jae was more surprised because Min-hyuk also had a house on the 3rd floor, but quickly forgot about it all. The gamer never thought that Park Young-ah had such a side. She had never been like that. To be honest, there were times when this girl scared the hell out of him. She had no qualms about shooting the man in the head who made her suffer. He hoped that in the future they would be able to build a more trusting relationship. But for now, there are others. Especially since Idaltara now seemed completely unhappy. She was feeling very sad here because Ho-jae hadn't been paying attention during the entire conference. At that point, the lizard briefly told him that she was going to sleep and not to be woken up. It seemed that she was offended by him, even though he did not know what he had just said. At that moment, the same student entered the tent. Ho-jae did not fully remember his name and called him by another name, which caused the schoolboy to embarrassingly correct the older man. The player called him again to train his resilience. He was counting on the kid. Ho-jae held out his hand and told him to start, and he began to use the magic of lightning. At the same time, the general asked the young magician to collect evidence about the continent of Ihawi for him. It is connected to the 12th floor, and the boy agreed. And as a reward, the guy handed Young-seok a bracelet with an effect that boosts the magic chain by 1 level. Ho-jae also received it as a reward for clearing a hell of a difficulty. You won't be able to find such a thing in any store in your life. The bracelet can be used to increase magic by 1 level. You just have to put it on yourself. Ho-jae smiled and praised Young-seok for his skills. He was talented and had great potential. That was why the player had given him this gift. Min-hyuk was disgusted that he was praising him like that without any shame. But then the gamer remembered one more thing. He needed to meet Hyunjin. This is the same guy who also survived the hellish difficulty level. Hyunjin gave up. Apparently, the failure to clear the 3rd floor had greatly affected his mood. But simple consolation will not solve this problem. Perhaps leaving him alone is the best help. Ho-jae understood what his friend was talking about. In general, he couldn't object. Maybe he could just distract Hyunjin. Eventually, the assembly day ended and everyone was free. The 14th session also came to an end. It was time to say goodbye to the cave that Idaltara had made her home. For a while, it was indeed a home that Ho-jae wanted to return to. The lizard said the same thing. It was cozy and comfortable because of this furniture. For some time, they sat by the exit, seemingly sad to leave the place. Idaltara admitted that she had never lived with her relatives in a settlement before. She was homeless, all alone. Every night, the lizard slept in a new place, looking for at least a little comfort. Ida could not remember any of her stops. The 5th floor was not her home either. Rather, it was her prison. For the first time, she had a place to call home. Idaltara thanked the general for bringing her here. Ho-jae once asked Kirikiri about her to find out a little more. A player asked what would happen if someone else met Idaltara in the boss's room on the 5th floor. Will it be the same, Ida? Kirikiri answered his question. She said it would be the same creature, but a completely different entity. But the Idaltara that someone else will meet on the test will be the Idaltara he called to him. But she doesn't recognize him because they've never met before. The boy was lost in all this. He wanted to say something to her in the end, but nothing came to mind. But then he received a notification that the 12th floor had not been cleared. The session came to an end, but the task was not completed. The lizard asked if the player would like to clear this floor again, but he immediately said that he did not want to. There is no better floor for training than this one. So the young man was going to practice here for some time. He still has a lot of time, and there are just as many monsters here. In any case, you only need to survive for a certain amount of time. He also had something else to tell her. Before he left this place, Ho-jae was going to kill that pseudo-dragon. The lizard only growled, thinking that the general had gone completely mad. She threw herself very easily, without even thinking about anything. He managed to get his poison skill right after the end of the 14th session. Now he could cover his hands or weapons with a poisonous magical shell. This is a very useful skill. You could attack the enemy and then leave the battlefield. If the enemy cannot heal, he will slowly die in agony until he dies of poison. The lizard asked why he used such mean methods to fight. He was very strong without them. but the player said that this was the only way he fought. Instead of a direct confrontation, he preferred a cunning plan that puts pressure on the opponent's weaknesses. Even if it was a sneaky, hard-fought victory, he managed to get the skill, even though he didn't clear the chef. Hojay even flashed a hope that a new skill would be given after each failure of the next floor. But this floor was perfect for training, and he liked having Adaltara by his side. The lizard reminded him that the deceased summoning time was limited anyway. It's true, it will disappear after this ability, and without it, all the time you have to spend on the 12th floor will not be as pleasant. The player is already seriously thinking about using another call of the deceased. It would have been quite nice because this floor was their home together. But then the young man told me that the cave had recovered and the house was gone, and there was now a nest of monsters there again. But the warrior said she would just refurnish the cave and drive the monsters out. It seems that there is, and I really enjoyed living there. At the same time, the guy received a notification that his poison skill had improved to level 4, and his poison resistance had risen to level 3. Now it would be even easier to train, and he was eager to try out the new skill. Adaltara suggested that his first test subject would be a jungle monster. But the player then said that he wanted to test the ability on his own body. He wanted to increase his resistance and at the same time test the poison in practice. But the lizard was very worried that if something went wrong, he would simply die. However, Hojay reassures her and tells her not to die. This is not the first time he has mutilated himself to increase his resilience. Just as he was about to get down to business, something distracted them both. This is the same pseudo-dragon that the boy saw immediately after entering this floor. He also told the lizard about it. The young man had already said that he would like to test his strength and destroy it, but Adaltara had no idea how he was going to do it. He had a plan already in mind. Another attempt to clear the 12th floor began. Still, the lizard asked what he was going to do, and the player said that they would deal with this dragon during the next session. He meant to say that they would risk their own lives during the next game session, but the young man corrected her and said that they would just run away if something went wrong. And now it's time to go home. And so the second attempt to clear this floor began. He did not know whether it would be the last. When they first entered the cave, the boy tried out the poison skill. Hojay was injured by a poisoned blade and experienced a radically new sensation. The effect was indeed very strong. He felt pretty bad, but the speed of the poison's spread was a bit disappointing. Gradually, it became harder for him to breathe, and his head hurt very badly, and the cut site became numb. It turned out that the poison was quite good. However, it was not fatal, it could not kill. In his experience, neurotoxins are the best in this area. After testing the effect of this poison, the young man went hunting, not wasting any time. His goal was to raise the level. At the time, Adaltara was redecorating the house and making furniture, so she was not bored at all. Very soon, the house was restored, and his poison skill increased to the 5th level and eventually became fatal. The guy needed to track down the poison victims, so he focused on learning the basics of tracking skills. He had the idea to set the whole jungle on fire. He released his victims several times and methodically pursued them. Thanks to this, the guy managed to improve his tracking skills. He also began to feel much more confident in the jungle. To improve his level, the young man spent all these days training and hunting. As a result, new monster tracks stopped appearing around the cave. Next day, they were sitting together in the cave, and Hojay said that he was going to go further tomorrow. He wanted to go deeper into the jungle. The guy looked at the map and pointed to one place. He said he was planning to go there. It was indeed quite far from their location. It would take at least 4 days to get to that point alone, but he still had to go there. The guy planned to organize a really big hunt. In some ways, the very magic of the fantasy world was in this. Perhaps it is the fact that you can realize all your wildest dreams here. A rider cutting through the sky on the back of a winged horse is a fairly common fantasy. Almost everyone wants to learn to fly. When he was a teenager, he used to read fantasy novels. He himself once dreamed of conquering the heavens, like the main character did. It was time to make this dream a reality, so together they prepared for it. To begin with, he himself has been in the role of the horse. Adaltara would never have thought she would be the first of her kind to ride a human. Hojay didn't think he'd ever taken such a position himself. Then the lizard, as if in jest, said that he could ride her at any time. He was a little confused by this vulgar joke, but she just continued to laugh lightly. Then he decided to take revenge for such jokes and picked up speed, taking off rapidly. They really flew incredibly fast, and the player looked back at the lizard, asking if it liked it. To tell the truth, she didn't particularly like it. Adaltara began to feel very sick. As a result, she couldn't stand it. Well, now she would have to wash it all, and she apologized for it even though Hojay felt that it was his fault. Idaltara was still worried about the incident, but the young man assured her that everything was fine. In fact, they decided to fly carefree in this area for a reason, without fear of anything. The fact is that Li Junxiak did obtain information about the Ahawi continent and shared it with the general. Due to the specifics of the jungle, there are few species that can fly in the sky. Besides, during the second attempt to clear the cook, the guy had studied the local fauna quite well. There were no monsters on this floor that could potentially bring them down. They had already been flying for a very long time, so the lizard suggested that they take a break and they flew down. After a while, the two were sitting in the thicket eating delicious meat. Compared to what they had eaten before, it was really incredible food. The boy thought that man-eaters ate raw meat because they were reptiles. Even monkeys didn't fry their food. But Ida said that one should not think only with the statements one has heard. This world is inhabited by many intelligent beings other than humans. If he says such things out loud, someone might get offended. He even felt a little bad about it, but the lizard explained that other races mostly appeared to him as enemies to be killed, but it would not always be like that. The boys were still thinking about the goblins. Idaltara was indeed right. Perhaps something about her would not give him such useful advice. On their first meeting, he could not have imagined that he would spend so much time with her. Then they fought. Then she started talking about making him her husband, and this is what came of it. Everything has changed a lot since then. She ended up becoming his only ally and friend. She's a great advisor and his support and his mentor. Even now he could say that Ida is his family. Even though she didn't help much during the fight, I wanted to always call her and be together. The guy really felt calmer when she was around. He was tired of being alone. As they continued to eat the delicious meat, the boy received a notification that the god of adventure was looking at him with a smile. They stayed downstairs for another hour and then continued to move to the right place and were soon there. It was the easternmost point of this floor. As the schoolboy said, there is a transparent barrier here. It hasn't rained for a long time, so it's absolutely dry. The guy threw just a couple of sparks, but the effect was much greater than he expected. The forest turned out to be so dry that even a cigarette butt could turn the jungle into ashes. At the same time, its level increased again. Several skills that I had acquired earlier increased, and this kid didn't deceive him. The player could gain experience by knocking out enemies in a fire, although the experience was 4 times less than from killing them with your own hands. But it's much faster, and it also produces results. Perhaps he shouldn't have listened when people told him not to play with matches, but it was not enough for him. He wanted to add gasoline to the fire. The player was very happy to watch the enemies burn and accumulate experience points. At this rate, he'll be able to get through the floor by simply burning it down. The guy could avoid this if he wanted to, but he doesn't want to. The general asked if the lizard was not hot here. She said it was really hot because their species is not adapted to it. She was no longer having fun at all. Ida was very afraid of forest fires because the forest was her environment, where she lived all the time. The young man tried to calm her down. After all, this forest was not her home, but she said otherwise and assured him that she would not be able to return home to the cave unless the fire was over. But what did it matter? They would still have to leave that cave as soon as the floor was cleared. Eventually, they got to this dragon. They had never come so close to it before. It turned out that this large creature could create barriers and was trying to protect that part of the forest from the fire with it. Idaltara asked again if the general was really going to kill him. But the answers to all these questions had long been obvious. The young man only asked to take his sword out of his bag. The lizard handed him the weapon without saying another word. At the same time, the general said that he would spin around the dragon, but would not fly too close. He was sure that soon there would be an opportunity to attack the enemy. After how many seconds the player has already used the skill of soul exploitation, continuing to fly rapidly toward the opponent. However, the lizard then said that no amount of shouting would help him and he would never be able to catch them. She'd already told him, but she still repeated that she didn't know anyone more cunning than Hojie. This dragon began to be distracted by the fire that was coming closer and closer to him. The general told the lizard to get ready because they were about to launch an attack. Very soon they flew even closer, but only crashed into the barrier created by this monster. He managed to deflect the blow with his shield, and the reaction of this dragon was quick. They were thrown back hard, almost into the fire itself. And then the lizard asked how they would proceed to get to the enemy. The player said only that they would not give up and would go to the last. After he said that, the team flew closer to the opponent again, trying to repeat the attack. If the dragon wants to save his forest from a fire, he should either defeat them or ignore them. The two of them can retreat at any time. And the more time this dragon spends in pubs to bring them down, the further the fire will spread. It turns out that all circumstances are in their favor. In addition to all this, the barrier is an active skill and the monster sense decides when and where to place it. Therefore, if they attack it unexpectedly or in a blind spot, it will not be able to repel the attack. Ideltari even felt sorry for him, but the general said that it was time to attack and there was no time to feel sorry for anyone, especially the enemy. They flew right over his head, and the boy used the skill of blessing the wind spirit. Immediately afterwards, Hoji applied the radiance emblem without slowing down. But the dragon still managed to close. His reaction was excellent, and it was only getting harder to attack successfully. Eventually, they flew down, being quite close to the earth. However, there was good news, as we managed to poison the monster. After a while, it will become weaker, unless it is resistant to the poison, of course. It is possible that it is too big, and the amount of poison will not be fatal for it anyway, and then this is another problem. However, the player still saw this as progress. But while the dragon was dealing with them, the fire engulfed the entire forest, and now he had only two options. Either continue to fight and die here sooner or later, or run away from the fire as far as possible. Their team will either face a battle or a chase. There are not many options either. While the dragon was in shock, the boy decided to attack him again, so the two prepared for battle. The enemy was already quite angry and tried his best to avoid their attacks. At the same time, the player managed to increase his level, adding 1 UAH to several of his skills. Even the magic chain was improved. This doesn't happen every day, and he was pleased with this progress. And all these deities came to life dramatically. Usually they don't react so strongly to everything. This kind of dragon is not one that will be easy to hunt down. They are much more powerful than the other monsters on this floor. Without the ability to fly, he would have had to spend a lot of time or kill him. The guy was sure that he would get a big bonus to his reward. So that was over with. Now Ideltara asked about their next plan. The general said that he could rest for a while. He had been inhaling smoke and was not feeling well. In general, this question was not appropriate. After resting, they will continue to walk the jungle. There was real pain in the eyes of this lizard, and it was looking at their burning house, which could not be saved. The fire was spreading faster than anyone could have imagined, and Ida was still grieving. The guy couldn't see her expression now, but it seemed like she was crying. The lizard didn't say anything, but it was true. She was crying because of him. For all that Ideltara had been told about their home on this floor, he hadn't realized that she was so attached to this cave. The player didn't know how yet, but he needed to comfort her somehow. He didn't even know how to do it when he was already on fire. But then he decided to ask Minhyuk for help. The lizard was still crying, and there was an awkward pause between them, even as he thought about what to say. Eventually, the general said that it was necessary to finish the job with this dragon. The lizard was in a bad mood, but agreed. Then souls. They flew forward directly at the dragon, which seemed to be struggling in agony. When they flew close enough, the player descended directly on its face, standing on top of it. Ideltara was very close by, and that's when the young man ventured out. He said awkwardly that he did not think the fire would go so far. She also thought that the entire eastern part of the jungle would burn first. She did not expect the flames to move westward so quickly. The young man only hoped that his ally would understand him, because there was no other way out. The only option left was to burn this floor to the ground. She understood everything and promised me that you wouldn't complain anymore. Just let her tell me what she was going to do next. Then the general said that you can pass this floor only if you stay here for 25 days, but if they burn everything here, they will completely clear it. The creatures living in the area began to scream even louder as the flames reached their homes. They continued to fly over the burning jungle, from where only the crackling of flames and the screams of the victims of the fire could be heard. It really looked like a real hell. They could not escape from the fire because of the barrier at the edge of the floor, although they could see a place where they would be completely safe. They try to stop the fire on their own. All these monsters are really quite intelligent. They even cooperate with other species or save their environment. He even felt a little sorry for them all, but there was nothing else he could do about it. In the end, this place is a real hell. The lizard immediately took a heat-resistant potion from his bag and handed it to the general. When you had a few drinks, you asked if she was ready. She gave a short answer, and they headed for the monsters in the very center of the fire. It's time to get started and finally get rid of everything here. The boy ruthlessly cut down all the creatures that came under his sword. Ideltara did the same. They quickly killed everyone who tried to save their home from the fire. But soon new monsters came up and spotted their enemies. But the general said it was no longer important. The fire will soon overtake them, and there is an impenetrable barrier ahead. This panicking monster is definitely not up to them right now. And right now was the perfect moment to attack defenseless creatures who are definitely not ready to take an attack. The monsters were really panicking because of what was happening around them. They were trying to run away. but there was nowhere to go. Although they had already burned everything here, the monsters were burning. The floor was still not cleared. There was something wrong with it. The general himself did not know what was going on and why the production was still going on. Adaltara was already on the verge of collapse. She was very tired, and it was very hard for her to be near the fire for so long. And these monsters kept appearing. They were close, as was the fire that was coming in their direction. The situation was getting out of hand. Now, not only the monsters are in danger, but they are in danger as well. They still had to do what Hojay said earlier. They had to retreat to save their lives. Eventually, the team left the scene. They remained unharmed, but Idaltari was only getting worse after spending so long in the heat. Hojay suggested that she rest in the tent. The temperature inside was constantly maintained at a comfortable level. The young man immediately pitched a large tent in the middle of the burned jungle. A few seconds passed, and he told his ally to go inside where she could rest in peace. They really flew over the flames for a long time. For Idaltara, it was not easy at all. The lizard could barely reach the tent. The boy stayed outside and took the ice potion from his bag. There was plenty of it there. But even this freezing potion could not help the high air temperature. It felt like they were in a bathhouse with no way out. Hojay did not know what to do next and how to survive. And he was even more confused as to why the floor hadn't been cleaned after all they had done here. Would they have to wait until the end of the session? After the forest and its inhabitants burned down, he and Ida flew above the ground for a long time. And the team also hunted monsters along the way. Idaltari generally liked flying, so she didn't mind. To tell you the truth, she would have had no choice because walking is a kind of alternative. It takes too long and is uncomfortable. It would have been very difficult for both her and him, but they were both less tired during the flight. Around them are kilometers of jungle ash. There was no trace of the living and green forest. The situation was eerie. They say that the killer will never find peace, unlike the victim, even after death. They took off again, and Ida told them that they had run out of water. This is a really big problem. I was very thirsty, and there was nowhere to get water. She was getting worse, but Hojay asked her to be patient as long as she could. The situation is hopeless, and he himself has gained a lot of experience points, but he has also lost quite a bit. They had no place to sleep, no place to get food and water. There was only a little meat left. No one thought to stock up because Idaltara got fresh meat every day. There are many corpses on the ground, but too much time has passed since the death. There are still monsters roaming the land, but there are not enough of them to feed both of them. Only the lake southwest of here has water left. However, it cannot be drunk because of the corpses of the monsters that got there. It would have been better to just sit quietly in the cave and not come here, but it's too late to think and regret it. There's nothing you can do about it, and the situation cannot be corrected. They flew for a long time over the gray remains of the forest, ashes flying in the air, but soon the torment for one of them was over. Eventually, Idaltara disappeared. This skill was about to expire. He did not even manage to say goodbye to her properly, so he decided to waste one more opportunity to call the deceased. But Hojay thought that he might need it more in the future, so he postponed the idea for later, especially since she has little use for it now and would hardly want to return to this horrible place. After Idalta's disappearance, things got even worse than they were before. There were still some monsters left which the young man tried to kill as quickly as possible and destroyed them with a single blow. He would get fresh meat, but he didn't know how to cook it, so he just kept it on the fire until it turned black. It tasted terrible. Ida's meat was incredibly tasty, and now I wondered what the secret of its preparation was. The player missed that company. He was already used to that delicious food. Nick was able to cook for the lizard, and it was even harder to go back. But it was getting worse, because now a new problem has emerged. After I ate a few pieces of this meat and my stomach started to hurt a lot, it was definitely not the right time for that, and I wouldn't even have anything to wipe myself with. All the leaves had burned in the fire, so he tried to find something in his bag to continue his journey. Hojay started to take something out of it and came across Gororong. This is the shawl he knitted for himself in the waiting room on the second floor. At one time, it saved him from a nervous breakdown, and it was a memorable thing. I didn't want to use it for this, but there seemed to be no way out. He decided to ask Minhyuk for advice. He asked him what he would choose between preserving his memories and his sense of honor. But his friend only replied that he was very busy right now, but it would not last long, and we had to solve this issue as soon as possible. A world of learning, a hellish level of difficulty, and the 12th floor. This is where Gororong will rest. A little more time passed, and a notification appeared that he had become the first to clear this floor on the hellish difficulty. He had just had to bury his scarf. It wouldn't have mattered if this stupid message had appeared 10 minutes earlier. But now it's too late. The player tried not to dwell on it so much because now you really can't change anything. In the end, he was happy that he managed to clear the 12th floor. The young man thought it would take him longer, but he managed to do it quite quickly. He managed to do everything on his second attempt. But this message could have really appeared a few minutes earlier, and then this big loss could have been avoided. Despite the fact that the jungle was completely burned down, some monsters still managed to survive. Such specimens either have resistance to heat or can fly, and survive the fire in the air. They made it so difficult to complete the sweep. The player had to kill every monster he encountered with his own hands. It seems that even the last survivors were now dead, although not all of them died by his hands. The jungle ecosystem was completely destroyed by the flames. Hojie was sure that absolutely everything had burned down. It was very difficult to get food and almost impossible to cook it. If I had been given the final warning, I would have died of hunger here. But he still could not forget the victim he had to bury here. Eventually, the player decided to look at the status window and find out about the rewards for this floor. It turned out that this time he was given only points. Last time he managed to pass the skill, even though he did not fulfill the test conditions, but the gamer was still satisfied. It is still much better than sitting among the ashes for a few more weeks. Perhaps his main reward for this floor is fire resistance. The skills related to burns have increased and improved greatly. If you think about it, he managed to become immune to subconscious distortion on the second floor. This was his first resistance skill. At the same time, we received another notification that it was also resistant to the elements of fire. This time the description was very brief. No one talked about the specifics of this skill, but he already knew that this skill was not limited to burns and heat. This resilience applies to all elements. They had better be good enough. Back when he managed to gain resistance to poison, his resistance to level 4 poisons turned into improved resistance to level 2 poisons. But now the player has gained a first-level skill, when the resistance to burns was at level 12 and the resistance to heat was at level 6. As soon as he was able to think about it for a long time, he began to receive notifications that various deities were watching him. New ones appeared and became interested in him. I've never been able to get so many reactions from the gods after passing a floor. Here there were over 100 of them, and it's strange that there was no such excitement after the 6th floor. Hojie was not even lazy and counted them all. There were indeed 100 messages, and the young man thought that there could be only 100 gods in the world of learning. But most likely everything is much more complicated, and you shouldn't try to think about everything based only on the messages of the deities. It is better to ask Kirikiri about everything. But such information will cost too much. But it's still time for me to meet her. The boy looked back at this tombstone. He even wanted to shed a tear looking at it. He really missed that scarf he had knitted with his own hands. Realizing that it was time, he decided to say goodbye to Hororong. It was hard to leave such a memorable thing here. In his last words, he promised to avenge him and what he had to do to them. And a portal opened, and in how many seconds the player found himself in front of Kirikiri, who was very happy to see him. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the rabbit missed him. She jumped around him, asking him everything at once. It seemed as if she needed to know absolutely everything. She also did not forget to mention that he could cry if he wanted to, and she laughed at the same time. I guess you can already tell that he's not a very friendly person. In addition, Hojie was quite memorable and could take revenge. Despite all this, the young man handed her another cake. Kirikiri was very happy to see him, and began to jump on the spot with pleasure again. But when she tried to take the sweets, Yugai immediately took the goodies away from her, and she almost grabbed her heart when he did that. Just giving her the cake would not have been so much fun, so the guy flew up on his wings and applied the emblem. Kirikiri started yelling that he shouldn't do that. She even apologized and continued to ask him not to fly anywhere. But Hojie stopped seemingly listening to her, and soon she was left sitting alone in the middle of the green lawn. She sighed heavily, putting her head on her knees. She had to sit there for a while, but soon the player came back and handed her the cake. Hojie wanted this to be a lesson for her, and the girl happily said that it would never happen again and chewed on the cake happily. The young man sighed, hoping that this would not happen again. The next time he asked her to tell him everything, and emphasized that she shouldn't even think of hiding anything for her own amusement. Kirikiri must have been joking when she said that she kept silent for the sake of a joke. Although she seems lighthearted at first glance, she is always serious when it comes to testifying. Then Kirikiri recalled the time when Hojie had warned her not to take sweets from strangers, but he was not a stranger to her. The girl looked very happy as she ate this delicious cake. She had missed sweets all this time, but during this short conversation, Hojie managed to find out something. The skills used by the monsters on the 12th floor were nothing more than magic. Some of them were able to throw fireballs, some built ice scenes. Most of all, it resembled magic. It was not as if the monsters realized that they were using magic. Their mastery of these abilities was more intuitive. All in all, Hojie wanted to learn more about magic. Kirikiri replied that she doubted that the player would ever be able to master magic. All the skills are intertwined. It's too complicated. Even if I tried to teach him, it wouldn't work. But the young man asked if there was any manual on magic. He would try to learn on his own. The girl said that there were books, but it would be very difficult to learn. He had heard everything he wanted to know. Now he had to find out how to get the books because he had never seen them before. The manager opened the screen and showed him where he could get them. Books with spells are considered weapons and can only be bought through the system store. Kirikiri helped him buy several of them. He took a book on the basics of magic and another on barriers that can delay spells. Hojie chose this particular topic because the leader of the orangutan monsters was able to do the same thing. Perhaps it would be a waste of time to explain why such an ability is needed during a fight. Moreover, blocking at least one skill can determine the course of the entire fight. Kirikiri was sure that sooner or later he would be able to create these barriers, but the magic that allows you to block your opponent's skills is much harder to learn. In general, magic is quite difficult for people. It just so happens that they are not particularly good at it. But the girl added that he would not be able to use this ability until he became an apostle of the seal deity, and after that, he would need to get permission to do magic. So these seals are much more complicated than they seem. The manager told him that he would be able to read the book thanks to his knowledge of the Babylonian times. Only the rabbit was not sure that he would understand anything there. But until he tried, he would never know. Hojie sat down on the grass and asked her if she had heard about the event that was about to take place. He asked her to tell him everything she knew about it. Although he hoped to learn something from Kirikiri, she was forbidden to disseminate such important information. But since he brought her a cake, we can make a small exception to the rule. But before that, she told him to continue in the same spirit. The player smiled and promised to bring her even more sweets when he returned from the trials. Kirikiri warned him to listen carefully. Her face still looked carefree, but her gaze changed and became more serious. The girl said something about the second stranger. Hojie really didn't understand anything, and he was starting to get embarrassed. Even the word stranger made him feel uncomfortable in front of her. But then the topic of conversation changed, and she looked at this toilet paper warehouse. She got the impression that he was going to sell it, but it was already a trauma. It's a terrible feeling when you don't have toilet paper. It can be considered a munitions item like a potion, so you can't buy it in the waiting room. The boy remembered what Kirikiri had said about the new event. The phrase didn't mean anything so far, so he was going to consult Minhyuk. Hojie bought a good spear and got a lot of canned food for himself. Later, when it was time to go to the waiting room, the portal opened. But, as always, the young man stopped in front of it and addressed Kirikiri. This time he was brief and said he would return. He will come back here and he will do it quickly. The girl waved goodbye and wished him luck, and finally reminded him about the cakes, so that he would not forget to bring more. Soon the young man found himself in the waiting room. Apparently Minhyuk was asleep, so he decided to spend some time with a spell book. He opened the first page and read about the ingredient needed to change the time of life. He needed to find the answer to this question. There was only one offer on the first page, so the guy decided to scroll on. But he was in for some unpleasant news, as all the following pages were completely blank. And only one question is written there. I guess I'll have to think about it for a long time. Most likely, if it finds it, the text will return to the pages. At that moment, a notification from Hyunjin suddenly appeared. It happened very spontaneously and scared the player. He had already exhaled calmly when the man started talking to him. Then he wrote back and boasted that he had already managed to clear the 3rd floor. He was in a good mood because of this. All the floors he passed were completely filled with traps. There was a lot of poison, extreme temperatures, and all this made it very difficult to pass the test. But he did it, and his friend roared for him and congratulated him on his success. It was thanks to the sphere of radiance that the boy managed to pass the 3rd level without much difficulty. He didn't have to experience the full range of emotions from the passage, and Hyunjin managed to do it all on his own. Then the young man offered to come up with a strategy for passing the test together and publish it in the community. But first the younger ones asked about the next floor. Hojie said that there was a goblin instructor there, and Hyunjin resembled a robber or a murderer, so it would be difficult for him on this floor. The young man thought for a while about what to tell him and how to help. But his friend managed to cheer him up, and now he wanted to make more progress himself. He was eager to clear the 13th floor as soon as possible. He was no longer sitting still. So the young man opened the portal. The previous floor was a living hell, and the next one should be prepared for. That's why the guy went to his test. The gates opened in front of him and he began to walk to the 13th floor. It was very dark here. Immediately, a lot of different notification signs appeared in front of the guy. It turned out that to the east of the continent of Akan, deep in the ocean under a volcanic island, there is a temple of monks who worship the god of warfare. This place is very well hidden and it serves as a place for training the monks' fighting skills. But some people ridiculed the monks' rapid development and abilities. The rebel vowed that he alone would reach the pinnacle of martial arts, had to prove their case by competing with orcs. To pass this floor, you need to win at least 15 rooms. The idea was already completely clear. The young man was here because this deity hates him, and his pets would be special guests here. Is the ground floor, connected with the gods. Perhaps it is here that he will be able to learn more about them. Now he needs to win these rooms to pass the floor. At the moment, it was empty. Not a single draft. Even he, a man with acute hearing, could not catch anything. If there is nothing special, you just need to go through the door. He saw the numbering of the rooms there, and it was 0. Later, the woman got to the door with the number 1. All rooms are in the same corridor. Apparently, the higher the room, the harder the test will be. Eventually, the young man entered the next room. A man stood in front of them. He was completely unfriendly and began to say something about Hojay, as if he already knew a lot about him, and Abbott had told him about him. He is over 2 meters tall, has a lot of muscle, and no weapons. The boy was trying to assess his chances of defeating this burly man, but discovered that it was not a person at all. At the same time, the guy dared to speak to Tony, who was rather rude, and emphasized that he didn't even have a gun. Why would a monk who had gone through the pinnacles of martial arts need armor and weapons? Foreign objects only get in the way, and the weapon itself could not be used with true power. It was quite interesting to listen to what he was saying. But for the player, the only thing that mattered was victory. She began to say that he did not understand anything at all and that victory was only part of the end. In the end, he was not disgusted to talk about all this. This creature was not going to listen to the boy's various claims any longer. He stood up and told the player to take out his wonderful weapon and show what he could do. That's when the test really began. The monk prepared for the fight by taking a fighting stance. But before doing so, the young man asked what the test was. The man explained that he had to defeat the monk and move on to the next room. It all sounded pretty simple. In fact, the young man could have understood the renunciation of weapons with the salt of skill development, and this should not be underestimated. People have been creating weapons for centuries. They were improving technology to win any fight, but how were they going to reach the pinnacle of martial arts without weapons? But there was only one way out for the young man, and he had already talked about it. That's why the guy started to fight back against his attacks. Hojay drew his sword and pointed it at the monk. We can say that he managed to hit the target and hit it. It's only the first room, and already I have to try so hard. The young man laughed and moved away from the body of the creature. He only hoped that the next room would be more interesting. In the first 3, we could not match his speed. However, in the 5th room, the monk was able to resist him at least a little. It was more interesting, but still not up to his level. The player was always faster than him, so it was easy to win. And yet the boy was right again. This monk had very hard skin, like iron. Such a body cannot be achieved through training. You can only be born with it. He didn't notice at first because he was attacking with magic, but such a body helps a lot during the fight. Fortunately, any physical disadvantage can be compensated for with magic and combat skills, but this only works if the opponent's skills are worse than yours. In a fight with an equal skill level, physical strength will still win. I was surprised how they could promote the benefits of skills over iron-skinned weapons. Then the guy received a notification that the god of warfare was coughing slightly. Apparently, he was thinking about the same thing. You need to thoroughly examine the body, and it doesn't hurt to know about all the possibilities of your opponents. With each room, the monks became stronger and more experienced. Until the very end, the one who will be equal in strength will appear. At the same time, I received a notification that the deity of warfare was not happy, and the goddess of lost time was also angry. There was so much noise that it distracted me from my work. But I also received a message from Min Hyuk, who asked if his friend was busy. He learned something about the upcoming events that will soon take place. He wanted to tell us what he had learned. Hojay said the same 2 words he had heard Kirikiri say. His friend was still waiting for him to continue, but he had nothing more to say. It seemed that he had known everything for a long time, but he needed to fill in all the blanks. Information about the news has already appeared on the community bulletin board, Min Hyuk said, or he looked it up when he was free. The young man told him that he would look at it during a snack. Very soon, he went to eat. He had a small loaf of bread and milk heated with a stone. He also added a sprinkle of cocoa powder. After cooking, he could no longer enjoy only meat. This is a problem with his culinary skills. And the next time he calls Ida over, he will ask her to teach him how to cook. The young man took a cup of milk and entered the community. Manhwa really put the information there and consolidated it. And this event will be called the competition. For some reason, this shocked him. It will start by the end of this session, and everyone who takes the training will become a participant. But you can refuse to participate or give up. It seems that the winner can get a skill as a reward. The guards did a good job of gathering information, but we didn't manage to find out anything about the rules of these competitions. But soon, the end of the session will reveal everything. The entire community has already been discussing what is about to happen. Many people were worried that it would be a fight to the death, but others reassured them that they could surrender at any time, and it was not forced. For the most part, the players were happy that such competitions would soon take place. They also thought that the security guards would not allow violations. The atmosphere is the same as on the day of the meeting. They are like a bunch of children going on a hike. New details were released quite a bit later. They will compete with each other either in teams or on their own. This is at least something. It was a strange feeling. People were already arguing about who would win. But it was too late to stop it, so the guy left the chat. All he was interested in was winning. You just have to come out of the game victorious. And he was confident enough to become that winner. We had to spend a little more time cleaning the floor, and it was soon completed. The young man has fulfilled the conditions of the floor sweep by going through the first rooms. Apparently, he was asked if he wanted to go through the rest. Of course, he clicked yes. The player did not know how many rooms there were in total, but wanted to try to go as far as possible or reach the very end. While he was trying to get to the 13th floor, his friend sent him new information about the competition. If you combine the new information with what Hojay has recognized, you will find a stranger on the second floor. The answer to the most important question was found. I always wondered why I had never met people from other countries. Everyone here spoke Korean. If the world of learning exists in other countries, then there must be foreigners. And she would definitely not want to stand up as subordinates and obey the law of the guards. They will impose their will on each other, and during the conflict, Hojay was going to maintain order. In addition, his friend decided to put the men of normal difficulty under his command. It's not a bad idea. Minhyuk is already tired, but the guy was a little disappointed that he didn't have a babysitter for them. Unfortunately, no one even asked his opinion, so we'll have to leave it at that. After founding the bodyguards, Minhyuk makes grand plans for the future. He tries incredibly hard. He even has a certain obsession with planning all possible scenarios. It's better to think about all this a little later. The young man turned to these monks whose bodies were perfect. Their only weakness was their speed of reaction. It decreased when they were stunned by a hard blow to the head or if their vision was blurred. They also have a lot of real combat experience. Even though they train with each other, it doesn't help much against a stranger with a completely different fighting style. The further he went, the less effect his punches had. By keeping this in mind, there was still a chance of winning. The boy went on and continued to fight the monks. He ruthlessly attacked them, trying to cut them down with his sword. But in this room, the monk was even stronger, and they easily managed to dodge the attacks. A bad start because the player put all his strength into this shot. Instead, the monk also began to attack and managed to touch the boy's body. Hojay was getting annoyed by such moments. The monk could easily send him to the next world if he approached the task correctly. After the last room, the difficulty increased significantly, and the monks are now really strong. Not only physically, but their fighting skills have improved greatly, and they have no weaknesses. Their movements are fast and precise, and their strikes are always firm and sharp. Maybe it's better to take a shield and a sword now. In such situations, the young man always picked up the pair. You can use the shield to block the blows while attacking with the sword. The monk is faster than him, so this strategy is the last chance. But the monk was still confident. He did not believe that this would save the stranger. In general, the guy himself did not believe in it much. The young man realized that he was losing to him in speed, and no weapon could compensate for that. The player was also annoyed that he was so calm. Hojay would have to do his best, and he emphasized that he shouldn't even think about spoiling the duel with his pride. This monk liked to talk a lot, but he had already met one in one of the rooms. He said the same thing before they put him down. He did nothing wrong. Moreover, their goal was not to win, but to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. It doesn't matter how many times Hojay hears it. He still won't understand what they're talking about. He didn't want to admit it, but now he had no choice and it was over. The room under this number was his maximum. Combat skills increase depending on the strength of the opponent and depending on the degree of fatigue and the amount of damage. Resilience is a passive skill, so it has to be. The player has kept it on all the time up to this point. Although it is a good skill, he turned it off after Ida's advice. She told him that he had to learn to control his skills, and he figured out how to turn them on and off. Now we have to start from the beginning again. The guy was going to give it his all, do his best. The monk himself was looking forward to this moment. The player again used all his skills to get closer to him and have at least some possibility and chance of winning. This time he did better. The monk had to admit that this battle with the stranger was indeed a good one. Hojae was even surprised by these words. The fight ended 10 seconds after he activated the skill. But these seconds were enough for him to learn a lot from the man, so the monk was going to go on practicing. With each word, the young man was more and more surprised. What if he killed him right now? But the monk did not mind repeating the scenario. He must have just gone crazy and doesn't understand what he's saying. When the young man passed by, the monk gave him one piece of advice. He told him to be careful when he entered the next room. The long-haired man told him to fight with his eyes closed. Something has really changed. The player started making decisions differently. Usually he is not ready to give up everything to become stronger. And it's definitely not about the humanity of the monks. No matter how much they look like people, their lives mean nothing. The point is this. So far, the guy hadn't killed any monks and didn't realize what was wrong. Perhaps something mentally restrains him, or someone attacks him, but he did not feel any magic. This place is just a training ground. As soon as he leaves here, he will be renewed. Dead monks live and all their memories will disappear. Hojae had already promised himself not to enjoy killing. Let the dead come to life. It doesn't matter if it's a monster or people. Until now, the guy had strictly followed this right, traveling the world to study, but he never felt regret when taking other people's lives. But this time, he could not kill him. Perhaps a momentary weakness. The player did not understand himself now. The deities were watching him again, and the young man thought about looking for a psychologist among the players. Eventually, he entered the next room, where another monk greeted him. The player had already traveled a long way, so he offered him a seat. It takes time for the alien's eyes to get used to the darkness. It was really very dark. Not just dark, there was something blocking the ability to see. The guy still didn't feel anything. It was like a skill that didn't require magic. It was the first time he had ever felt that way. He did not even see the monk. He could not even see his own hand. This is what the monk in the previous room meant. The player used magic to locate the man. He activated the danger search skill and finally saw it. But he would definitely not be able to fight under such conditions. The monk gently told him not to strain himself so much. After all, they are in the same situation. But the monk had spent more time in this room, so he could see better. There was no justice in that. But the monk said that this is the fate of rebels. If he concentrated, the guy could see him clearly. The only problem is that he can't do it all the time during the fight. At the same time, the monk began to get up. He hoped that he would have time to get used to the darkness before the fight began. Hojae picked up his sword again and didn't want to talk anymore. He needed to concentrate. I already realized that it would be very difficult. Magic made it very difficult to maintain the skill, and I would have to do without it. At the same time, the young man exploited the showers. He abruptly approached the monk, who was still standing still. This small explosion in a dark room. It started to confuse him, but he tried to concentrate. However, at that moment, the man himself began to attack. It became clear that he would hit us head on and we would not be able to dodge. But the next time the young man was able to see him, he was already at the other end of the room. The player did not lose his cool and used Talaria's wings and an explosion. But because of this, he was unable to follow the monk's movements, and he was suddenly next to him again. Concentration didn't help that much because he managed to hit. Despite everything, the general tried to activate this skill again and did his best to do something. It was too late to retreat, so the only way out was to fight. The boy felt that he had already broken several ribs. Other than that, he was fine. The monk managed to hit him like that, even though he had activated the resistance skill before. The man was still calm, as if nothing had happened. And a moment later, he started attacking again and approached the player. Hojae has almost managed to win. He just needs to stall for time and it will all be over. At the last moment, he remembered the words of the monk from the previous room and closed his eyes, even though the creature's fist was already in his face. Surprisingly, he backed away and started coughing. Eventually, the old man fell down and a pool of blood formed next to him. The stranger turned out to be stronger than he expected. The monk accepted his fate. It was a great fight. He treated the boy with respect even after he had poisoned him. Hojae could say for sure that he would not have been able to do that himself. That is why he handed him the antidote, but before that, he told the monk to answer a few questions, and then the bottle would be in his hands. The man did not mind as long as he knew the answers. The guy asked the first question. He wanted to know how many rooms there were in total. The monk told him that there were 33, and the last one was the boss's. The young man needed him to explain how to get used to the dark. Although this old man was already sure that the stranger had adjusted, he was still not as well as he was. Hojai wanted him to reveal all his cards. He was in a desperate situation because if he did, he could forget about the antidote, but he just laughed. He was ready to talk. The old man said he needed to have some knowledge if he was going to the next room. Within minutes, the guy was leaving. He still had many things to do, and thanks to this, monk's eyes had already gotten used to the darkness. The young man asked him what he thought about his chances of passing these rooms. He said that the stranger would pass by 25. After that, the monks would become much stronger. The old man was sure that even if he went further, the 30th room would definitely be the last. No wonder it will only get harder from here. The hellish complexity knows no mercy. And this soup in a can was very tasty. The monk thanked him. The old man had really had a good time and hoped they would see each other again someday. The young man smiled and said goodbye. He would never see the old man again. Defeating the monk in room 15 opened the door to the next floor. When the game session ends, he will simply find himself in the waiting room of the next floor. If you ever get a chance to visit this floor, you'll know what's going to happen. This monk will not remember him. His memories will disappear as soon as the player leaves the monastery. And now he's reached the 25th room. You never know until you try. Eventually, the player went inside, where he was greeted by another monk. He said that the stranger was still not used to the long spear in his hand. The creature said that the player forgets the advantages of the spear and is too quick to engage in close combat. This is harmful, and he also noticed that the stranger has a habit of putting his left foot forward before he attacks. He had nothing to say to that. He simply thanked him for his advice. He has too many questions in his head, but right now he needs to focus on the fight with the monk in the next room. The young man planned to defeat the main man as well. The player didn't wait long and went inside, and the older man stood up and greeted him. He didn't know what was so special about him, so he was going to get right down to business. The older one even liked it. He also didn't want to waste time. The lights went out in room 20, and my eyes had already gotten used to the darkness. Usually, it is difficult for outsiders to get used to the conditions of their monastery. When they step into this room, they immediately leave. They have to start all over again to get used to the lack of light. Perhaps this is exactly what speaks of the time when he served the deity of warriorhood in a real temple. He wondered what kind of history the walls of this monastery held, how the locals live here and what they think about. He did not know why strangers came here and challenged the monks. But now it's time to focus on the battle, not think about it. The monk had already noticed that the boy was a bit strange. Perhaps now he has found the reason why he could not kill these creatures. No matter who they were, it is important to value their lives. And he didn't kill them because he was lonely. The guy realized that he was the problem. He did not think that his subconscious would ever let him down. The young man enjoyed communicating with them as well, because it helped him get rid of loneliness. That's why when he sees Ida, Kirikiri, Shinhyuk, or Minhyuk, he's happy to see them and it makes him smile. But his loneliness makes him curious about his rivals and tries to make friends with them. If the monks had not been kind to outsiders from the very beginning, he would have been dead many times over. At the same time, the older man asked if he was okay and suggested he rest. However, the player wanted to finish the match first and then engage in conversation. It was clear that the stranger was confident of his victory, but the monk promised that it would not be that easy. These two deities, whose tests the boy agreed to undergo, were always with him at the fights and watched the action. I wonder what they need from him. Meanwhile, the player used the skill of exploiting souls. It was really unexpected for the monk, and he tried to dodge it. However, this creature was really stronger, so it was chasing me to do it easily. In the end, he himself began to attack by surprise. And she also used a gust of wind and a shockwave. It was really very unexpected. The monks had warned him about this room, and now it became clear why. If this man hits him, the player will die immediately. That's why the guy started dodging faster, as the threat was deadly. You need to try to get through the room without exploding. It helps to dodge, but the guy was exposing himself to it, so he decided to use it only during the attack. It will be a competition in speed. She will decide absolutely everything here. He will have to rely entirely on magic to understand where his opponent is. The guy began to attack his opponent more skillfully. However, the monk was also fast and managed to block these blows just as easily. This force was a little scary. You were a guy who jumped back, but he wasn't going to give up on his idea, so he wanted to try his luck again. The young man started attacking again and had to use combat concentration again to locate the enemy. And when he got close enough, he used an explosion to strike, and this time it really worked. He hit it. I managed to hit him, but he reflexively turned sideways and minimized the impact. But at least he did something because the enemy had poison in his back. This poison could kill anyone in a matter of minutes. This monster might not die, but its body would be paralyzed. If it fails to win within a certain period, it automatically loses. The other guy was told the same thing, but everyone had the same end in sight. If time is short, it is better to get down to business. The guy tried to strike again, but he threw him away. Now he felt the full power of these monks. The advantage will be on the player's side if the battle turns into a melee. You must not allow them to move further. In this case, he will be framing himself, but now he would have to fight with his bare hands, and that was confusing. There are 3 factors on the monk's side. First of all, it is physical strength and a wide radius of attacks. On the other hand, the poison is now spreading through the body, and the blows are getting weaker every time. Now the monk did not try to disguise the attacks and went ahead like a tank. It was possible to read even the monk's imperceptible movements and thus determine the next blow. But this time the older man managed to block it again. The fight became even more severe and violent. However, at the moment when the enemy pounced on him, Hojay once again used an explosion. Using it, you can dodge attacks and go on the defense. Now he has time to strike because the enemy's body is weakening. Even though it is made of stone, it does not save you from disorientation due to a blow to the head. The guy abruptly grabbed him by the face, coming closer. And all this meant only one thing. He had won his desired victory again. It was harder, but I managed to win, so I made it all the way to the 30th room. I met again with an old monk who hadn't had visitors for a long time. This room, there was definitely something wrong with it. From his head to the very ends of his fingers, he felt absolutely nothing. A feeling of weightlessness, as if he were now in the depths of the ocean. The old man saw that he was not feeling well and asked if he was okay. The player asked how many people had been here before him. Hojay spoke strangely, so the man suggested that they get used to the atmosphere and take their time. He couldn't even speak normally. All his senses were failing him. Few people can feel what makes this room different. But this alien was developed right here. The gamer couldn't even feel the floor beneath him. And if he closed his eyes, he didn't even realize whether he was sitting or standing. The monk doesn't start attacking until Hojay gets used to the room. At least the others gave him time. As soon as I entered the city, I immediately felt a strong desire to develop in this place. After getting to know the locals better, his outlook changed. At first, the boy laughed at their strange methods, but then he began to enjoy talking to them. But we must not forget that the monks are his rivals, who must be defeated. Thus, 2 problems arose. The young man was losing faith in himself more and more, sympathizing with the monks. What made the situation worse was that the monks did not attack him in the middle of a conversation. This is where the second problem comes in. He is no longer wary of his opponents, and this problem is not so easy to solve. Well, he sorted out his thoughts a bit, and now it's time to get down to business. To begin with, the guy adapted to the room using his skills. The monk immediately praised his abilities, and the fight was quickly over. He sent him to the next room to wait for the final test. These rooms turned out to be easier than he thought. The strength of the opponents did not change much, but he managed to focus on the enemy, which is why he won so easily. There is one last room left, one last test. His senses were completely paralyzed. Hearing, smell, they were gone. And it's dark here, and you can't see anything. Despite this, the boy went inside, where he met his last opponent. The monk's voice echoes in his head. Perhaps he really can't hear now. But even here, the monk told me to take my time and look around. Hojay listened to his opinion and used magic. This monk now perfectly felt the essence of the stranger's thoughts. And the next time he opened his eyes, you saw your opponent. He was ready for a fight, but he still didn't attack and started saying something about shards of power. It was not yet clear what he was talking about, but the monk said he was just like Hojay himself. The deity sent him a test to prove that he was worthy of being an apostle. They easily recognized each other because they both have divine energy. But he said that the player was not as well informed as the others. This monk's gift was telepathy or something like that. And it's the skill that uses up magic, but it's not so important anymore. The monk admitted that he had been watching the boy from the moment he entered the church, where he had heard such a thing. Moreover, such magic is really very powerful. Turns out that his enemy is a real monster. Now the player was really risking his life. But such statements were quite rude. However, it is his own fault if he reads minds without permission. The guy has managed to figure out almost everything. If so, the monk wanted to tell about his ordeal. This is the last test, and it will begin very soon. The player must prove to Amit, the monk, that they have the blessing of the deity of warriorhood, that his words made sense. The young man decided to read the conditions of the room's clearing. You have to pass Amit's 2 tests and earn his trust. The first challenge is to survive in this room for a day. The second is to hold out in a fight with him for 10 minutes. The hellish level of difficulty will not let you get bored. The essence of the first test was more alarming. His organs are already paralyzed. but they are completely replaced by magic, but it will take a lot of it. And what's left will only last for 4 hours. As soon as the magic disappears, the player will find himself in complete darkness, forced to sit there without the ability to feel or see anything. He will have a rival next to him who has the blessing of a deity. To get out of the last room, you need to pass 2 tests of Amut, and the first test was indeed difficult. The player went to spend magic at a minimum, or had enough for a day. Now he can feel his own body, and that should be enough. For now, Zir is not really needed. This monk will not move it anyway. But the second test can be much more difficult. You need to survive for several minutes in a fight with the owner of this room. He is definitely strong. I guess I'll have to forget about pride and just try to survive. It's time to start the first test, but the young man asked him to stop and offered an alternative. He said that the test lasted twice as long, but that there would be some reward for it. If the player cannot stay here for 2 days, the monk must teach him to speak telepathically. Thanks to a divine gift, a monk can read other people's minds. This skill allows him to broadcast his thoughts into other people's heads. He thought about it for a while, but agreed to the offer, and the boy asked him to take a pill in the end. Ahmed could not allow it if it had anything to do with mana, but the young man simply said that it would make him not want to go to the bathroom. After these words, Ahmed allowed her to take it. Not only did he allow it, he asked me to do so. The first test has begun. The guy concentrated on the result. The first few hours were calm. He killed time by meditating and tracking changes in his body with the help of magic. The young man paid most attention to the distribution of magic. He made the mana circulate throughout his body. Even so, the magic ran out pretty quickly and faded away. He tried to save the last rays of mana so that he would have at least something for the next stage. It was then that the first test really began, in complete darkness without the ability to feel anything. The only thing left was the ability to think. His body was not gone, but his soul, left empty, went out into the vastness of the universe. I had the feeling that he did not exist in this world at all. You could go crazy very quickly. There was even a moment when the player wondered if he was still alive. He wanted to live, but he was gradually moving away from this world. Then he heard Amit's voice. He asked how he was doing and how he felt. It seemed that the guy had woken up only now after he said that. Most people react like Hojay, but the task of the room master is to observe the player's progress and address him when he is about to reach a point where it is impossible to return. The boy asked if there were any who did not return. The monk only replied that many had failed. They could be moved outside the room, but it's not as easy as it sounds. It is almost impossible to restore consciousness to someone whose spirit has almost completely left the body. If you cannot return on your own, someone else can try to do it. But only an entity that is on a par with the gods can accomplish such a task. At that moment, the young man realized something. He realized that he needed to return to meditation. It's an interesting thought. In such cases, your own voice seems like a breath of wind. So Amit wanted to tell you something about it, the same feeling of hopelessness when you realize that you are nobody in this world. The player thought he could calculate time, but he was wrong. It seemed that there was no sense of time in this room at all, and the flow of thoughts only accelerated, like a long movie scrolling through your head in a few seconds. All of this was the worst. He didn't know how much time had passed since the ordeal began, perhaps an hour or just 1 minute. Hojay's subconscious was sharp. He was close to one of many answers. The ordeal left the body without sensation and erased the sense of time. It is likely that during these 2 days, you will be able to feel what eternity is, only occasionally remembering something in her head in this endless time. Unlike the deity of adventure, who is more interested in the goal, the goddess of lost time is more focused on the path itself. Perhaps this monk and the goddess might have the same values. In some ways, they were similar. And then another surprise awaited them. This goddess spoke very unexpectedly, but the gods would not help him here. He had to concentrate on something else. The contrast only got worse. The young man saw his home, the kitchen, and his mother in an apron. So many memories flashed through his mind and haunted him. This was already his past life. This was Hojay's past, and it was difficult, strange, and even unpleasant for him to watch himself. At that moment, mana stopped circulating through his body. He did not know how to compete with this monk. He would not even be able to drink the restoration potion. It's just that right now his body doesn't seem to belong to him. Something very strange is happening to him, as if it were standing or sitting. Maybe it was lying down. The young man felt nothing. The player didn't know where Amut was. He didn't feel anything at all, and now he couldn't hear his voice at all. The player did not even know at what point the voice disappeared. Perhaps his consciousness had already gone too far. But the boy wanted to believe that the man was just silent. Either way, it's very dangerous. Suddenly, he is now attacking by surprise. Now the player is more like a punching bag. But no one attacked him. Instead, the boy felt his body being pulled into the deep waters of the oceans. The gamer was now capable of only one thing, and all he could do was think, and think again. I'm not sure if these are the right decisions, but right now he didn't know any better. You just need to concentrate and think with all your might. It's really very difficult, and the monk understood this very well. Almost every science fiction movie they watched had a scene where an astronaut accidentally gets lost in space. Now the boy felt like an astronaut, but not in space, just in an endless void. A world of darkness where there is no place for feeling, a world where only one thing exists, his lost subconscious. You need to think more. You need to think in order not to get lost in this darkness and to find your way back. It's harder than it looks. The player felt nothing at all. Without a body of consciousness, there is nothing to hold on to. You need to focus on your inner world and create an imaginary body to concentrate on. Only at that moment did he finally manage to concentrate enough to create an imaginary shell of his body. It is not his real flesh, but it feels quite real. More like an avatar from a game that embodies him as a virtual character. Maybe it's still just a figment of his imagination, but if this is not his real body, where did the real one go? But the body could not have disappeared anywhere. Now he is standing there not feeling it. I had only endless questions to myself, endless answers, and time stood still. That is why it is necessary to change the morning menu of the church. The voice belonged to the head monk, but he fell silent again. The young man no longer knew what it was. At some point, he realized that he could move freely while in a virtual body, as if he had regained his senses. Most likely he's just coming to his senses a little bit. Or everything that happens is a simple illusion. An avatar, which is created by one's imagination. He called this state the avatar of consciousness. And then the player began to meditate with it. He could still hear the echo of Amit's voice. He said he liked to eat chicken. They are monks, but they don't have to be vegetarians. And with each word, the boy heard his words more clearly. And then Hojie realized something else. In this place, the flow of time is uneven. Slowly, very slowly, but time continues to move forward. His thoughts kept speeding up, distorting his perception of time. The guy kept catching himself thinking that much more time had already passed than it actually was. And he still didn't know how much longer he would have to stay here. In the end, the young man passed, but not the test. He had to accept the situation. He imagined it as a training of patience, and then life became easier. He could have done without the training. He's quite patient, but he still continued to meditate. He couldn't do anything else. Mana was not restored. It should have been used up during the time he spent here, but it wasn't accumulating. But now he doesn't need anything. The avatar, the subconscious. The player could feel the limbs, even touch them. The guy started trying to disperse mana all over the avatar's body, even though it didn't actually have any mana. And the magic he had collected during the entire test period appeared. The guy used it to better feel his virtual body. Even though there was not much mana, he allowed it to flow through his body. The boy gathered all the mana he could. He finally succeeded. Now he needs to focus again. If he gets distracted, he may lose his mana again. Finally, the guy saw his body, saw the position in which your time was spent. He was endlessly imagining what his body might look like to be transferred to the avatar. However, the avatar of consciousness itself was not just a guess. Rather, it was another part of himself. He just needed to feel his own body to create the perfect image. You need to try to spread the magic throughout your body. The boy continued to sit and meditate. At the same time, the monk was nearby and watched him all the time. The young man could also see other monks from the previous rooms as if in the palm of his hand. But it wasn't far enough, so he tried to go even deeper and moved forward and forward. The guy definitely did not expect this. He made it all the way to the starting point. He had never been able to pass through such a large space before. His previous level of understanding of magic did not allow him to do so. He reached even higher levels. While the goddess of lost time was pleased, the god of warfare was complaining. Amit eventually announced the completion of the first test. He immediately asked the guy how he was feeling. He was sure that he was generally fine, but still unable to see, hear, or feel anything at all. The monk hoped that something had changed in him. The subconscious mind's reaction was accelerated. Concentration and the ability to feel the flow of time improved. All of this was correct, and Hojie knew it well himself. But what's the point of this test if you can go crazy from something like that? The player was scared to death. He thought he had already died. Amit then admitted that this case was really difficult. It was difficult and very dangerous, but the player managed to gain a lot of experience during this journey. The guy did get something out of it, but he would not have wanted to have such an experience in his life at all. He had no doubt at all that many people died here, but the monk said that he himself was dying as he spoke. It was impossible to say for sure what he meant, but these words undoubtedly disturbed him. As Amut said, his consciousness is at the threshold of its own capabilities, and his brain cannot withstand such a heavy load. We'll be able to hold out for no more than 20 minutes, but if you leave the room right now, the problems may be solved. Of course, this would mean that the young man did not pass the test, but in this way, he would save his life. However, the guy knew he had only one option: to end it all as soon as possible. He opened his eyes. His face was bloody, but something had really changed in him, not only externally, but also internally. The second test was to stand in front of a monk in a wrestling match for 10 long minutes. During the first test, his consciousness was severely affected by overexertion. Now, he was on the verge of giving up the second test, and the easiest option would be to just give up. But this monk talked too much. The player just wanted to start. If so, Amit was not going to refuse, but told him to count to 6 and then they would start. The guy started counting. He tried to think because there was no time. Unfortunately, he still felt nothing, and he had almost no mana left. Perhaps there was no point in competing with the head monk in this state. He had neither time nor magic, but he wasn't going to sit there and regret it all. There was only one chance left. He had to finish them off in one move. It seemed impossible and sounded like suicide. The monk is much stronger than him. The last monks were real monsters, but this one is the main one, and therefore even stronger. However, it will be enough to hold out for just a few minutes, and it is not necessary to win. During the first challenge, I managed to see all the past rooms. I would like to have this opportunity at least once more. Maybe he would have seen something useful there. It was worth analyzing the situation. Now the guy is simply cornered and has almost no options. But he was going to stand to the last and use the skill of combat concentration. Despite the fact that he still did not feel very well, the young man fought for his life in the literal sense of the expression. If you try to replace your hearing and vision with magic, you'll run out of mana instantly. You won't be able to distribute it around you either. You just need to send as much mana as possible to the brain to speed up the thinking process. This will allow its concentration and attentiveness to reach frantic heights. But at the beginning, you need to calm down, and you must not lose concentration. While the player was without sensations, his subconscious was at its peak. To see the same result, it is worth creating the conditions of the first test. You just need to concentrate and make an effort. The young man was literally killing himself, exhausting his brain, which was already very tired. But increased sensitivity should help with concentration and reaction time. In the end, he managed to achieve what I wanted to create. The magic that was supposed to harm him was right there. The player felt the last drops of mana left in him. They allow you to see the monk's attacks even in a completely dark room. He couldn't be sure that he was successfully dodging them, so he just had to trust his own feelings. And it also turned out that the head monk was weaker than Hojie had imagined. But no, he wasn't. He was not as strong as he expected, so there was every chance of surviving here. He did not even feel the magic of the head monk. He felt his intentions. The magic in his punches and the magic in his intentions. It was to this that the boy reacted. Perhaps this was the key to victory. During the first test, he managed to achieve such a high level of concentration due to the occasional vicarious effect of boredom. Now, the conditions are the same, and they're severely affecting his chances of survival. Then what was the difference between what happened then and what we have to endure now? In fact, the level of magic itself was very different. The boy could sense the head monk's intentions through his magic. The first and the second would not exist alone. Intentions are necessary to use magic. Then he developed a 6th level of sensitivity to auras. Finally, the guy managed to open his eyes and looked around. The monk was still standing with his eyes closed, but his strokes were so clear and confident. The young man could see, but not with the help of sight. His aura sensitivity helped him to observe the monk. And because of the extreme concentration, everything is too slow. He seemed to have no doubt in my mind that he would not counterattack. Amut was no longer so focused and serious. And now the guy was going to show him that it was better not to do that and teach him a lesson. It spread its wings and tried to attack, but he dodged and turned away in time. Now the player only wanted him to die so that it would all be over. Wings and explosion is an absolute combo that has helped him out in trouble more than once. But all these statements were too harsh. To be honest, the monk really almost died. His organs were destroyed, and the bone of his forearm was cracked. It was not the best decision to use this combo. The monk was hit hard, but the boy suffered no less. His body was in great pain. At the same time, the monk folded his hands in front of him and announced that the time was up. This means that the trial is over, and this is incredibly great news. Finally, the boy managed to pass this floor. He received many awards again, and various deities became even more interested in them. Well, this hell is over now and we can breathe. But now the player was trying to scout the situation with his magic. It turned out that his face was covered in blood. He needed to wash. But there was a problem. He still hadn't seen it. It's not like the last time. It seems that he could not activate the skill whenever he wanted. It could include so much when concentration is also applied. But that's not what he was focusing on right now. For the first time, he received a message about a perfect floor sweep. It was over. Again, he was offered a divine skill. The god of adventure was generous. So the young man was not going to refuse him and decided to accept the gift. Now the wing skill has been increased to the maximum. But there was another message that interested him. The young man looked at the description of the wing enhancement. He didn't know much about it, so he decided to ask Kirikiri about it later. And he didn't even forget to fulfill his promise. The monk said that he would teach the player to use telepathy. After that, Ahmed took no more than 15 minutes to tell me everything. It's not an easy skill to learn, so you have to wait to use it to its fullest potential. That she had given him an elixir as a reward for his successful passage. After taking it, it will permanently strengthen the body and increase the mana supply. And if he agreed to sacrifice a pill for the scar to take, he promised to give him an even stronger elixir. Of course, Hojie didn't mind, but he didn't know why he needed them. After all, every year the monks from their church try to pass the first test. Every year they had to smear their pants. The guy handed him the pills. It's a small price to pay for a unique elixir, but now they don't have to worry about anything for the next few years. Then we were all silent for a while. Then he said something briefly, and the guy watched him silently. Later, the ward of the deity gave the most effective elixir. The deity herself ordered it to be done so. The guy had a bad relationship with the god of warfare, but he was supposedly going to make peace. The monk only wished him success. After that, the guy went to the portal and disappeared a moment later. I opened my eyes in the place where I returned after each test. He was greeted again by Kirikiri, who immediately asked him about the cake. She was always so noisy, and he asked her to wait at least a little while. But he was always haunted by the feeling that something was wrong. After coming out of all these rooms, he had to get all 5 senses back again, but he still felt very strange. A few seconds passed before I realized what had happened. The young man has made great progress in using magic for the purpose of analysis. In addition to these senses, he acquired the ability to gather information with the help of mana. But the boy could not rely on magic for everything. He still wants to see the beauty of this world with his own eyes, smell unsurpassed novels, and taste food in his mouth. This is the joy of life. Some things cannot be understood without experiencing them. The world remains the past no matter how it is cognized. The player has been interacting with the world around him with the help of magic for so long that he has stopped noticing it. He would get used to it someday. But he hoped that this feeling would disappear sooner or later. It was more comfortable, but he didn't want to say goodbye to his feelings. She sat down next to him and asked how he was feeling. He only said that he was looking at the world from a different perspective. I had the feeling that he was going to take off right now. At the time, she just laughed in response. The rabbit asked how he felt about all this, but he thought she was just trying to change the subject. After having to part ways with Ida while walking up a floor, he realized that loneliness was a problem. It seemed to him that such experiences were normal in his position, and that there was nothing to worry about. He is lonely and scared because he is an ordinary person. He talks to the monks about many things and learns a lot. I learned a lot about them. The monsters that live here are good not only for gaining experience, there is a certain order of things. During the first test, he had a lot of time to reflect. The young man analyzed his past actions and feelings, and these thoughts still remain in his soul. Although the past was important, he did not want to, or it bound him. He was growing physically and mentally, and did not want to stop. He was happy because he had survived. That was enough. There is a possibility that it's all just a dream, and in reality his brain is gradually fading away due to alcohol poisoning. Then his journey here is just a big dying imaginary story. That is why the young man focused on the development and achievement of all possible goals within this universe. But now things have changed a lot, and the place where he sits was also different. He just wants to continue to be happy because there will definitely be no other life now. Kirikiri was pleased to hear this and laughed again. Then I started receiving messages from the deities again. The girl stood up while the player decided to rest on the grass. Maybe this is a bad example of using magic, but he just wanted to check it out. While the rabbit was screaming that it was too mean and brazen, he began to apologize. And then I received a message from Minhyuk. He asked if his friend was ready, but he didn't know what he was talking about, even though his friend was surprised. Minhyuk asked if he was ready for the competition we had talked about earlier. It was about to begin, the announcement said, but Hojie had no way of looking at the board. And be that as it may, there is nothing to prepare for. Victory is already in his pocket. But that's not what he was talking about. Min Hyuk had asked him to become a curator for normal difficulty earlier, which the young man had forgotten. It was too late to refuse it, so he had to accept it. There was little information about the competition so far, and the role of the leader is very important. If there is a distribution of difficulty levels during this competition, it will be difficult to control users. But in this case, the guards from the normal difficulty will help, so you cannot worry. At the same time, the young man said that he would try not to forget anyone, and they said goodbye. Kirikiri had already finished her cake when the boy somehow started to speak timidly. He told me that he had gotten a new skill called Resist Divinity, and wondered if it could affect divine skills. The girl said that it doesn't work that way. It will only work if the elemental strikes the user. It's better to experience it yourself and find out what it means. He managed to get the wing improved and wondered what had changed since the last time. The girl offered to try them right now. And since it's not a new skill, but just an improved version, you can try it right here, not in the waiting room. But then he saw that the progress of the adventure deity's test had skyrocketed. But first you need to understand the skill that the deity gave him. Even now, the chalk was at its maximum level. The deity turned a part of the existing into something new. The god of adventure fixed a few details and added one feature. These skills concentrate many versatile divine skills. In the process of creating a new skill, the adventure deity received a new title, non-original deity. When the skill is activated, some effects will be imposed on the user. The rugs imposed accelerated mana regeneration on each ally within a certain radius. They enhanced combat abilities, improved resistance to magic, and the effect of panic. The carpets could also change their color, depending on the needs of the user. They were highly resistant to magic defense. There was a lot of this goodness there. Now this deity was very proud of himself, like a child who had just been praised. After that, the young man said goodbye to Kirikiri and reluctantly left her. Later, he returned to the waiting room with new wings. Now they looked really powerful. Their effect was incredible. Flying them is a pleasure. And the color of them changed over time. It said that everything would happen depending on his needs and desires. In short, it has not been discovered to be able to speed up mana recovery and stamina, enhance combat skills, have improved resistance to magic, and weaken enemies. The goddess was quarreling with someone for no reason at the time, and the boy received a new title of potential heir to a non-original deity. These wings are just too good. No restrictions, no costs. All skills had limitations, even the emblem, but not these wings. The boy thanked the deity again, calling him the best. The god of adventures was proud of himself again, and then a dispute arose between him and the goddess of time. The player already wanted to try out these wings in practice. It's a pity there are no enemies nearby to see the hopeful panic. He would rather have a chance to try them in a fight. For the next 100 years, the young man was not testing his sails. Although the description said that they enhance combat skills, it did not specify to what extent. The level of amplification depended only on his condition. In general, the strength of the wings effect depended only on the skills of the user. It turns out that the wings will grow with them. Meanwhile, Jong-ah and her team moved up and up the floors. They have already managed to clear the 42nd chef on the easy difficulty level. It was from this moment that the competition itself began. She thanked everyone for their efforts in cleaning the floor. The competition is about to start very soon, so it's time to get some rest. The team was very exhausted, and it would not have been possible to fight like that. Jong-ah exhaled a calm breath at that moment. If she had been a little late, she wouldn't have had time to finish. Now it's time to get to work. This was all uncharacteristic of her, but she picked up the papers and began to flip through them. Then another girl came up to her and asked if she could make her tea. The blonde replied that she didn't want to do it yet and would do it herself later. This girl's name was Lee Yu-juk. She's 2 years older than Jong-ah and has been with her all along, from the very beginning of the bodyguard's foundation. She is the closest thing to her in this world. In public, she tried not to show that she was friends with any of the guards. She didn't fully understand why, and she didn't want to explain. But such politeness is rare in their time. Yu-jung opened the menu on the screen and said she had something to tell the boss. The fact is that a player from the 24th level on the normal difficulty, Kim Jong-min, has died. Jong-ah asked what happened to his friends, but everyone else was fine. A lot of things happened, and it was difficult to make sensible decisions. She said that she would tell Vice Captain Min Hyuk everything, and then they should be sent all the results of the autopsy. But then she received another notification that scared her a little. Some people just couldn't take it anymore. It was becoming too hard. It's easier for him, he only has to watch his own level of difficulty, but he has to learn how to clear the floors, so she asked about the spare tank in the third squad. He was Park Seo-hyun from the normal difficulty level. Therefore, after the competition is over, you need to give him the Shield of Hadrian. This is the best equipment. But there weren't enough points for that, so he'll have to stick with what he has now. Kim Chul-min was the main tank of the 3rd Detachment and was in the assault battalion of the guards. The stormtroopers were a unit of security guards not involved in clearing the floors. On such days, anything could happen and they took the brunt of it. Of course, this does not happen very often, but the risk is high. All of them underwent rigorous training before possible events. The existence of her bodyguards, as well as her life, is a direct proof of this. She was still breathing only thanks to one person. He used his noble power against the guild and destroys anyone in his path. His belief in himself and his goals was incredible. Even a school-age child can express himself better. Now she felt like Ho-jae thought badly of her, and it was so embarrassing. Yoo-jun just smiled at her as she sat there blushing even more. 4 more days passed. No one stopped working and made every effort to get the competition started. Jong-ah was still working, so her friend brought her a cup of tea. She thanked Yoo-jun. I was really short on time and energy, so this is exactly what I needed. All the others had already fallen asleep because they were tired. They have been working very hard for the past few days. In any other case, Jong-ah would have scolded them for not doing their work, but now they deserve to rest. Even though health is restored automatically upon entering the waiting room, fatigue still haunts people. There are rumors that this room has a spell of drowsiness. There was no point in waking anyone up, so she just kept working. The girl took the next piece of paper. It was a report on a threatening person. It was completely empty, and the author was Ho-jae. Security creates dossiers on potentially dangerous users to keep them under control. Those whose personal characteristics have more than one violation are called offenders. That is why we often changed authors and updated the list whenever possible. This is not entirely correct. They often follow completely innocent people, but they only supervise and nothing more. The guards do not interfere in the lives of the wards. It was her way of calming her conscience. They should keep order and punish those who are guilty. Now I wondered what he proposed as a response. Apparently the guy had his own reasons for doing so. I'll have to ask him later why he wrote it that way. This folder contains all the evidence of violations in this world. It's all in the past, but it's important to keep a record. This folder was already very damaged. It is better to make a duplicate later. It is important to remember the past so that terrible things never happen twice. That is why it is necessary to keep the memory of all past events. It contained a description of the offender and his motives, the conclusion and all the consequences. Finally, the time came when the competition started. In how many minutes you need to be there. The player has been waiting for this moment and it has finally come. The young man opened the portal, though he wished he could stay a little longer. There were too many features of the new wings and too much paperwork. But he had been waiting for this competition for a long time and was already looking forward to trying his hand at it. The opponents could try their best, but they would definitely not beat him. The young man was confident in his own abilities, but hoped that he would be able to take a lot of experience from there. Everything would have been perfect if it weren't for the work that Min-hyuk added. But Ho-jae decided to just go to this competition as well. There was no point in dragging it out. In the end, he was in the right place. This is the first day of the competition and the most exciting. He was given a rule book, and each player must decide whether he wants to participate in the competition, and the final answer must be given at the entrance to the arena. There was a whole crowd here, so we'd better get out of here before there was even more. But he was already seen, and the newcomer was asked to stay put. Some guy yelled at him to wait and not go anywhere. But then he felt very uncomfortable when he realized who he was talking to, and immediately began to apologize. But Ho-jae assured him that everything was fine. She managed to meet Min-hyuk more than once. This place looked like a residential area. So many people came through. But none of this matters anymore. His friend received him with a smile and asked why he was taking so long. But you don't have to be so strict. Ho-jae was only 2 minutes late. Then he explained to you. He said he had urgent business and asked the young man to stay here for half an hour. He just needs to keep an eye on these people. Min-hyuk assured me that I wouldn't have to work too hard. Everything is much better than they expected. The guy wanted to ask more about the competition, but his friend was in a hurry and quickly ran away. I would have been better off not agreeing to help him at all, but it only creates more problems. As a result, the guy was left alone in front of a not particularly happy crowd of people, but there was nowhere to go. So the player, with the hellish difficulty, amplified his voice with magic, and then started talking. He was sure that everyone here was wondering why they were standing here. He had the same question in his head. But by now, the guards were getting all the detailed news about the competition so that no one would die for nothing. With half an hour left to wait, the young man promised that he would file a claim himself if he had to wait longer. And while they're waiting, you can go have a bite to eat. The noise really died down, everyone was calm, but because of a certain shock, in the end, the guy just said they were going to rest. The wait was really not long, but he didn't even know what to do with himself now. Not a word was heard from the crowd. No one was talking, but everyone was meditating. He didn't even forbid speaking or eating. Ho-jae knew that he was feared, but he didn't think it would be to this extent. The young man noticed that someone was looking at him, but perhaps now is not the best time to approach him. Nothing happened. It became boring. If he started to self-mutilate to increase his resilience, others would think he had gone crazy. But suddenly the guy remembered a recent purchase. That is, about the Book of Magic. He bought this book after passing the 12th floor, and now it's time to read it a little. Without the player, he read the same question again on the wrong page. The only thing that was written was here. On the next floor, the young man witnessed a different flow of time, but most of all, he needed concentration, or magic or thoughts, perhaps divine power, the subconscious, or life. But he still did not find the answer to the question. He needed all of this, but it was hardly the right answer. Maybe it's time? It mentioned life and death, which means that it is about a living being, or the answer is himself. But people who experience the passage of time after death are no longer alive. These questions seemed very simple, but it was really hard to find the answer. Perhaps he had already given the correct answer, he just didn't notice it. But then he saw the surprised looks of the people in front of him. The books in front of them began to glow. His friend returned very soon, and Ho-jae demanded that he tell him that he had told these people about him. But there was nothing like that. It sounded strange because the crowd was afraid he would faint. The player was very rarely seen in public. There must be a reason why there are such rumors about him. It was all interesting, but now they have reached the Colosseum. This is the place where the competition will begin. Now players should confirm their participation as there is a last chance to withdraw. Of course, he didn't even think about it. He wanted to pass the test because he was obliged to be here if a prize was given. Min-hyuk wondered how he was going to find a team, but his friend replied that he would do it himself. The vice captain offered to join him and Jong-ae. It seemed like he was going to use him to win, but such events are extremely rare, so you want to be on the side of the strongest. In the end, the boy agreed, but Min-hyuk asked him to at least not kill the self-esteem of his rivals, and wished me success, and told me to wait for me in the stands. At the same time, the young man had to confirm his participation in the qualifying round. In a few seconds, he was moved to the center of the arena. There were so many people around him. He could only see this at a meeting. All the qualifying matches are held simultaneously. It was like a big martial arts tournament and was supposed to be fun. The singles qualifying stage will begin in 2 minutes. The goal is to survive and win, and if you leave the ring, you automatically lose. The same will happen if they give up on their own. It all sounds simple, and the guy was only more confident of his win. It had been a long time since he had seen those insolent faces, and it only made him want to win more. But it turned out that we had to compete with each other. But it was logical that this would begin only after the qualifying stages. In a moment, the players saw the monsters they had to defeat. They were quite strong and skillful in their defense. Besides all this, they had too much armor. It was still of high quality. It seemed unfair. Some players gave up almost instantly. They even began to fear for their own lives. If you realize that you can't continue the fight, it's better to give up right away rather than wait for a miracle. For some, the qualifying stage can be a serious challenge. Most players compete only in combat units. If they are used to playing their roles, it will be difficult for some to stand alone against the monsters. In addition, these goblins have strategic thinking and are not the weakest of all monsters. It takes a lot of strength to deal with these creatures. But the guy wanted to start the fight as soon as possible, so he shouted at these monsters, or they didn't. These people were very surprised that a human being knew their language at all, and Ho-jae did not understand what they were talking about. At the same time, he lowered his voice a bit and told them to just surrender if they were afraid for themselves. It may sound ironic, but these goblins were really thinking about leaving the ring. But they had to fight. They should be terrified of these players, not the other way around. Apparently, the system itself forced them to go into battle, so the players simply had no choice. They still tried to resist it and run back, but there is hardly any point in begging this monster to take pity on them. Jose heard his name clearly and approached his enemies as quickly as possible, about to attack. He told them not to worry and then struck them. Promising to be gentle, these goblins flew into the sky, dropping their weapons. The people in the stands were no less surprised. They held their breath and were a little scared themselves. Only after a while they fell to the ground with a frantic noise, and all the other goblins, seeing this, doubted whether to attack. But it was too late because the player approached them on his own and started attacking them as well. He struck with all his might, throwing his enemies away. Now the monsters were silent. They themselves were scared to be in this arena and wanted to run away. Instead, the young man smiled at him and told him to turn around. The goblin did so and then received another strong blow to the back and fell down. For Hojay, the qualifying stage was over. He didn't even have time to warm up. Minhyuk asked him to be a little gentler, but he burned his enemies to ashes. The young man sat down next to his friend and said that he was the gentler one. Yes, he had sent the goblins flying with one punch, but that was pity for him. Jin-shik cheered him on. This badass was always a cool guy, and Jung-ah also said hello when she saw Hojay. Apparently, the whole top brass is here. The player asked Young-shik how his trials went, and he replied that everything went perfectly. He was the first to pass. Yu-jong was a little surprised that they already knew each other well, and then she thanked her for something. Then Jung-ah approached her and quietly said that she had some business to attend to and needed to leave. Maybe it got even worse. They all asked Jung-ah there not to be ashamed of Hojay, but it was all in vain. If you recall the incident with the guild, you can understand it. This behavior is not surprising, but Hojay didn't want her to have a false impression of him. He's not a knight or a prince with a white horse. The company sat and discussed only this situation, although Min-hyuk only looked from one to the other in surprise. At the same time, the gamer offered to go for a drink after it was over. Young-shik was all for it. If Hojay shows what a pig he is when he gets drunk to the point of blackout, Jung-ah will forget about all these fantasies and her attitude will change. Well, it's time for the main stage of the competition. The participants had to prove themselves in one-on-one battles. However, the rules here were a bit strange. After the fight, the winner continues to move forward and is awarded points that turn into a prize. Participants of the first and last duel receive bonus points, so it is more profitable to start earlier and win more often. But Hojay is not allowed to come out yet. If he does, the competition can be considered over. Min-hyuk is right. Even though Hojay wanted to get the maximum reward, he didn't want to spoil people's holiday. Means that you only need to aim for the winner's prize. It's only getting more interesting. Maybe we should start raising the stakes during the next competition. It is better to raise this question at the next competition. Well, now it was Young-shik's turn. But Min-hyuk jokingly offered to give up and watch him in the stands. While the guy was sitting and watching the arena, he noticed his friend. This is Hyunjin of hellish complexity, but now he just stood there, not even moving. The guy had already won his fourth fight in a row. People also recognized him and considered him a strong opponent. Now Hojay wanted to join, but it was still too early. There were still a few people left from the difficult level. Young-shik wanted to start the competition so badly, not to stand here and be on duty. But Min-hyuk forbade Hojay to replace him. They had already agreed earlier that he would not participate in singles tournaments. Such events should not be left unattended. You need to be prepared for murder. Even so, no one can beat Hyunjin here. There are a lot of players who can sweat him, but it's too hard to beat him. None of the stronger players will want to enter the ring to avoid wasting their stamina. Within 20 seconds, user Hyunjin was to be recognized as the winner. Hojay was not going to give up his victory and was already preparing to enter the ring. He promised to be gentle with the players, but he had to win. Eventually, the most interesting spectacle began. Hyunjin didn't expect to see the boy so early. But Hojay stood in front of him. He supported him all this time and helped him. But now it's a duel, and they are enemies. No one wanted to fight Hyunjin, so Hojay decided to join him. But his opponent said that someone would have shown up, but it would have been boring. Although Hyunjin did not expect to win at first, he is now ready to compete to the end. Now something really interesting is about to begin. They are both strong and united on a hell of a difficulty. Hyunjin wished them both good luck and prepared for the battle. Hyunjin asked him to be gentle with him. It was the only way. Hojay still treated him as a person who cared. It took a few moments before the fight started, and they began to struggle. No one wanted to concede victory to each other, so they showed everything they could do. Hyunjin was going to attack first, but he missed because Hojay instantly dodged. Hyunjin's strength is his speed. They're similar here, but Hojay can take a few blows, and he just dodges them. On the one hand, he seems cautious, but on the other hand, he seems like a coward. He was in a hurry to dodge even before the opponent struck. I should have waited until Hojay got closer to catch him, but he was too worried that he wouldn't be able to make it. Hyunjin thought he was in the enemy's blind spot, but he was so wrong. They continued to fight, trying to snatch victory by the skin of their teeth. But anyone can repel such an attack. He could see everything perfectly from here. A few more minutes passed. They dragged on forever, and finally Hyunjin admitted defeat and surrendered. User Lee Hojay earned his first victory. He gave up quickly, interrupting all the fun. But the younger man already knew that he was far from Ho-jae's skills. Ho-jae was better, but the fight wasn't bad. He wanted to talk to Hyunjin afterward and give him some advice. He agreed and said he would keep his fists crossed for Hyun. Then the guy came up to Hyunjin and held out his hand, helping him to stand up. Many players challenged Ho-jae and wanted to test their skills. They decided that the previous battle had exhausted him, and several strong players were trying to defeat the hell-level player. In fact, it wasn't. The struggle only added strength and the player fought harder. It seems that there are almost no rivals left after a few duels. Minhyuk looked at his friend as if he were a natural disaster. He was really holding back. Ho-jae was already giving in, not using divine skills, not moving once more to give him a chance. Many potential rivals grabbed onto hope as they watched these battles. Ho-jae embodied the power of the guards, so he didn't want to appear like an invincible monster, but it was good for their reputation. It was clear that Minhyuk was up to something, and soon everything would become clear, because they would be fighting foreigners. Suddenly, a strange blob of light appeared next to Ho-jae. Over time, it took the form of a person who began to get off his knees. The young man did not think that he would still be interested in gaming. It was unexpected. Lee Chang-yong was standing in front of him, the player who had reached the highest floor at the moment. There was nothing to do here, so he just wanted to watch and take the chance to gain experience. This is really important. Lee Chang-yong is now on the 91st floor of the easy difficulty. It is not left out of any dispute over who is the strongest player. Most players of normal difficulty are on the 50th floor. Hard players are on the 30th floor. No one knows Chang-yong's true strength. He was in a hurry to get to the end to reunite with his family. But apparently he had problems on this floor. Ho-jae didn't know much about him, so he had to be careful. The audience was once again shocked to see such a strong player in front of them. I will have to compete with a person who has abilities that are unknown. Ho-jae was sure that Minhyuk would at least like to see an even fight. And even better, if Ho-jae suffered a little. The fight started, and Hoza immediately used the emblem, attacking first. But Jang-yong easily blocked it. However, not everything went according to plan. Minhyuk had already asked his friend 100 times to restrain himself and not make others suffer in the arena. But he has already apologized. Besides, he used nothing but the emblem. However, this did not justify the fact that he took him out in one blow. Now he had to change his plan. Still, Ho-jae was pleased with the results of the individual competition. The player received a mysterious box as a reward. No one knew what was inside this chest and what the description said. Young-shik and Jong-ah were already ahead of them, so they quickly called their friends over. Of course, if they don't want all the booze to go to just one person, they ran over to them faster and were soon sitting and drinking. The first toast was to love. When they reached the hotel, they went to Young-shik's room and started drinking. Although alcohol did not work on him because of his resistance to poison, it was fun. He was more amused by the atmosphere in the room. It was different from what he had been used to in recent months. It's been a long time since the guy has had so much fun. The rhythm of life has changed completely. Ho-jae only hoped that in the future they would gather in the same way, and there would be even more of them. They spent a few more hours together telling stories, laughing and drinking. They drank a lot. Only then did everyone go to their rooms. It's too quiet somehow. There was so much laughter and conversation recently, it's strange to be lying like this. But I was glad that Jong-ah finally managed to relax in his presence. Although they didn't get to talk much, she was no longer shy about him. No matter how hard he tried to sleep, sleep would not come to him. The guy decided to do something, maybe read a book. Only after a while did he come to the door and open it. Behind them, the young man saw John A. She was standing and smiling, holding a bottle of alcohol. The girl offered to have another drink, and now she was not shy at all. This made him embarrassed. His cheeks flushed a little, and Ho-jae thought they had already run out of alcohol. But it was his wine. She must have taken it away while everyone was sitting and talking. The girl apologized, but then explained that she just wanted to have a drink with him alone. He was more and more embarrassed, wondering at each verb. However, Jung-ah immediately asked if she didn't seem like a polite student to him if he had such a reaction. Without waiting for an answer, she said that she was a grown-up girl, not a child, and then asked him again if he wouldn't mind having a drink with her in the room. Of course, he agreed and invited me to his place. It's better to talk over a glass of wine than on the doorstep. The whole night passed like that. Ho-jae woke up only in the morning, when the sun's rays were shining through the windows. He got up looking for Jung-ah, who was nowhere to be found in the room. But then the young man remembered that she had gotten up and got ready before him. Ho-jae remembered what happened that night. Jung-ah offered him a drink, and they talked for a while, but then things went even further. The player hoped she was okay. He hadn't been in a relationship for a long time, so it was hard to hold back. He hadn't dated anyone for several years because he was only involved in esports. And then he got together with Jung-ah. Ho-jae admired her courage and strength of spirit, but he always saw her as a good friend and a skillful boss. There should be team battles today. It's too early to leave, but you decided to check out the forum. On the 13th floor, I won't be able to find out anything about the competition, so now is the time. It was forbidden to use healing potions and wear armor in the arena. The guards were worried that things might get out of hand during the fights, but the third day of the competition would be the hardest. So far, nothing terrible has happened in the arena. When the young man was already dressed, he heard the notification. It was from Hyunjin, asking if his friend had a minute to talk. Hojae did not refuse him and went outside, where he was already waiting for him. But you didn't have to shout like that. He could hear it perfectly well enough. He had other people standing there, and they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Hojae was afraid to find out that they were still alive. Everyone was in a good mood. The atmosphere was festive, and it didn't escape the players of the infernal difficulty. They came here to have Hojae, like their mentor, analyze their mistakes during the fight. This offer could not go unheeded, so he readily agreed to help. Perhaps some of these people will even end up on the same team with him. But Hojae himself said to keep a close eye on his opponent's actions. He agreed but asked Hyunjin if it was easy for him. He didn't have to wait for an answer. He was sure it wasn't. It's hard to keep your eyes open and try to see everything around you at the same time. If you spend time thinking about whether to open your eyes or not, you can see less than if you just close and open them in time. You should try to keep your eyes on the goal and control the situation. And then the young man sharply put his fist forward, as if trying to hit him, but stopped. He just wanted to tell him not to close his eyes when he was being beaten. It sounds easy, but that's how reflexes work. Hyunjin's main problem was obvious, which was his greatest strength. This guy was too cowardly and it was holding him back. He takes with speed and reaction, so he's not used to taking hits. Because of this, his body tenses up at any danger, and he is afraid that he will not be able to dodge it in time. He could use some practice in combat. You just need to let the goblins beat you up. Once you get hit in the face once, you won't be so afraid of it in the future, and you'll be able to keep your eyes open. You just have to do as you're told. This way you can also improve your resistance to pain. Hojae continued to give advice to other players, giving each of them a little time. Some moments really surprised him, and the questions were strange. All of these people were involved in a hell of a challenge, but without Hojae and Hyunjin, they wouldn't have been able to clear even the first floor. The young man explained that arrows on the ground floor fly along the same trajectory. You shouldn't make any unnecessary movements, and then the target will not hit your body. You should stay in a stance, be ready for the next attack. You must always remain cautious. On the ground floor, there are places where it is impossible to predict the opponent's actions. It is better to be prepared for an unexpected turn and get used to everything. While teaching other players, the young man realized something himself. Everyone sees the process of going through the floors differently. He tried to become stronger himself to cope with all the challenges, but many of them are just trying to survive in this hell. That's why the gap between their skills is so large. Not everyone is ready to dedicate themselves to improving their skills. If you just dodge the arrows, sooner or later, it will catch up with you. Hojae did not condemn their actions. Rather, he is an exception to the rule, and not everyone would want to risk their own lives for the sake of Hrivnia. In the face of hellish difficulties, everyone sooner or later loses hope. Perhaps it is better for these people to focus on survival and stay at the same level. They can only hope that someone will solve their problems for them. It's good that at least now there are security guards. Soon their conversation ended, and the young man asked his friend if he would continue to compete. He immediately said no. After all, no one would want him in the team. Hojae suggested that he go with other people at the same level of difficulty. But Hyunjin wasn't sure it was worth the risk. They don't know how to do anything at all, but it could be a useful experience. The young man advised me to try to pass at least the qualifying stage. This is enough to learn something new. But his friend was still hesitant and was more inclined to say that he would not. However, Hojae still tried to convince him to give it a try. Very important lessons could be learned, and he might need these people on one of the floors. After the 6th floor, things will get much harder and you can lose all hope. Even he himself fell into the Vecha at some point, thinking it was the end. That's why you need to pull the others along with you to make it to the top of the team. You shouldn't leave them on the first one. The older man insisted, so Hyunjin decided to agree and try it. After finishing all his business, Hojae went to Min-hyuk's house. He was a little late, but he really had a lot to do. Finally, the team stage began, which at the beginning the guy was going to go through alone. But now they have a good team. Of course, he already knew about his comrades. But there were new faces. Lee Yu-jung and Lee Kijak will be with them. Hojae has heard of this guy. He has long held an important position in the organization and is now at the same level as Min-hyuk. But their looks told him something was wrong. Min-hyuk began to worry that something was about to happen. But the qualifying stage of the group category was about to begin. The conditions are simple. You just need to survive and defeat your opponent. This time, the opponents were also monsters, and the team had to compete with them. Hojai told his friend to at least take command and ask if he should deal with these creatures. But he said he had to rest for now. We should save Hojai's strength for the main stage. Jong-ah picked up a gun and started shooting at her opponents. She did it quickly and accurately, because she had already gained a lot of experience leading her team through the floors. Everyone else also rushed to the attack to deal with these creatures as quickly as possible. They attacked big monsters together, combining their forces. At this stage, the opponents were already stronger, and it was not easy to defeat them. Meanwhile, Hojai stood in the party and was bored. Finally, he felt at least a little bit more cheerful because one of the monsters approached him. The fight dragged on because of the acceleration of this giant. It would be great to recover as quickly. While everyone else was trying to overcome him, Hojai threw a small stone with all his might, which flew between several team members. And he hit the body of this giant, and the stone pierced it right through. The young man passed in time. Perhaps someone could have been hurt, but I still had to intervene in the fight. Even though Min-hyuk told him to just stand off to the side, they were in danger and needed to be helped. Now he was getting it from his friend, because he'd already said the same thing 10 times, but Hojai seemed not to have heard him. The same thing happened during single-player battles, but he had already apologized. After these words, his friend finally lost all hope. Hojai simply thought they were in danger, but instead of thanking him, he listened to a 2-hour lecture. But they were already sitting in the stands and watching people with a hell of a lot of complexity. Their skills weren't particularly impressive, but they were only on the ground floor. He wondered how long this would take, but he was sure that Hyun-jin would be able to deal with the monster as soon as his friends got tired. Min-hyuk was only calmed down by the popcorn, which was plentiful, but his friend didn't seem to listen to him at all. He just sighed and changed the subject to Jong-ah. He had already understood everything correctly. We finally managed to bring them together, because Min-hyuk was very worried about the gap between them. So it seemed that he had made amends and the problem was over. At least they no longer feel awkward around each other. However, they should not look at each other so meaningfully in front of strangers. Guards do their best to hide their weaknesses from people. This makes it easier to maintain order and gain obedience. And people perceive Park Jong-ah as a cold and bossy boss. Her gentleness is hidden from the eyes of others. It may be better to keep their relationship a secret. Despite all this, his friend was happy with it all. It was definitely for the best, although Hojai didn't really understand what it was all about. But I think Min-hyuk is right in this regard. Jong-ah is still young, and it will be easier to handle everything together. It was so great to see her smile. But my friend was talking about Hojai. With Jong-ah, the story is different. He saw Hojai and other people of the hell level actively discussing something. He noticed them, but he couldn't believe his eyes. Hojai looked surprisingly happy among them, and other people stopped being afraid of him and started asking him questions. Hojai also noticed this, but when he stood there silently and did nothing, he really looked scary. His indifferent face can easily be mistaken for an angry one. That's why everyone is afraid to approach him. Usually people go to those who are stronger for advice, but this is not the case with him, just like on the day of the Great Assembly. He was having a hard time back then. He came here morally crushed and destroyed the guild, and he was injured himself. To compare him now and then, they are two different people. Hojai has changed a lot. Although his facial expressions have not become more diverse since then, he seemed more relaxed. I wonder when he managed to change so much in appearance. Although he does feel calmer than he did then. Even now, he looked like a more humane person. Min-hyuk wouldn't say that he had no anxiety about his sanity at all, but Hojai was definitely working on himself. A few hours later, the final of the second day of the test came. It's not possible to stay away now. The finals are where the strongest go. Surprisingly, the newcomers also made it through the qualifiers with a hell of a lot of difficulty. They tried their best, but in the end they lost to a team of a normal level. Hyun-jin still looked satisfied, despite the fact that he did not win, but he did gain experience. Hojai was happy that the team had finally shown their worth. This should be the first step in their development. It seems that Moon's team has once again taken the victory for themselves. It wasn't so surprising anymore. He is a fairly well-known face at the normal level, and there were strong fighters in the team. He's with the 6th Assault Squad of Guards. That's why the team is so strong and we can accomplish a lot with such forces. Ki-juk was beginning to worry because he hadn't seen Young-shik anywhere, but the manager said that they had decided that he would not be participating. He really wanted to be here, but there's nothing you can do about it. This is understandable because the guards want to hide his power. Soon a new team arrived, but Hojai didn't recognize anyone. But when he looked closer, he saw a familiar face. It was Young-shik. They were really stars of a complex level. But unfortunately, no one kept their word. Min-hyuk explained so many reasons why he shouldn't take part in this competition. We can only hope now that he won't completely collapse. For now, Min-hyuk has decided to see if there is anyone who can replace Young-shik. He was smiling so much. He was so happy, and he didn't care about all these words about the ban. But still, Ho-jae could understand him. Everyone wants to have a little fun. Even he was excited about the competition. Young-shik has to scare off the stronger competitors, because only the most confident teams will want to compete with him. The spectacle promised to be very interesting and exciting, so Ho-jae got ready to watch. The team is of a difficult level, and they are all stormtroopers of the guards. One participant from the 24th floor, and the guy with the shield is from the 27th floor. Those two are the front runners, just like Young-shik. The black-haired boy was also very strong, though only in the 19th, but Ho-jae already knew him from the meeting, Young-shuk. He prefers skills related to electricity. Young-ah seemed to remember all the guards and the personalities associated with them. The longer I listened, the more I understood why Min-hyuk was angry. They have assembled the strongest team in the world of training. Young-shik's group won 11 times in a row. The audience shouted his name in support and made a frantic noise. That many victories was really impressive, but we can be sure that Young-shik is afraid of Min-hyuk, and he has never even looked in their direction. Mana and health were not restored in the ring. Skills or elixirs also did not work, which means that each fight will only get harder. And yet this blonde man's team held up well and showed excellent results. Everyone was rooting for their fugitive. He resembled a gladiator in the center of the Coliseum arena. Now the members of Park Jung-shik's team will be recognized as winners in 3 minutes, and the countdown has begun. Given the circumstances, the team can't let Young-shik win under any circumstances. But what happens if they come out too? Then something unexpected happened. As if on emotion, he came forward and called them to fight in the ring. Ho-jae stood up first, and Min-hyuk was just as worried, his hands shaking with anger. Jung-ah tried to turn him over so that he wouldn't make a comedy. It will be a great disappointment if the competition ends on such a minor note. In fact, these words sounded very reasonable, but he was unlikely to listen. Ho-jae was ready to fight. He did not condemn his friend, but he wanted to win. And Young-shik's team was already standing there waiting for the last opponents to enter the ring and start the fight. All of this brought back memories of his days as a pro player. An unforgettable experience, and Ho-jae missed that time. Min-hyuk's voice brought him back to reality. He said that the post would get in the way, so he'd better stay in the stands. But his friend hoped that Ho-jae would at least remember what he had said some time ago. Min-hyuk believes that other teammates won't be of much help against players from a difficult level. Jung came closer and said that they had almost managed to persuade him, but she, unlike Ho-jae, was not sure that anything good would come of it. If so, the girl just smiled and wished him luck. She added that he should return to the stands as a winner. She seemed very cute now. It made me smile, but I heard the audience shouting in surprise that the team was returning to the stands. All the participants, except for Ho-jae, left the arena and slowly returned to their seats. The opposing team stood there and watched in silence. Young-shik, on the other hand, did not speak to Ho-jae. Min-hyuk wanted to hide Ho-jae's power from the public, but now the enemy is in front of him. They are 7 of the strongest players of the complex level, and hiding their strength is definitely not an option here. Each of them is dangerous in their own way, and they work well together as a team. This time it will not be easy to win. We will have to put in a lot of effort. You can't underestimate such a strong team of players with a fierce desire and passion. The young man was already getting a little bored with how boring the previous fights had been. Finally, he was facing worthy opponents who were really worthy of attention. Before the fight, Young-shik addressed his opponent and told him not to feel sorry for them and to show his full strength. But he was the one who had to say that, because no one wants an easy victory. He wanted it to be a fierce struggle between them. At the same time, the team captain took out his weapon. It was a large and very sharp sword, and Ho-jae in turn moved forward with incredible speed to be the first to strike his enemies in the ring. The team immediately gathered and took a fighting stance to defend themselves against their opponent. One guy had a short one-handed sword and light armor. Yoo-jun had told me a little about him earlier. He gets very close to the opponent, and thanks to his speed, easily dodges blows. Although he doesn't deal too many of them, they can still distract the target. This guy was really fast, but he was still inferior to his opponent in this regard. Ho-jae was no match for him in this matter, and this boy felt his strength when he attacked him at the speed of light and did not allow him to dodge the blow. Very soon the boy came up to another man with a large shield. The latter stood steadfastly, holding the armor in front of him. The player has already noticed that the other player has been reinforcing the shield with a skill. It would be nice to knock him out with one hit and be done with it. But it is worth considering that Hojay is now fighting alone against 7 strong people. He wasn't going to underestimate them, but the participants were even stronger. This chick man with the shield stood up. He hardly moved during the attack. Although this one didn't play into his hands, the young man was excited to be in the ring with really strong opponents. It should be a lot of fun and bring a lot of satisfaction. It turns out that the skill not only added strength, but also added resistance to physical interaction. The player definitely did not expect this here. After that, he had to face his comrade, who was going to attack first. Hojay looked a little confused now, so it was the perfect moment to strike. But it all went wrong, and it worked like a trap for the team. Soon after, they flew into the air, throwing their weapons out of their hands, and the guy remained unharmed, having used magic. These two can be ignored for now. Now we should focus on one specific goal. And this target was Jun Seok, who has electrical skills and actively uses them. He was the biggest problem. His lightning bolts can pierce through targets from great distances. Just a couple of strikes can destroy even a hell-level player. In addition, they impose paralysis to make it even more dangerous. The guy was trying to get closer to this kid, dodging and trying to cover himself with lightning bolts. This schoolboy wouldn't let him get too close, but you can't retreat now. You need to get as close as possible, but carefully. Hojay once advised him to train his resilience to all kinds of things in order to be ready for anything. And he wasn't kidding, because now it would come in handy. Resistance to pain, resistance to paralysis, and resistance to magic are all at high levels in Hojay. This greatly facilitated the battle, because although he had some problems, he managed to reach his target and destroy it. The most dangerous opponent was already on the floor. In real life, during a real fight, Jung Seok would have to be killed or at least pushed down hard to pose a threat. But this is just a game. All the other participants shouldn't have had such problems. For now, the guy is focusing on other team members, but his attention was still diverted by Jung Sik. He concentrated a large amount of magic in one area. The guy didn't know what kind of skill it was, but he certainly wasn't expecting it. He could only have missed that it was Kamehameha or even Chidori. He was also very fast. Even too fast for Hojay. The young man could only assume that this was one of the divine gifts like his own. At the same time, the guy spread his wings behind his back and prepared to attack. Jung Sik quickly changed course and was already approaching him. He is indeed very fast, and he knows Hojay's behavior in a fight very well. They had to give up and still show their trump cards. Otherwise, they would lose. The whole team was really shocked, and Min-hyuk just sighed heavily away from everyone. So the competition is over. By the way, it was yesterday. After the battles, there were 3 free days for the players to rest. After the team fights ended, Min-hyuk and Jung Sik immediately went to their rooms. The latter definitely just wanted to avoid waving hands with him again, so he said he had a lot to do. The player himself was there until the end, as promised. Now he was lying quietly on the bed and opened the screen with his inventory. For winning the singles category, he received a mysterious box that he has not yet opened. For the team victory, the young man received the same one. It was unknown what was inside, but they were identical on the outside. Being the winner in both categories, he managed to get 2 small boxes with unknown contents. Single-player battles seemed boring, but it was fun to compete against a team. Jung Sik and his allies, the audience, everything was perfect. But his friend, who had protested so much about it, was not particularly happy. Later, Jung-ah came up to the guy. He had to wait for her for quite a while. I thought I was going to die of boredom. 3 days had passed since the team category. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl said that there was more work than usual, but she was fine with being late. However, Hojay was very happy to finally meet her. She immediately hugged him and apologized for keeping him waiting so long. Later, the boy went to another test, where new monsters were waiting for him in the form of mutant moles. He had only a few scratches on his face, but everything went well, even though he was a little tired. The guy cut their bodies one by one, and there were fewer and fewer monsters left. Finally, it was the last one. He had walked this floor for so long that he was really tired. After the competition, the young man immediately started to climb the 15th floor. It was a narrow abandoned mine. The conditions were similar to the other tests. You just had to destroy all the monsters that live here. Although it sounds easy, it is not an easy task to find them in all these tunnels. But even in this, the young man looked for the positive, because he improved his perception skills significantly. I would not want to repeat this experience again and wanted to get to Kirikiri as soon as possible. She started laughing as soon as she saw the guy. He was covered in mud from head to toe, but he didn't find it so funny, especially since he knew it perfectly well. He spent a lot of time in the mine. No wonder he's covered in dust now. The girl kept laughing. Tears came to her eyes from laughing while he stood behind her. Well, he'll have to eat all the sweets himself if all she does is laugh. But when Kirikiri heard about the sweets, she stopped laughing at him. When they had already sat down to eat, the young man decided to ask for advice on the next floor. But the girl had nothing to say about it. At some point, she stopped telling him valuable information about the floors. Apparently, she thought that he didn't need to know about it. Then the young man thought about what else he wanted to learn. Deities, magic, competitions. This information would be very expensive. But he found something to talk about. The player was about to change his weapon, so he asked her about the best option. For some reason, this surprised the girl, but he said that he had been thinking about it for a long time. On the 4th floor, he bought this sword for himself. Since then, he has not changed it. I should say that thanks to magic, there was no need to change it. But lately, I've started to notice that it's not his level anymore. It's too light, and not that powerful even with magic. It's a good thing that at least it regenerated when you entered the waiting room. Kirikiri examined his weapon and agreed that it was indeed time to change it. But she was more interested in why Hojae still hasn't opened the boxes he received as a reward for winning the competition. He was a little confused by this question, but since she brought it up, he should consider looking at their contents. He was holding 2 mysterious boxes that had recently been given to him as a reward for his victory. The guy had already thought that there might also be a weapon there, but he may find one that he won't use. Kirikiri reassured him, however, because only the necessary things fall out of such boxes. Rewards depends on the needs of the user. That is, there will definitely be something useful for them. If things went wrong, he became interested in opening these boxes and decided to start now. I wanted to find out as soon as possible what kind of useful object was inside. A moment later, the box opened and the player received 1,000 of Kantus' weapons. The sphere in his hand was quite heavy, even though it was small. To tell the truth, this object surprised him. Is an artifact that once belonged to a sword maker named Kantus. He made 1,000 different forms of weapons from the Supreme Golden Dragon. It turns out that the winner of the competition now has 1,000 weapons options. It's made of a dragon. It's surprising in itself, and the effect is also interesting. It's just a perfect artifact that I want to try out as soon as possible. I wondered how it would work in practice. Maybe he just needed to imagine the right form of weapon. So the young man decided to imagine a sleek, short sword. But nothing happened at all. After thinking about it for a while, the young man decided to pour a little magic into it to start the mechanism. And it really worked. This area turned into a sword for him. It was really fast, and he could change weapons during the fight. The sword was quite sturdy and felt good in my hand. The weight was the same as that of this sphere. It turns out that even a dagger would be so massive, but it was no problem. He was also pleased with the susceptibility of this thing to mana. Before, it was difficult to saturate weapons with magic. But now the problem has been solved. This is just the perfect option for him. I can't even imagine anything better. Maybe we should open the second box right now as well. It would be cool to get something just as useful. But doubts plagued his mind, but you only live once, so he decided to take a chance. From the second box, he received the same sphere, which at first made him very happy. Another sphere can be turned into a shield, and you have a great set. You don't have to look for anything else. After so many emotions, the young man turned to Kirikiri, who was sitting next to him. Now he was in a great mood, so he asked her what she wanted right now. The girl didn't think long and answered that she wanted an ice cream cake. There was nothing new at the forum, but all the necessary information goes through the guards. Someone asked in the chat room who would be the first to pass all the tests up to the 100th floor. Until recently, the answer was obvious. Everyone named Lee Chang-yong, but now he is stuck on one of the last floors and it is not known how long he will stay there. This is not the first time he has failed the test. But this man is very determined. Without such confidence, he would not have come this far. But because he was in such a hurry, his skills did not have time to reach the required level. So people started to pay attention to another player on the easy difficulty level, named Park Min. He was able to reach level 83, making him the strongest single player. Very soon, he may become the new favorite of the guards. I wondered what Min Hyuk thought about it, but it was better to go to Jong-ah with this one, not him. As a result, the boy received a notification that the god of adventure was watching him with pleasure again. Every time the young man mentioned Jong-ah, the asshole was there. It was a bit of a turnoff. He stuck to him and always watches. He was even a little ashamed that he could have been watching him that night. If this deity knows about what happened between him and Jong-ah, it's not good. Such thoughts put this god a little to shame, but he was still pleased. He's just some kind of pervert. It's just impolite to spy on someone like that, to say the least. Eventually, he entered the waiting room on the 16th floor. Without waiting, he decided to test his reward, which he had deservedly received in the competition. In a few seconds, the sphere took on the shape of a sword again. This item can become almost any weapon, making the artifact unbeatable and indispensable in combat. You can change one shape to another with just the power of thought and a little magic, but it's all very convenient. The young man has already prepared two different shields for himself. One of them was small and round, and the other was wide and long to withstand more massive blows. The pointed bottom can also be used to attack. It's heavy enough to hit an opponent by inertia. Apparently, Cantus was also once a human, but the creator of this artifact had the blood of a dragon. He did not know the exact answer. Perhaps he belonged to some higher race. It was very interesting, but such information would be too expensive. You can put up with it because it's not necessary. It's just curiosity, but it's better to focus on the subject itself. The combination of shield and sword is the most effective. It suited him best of all, because he was used to working that way. Hoji didn't know there were so many types of short swords. In the end, he was comfortable with a weapon of about 70 centimeters. Then there were rather long swords, which he also managed to get used to. Then the young man picked up a spear, which was in third place. Sometimes he also used it in a fight. For some time, Hoji practiced to get different types of weapons. At the same time, he noticed the most convenient and useful ones, which he added to his speed dial. The 17th game session had begun. It was morning, and he was still training and practicing his weapons. Here comes the 16th floor. The young man thought he would leave a message for someone before going inside. Zhang-Ah is probably very busy right now, so it won't work out. At the same time, the god of adventure began to look at him with a certain satisfaction. Hoji was getting really annoyed with the old man. He's always prying into his personal life. The boy got goosebumps when he imagined that sly old man's face. But after thinking about it, he was offended. But Hoji decided to just forget about it and write to Hyunjin. Now it was definitely time to start the next challenge. Hoji was ready to enter the floor. Later he was there, but he was greeted by pitch blackness and nothing else. But that is not the main thing now. He has skills that will help in this case. There is definitely someone here. He could feel their presence, and then he could see at least 5 figures. The system began to give him certain notifications that were standard upon entering any floor. The young man did not feel so comfortable here. He was worried about what he saw in front of him. At the same time, the system gave instructions on how to proceed. The player must defeat the double to open the exit from the dungeon. It happened 10 years ago. A dungeon unknown to mankind was found in the west of Arpan. Soon value seekers from the continent came. 6 months later, each church received some divine messages. It said that a valuable treasure was hidden in the depths of that very mine. Temple paladins, adventurers, brave knights, traders, even magicians left their lonely towers and descended into the bowels of the earth to find what the message said. And after a year of diligent searching, a secret passage was found leading to the heart of the dungeon. Of course, all the alliances of that time have since disintegrated. A war of all against all began to take over the initiative, and in the end it was decided to send the best of the best from each country to the dungeons. Unfortunately, during the fierce fighting, no one even thought about exploring the floor deeper. As a result, the pikemen awakened the king of the dungeon, the double. One of the members of the group managed to trap him for a while, and after getting out of it, the doppelganger hid again in the shadows of the dungeon. The monster is very dangerous, so much so that if it escapes, the entire existence of humanity will be threatened. You can't let the doppelganger get out. You need to defeat the monster and open the exit from the dungeon. The boy was still getting used to the darkness, looking at the silhouettes of these creatures. Who were they? Enemies or friends? But then a light came on in front of him. The person holding the staff in his hand became more visible. These people, are they the searchers who are stuck here? One of them immediately asked where Dvinnik had gone, and the others turned their attention to the newcomer. Another guy said in despair and anger that they were walled in. However, the doppelganger still disappeared. They missed him. But the old seeker said that the monster was still inside. The artifact showed that the demon was still around. Assumed that he was under an invisibility spell. Since the doppelganger is of a demonic nature, it is likely that he possesses magic. At that moment, a man in a wizard's hat shouted an invisibility spell and raised his staff. There was no one here, it was just them, and that was it. Jose had never heard of the invisibility spell before, but the artifact showed that the doppelganger had not left them. The record said that this monster was capable of copying the shell of a chosen victim. Apparently, he managed to kill one of them and take his place. This is useful information. We just need to clarify some details. It turns out that the doppelganger is pretending to be one of the searchers, and that none of them should be trusted. The player's task is to destroy the double before the rescue team arrives. That is, they had a week to do it. This assignment was not like any other we had done before. The conditions say nothing about other searchers. That means he can kill every single one of them and go through the floor. But so far, the player did not want to go that far. For the first time, I was able to meet people who were inhabitants of the world of learning. But the young man was not sure that they belonged to the human race, even though they looked like humans. He wanted to ask the seekers about their culture, technology, and the magical knowledge of their civilization. This time, he decided to cooperate with them. After a while, the young man came forward while the search team tried to find out at least something. At the same time, the god of adventure began to watch the boy with interest. He could not even look at the other man. Will not be easy, so you should try to hold out until the rescuers arrive. The main thing is not to let the doppelganger go free. You need to solve this problem before they arrive. It's not easy to detect a doppelganger among the team. He copies not only the victim's appearance, but also the victim's memory or character. Then you need to figure out some way to do it as quickly as possible. Hojay suggested his own option. He said we could try to wound him, but the old man panicked. The young man explained that if they could hold the doppelganger, the monster would have to take its true form. It could really work. The creature would turn into a demon to save itself from the threat because its real body was stronger than the human shell. Everything is logical, but not everyone approved of Hojay's idea. But the younger man had another suggestion. You can take turns expressing your assumptions, and then everyone decides together what to do and who to suspect first, and then attack the chosen person. Where he came from, they called it the Mafia, but it's absurd. Obviously, this guy knows nothing about demons. 5 people are already struggling with the mount, and 1 wrong decision and they're done for. However, Hojay assured me that I shouldn't worry and that he would deal with the demon on his own. The whole team stood in shock when they heard these words. One guy was about to face this monster in a wrestling match. To be honest, Hojay had hoped that they would let him do it alone, but they didn't know how strong he was. Taking into account the evidence received from other searchers, we can count on the fact that the doppelganger is as strong as all of them combined. In theory, the player's task is to find the double, avoiding unnecessary losses. You should leave at least 3 searchers. But Hojay is no ordinary player. The doppelganger shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. However, if that creature joins forces with the searchers, he himself is stronger. But here everyone thought he was crazy. He also said he could handle dragons. He didn't want to argue or prove anything with words. It was better to show his capabilities. He used the recognition skill by putting his hand forward. The skill was at the 3rd level. At the same moment, all the searchers fell to the ground. It was as if they were all blown away by the wind. If he was the doppelganger himself, the people here would have been dead by now. There was no point in suspecting him. Hojay told them not to even try to attack him, otherwise he would just kill them all here. But the best warriors and adventurers of the continent were here. They are stronger than you might think. In the end, the guy was just trying to help. The searchers need to find the doppelganger, and he will simply destroy him. You just need to tell something about yourself. Even if a demon steals an identity, there is a chance that it will make a mistake somewhere. The old searcher agreed to share his story, but asked the stranger to do the same because they knew nothing about him. This old man was making things difficult. Hojay hoped that he would get the information he needed and get through, especially since they wouldn't understand the story of a pro player from Korea, and it would be better to make something up. The guy said he came to find treasures. He could not tell me anything else. He is just one of those people who look for valuables. Contradictions. The stranger opened this topic himself, and is now the most suspicious of them all. Apparently they have. There's a logical conclusion to all this. But Hojay backed down and staggered back when they began to suspect him. But it was too late. The whole team thought they had found the double. He was the strangest and most suspicious here. It's likely that the demon is trying to extract useful information from the searchers. In the end, if they make the wrong decision, they will set the doppelganger free. And if they join forces, there is a chance that he will show his true form. Now the whole group is convinced that Hojay himself is the double. The stranger tried very hard to convince them. None of them liked someone so witty and skillful with words. Hojay asked for 1 minute to say one more thing. Was trying to deceive them to the last as the team thought, so they decided to attack. They did not listen to him, but these attacks were not the problem. These searchers were not that good at fighting. At the same time, one of the men stood behind Hojay and swung his axe at him. He hit it with all his might, but failed to hit it. The guy was too fast. It made no sense for him to attack the tank himself. It was better to deal with the mage first. But the command was not that simple. This old paladin was able to predict the stranger's actions and protected the mage. At the same time, the other participants began to attack Hojay one by one. One of them tried to use the magic of fire to get rid of the so-called enemy. The mage could have hit the paladin with his attack, but he fired anyway. It seems that he did not care about the lives of his allies. If he tries to fight back with the emblem, he will be attacked again. and it would be difficult to dodge the second blow, and I didn't want to reveal all my trump cards. We should deal with them all one by one. After that, the magician once again aimed at his opponent and tried to hit him. Hojie immediately opened his wings and fought off the other attackers by jumping forward. Despite his sensitivity to the heat, the boy could feel how hot the fire sphere was. It would be very unpleasant if it flew right into him. But now the player has only inflicted a severe injury on others, ironically apologizing. He hoped that he was still alive because he didn't want to face death yet. He also realized that the magician was unlikely to be a doppelganger. They had to fight in complete darkness, which was very difficult. The young man used his abilities to see better in the dark and gain an advantage over his opponents. This adventurer was very strange. He didn't take it too seriously, but still. The guy rushed at him with all his might, taking him by surprise because he didn't see anything. Hojie was exposed to poison. At least that's what it looked like. He was convinced that he was facing a demon who would die and receive a poisonous dose. It's not good. Hojie was now all sticky. And this is really the only problem because his resistance to such things was at the highest level. This hooded guy was scared that the poison had no effect and was about to retreat. But as he stood there watching Hojie in horror, he punched him. Another participant was finished. There were fewer and fewer left, but it was still unclear which of them was hiding a demon. The Seeker knew how to fill weapons with magic. However, he was not very good at it. He was fighting for his king, so he raised his sword and swung at the criminal. At that moment, it was time to put Candace's artifact to use, so the young man took the sphere in his hands. All he had to do was imagine what he wanted, and the sword was already in his hands. With one punch, the guy managed to catch his opponent and strike him. These words, "for the king," are definitely not what I expected to hear from the searcher. This one has quite interesting movements. I've never seen such a technique before. She's painfully elegant, Ida's utilitarian wielding of the spear. Each movement is graceful and smooth in its own way. It was mesmerizing. It was a pleasure to watch this, as if this guy was some kind of hero from legends, but it made him do a lot of unnecessary things. After each impulse, he needed time for a short rest. It's as if the applicant copied the technique from some sport or martial art, and not a very flexible one at that. And a warrior must be able to adjust to any circumstances to be able to win every time. Hojie was able to punch him in the face with ease. It was quick, sharp, and painful. Now they had to hold out for 7 days until the rescuers arrived. But this swordsman still did not give up and wanted to make the demon show his true form. But he called him cowardly. Well, in that case, I'll have to push a little bit to get them to obey him. This skill does not activate immediately, and this seems to be the best this swordsman can do. Who gives opponents time to prepare before attacking? It even sounds ridiculous. The knight seems to lack experience, so we can wait. I was just curious to see what he was capable of. This attack contained all the power of the great sword Alamus, which was given by the king himself. No one has ever been able to survive its devastating blows. So the opponent has told us about all the qualities of the weapon. What's the point of him trying to fight now that he's revealed all his cards? But it is worth recognizing that the sword does emit a very powerful energy, even though he is not very good at it. Hojie could feel the strong concentration of mana in the blade, right from the tip to the hilt. For that matter, he also decided to use magic or fight him with his own weapons. I didn't have to voice every action I took before performing it, but the searchers managed to parry the blow. This knight is not as simple as one might think. But the player had tricks up his sleeve, so he immediately cooperated and began to attack the enemy. He had just taken a swing, but I managed to defeat this man very easily. He fell to the ground almost immediately. Now he only has to defeat a paladin and a mercenary. However, the magician came to his senses and rejoined the game, mocking the demon, as he thought he would. He was sure he would be caught soon. Apparently, this old paladin managed to get the mage back on his feet, and now there is one more player, and there was a magical barrier around it. The boy approached it curiously and examined the shield. Meanwhile, the swordsman, who was lying on the floor, laughed slightly and coughed, showing that he was not giving up. Marden, the owner of the Tower of Magic, was famous for his attacking spells. All he had to do was finish the spell under the protection of the barrier, and the demon would not stand a chance. The wizard is already preparing his powerful spell, but it should take about an hour. So far, the young man hasn't felt particularly threatened, no matter how much this spell has been praised. But the problem is that everything outside the barrier will die after the spell is cast. One of the team members was already snarling at him because the king's subordinate was giving the opponent valuable information. He asked Hojie directly about the weaknesses of this barrier, and he did not hesitate to give them away. It seemed that he was going to send himself and his comrades to the next world right now. The old man promised that he would report the noble sacrifice of this knight to higher authorities as soon as they returned home. He had already agreed to this, just to kill the monster. He was still sure that the demon would not survive the spell of extreme concentration. And again, he told the boy some very valuable information, and he began to come up with a plan. It didn't take long for him to come up with the idea, and he used the skill of operating showers. Eventually, the barrier was broken, and the magician fell to the ground, completely exhausted. The others watched with horror on their faces. Now there are only 2 enemies left, and you need to fulfill the conditions of the task. They were older, but full of energy and excitement, so they wanted to try to overcome the demon. A few minutes later, the player asked them if they were going to give up or continue playing. They were already sitting completely beaten on the cold ground and barely heard themselves say that they were surrendering. That was all they needed to hear. And then the young man handed them 2 potions to heal them. Now everyone was truly afraid of him, and none of these humanoid creatures should contradict him. The paladin was much weaker than the young man expected. It turned out during the battle that he was a healer. If the old man had become a warrior relying on divine power, it would have been much harder. But the mercenary was a pretty strong opponent. It was with him that we had the most problems. He is strong but stupid, which allowed us to deal with him quite quickly. He managed to defeat all 5 of them, but he never figured out which one was the demon. It was unclear why he was still not showing up. Perhaps it's not so safe to make oneself known now, and Tycho is sitting quietly and waiting for a certain moment. Still, it is worth getting some testimony from these 5. They were angry at the stupid knight. If not for him, the stranger would not have recognized the weakness of the barrier. But the healer calmed him down a bit, because it was hardly his words alone that changed the course of events, and he did not destroy the shield. They all have many reasons to be angry with the knights. Hojie did not know why he told him everything. He wondered if he always did this, or if he did it on purpose to save himself from death. If you put this whole puzzle together, it is most likely that he was the double. He's an idiot, a traitor, or a demon. In any case, all suspicions fell on this guy. Everyone watched him very closely and did not take their eyes off him even for a second, but the wizard is still knocked out. It seems that the mana he had gathered detonated when the spell was broken. Perhaps he will come to in a couple of days. The adventurer is still rolling on the ground and holding his stomach. Hojie still didn't know the main argument that made them listen. A few more minutes passed, and the guy again suggested that we try to find the double. They were already afraid of what he might think of. This mafia was like a trick to get some information. There was no particular point in this game now. He simply asked them to tell him where they lived and where they were from. Treasures, magic, monsters, equipment, dungeons, geography, history, religion, politics, culture, and economics. Interesting rumors, life stories, or rules of etiquette. He is interested in everything. He needs to know as much as possible. The adventurer was already afraid, but the healer still thought the stranger was the double. They weren't sure if they could say anything to him at all. But the guy worked his magic again to show us once again who we should listen to here. A moment later, both of them fell to the floor, screaming and shouting. At the same time, the boy clapped his hands once and told everyone to be very careful. He suggested that we start right now. He was sure that everyone had something to tell about themselves. And if they continued to remain silent as if they hadn't taken any water in their mouths, we will have to make new decisions about them. He can get very angry, and now they know exactly what can happen in this case. Then Hojie smiled and asked which of them would like to start. The swordsman decided to speak first. His name was Cassis Arkan, and it was the name his grandfather gave him. His parents started teaching him how to use diapers from the time he was a baby. He began to tell everything with such enthusiasm that others began to worry. But it was too late to stop him. They all knew the power of the stranger, and even if he was a doppelganger, why would he listen to these stories? Hojie wanted to get in on their conversations and asked them to keep their voices down in a gentle tone. Cassie said a lot of information and was not even going to stop. It could not be called a concise story. The knight's story continued until nightfall. His story was very long, but you could take a lot of details from it. The young man was able to learn about the smallest details of the world in which these seekers lived. This small plate was made by a backyard potter. He was a virtuoso, although others thought the inflated price was just made up. To be honest, it was interesting to listen to this knight. It was like going on a tour, although there were a lot of unnecessary details. He could quickly switch from one topic to another. He was able to speak for 5 hours without stopping. In the end, he had to interrupt him and send everyone to bed. Now he was holding a pocket watch in his hand that he had taken from one of the searchers. He did not allow them to sleep for long and abruptly got them all up when the right time came. The player couldn't sleep either, and it was hard to relax because a demon was wandering around. All this time, the guy was awake, but he didn't notice anything strange. The next day came, They all sat around the campfire and tried to find out at least something. Hojie planned to continue extracting information from them today. At the moment, there was nothing more valuable than knowledge. The knight believed in continuing to talk while eating. It was especially interesting to learn about his technique. It's better to ask an adventurer about how a dungeon is organized, about religion from the paladin, who wanted to finally sit in silence for a while, but Arkan would definitely not allow it. While the paladin was praying somewhere off to the side, a player approached him with a request. He wanted to know more about the deity he worshipped and prayed to. It turns out that this strong stranger really knew nothing, but he wanted to learn more about the continent. The paladin exhaled and said with some satisfaction that the virus had been put into the goddess of balance. Polytheism reigned supreme on the entire continent. Unlike clerics, ordinary people often worship several deities at the same time. They drew strength from their faith in the patron saint. And since people place a personal connection with the deity in the role of a leader, most clerics prefer not to join religious organizations. This is really interesting. It turns out that they receive divine power and the beast. This world seemed very unusual after listening to this old man's stories. In fact, the paladin felt some energy from Hojie, but he immediately said that he was not a cleric, but he had to pass the apostles' test and receive a reward from the deity. The healer was really surprised to hear about the divine abilities of this young man. If he really is an apostle, then such power becomes understandable. The archbishop also managed to put in his 5 cents and join the conversation. Saint Osoli, who worships the sun, is also an apostle. I wondered which deity this stranger worshipped. At the same time, the boy was undergoing the tests of the gods of lost time and adventure, but only one needs to be named. Sure, these two were watching him closely at that moment, and the player was hesitating to call out. Apparently, the god of adventure is a household name in the locals. Searchers find it strange that I know nothing about my own patron saint, let alone one who is so popular. That is why the young man named the goddess. No wonder these people didn't know about her. The adventure deity was very disappointed as he watched Hojie. It was sad that he did not name it. The adherents of his deity hide themselves in the mountains, so they are not often seen by ordinary people. The young man himself said that he knew little about the outside world. Now this stranger did not seem so suspicious because he told me a little about himself and his behavior seemed logical. At the same time, the player remembered that he wanted to ask Arkan to teach him the technique he had shown him yesterday, but he had to refuse. He couldn't give out classified information, but the young man threatened him, and eventually he agreed quite quickly. The sword lesson from the knight turned out to be more interesting than expected. The archangel turned out to be a master of his craft, and Hojie managed to learn a few new moves and tricks. The knight explained everything in great detail, so it was easy to understand. It was surprising that he was so willing to teach him after yesterday. Then he added that his technique is very economical in terms of mana. You don't need much of it when fighting. All this information was really secret, and the authorities are unlikely to like it. You will find out that someone else has learned about this news. The knight said that you need to concentrate all the magic in the sword blade itself. This is the essence of the whole technique. It is necessary to use mana as efficiently as possible, spreading it throughout the weapon. But not everyone knew how the mana circulation channels work. In this case, he decided to tell them about it. Everything Arkan told me was something new for the player and very useful. He immediately decided to try out what the knight had told him so as not to waste time. And indeed, it took much less mana than expected. There was no point in trying to pour more than necessary into the sword. And the adventurer told Hojie that it was a secret technique. If anyone found out that so many new faces knew about it, it would cause thunderstorms. The apostle himself was not going to tell anyone, although a knight with his love of talking to someone might accidentally tell someone. Now he was able to control his mana better, but he needed to try this method for a longer time to see if it was convenient and as effective as his own methods. The knight claimed that his technique was very useful during the competition. It is easy to hit if you master it at a sufficient level and can easily destroy all opponents. He didn't need any heavy machinery. It is both stable and effective. Among the knights, the level of mastery of this technique depended on the position in the order. In general, it all sounded like the equipment was needed only to show off, because it really did look impressive, and still managed to take away a lot of useful information. Especially the redirection of mana flow seemed like an interesting topic. Before that, the young man had only heard of natural channels and did not know that they could be controlled. And he also managed to learn about sword skills. His skills are practical and aimed at survival at all costs. But the knight told a whole art with a great history, full of traditions. The adventurer looked back and threw some rude language. The mage was ready to put them all down with his spell. Even without the shield, he would have done the same, the elder was sure. Yesterday, the wizard was throwing spheres left and right. He did not care about the lives of his comrades. If it hadn't been for Hojay, the knight might have fallen victim to magic. Could he be the real doppelganger? The player was still hesitating, because yesterday, the knight himself seemed very suspicious of his story, and the millet had been lying there for a day. But everyone was still under the gun here. The knight talks a lot, the adventurer is a piece of shit, and all the others are strange in their own way. The kindly mercenary should not be ruled out either. After yesterday's battle, he's trying to wash the bones of all the participants. The paladin is the least like the twin. He's rational, confident in his words, and rather calm. There are still 6 days left to find this monster and destroy it. He decided to ask the healer how the wizard was doing. If he was still unconscious, he could try to give him some kind of potion. The hat was lying on the ground, and the young man got a better look at the magician's face. It turned out to be a girl. Hojay asked the old man if he knew about it, but the paladin said no. Apparently she was hiding her true identity with an artifact. The paladin tried to heal the mage without telling anyone that she was actually a girl. It was strange somehow. The old man could see in his eyes that Hojay was suspicious of him again, and said that he had to stop looking at him like that. He hadn't done anything criminal. It turns out that the sorceress is even younger than him. Arkan once said that he owned a tower, but perhaps this girl is a student of the owner of this tower. The owner of the magic tower is very old, so it would be too difficult for him to come here himself. Even under the mask, she didn't look old. She had to add a few edits to make it believable, because in reality, the owner of the tower is over 100 years old. By the way, when she showed her real face, she turned out to be very beautiful. He said something under his breath, which caused a strange reaction from the old man. Only the knight explained that when clerics try to offend someone, they switch to a long-forgotten language. The adventurer started apologizing to stop it all. He did not expect such a strong reaction. From now on, it is better for everyone to interact with the sorceress as little as possible. She's too dangerous. The knight thought the paladin really just wanted to help, but given the known evidence of the demon, it's not a good idea to be alone with her. Can easily explain what happens if you get into an intimate relationship with the twin. Hojay gave the logical answer that a new life would be born. But it doesn't matter which parent the newborn will take after. In any case, it will inherit all the abilities of a demon. And this creature will begin to reproduce at the first opportunity to survive and increase its demonic lineage. So it is better not to approach her, because so far all suspicions fall on her. The player sitting closest to her interrupted their conversation when the girl finally opened her eyes. The paladin used a little more magic to help her finally come to her senses and regain consciousness. Finally, the girl was able to at least move and immediately looked at her hand, incredibly frightened. She immediately began to worry about revealing her true identity. It was in her priorities. If she was feeling better, Hojay wanted to ask her a question. He wondered why she had tried to impersonate the owner of the magic tower. For a while, the girl thought about what to say to him. Her voice still sounded tired, but then she sat down on the floor and began to show me something. In the end, she just handed a little piece of paper to the player to teach him the lessons. And since my childhood, she woke up as a boy. It started from the moment she started studying magic. She was able to get into the dungeons because she was pretty good at hiding her true appearance. The stereotypes that existed before have gradually disappeared, but some old magicians still have a distrustful attitude towards female magicians. That's why some of them do what this girl did. How good it was to have this knight here to explain and tell everything clearly and in detail. Some of them even have mentors to help them with this. Perhaps this is her case as well. Unlike ordinary people, wizards do not feel the need for family, children, or love. That's why they don't care about their personal lives. Hojay really liked this guy. He told him everything. Then you will have to organize a separate place for changing clothes and a restroom. After a while, they sat down to eat, and the knight began to tell everyone his life stories again. During the coronation, Her Highness the Princess gave him a smile. Some people thought he was just imagining things, but Arkan was absolutely sure that he was. He was so outraged that they were reacting in this way to less precious memories that he was ready to challenge them to a duel. Hojay listened with one ear, but watched the girl and the healer. They seemed too close. These people have just met. Why so much kindness? In addition, the double can hide in the body of anyone. On the first day, she tried to activate the spell, even though she was palladium armored. But even after that, the old man tried his best to heal her. Now I wonder if it was a smile of gratitude, or if she was just embarrassed by the whole situation. During the fight, Paladin fought the hardest and most aggressively in an effort to destroy the demon. Now he is very calm and kind. But they still hadn't found the double. The player's suspicions fell on all of them again. Perhaps the healer is just trying to ward off suspicion, but the question is not only for the paladin. This sorceress is the second candidate for the title of demon. It is no less suspicious. You also need to take into account the possibility that there will be several doppelgangers. When their eyes met, the god of adventure reacted immediately. As soon as he remembered this deity, the perverted old man reappeared. With 4 days left before the rescuers arrived, the guy decided to talk to the magician. He looked kind and asked to teach her magic as she was already feeling much better. But she said that it was strictly forbidden to teach strangers. For some reason, no one wanted to agree to this when he asked nicely and always had to be threatened. Then the knight told me to look at the situation differently. This guy is passing the trial of deity and there is nothing wrong with helping him. And he's strong enough to punch through everyone here. For some reason, Hojay felt like a schoolyard bully when he heard this. Hojay was not very good at magic, so the basics would be enough. The girl gave him a book with some pages open, but the boy could not understand a single word of the language. The magician explained that it would take him at least a year of study to read it, even though he had only 4 days left. No time for a new language. The girl decided to teach him the theory of the elements and how to perform magic spells. It's just not possible. For some reason, everything always has to be so complicated. He asked how long it usually takes to learn magic. The sorceress replied that it had taken her 6 months, but usually it takes 5 years. The player asked to see it because he hadn't understood any of the explanations before. The magician said that first you need to create a seal and then recite a spell that will affect the magic itself. You should focus on mana and direct the flow into your heart, mouth, and hands. When the magic reaches all 3 zones, you need to cast an activating spell. A few minutes passed while the young man tried to direct the mana where it was needed, and then he cast the wind arrow spell. But nothing happened. Probably the theoretical basis is not enough. He already knows how to manipulate mana, but it's hard to braid it into the elements. But the girl only started shouting louder that he was a genius. Even talented magicians reach this point in a few practices at least. If he was serious about magic, she told him to visit their tower. They would be glad to have such a person there. The guy thanked me for the invitation, but he already knew that it was unlikely to happen. 2 of the group continued to discuss unhappily what had happened to them and all the events related to the dungeon. Arkham was a bit worried about the other knights, but the paladin reassured him, as he could see through the dust that they were retreating. The conversations were interesting to listen to. It was as if you were reading dialogues from a fantasy novel or watching a movie, but everything was happening right before your eyes. Sometimes the allies argued, and sometimes they were in solidarity with each other, but they always continued to stick together. A classic team from an adventure book. It is quite possible that this was the intention of the training developers. The backgrounds of the searchers are too detailed and deep for a regular scenery. The player spends only 7 days with them, and such a superficial acquaintance does not require such well-developed characters. But he is unlikely to know the truth. Hojay finally spoke up and apologized for interrupting them, but they were all too relaxed. It is worth reminding you that the doppelganger is still hiding among them, and they have an unfinished task. If they can't find the demon, he promised to kill everyone in the cave. Joy is good, but they need to get rid of that creature quickly. But a demon is really hard to catch. It can be anyone among your comrades. The guy explained once again that the game was needed to get information. The paladin offered to do the same thing again. The adventurer was still angry with him. It seemed that they were always fighting with each other like this. He started raising his voice again. But the old man said that everyone should stay calm and resolve everything in a civilized manner. The adventurer hated him, but still considered the mage to be the most suitable candidate for the title of doppelganger. They were at the height of the battle. How could a mage be blamed for using magic? She was still writing it all down on pieces of paper with the same magic, and it was getting annoying. Arkan explained that he was overreacting to the accusations, which is why they suspect him, but they don't trust anyone here, because strange things can be said about anyone, especially since his possible death is not related to suspicions about the mage. Everyone would have died except the paladin, the mage, and the mercenary if the spell had been cast. And that would be the perfect turn of events for the doppelganger. Everything was standing still. Perhaps it would be easier to beat each one in turn and see who would start to repent. Even if it finds a doppelganger, it will still have to check all the searchers to make sure that there is no other one. Each of them, because the young man did not do it because he did not want to. Archon, the old paladin, and the giant were still working out their relationship with each other as if it would lead to something. They gradually begin to get angry and turn suspicions on each other, so Hojay decided to wait a little longer. In the meantime, you can devote time to magic and practice. The player sat down away from them all, starting to do what the wizard had taught him, And little by little, he was really getting something worthwhile. It took a while for Hojie to realize that he was being too quiet. Apparently, they had already resolved their conflict. Later, they all approached the boy, where the paladin praised him for such an incredible concentration of mana. So they also had something to say about what happened, especially some of them. Hojie listened attentively. He wondered what they had decided together. It took us 2 hours to come up with something. Everyone spoke up and they chose the most suspicious person from the team. I was already eager to hear the answer the group had come up with, but Arkan seemed to be dragging his feet on purpose. The player was definitely not expecting this, but they said that he was the most suspicious of them all. Then everyone looked away from him, and only silence reigned in the dungeon again. It was quiet until Hojie suddenly opened Talaria's wings and they were all blown away at once. The sorceress immediately began to use magic to create a shield. In the end, she was the only one who stood her ground holding a strong shield in front of her. The boy turned to his artifact for help and picked up the weapon, seriously intending to compete. He hit the shield once and then a crack appeared. It seemed like a victory, and a quick one at that, but something didn't go according to his plan. He was thrown back and crashed into the wall, raising a lot of dust around him. It turned out that the barrier simply broke after one single blow, and the shockwave demolished it. My back, hips, and shoulders, everything hurt so much. I haven't felt like this for a long time, but I have to admit that I'm still in pretty good shape. An explosive attack has certain side effects. If the opponent can withstand it, the entire impact will be returned to him. The lesson has been learned, and now it's time to finally deal with those who are suspicious. The knight kept asking him to stop and wait. They were ready to surrender again. It was so sad that only one of them got the most and all the others felt quite good. Against the guy was still waiting for an explanation about the decision, even though they had said everything before they attacked. He simply refused to answer any questions about his past, including how he got to the dungeon. It's because he's not from their world. The team thought he had stolen his body and was slowly erasing his identity from there. It was assumed that he had begun to forget the details of his past, as the doppelganger gradually takes over the victim's body and erases his memories. It turns out that the demon needs time to take over someone else's body. The possessed person cannot realize that he or she is a double until the end, where we can't keep it in his body, and if he doesn't figure it out by the end of this week, he's definitely not going to make it over. We need to figure it out somehow. But doubts have already begun to creep in as to whether this is possible at all. All the words of this command sounded so convincing that Hojie himself began to doubt whether the demon had taken over his body. Perhaps he is indeed the very doppelganger he was hunting for. Before the ceiling of the dungeon fell all the way down, the group wandered for a long time in search of a way out. So they were well versed in the passages. But the route of this guy was not fully clear to them. He also constantly asks strange questions and tries to find out more information. So it seems that there may be hidden intentions, even though he was trying to get potentially useful information for the doppelganger, which speaks in favor of innocence. But none of this is the main argument, where I could just as easily have taken possession of the body of a person who has no concept of the world around him. The main reason for suspicion was that no one had seen this guy in the dungeon before. It is quite surprising that no one remembered him. All of these arguments led them to believe that Hojie was the double, and it was quite logical. If he was in this dungeon long before the value seekers found him, then it explains why he doesn't know anything about the world above. That would explain why he doesn't know anything about the world above. All these nuances really sounded convincing and logical. No wonder so much suspicion fell on him. But this group did not immediately start attacking him, although they suspected it from the beginning. The searchers had never met their enemy before, so they decided to observe the newcomer for a while. If you think about it, no one saw the moment when the double took over the victim's body, but everyone is sure that the demon is among the company. The player was silent for a few seconds, and then asked the question about who was the first to mention this double. He was a knight, so Hojie decided to attack him without any further ado, even though he shouted loudly for him to stop. Yes, he did tell everyone about the demon, but it's true that Arkan was the first to know about its presence. The young man expected something like this. Each of them looked suspicious, but they were just as skillful in deflecting the same suspicions away from themselves. This happened as soon as they entered the dungeon. Then the knight saw the monster hiding in the shadow, and then the trap closed, and they all remained trapped in the dungeon. His story did not resemble the way they thought the stranger had fallen victim to the doppelganger. Earlier, it was said that he had attacked one of the searchers and seized the body. But all of this was just their omission, although there was a second option. The demon might not have stolen the body. He could have impersonated someone else long before the caves began to collapse. The probability of this is really low, but it exists. This did not prove that Hojay was this demon, but there were plenty of reasons to suspect him. The longer Arkan thought about it, the less he believed that his new acquaintance was a monster. Everyone suspected him, so they decided to attack him on the first day, but it all went wrong. In general, the Apostle's actions and decisions in recent days contradict the Knight's theory. Perhaps the demon did take over the boy's body, but no one took over his subconscious. Not yet. When the team appeared, the demon got scared and jumped into the nearest person, the victim's subconscious. Now he can have two personalities inside him, his own personality and the personality of the double. Arkan. This explained the fact that the player knows nothing about the world, and it also explained the fact that the memories were cut off. The paladin knew that Hoji was an unusual person, and yet, as an apostle of the deity, he partially managed to resist the demon's actions, but the double was still hiding inside his body. He could have been more gentle with him. Those wings had blown them all away, and now his body hurt. The team was trying to exorcise the demon with the help of danger. If they were right, the body would remain relatively intact, and if they were wrong, there would be no serious consequences for it. This solution was the most advantageous. It was all very strange somehow. The theory that seemed ridiculous now makes me believe in it more and more. If all the Seekers are inside of me, all the Seekers, then the task will be a failure. If the player had learned the truth at the last minute, he would definitely not have been able to resolve this issue. Even if he managed to get the monster out of himself, he would have to fight it alone. Judging by the stories of Seekers, this demon is far from weak. He would never have thought of it himself, and I want to sound overly hyperbolic, but the Seekers may indeed be right. All conclusions are based on the fact that the boy has no memories of the past. Without this, their theories make no sense. Hojai immediately went to write to Min Hyuk. Luckily for him, his friend answered him right away. The guy wrote that he was interested in the monster called the doppelganger. The player asked me to tell him about its attacks, how it captures the victim's body, and what it does with it. And if he could also find ways to recognize the demon, it would be perfect, especially if he could find out whether it can take over a person's body unnoticed. It was the first time Hojay had ever asked him anything about the floor. The security guards, whenever possible, helping members with information about the passage. When they receive a request for any data, they direct it to people of lower complexity. This way, easy-level users can navigate the floors faster and easier and can easily find out all the information they need. So we need to see what the guards have to say about this whole situation. He's done a lot for them, so I can ask for one thing. The guy sat away from the rest of the team and tried to find traces of presence inside his body. The right time will come soon, he remembers. You just need to be ready. Another half hour passed and the sorceress was still asleep, sprawled on the ground. Finally, his friend wrote back to him. It was quite difficult to get this information, but it contained everything Hojay had asked for. This demon destroys the enemy with long, thin tentacles. He connects to the target and begins to collect information by observing brain activity. Having confessed everything he needed, the doppelganger destroyed the soul in an unknown way. When the victim is completely neutralized, the double transfers its subconscious into the person. In this way, the demon can settle in the body and connect to the nervous system, but it becomes sensitive to pain. To overcome such a demon, one must either kill the host or hurt it so badly that the demon cannot stand it. It is likely that the demon does not completely kill the victim and is subconscious. This also indicates that the enemy has indeed taken up residence inside him. But how did the team get to this point without outside help? The plot seems rather confusing. The player spent 5 days with these people, laughing, eating, and drinking together. He did not know what these people were thinking, but he had a good time with them. And the searchers made conclusions during this period. The diary is inside him, even though I tried to watch him for a long time. Did nothing because he had not yet lost his identity. That's how they came up with this theory. The time spent with them will always remain in the player's heart. He has been undergoing this training for a year now. His path is full of pain and suffering, undoubtedly led to its growth. It is thanks to this that he is who he is today. Words cannot express how difficult it can be sometimes. Perhaps that's why such carefree days are so endearing to him. They were having fun, but the searchers might not have enjoyed it as much. If they did, he felt sorry for them. The theory did not have enough arguments, but it is not necessarily wrong. It is worth checking. My friend's messages said that this demon is sensitive to pain. It is necessary either to kill the host or to inflict a very strong blow. And only one of these two options was suitable for the boy. He opened the inventory and took out a chair. Of course, this shocked everyone present. It was the first time they had ever encountered something like this. At the same time, the guy also took out a rope and told him to tie him to this chair. At the same time, He apologized for what he was about to ask. When this guy said that, it was quite frightening, knowing his strength. But it would be nice if there was someone who understands torture. All this was mentioned in the messages sent by his friend. It takes a lot of suffering for a demon to come out of a person. The whole team was shocked by what was happening. They were completely uncomfortable with what they had to do. But Hojay said, or tried even harder. And he was really fine. He won't even think about fighting back, so you shouldn't be afraid. They continued to torture Hojay. Several hours passed like that. The guy didn't even have time to feel anything during the entire flight, so he came to the conclusion that it was better to do everything himself. This proposal surprised them all even more. It was strange that this guy could not feel anything. The team thought he had problems with his nerve endings. Any unpleasant sensations are blocked by resilience, but this does not mean that the pain did not exist for him. Resilience only helped to feel it less strongly. It was difficult for this man to continue doing this, but there was no other way out. Then he asked a magician to use the magic of electricity to help him. It is a special wiring for interacting with the magic of electricity. It won't kill you, but it will hurt. She thought he was crazy, and she refused to do it. But there was really no other way out. They need to find the demons inside this guy. So very soon she used lightning and directed all her power at him. The guy really didn't show any emotion on his face when she did it. It seemed like this spell wasn't even working on him, and I needed to try something else. Only at that moment did he hear someone's voice, as if something was begging him to stop. This voice sounded inside his head. It was scary to realize that this monster could be the same demon. It turned out to be true, and the doppelganger tried to stop him from killing either himself or her. The guy assured me that he wouldn't die from it, but that this particular spell would help a lot. So I asked the girl to try even harder. The demon was still begging him to stop and calling him crazy. And this deity, who was chosen as an apostle, is not particularly intelligent either. The girl promised to try and do everything possible to finally get this monster. The player knew what he was doing. He knew it would be unpleasant, but he said to act. I had to spend a little more time on a spell that would have been much more powerful. All this time, the young man heard the voice of the demon in his head, still trying to convince him not to do these stupid things. The double ordered him to stop all these people, because there was still a chance to do so. However, at the same moment, the wizard cast a spell and used a lightning bolt. The ropes broke and the guy ended up on the ground. He had many scratches on his body, but he survived. It seems that the attack was really strong if he lost consciousness with a steadfastness in his arsenal. He still survived. Anyone else would have been dead by now. Hojay hoped that the magician hadn't done it on purpose and decided to talk about it later. After that, the young man took out a potion from his inventory to restore his strength. He immediately drank the contents of the bottle and his wounds began to heal immediately. And now it's time for the main mission. He will finally see this doppelganger with his own eyes. The guy picked up a shield and sword and then went to the other team members who were holding back the demon. The main thing was not to fall under this tentacle. It was scary to remember that this black thing had recently been sitting inside him. The only reason he was alive was because the demon was protecting his body. At least that's what it looked like. Although this demon was tied up, it was still able to attack and did so very often. Each member of the team did their best and used their strength to restrain the demon. At the same time, the young man spread his wings, standing behind everyone else. He asked the others how they managed here while he was resting on the ground. They were happy to see this guy and could finally relax that he did not have a double too. They complained that it was really hard to restrain this monster, but the player just laughed. He stepped forward, protecting them with his shield and holding back the monster's attacks. The young man was grateful to the team for holding out as long as they did. But it was not his turn to go on, and he completely dealt with this monster. He woke up just in time. A little longer, and they would have all died. The doppelganger revealed his true form while he was lying unconscious. The paladin used a powerful spell and dealt a serious blow to the demon, but now he was running out of mana. And again, this knight was able to tell everything quickly but in detail. The wizard looked at him with a slightly guilty look. It was clear that she was uncomfortable with what they had done. For the first time since Ida was with him, he fought on a team. And more recently, he asked his friend for help. The tentacles look soft, but in fact they are not at all. When I had to block one of them, I realized that it was like a sword. At the same time, the guy rushed to attack the monster, holding his weapon tightly in his hands. He immediately applied combat concentration and then continued to move forward. The monster was indeed incredibly strong. In just a few more minutes, it would break free of the magic, and they would all die. The guy stopped the monster's attack again by standing in front of it with a shield. The doppelganger screamed loudly when Hojay tried to strike him, breaking free of the trap. At the same time, the player converted his weapon into a modified sword. It took only a second to do this. With a swing, the boy threw the dagger right at the monster, and it flew at the enemy with a frantic speed. After that, the player picked up another sphere and tried to imagine what he needed. One more second, and in his hands it turned into another sword, but of a different shape. Hojay wanted to try to combine the sword with mana, as the knight had taught him earlier. Each of the team members was already hanging on by the skin of their teeth, but they were really shocked when the guy used the same secret technique. Not surprisingly, he succeeded and easily enveloped the weapon with magic for greater effectiveness. There should be a lot of mana to make it visible on the sword, but with the help of the knight's technique, the need for it was significantly reduced. His heart began to beat faster when he saw this sword glowing so brightly in front of him. Now he has become a Jedi. He could have imagined himself as a character from a game, but now he is facing a really strong opponent. It was hard to believe that he had this 8th grader syndrome. It was so ridiculous, but Hojay couldn't stop. One successful and sharp sword movement and the monster's head was almost cut off. All the others stood by, watching him play and have fun with his sword instead of finishing off the monster. But Hojay said unhappily that they were in no hurry, and he wanted to try to get some information from the monster. The guy picked up a piece of the doppelganger's body. It was still convulsing. The player had already chopped off its head, but it was as resilient as a cockroach. But the paladin had already said that this thing was dangerous. What can we learn from him about demons from hell? It is dangerous to get close to the doppelganger. Hojay didn't really understand what hell had to do with it. He just wanted to try to find out something about his forgotten past that he had stolen. The paladin was a little embarrassed that he was making such claims, so he just agreed and walked away. It was disgusting to hold this squid in his hands, but the boy tried to get something out of it and hoped that the doppelganger would talk. It was strange. Hojay thought that the demon felt pain, but for some reason it didn't work that way. It was silent. Ahran said that this pain only lasts for a few moments, and when the demon returns to his body, he loses this sensitivity. But without a host body, a demon is less resistant to magic because it is not protected by a shell. For example, a doppelganger is sensitive to soul magic. Spells related to the soul will be the most effective in this case. Perhaps the exploiting souls skill will work here? This is a universal skill, so it's worth a try. The boy did just that. He used this ability to point his hand at a piece of the demon's body, and it really worked. The demon was now complaining about his death. He was angry and said something about the deity of death. Hojay asked him what he was talking about now. There was speculation that this deity had given him this skill. Others watched the young man with interest, but at that moment he heard someone fall. Looking back, the player saw the magician almost lying on the ground, breathing heavily. She was holding her heart and blood was coming out of her mouth. She tried to keep breathing, but it was not easy. In the end, she had already completely fallen to the ground and lost consciousness. This scared the team because she had just been standing firmly on her feet, albeit exhausted. This also made Hojay distracted from trying to start a dialogue with the demon. Of course, he couldn't know for sure right now, but he had already begun to make some assumptions about it. This is likely, but it was hard to realize that the magician was another double, not a human being. What had just happened scared them all to death. They all stood there in shock and said something frightened when the archbishop turned to the apostle. It was as if Hojay understood what he was trying to say from his eyes and immediately used the exploitation of the showers. It all didn't fit together in my head, although some of us suspected it from the very beginning. Indeed, she was very suspicious from the very beginning. She used a massive attack several times and almost killed everyone here. She also used a lightning spell that knocked Hojay unconscious. He didn't think he was imagining things. The girl was really trying to kill him. He was overconfident and stupid to trust so easily. His naivety was still at play. As a result, there were 2 doppelgangers, and it was unknown whether they knew about each other's existence. While everyone was trying to come to terms with this situation, something began to happen to the magician. Her body soared above the ground, and there was a purple aura around her. The knight was incredibly frightened and stammered and asked if the apostle could still fight. Of course, the answer was yes. It looked exactly like the mage, and she herself must have been lying dead in a cave for a long time. Hojay stood in front and told the old man to stay away. His mana still not recovered from the fight. In a normal situation, the guy would not have given him time to change his uniform, but this time something else happened. If you allow them to transform, they can gain more experience, and this is a rather important nuance. Hojay again took up the entire sword and saturated it with mana using the techniques of the Night Arcana. There were new sensations because last time he felt everything differently, like a bucket full of water. One wrong decision and the mana will spill out. But there is no choice. We have to attack while staying put. So Hojay gathered his strength into a fist and concentrated on the punch. He was still standing still, but he very confidently struck his sword at the target and cut it down. After that, the guy passed out again and was taken to a safer place. Only later did the boy wake up. He was woken up by this giant and thought it was time to change. But he felt somehow uncomfortable putting him in charge of security when he was already working harder than anyone else. But he still left the young man and decided to go to sleep for a while. The boy stood up and looked ahead. There was a large cage that was closed with a spell. The paladin used a holy spell on his own sword and dealt with one demon, the one that was hiding inside his body. Before getting rid of him, the guy asked several questions, but the monster did not answer any of them. He realized that he could not tell him anything about him through the training system of this floor. But this demon also did not tell me anything about other demons or the underworld, and I would like to know at least something. And as for the doppelganger who took over the mage's account, they decided to lock him in a mana restraining box. They will deal with it when the paladin has enough mana. These searchers have a lot of interesting things if they even found such a box. And they couldn't find any clues about the magician. Most likely, she simply died in the cave collapse. They had no choice but to accept this fact. Eventually, the young man approached the cage and addressed the demon. It seems that this demon was sleeping or just in a bad mood, but the guy asked him to be quiet. Hojay said that he would give him a chance to survive, but it would all depend on the answer he gave him. The player was still very interested in the underworld and demons. This monster didn't really want to talk, and the player didn't like it either, and he warned what he would do in that case. If he disappoints him again, he will simply kill him ruthlessly here and now. Even then, the doppelganger started to say something and asked him to wait. But the young man immediately interrupted him and said, "Don't make any noise and shut your mouth." He had one more question. He needed the magician's memories and knowledge, so he told the demon to just talk. Wanted to learn all about magic, and if he still has doubts, let the double think carefully about his current situation. And then let him realize that he has no right to refuse. The double screamed again and agreed to talk, as long as he was not killed. But after that scream, the young man hit him again. He asked him to be quiet, but he did not listen again, where he agreed to tell him absolutely everything, but only if he stopped beating him. This was the second warning, and now the evil one has only one last chance. He was already scared and began to say that it was all his fault, and that everything happened because of him. After that, the player asked if he could write, which surprised the demon. After that, the guy took out a lot of books from the inventory. Behind his back, the pile was only growing. Hojay ordered him to write down everything he knows about magic on the pages, and he had to do it all by morning. If they were filled by that point, the men agreed to let him live, and this was indeed the last chance for survival. He had never done it so quickly before, where he started writing page after page to get everything done. And it can easily change shape, so it's best to keep an eye on it constantly. In a harsh voice, the guy added that there should be no corrections, or else he would suffer the same fate as he said. And the font size should not be too large. You should not leave out too much space, and you should write neatly and legibly. This text should be easy to read. Did he already say that if there is even one correction, the demon is also dead? Morning came, but they were not greeted by the bright sun at 7 o'clock. There was only a disgruntled Hojay who woke everyone up, although today he was not up to it. This demon had written only 13 books out of 15. That means he failed. As agreed, he would not spare it and sent it back to the box where it had been before. Right after that, the guy went to wake everyone else up for breakfast. He just screamed at the top of his lungs, and then his head started ringing. They managed to deal with the demon, so we can consider the task almost completed. Now they were waiting for the saviors. After the defeat of the evil one, everyone seemed to relax and not pay attention at all. While resting under the guidance of the paladin, they all prayed for the magician who had been killed. And then Paladin decided to talk to Hojay, so he approached him when he was free. He asked to hear him out if he had some time. The paladin said that he was very shocked when he saw the magician's face. He couldn't believe it. She looked just like his daughter, who had died a few years ago. That's why he couldn't make the right decision. But the demon was still writing. Perhaps a coincidence or an attempt to use the powers of a paladin. Hojay suggested asking, since the thing was willing to cooperate if blackmail was used. However, the healer assured him that there was no need. He almost died because of his mistake and wanted to apologize. That time I knew right away that the magician's spell was dangerous. But the paladin didn't cast it. Hojay told him not to worry about it. They had already sorted it out. But the old man was really worried about it. At the same time, others approached them. They happily told Hojay to join their guilds if they survived here. They will be able to tell us how they were trying to get with Doppelganger, and some of them dreamed of being the head of a branch. Didn't sound too difficult, so Hojay promised to try, a lame promise. After that, the young man asked the knight to tell him about their kingdom. The Archon was happy to hear this. He thought that Hojay was going to stay in his kingdom. He offered to go with him because Hojay would be able to receive the title of nobleman. He would tell us about all the advantages of such a life. There was nothing wrong with these rumors, so they can be told. In addition, Archon invited him to a tour of the pond. It is a special place for their people. Hojay decided to discuss this later. For now, he was interested in the skill the knight had taught him recently. He used it in the battle with the doppelganger, but Archon said he made a slight mistake. But in any case, the guy gathered all this mana in one place and the sword became too heavy for his hands. It was then that Hojay began to admire his skills. Then a great beam of light came from the sword, but he did not know why. But Archon explained that the training that Hojay used was inferior. However, it was the first time he had ever seen mana spread out like that, and the impact was very strong. Apparently, he was able to do this thanks to his fine control, and this skill is not just used for nothing. In this case, this skill hides something more than he already knows. The guy asked him to teach him how to do it, even though it was a royal version that was kept secret. But Hojay started talking about staying in the kingdom. Then there would be no problems with studying. Archon really shouldn't tell this to an outsider, but he was hesitant about it. Nevertheless, the knight agreed, and Hojay's abilities amazed him. He could not even imagine that he would learn it so quickly. The player really tried and did well. He maintained the flow of mana, focused on the circulation of mana through the body, and had to maintain this state for a long time. The mercenary was even thinking of quitting his career and following Hojay since he had such unique opportunities. Now the mana did not leave the blade. Now the weapon has enough power to kill the doppelganger with a single blow. Archon stood next to him and told him that the aura of the blade not only protects him, but also makes him sharper. Hojay asked him if it was possible to cut through the magic itself, because, in his opinion, there was enough power. With this sword, you can not only destroy equipment created with magic, but also break barriers. Only the same Arua can withstand its power. That's all Hojay needed to hear, but he was surprised that his magic level did not increase, and his magic chain didn't change either. The level of skill would not have increased if he simply did not know how to do it. It is better to ask Kirikiri about it. Another day of practice passed, and then the others went to bed. They destroyed the doppelganger, even though he had filled all the books, but there was no point in leaving him alive. And finally, the time to complete the test came. The team was sitting in a cave next to a fire when they heard an unfamiliar voice. At the end of the tunnels, the group saw light, and people said they had come to rescue. Their spirits rose sharply, and they were all glad to be rescued and finally get out of these caves. The Archon had already run off somewhere, but Hojay called him back. He just had to wait, but the knight recognized the voice of the man from his squadron. They finally saw each other, and their happiness knew no bounds. Of course, Archon immediately started talking a lot and was going to tell him everything that had happened to him, but the other man stopped him with all his might. Now he was busy clearing the rubble. He sat down in the corner, upset, and Hojay realized how others treated him. Everyone has already begun to gather to get out from under the rubble. Hojay received a message that he had passed the 16th floor and successfully cleared it. The other participants began to console Archon, whom no one wanted to listen to, and at the same time laughed at him. It was all over, even though Hojay didn't want to do it, because after all, he was used to the company, but he moved after a successful assignment. 1 second and he was already there. Nostalgia would not leave his mind for a long time. He was immediately met by a joyful girl who ran towards the player. As usual, she started hanging around him and saying that she was very happy to see him. It looked a little funny, but he was used to it and looked forward to the next time he saw it. Now I wondered how far Kirikiri would go if she was not stopped. He watched her for a few more minutes and then opened the menu screen in front of him. Kirikiri was so far away, but she immediately flew to him when she realized that there was a cake waiting for her. Of course, he gave it to her because he bought it especially for her. But the young man noticed that Kirikiri looked overly excited. She forgot about everything in the world because she was sitting next to a big cake. When she started eating, she told me that something really happened. Now I wondered what. There was only speculation that Hyunjin had come by. He said he had finally made it to the 4th floor. Even though he's an assassin, there are really a lot of monsters there. Kirikiri ate so fast that she coughed. He handed her a cup of coffee, but she didn't like the bitter stuff at all. After that, the boy handed her 1 sugar cube to sweeten her drink a little. Instead, she just threw it into her mouth. She loved sweets too much. Hojay showed her all the books that Doppelganger had written, but there were a lot of them, so it would take a lot of time to read them. But the books contained a lot of useful information, and the summaries are well written. But there were too many runes. And the problem is that the books on learning magic will only be found after the 30th floor. The participants of the second difficulty did not mention this, but Kirikiri added that everything is different on each difficulty. It's a pity, but he's unlikely to be able to learn magic until he gets to the 30th floor. And the boy added that he had learned the wind arrow spell. He was not very good at it, so he asked the girl to help him. But Kirikiri told him to wait and think about something. If she talks about it, she won't be able to talk about the competition. There wasn't much time left before the competition, and it was worth learning more about it. But the young man was sure that the rebels already had enough information. So Hojay asked me to tell him. She could only speak once, so she warned him to listen carefully. He lacked the understanding and practice of using the elements and would not be able to study magic at his current level. But with the wind attribute, it's different. Through the protection of the wind spirit, everything changes. She said nothing else, but these words were enough for now. Now this wind skill is at the 5th level, and there's a description that the wind spirit is always with him and will do everything possible to encourage him. He will enjoy watching the cute spirit. This should cheer him up. Hojai had the skill intimacy with spirit and could have helped with the use of magic. Can use spirit protection to get closer to them, but the question is whether he can use it to harness the elements. He wanted to learn as much as possible about the elements and how to control them. He opened the screen again to see how much time was left. Unfortunately, it was too small to go to the next floor. But Kirikiri said otherwise and sent him to the 17th floor. She advised him to do so, even though he did not ask for it. Maybe there would be something useful there. He asked her to give him at least a reason why she wanted him to go there now. But the girl refused him again and added that this was the most she could tell him. The young man asked me to at least hint whether there was something good or bad there. Kirikiri changed her face and said that there was something good there, but he wouldn't like it that much. Perhaps it's about some stage that is unpleasant for him, but this is just a guess. Kirikiri was acting very strangely now. It was clear that she would have said something else if she had the chance. Now he wondered what was on this damned 17th floor, if she was saying such things. But he won't know until he checks it himself. After what she said, it would be hard to stay in the waiting room, so Hojay decided to go to the next test after all. He still felt that something was wrong, but he would have to deal with it himself. So now the guy decided to take on another task and check the floor. Something would go wrong with this test, but he was already preparing himself for the worst. The player did not wait any longer and entered the portal and found himself on the spot. The guy looked around. There were no traps here, nothing at all, it seems. This was already a little embarrassing, especially after his girlfriend's words, with which she let him go on the assignment. While Hojay was looking around and expecting some kind of reason at every step, a notification came that the task had been successfully completed. That was what really pissed him off. What was that supposed to mean anyway? He certainly did not expect such a quick passage. It was strange that this was happening. He passed it without even starting to do anything, but some kind of anxiety did not leave the young man. Now I will definitely have to ask Kirikiri about it. Since he passed the test, he has the right to ask a few questions. Immediately after such a quick passage, the young man went to the portal. Kirikiri met him there. So little time had passed, but she was upset about something. Hojay asked her to explain what had just happened to him. There was no point in going through this floor, and the girl was behaving very strangely, like he had never seen her before. Although no, I did. Every time he asked about people who failed the test and were dying, he needed time to think about it. He didn't know how to take it. I had to think about how Kirikiri's mood was connected to what had just happened. After he returned from the 16th floor, the girl was also quite excited, but after the next floor, she changed. The young man started to get very nervous. He needs more information from the community. But then the player abruptly changed his mind and realized that this was a bad option. It doesn't make sense. He was just afraid to hear the real answer, as if he was hiding from the truth. Kirikiri asked him if he was ready to hear the truth. He didn't want to hear it, but he agreed. I hadn't been so nervous in a long time, and the words about the topic of this floor took longer than usual. The girl said that the topic was a duel and then immediately fell silent. It was a one-on-one duel, but the opponent was quite unusual. She still seemed to be trying to hide something. There was something similar in the competition. You have to fight with someone who is in the same difficult situation. Apparently, he automatically passed this test because he was on such a difficulty so high himself. But that wasn't the point. Kirikiri sighed again. The first applicant who entered this floor passed it without any problems. That's how it was generated. Hojay was afraid to ask about what the others were going to face, but he dared to. Kirikiri replied that the next contestants would have to duel with the first contender's illusions. It frightened him. I couldn't understand what she was saying. Each subsequent applicant must overcome the illusion of being a pioneer. It was hard to even imagine what this illusion was capable of and what could happen. The illusion is created with the same characteristics as the original. It has the same abilities, the same level, the same knowledge, thoughts, habits, techniques, and subjects. Means that all other players who enter it will face Hojay's double. He already realized how difficult it would be for those who got there. Hojay asked how this situation would be presented to this applicant. Kirikiri said that the player would not receive any explanation that it was an illusion. He will only know that he needs to defeat the opponent in front of him and move on. Whoever the opponent is, he needs to move forward and fight. But victory means only one thing, and that is killing. Hojie began to panic. He could not believe what he was hearing with his ears. His illusion will kill the next challenger. The hardest part is that he has no idea who it will be. The player tried to avoid unnecessary kills to the last. Even if there was a reason for it, he tried to find another way. Everything changes if there is no other way out. He was ready to do anything to kill his enemy. Kirikiri noticed that he was very sick. He was just kneeling on his knees and not responding to anything. All these thoughts made him very dizzy. The next player to go up there, he knows who it is. He knows him and helps him. It was Hyunjin. Until the very end, he wanted to believe that it was just a nightmare, that this would never happen. The player hesitated whether he could defeat his illusion. The younger man is weaker than he is, after all. Although it is nimble and developing, it is still not enough to defeat such a rival. Hojie immediately started writing to him. He opened the screen and entered the chat room. Hyunjin was so surprised when the young man wrote that he had already passed the 17th floor and was both happy and excited. But the younger one realized that something was wrong with Hojie. The guy was so shocked he was overcome with despair. He couldn't even reply to his messages. It was the 17th session. It was the morning of the 25th day. Only Hyunjin is the closest to this floor. All the others have not even passed the first one yet. This guy quickly completes the task and moves forward, adding obstacles. Since I've already gone up so many floors, it won't be a problem to get to the 17th. And Hojie didn't know what the difference would be between his illusion and the kid's powers when he got there. Hyunjin will definitely gain new skills, but it still won't lead him to victory. He himself managed to get 2 good skills early on, and at this rate was able to increase the gap between himself and others. You should not ignore the difference in experience. He went through the traps without additional information and coped with the tasks on his own. Hyunjin passed these tests with the help of Hojie, so they got different skills. Hyunjin, who knows about the 17th floor and his illusion of a man who knew nothing when he got there. Even if we compare them, the illusion still has a better chance of being chosen. Besides, the guy himself did not know the limits of his strength. Although there were moments when Hojie was in danger, he could not remember a single instance when he might have died because of the opponent's extraordinary strength. Therefore, he never reached his maximum. It felt like it happened on the 13th floor, but the battle itself was not too much of a problem for him. He could have easily walked through the floor if he hadn't been greedy and hadn't wanted to go through all the rooms. Kirikiri finally came up to him and calmed him down a bit. She said that all the assumptions could be wrong. The future is full of new opportunities, and instead of despairing, it is better to prepare for what you are so afraid of. It's true. He decided from the very beginning that Hyunjin would not be able to defeat the illusion. With such thoughts, the result will always be bad. Now it's better to help him become as strong as he is, so that the younger one can definitely defeat the illusion. I need to analyze my own strengths and teach Hyunjin all this before he gets here. The illusion knows only Hyunjin, who has challenged the 4th floor, and this gap can be used to his advantage. Still, no one knows how long it will take this boy to get this high. No one knows how tall he will grow. Well, with this attitude, life has become a little easier. Now he at least knew how to proceed. Kirikiri, on the other hand, was still sitting on the sidelines silent. She couldn't ask me to refuse to test this floor because there was no point in sitting in the waiting room all my life. We need to pay more attention to Hyunjin and make him stronger, even though it won't be easy. Then the young man asked what would happen if the challenger defeated his illusion. It's simple. The 3rd player will compete with the illusion of the 2nd. Floors get heavier over time, but does that mean that the 17th floor will be heavier than the next? Maybe it's just a system error, but this is not a mistake. This is the intention of the developers of this game. Some crazy person designed this stage. We don't know what his intentions were, but it's a bad idea. Both deities agreed with him and watched. It seemed that for the first time, he agreed with this old man in something. It even pissed him off, even though it wasn't the main problem at the moment. Hojie had to urgently write to Hyunjin and start preparing him for this floor. He wrote that they should have a serious talk about one thing. A lot of time has passed, a lot in fact. Hojie had already walked 6 dozen floors. He still didn't know if everything would be okay and if his idea even made sense. However, the player did his best. He was still checking in with the student and asking how she was feeling before the test. The young man gave a lot of advice, telling him to check all his equipment and to keep training if he was still unsure of himself. He emphasized the need to be attentive to everything, because you can die if you are distracted or fall victim to a provocation. Hojie told her to pay attention until the very end, which would be the hardest part. If she doesn't forget any of this, she'll be fine. Fortunately, it will have to fight against the illusion that it will only hold a universal weapon, so there is no need to worry about it. And you don't need to emphasize perfume too much during the battle. The copy will notice this and try to hit you. Even she was not as embarrassed as Hojae. She just set herself up to win. Despite these words of the younger man, his mentor still feared for his life. In this book, there are records of Hyunjin's preparations for this floor, countermeasures and analysis of illusion, as well as training plans. Even the results and analysis of Hyunjin's battle with the illusion simulation. But that's where the recordings end. The next ones don't belong to him anymore. The 17th floor, how long he had been worrying about Hojae, and now the day had come. There is no doubt that it can be passed. He did everything he could for this. Now all we have to do is wait and see. When Lee Yong-hee does this, when he gets here, he will also encounter an illusion. Then you will have to defeat the previous contender. She was the contender who was going to meet Hojae from the past. The main thing was that she didn't die. The guy was so worried that he could not find a place for himself. Now everything depends on Lee Yan-hee. The young man was sure that she would do well, but he was worried. Then Hojae's voice came from behind the door, addressing himself and asking how things were going. The young man came to the door and spoke seriously, saying that if he got sick, they would both feel terrible. He had already thought that the connection with him had been interrupted when he wanted to retire, but it had not completely disappeared. The guy exhaled and still tried not to think about the bad things. After all, there was no point in worrying now. Even candy won't help him calm down, and for some reason he remembered someone who was crazy about the same candy. The 17th floor still haunted me and made me worry. The concept of fighting the previous challenger is very interesting and really makes sense. The main goal is to collect and analyze information about the player. You need to exploit the weaknesses of the illusion to win here. That is, preparation is much more important than the fight itself. That's why social skills are the ones that decide whether you go further or not. If the previous applicant provides incorrect information, the next one will definitely face a problem. It's not easy to give someone information about yourself. If there is no trust and desire on both sides, then nothing will work. This is not a floor that comes easily. Getting to know this world and realizing that you can be so well prepared by knowing some nuances from others. This is what is tested here. Training plays a key role because there must be compatibility between the skills of the applicants, whether it's a mage, a tank, or a ranged fighter. You can use the information for analysis, understand everything in detail, and this will make the task easier. In support of these words, the U.S. applicants discussed their skills and created an action plan. As a result, most of them passed without any complications. But there was a problem on the Korean server. When Hojae reached this cursed floor, he had almost no weaknesses. The young man could handle any fight, whether it was one-on-one or against a crowd. He was resistant to absolutely everything, and he had special skills, which made it pointless to keep a distance. Even magic or concealment abilities didn't help. Hojae was on a different level compared to the others. And when he was pushed to the wall, it didn't matter what he did to survive. He could even throw himself at the enemy, despite the possibility of dying. Perhaps there is no one here as crazy as he was. And this happened at the moment when he defeated the double. If the challenger tells the illusion the truth, it will think that it has encountered another double. First of all, the system will not allow you to convince the illusion of its reality. Trying to talk will not work. To win, you don't need to look for its weaknesses. You need characteristics that exceed them. His ego supported Hojae in making such statements. He has already said that the emotional connection is rather weak, but they still talk. But Hojae had just reconnected it because he was curious about what was going on. He asked me what he would do if he had to face someone like him on the precipice. He said that at first he would complain that it was hard. There was also an ability there that most people could not handle. But they would most likely lose. Even if they fought 100 times, nothing would have changed. Maybe they would have drawn 15 attempts and won maybe 5. I think they have similar thoughts here. Right now, Lee Young-hee is stronger than both of them on that floor. No matter what you do, you can increase your chances of winning. They did everything they could to make her win. Yan-hee did everything she could to become stronger. Even so, the guy was still very worried about her. If something goes wrong, you don't have to blame yourself. After all, Hojae still needs to take care of Draghi. He didn't seem to care at all when he said such things. But he's been living here since the moment he arrived. It was a boring life, but with Draghi it shone with new colors. He didn't even mind staying here forever because everything suited him. Then the young man finally left. Draghi was waiting, so it was time to go. It was time to eat now. He promised Draghi that they would look at his polymorphin spell later. He was also waiting for this day, so it's better to have dinner soon. The guy had reached the door and was about to open it. He had only slightly opened the door when light shone through the crack. And finally they met and could start what they had planned. A small white dragon stood in front of them and looked at the boys in silence. For 2 months, Draggy practiced the polymorphic spell. During this time, they never saw him train because Draggy didn't want to show his incomplete form. He disguised himself quite well until he reached perfection. He would have shown it if asked, but Draggy wouldn't have liked it. Dragon is strict when it comes to personality. The dragon said something, but in its own language and very quietly. This smoke was added by Draggy himself, although there is no such thing in such spells. Apparently, Draggy is worried and doesn't want to show his transformation. Hojay watched with fascination and a smile appeared on his face. All this time, Draggy was a girl. She's finally completely transformed. He thought it was a boy because Hojay called him his son, but she was still a girl. She looked at everything around her with curiosity. At some point, she just screamed and started waving her hand and managed to use invocations. Hojay praised them and told them that they should do the same if someone tries to offend them. He praised Draggy for his good work and came closer. Perhaps he had overdone it with the training because it was too strict. He and the ego discussed something for a while, but on a telepathic level. He was the person who explained that it was impolite to use magic against other people without permission. Hojay was going to explain in more detail that this applied to loved ones. Maybe it's better to put it back into dragon form and check it all out, but it's hardly a good idea. Some species have no features that can be used to distinguish them. Then there was only one option left. This can be easily checked while the girl is in human form. The young man asked Druggy to stand still and not move for a while. She listened to him, but then the guy suddenly appeared in the air and she screamed. Hojay himself was sitting in shock, looking at everything that was happening. Then it was over, and the girl asked if she had done the right thing with a smile on her face. This is the fruit of his training. She got the order of things a little confused. Nevertheless, she did a pretty good job. He asked again what to do in similar cases, and Draggy repeated the same thing he had said. Of course, not everyone ended up with a soft fall, but at least the result was good. Later, they discovered that Draggy was a boy. A medical examination showed this. The guy sat calmly and discussed something with her, while the double was lying down and moaning in pain. Well, it was time to read some news, so Hojay was distracted and looked at the screen. It turned out that the awakened young Shik SS class had expired its contract with Singapore. I was surprised that he did not decide to extend the contract. Those players who completed the training and returned to Earth were able to sign contracts with countries, depending on their skills. While others signed contracts for the rest of their lives or long-term contracts, young Shik signed a short-term one. This was the practice in Korea. This is because the value of the awakened ones increases and they can get more money. But most of the leaders of the countries were not happy with the situation here. It's good that the Korean players were able to create a separate organization and the authorities could not touch them. And Korea has a small number of players who have signed a contract with the authorities. This is why the mainstream media calls Korea the epicenter of mercenaries. Most people agree that the era of awakening has come and they are at the center of it. But most of these players went to other countries. Korea suffered because of this. But nothing could be done. They paid more abroad. Hojay stood up and went to the next floor. Ha Young is busy and he should take a break too. Very soon, the guy took the necessary equipment with him and went to the test. But at the same moment, the young man heard an explosion from the room and stopped. Draggy was caught and she started screaming. He was hiding using magic. This skill was really impressive. But the guy accidentally dropped it and immediately apologized awkwardly. She called Hojay her father and said she wanted to go with him to the next floor. He came back and the guy said he was just trying to restore Draggy, but it turned out this way. They explained to Draggy that it was too dangerous there, and he promised that he would take him with him when he grew up. He started to cry. He wanted to go on the assignment so badly, but it's really not that easy. Apparently, he was very curious to see the floors. It was not surprising. He promised that Draggy would go with him next time to calm the kid down. But the guy came up to the kid and told Hojay to leave as if he was jealous. In the end, he left them because he had to pass the tests. When he entered the portal, he found himself facing a slamming door. Hojay could feel the eyes on him. He didn't even know how he had ever lived under such pressure. I don't think I've ever felt it so vividly before, but now I have goosebumps. This room was special in its own way. Everything looked completely different, and the atmosphere was different. There was a girl sitting there. Her throne was like ice, and she greeted the king. She was surprised that he came here alone, but decided that he just wanted to wait for the girl. He and this grandmother hadn't seen each other for a long time, but Hojay was still unhappy. She herself asked to be called sister, not grandmother. But she was much older than him. There was a difference of decades, and hatching a baby would take time. Apart from that, I had enough peace of mind to wait for Hae Young, but she thought that this guy was here because of expectations and a certain boredom. Although it will be a long time, he looked happy. Perhaps it was because of his new family. Thanks to them, he managed to overcome stagnation in his growth. If the previous king had heard this, he would have made a scene. After all, Hojie had broken the rules and he knew he would have to pay for it. It was their decision and she could do nothing about it. As a result, this lady decided to change the subject herself. She felt that Hojie had become much stronger since the last time. And she was completely right. He really did get better. She was curious to see his new power with her own eyes, so she asked him to demonstrate it. The guy stood silently in front of her as something began to appear around her. The lady was very surprised to see it. She knew what it was, but it was strange to see it in front of her. It was a barrier that restrained the energy coming from the outside, including the energy of the world. It was impressive. It was probably the right decision to entrust my fate to him. It turns out that no creature can look inside her castle, but there were those who would not like it, so he's going to remove the barrier now. Many people would not like it if they could not get into their homes. If you don't take them away, they will start demonstrating their strength. All of these creatures were voyeuristic, so it's not that surprising. Young, meanwhile, was very nervous. Now she really didn't know what to do with herself. Maybe because she's scared? She can't think straight right now. As soon as she got used to studying, she immediately learned about this test. All this time, she had been preparing for it. The 17th floor isn't the only problem in getting to the 60th floor, but it's one of the hardest. This is a traumatic stage for Hojie, so he asks for maximum attention. That is why she imposed restrictions on herself to make the stages more difficult. Whatever tasks he gave her, Young did her best and practiced. And all this just for the sake of one single floor. But Hojie had already said that she was stronger than he was then, and she thought so too. The current Young is much stronger than the illusion. News from the community at that time seemed to be from the Stone Age, even though it was only the 17th round. The mechanics of use were already open and easier. It's a good analogy because no one knew about the skills tree or the classes. Applicants just went into the unknown. Both knowledge and subjects are now at a different level. She even received full support to become stronger, and yet Hojie was still very cautious. At one time it seemed that he was even hyperbolizing. Hojie is literally a monster. He was so strong then, and he's even stronger now. He passed each floor in one round. On this difficulty, she was on the 6th floor on the 17th round. He must have worked hard to achieve the result. Luck and talent combined in him. The difference between Haiyan and the illusion is what the boy was most worried about. Even if the characteristics are higher, it will die if you do not closely monitor the illusion. She had a lot of different types of potions in front of her, and she had to drink them all now. And there was also a pill that absorbs everything that is excreted after eating. For a week, there would be no need to use the toilet. Young continued to drink, one bottle after another. There were potions to increase physical strength and all in certain colors, to be drunk with a certain sequence. There was still more, but her stomach was already full. The potion also had a slight strawberry flavor. Now the main thing is to drink it and not die. She was so sick she couldn't look at the bottles anymore, but it was the last one. But this is the beginning of the test. Next, it's time to get equipped. Hojie told me to use the minimum equipment before entering the floor. And as soon as you are sure that you are ready, you need to start getting used to it. Young concentrated and used the activation of combat status and began to prepare. Now all the accessories are gone and it's time for the ritual. She could feel the magic of the spirits directly, but she was uncomfortable with the fact that the spirits adore sacrifice and bloodshed. However, there was no choice, so Young followed Hojie's instructions and did everything clearly. Eventually, it all came to an end, and she saw him. Young entered the 17th floor, and Hojie's double stood in front of her. The illusion immediately began to use all of his techniques and used the artifacts as weapons. Now the illusion was ready to start the battle with shield and sword. It was so strange for the girl to see it all with her own eyes, even though she knew what was going to happen. It wasn't reality, but it was still different from what she saw on TV, and this illusion scared her a little. The girl has only 30 seconds to prepare, and the test will begin. The illusion looked as if it would attack at any moment. Everything could go wrong in that case. Hojie said that this shouldn't happen and might even try to talk to her. That's why they expected the illusion to speak before the battle started. But that was not the case. This counter looked completely different and really scared her. He seems ready to attack as soon as the barrier comes down. Even the administrators didn't say anything like that. But Young tried to calm down. Now she needs to get ready for a fight. The girl cast the Phantom spell, and a pattern appeared on the floor. The illusion became interested in the magic circle. The girl already had a clear plan and knew what she was going to do next. Then Young used another spell and called on the spirit. Wolf spirits will attack the enemy and distract them, and water spirits will limit the movements of the illusion. She managed to do a lot a few seconds before the start and had only 10 seconds left. I wish there was more time, She already thought that everything would not go as they had planned, but she had taken care of it in advance and had another plan for such a case. And then one shot can put an end to absolutely everything. The defensive illusion cannot stop this arrow. This arrow can destroy even SS-class armor. The illusion will not last long. First of all, the enemy has never faced anything like this. He hasn't encountered magic very often either, so he wouldn't know how to react to an arrow. Haeyeon confidently applied her skills and summoned the spirits again. That's when it all started, and the copy of Hojae rushed to attack, running in her direction. So Haeyoung's arrow flew by. He dodged it, though she had no idea how. The illusion was approaching her as fast as Hojae was moving, as if the enemy saw the trajectory of the arrow. This is almost impossible to do. She left, leaving the illusion of wolf spirits. But it didn't hold the opponent off for long. He easily got over it, managed to cut it in one fell swoop. This was definitely not part of her plan. But Haeyoung was sure that the illusion would not be able to dodge the naked blow. The wolf approached the enemy again, while the girl stayed away. Immediately after, she shot another arrow at her enemy. She almost managed to hit him, but at the last moment the guy dodged. She still couldn't understand how he moved so fast and easily dodged blows. It is beyond their calculations. Even the souls cannot buy it time. The girl used her battle focus again to concentrate on her strikes. The illusion must also be in a state of combat focus, and from that moment on, any move can reveal the outcome of the battle. After that, the girl used a wall of fire to stop him. But it didn't help. He broke through. He was ready to take the chance and jumped over her to close the distance between them. The girl was losing hope that she would come out on top. She returned to her original position, now in his blind spot, and hoped that this time he would not be able to dodge. Haeyoung began to attack while he tried to hit her again. It would have taken just a second for him to succeed and be able to touch her with his sword. For some reason, he reacted too quickly. He was able to anticipate her actions, and he knows magic. Only now did she begin to understand and realize its true power. Despite all this, the sorceress continued to cast various spells. She took a bow and arrow to attack again. But at that moment, she received a notification from the artifact. At the same time, the girl used a shining sphere to dodge the illusion. I definitely did not expect such an illusion, and he was momentarily confused. The number of spirits was growing. The girl did her best. If she hadn't switched places with the spirit, he would have killed her already. In addition, he managed to destroy the core inside the spirit. The girl fired another arrow, but again missed the target. But now she was sure of something. The illusion follows the arrow to dodge it. He watched her equipment closely. At that moment, Haeyoung used an explosion, and the arrow went off. In this way, she managed to knock her enemy down because the blast wave was really strong. She was already happy that she had succeeded in doing something. But I got another warning from the artifact. It was flashing again. The illusion has lost its balance, and this is the first step to victory. She tried to dodge the explosion by using a flash. Soon the enemy would be in front of her. The outcome of the battle depends on whether the attacker can repel it. Since they will take a long time to recover, after several uses, the illusion will not start wasting explosions trying to escape. But this rack said only one thing. We need to watch out for the next attack. She was going to use another spell, but he used a high kick to the head. It was expected, and now it was her turn. The girl managed to knock the illusion off her feet again. It threw her back. Then she was knocked back by the artifact's shockwave. I shouldn't have put so much emphasis on deflecting the attack. She won't be able to use arrows until her wrist is restored. Until then, you need to buy enough time with a spell. You just need to hold out for one single move. The copy of her mentor stood still and did not move. Only he said that it was strange. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't remember. He only needed one answer to the question of whether she knew him. That's what Kirikiri was saying, that something good would happen here, but he wouldn't like it much. He thought at the time that it would be just some unpleasant stages, but it turned out to be much worse. After passing this floor, absolutely everything changed. Everything down to the last detail. At this stage, there were no traps, there was nothing at all. He could not believe it. Even for infernal complexity, it was too complicated. His leg was broken, and he needed to drink the elixir as soon as possible, but this girl wouldn't give him a chance. He didn't know who she was at all, and the sorceress was still trying to buy herself some time. This arrow was made of something strange. Not even a mortar could create a crater like this. It is not only incredibly strong, but also has the effect of always delivering a strong blow. If the arrow hits him, he will definitely die. The girl began to cast spells again, restoring her own strength at the same time. Kirikiriya said that this floor can be passed quickly. She meant that there is only one battle here, but it is much harder than you might expect. Even those monks were lighter. Why didn't she say anything about this floor? If she was just mistaken, then I should take revenge and eat a ton of candy in front of her. But this girl knew him for sure. He was sure. She even knows his patterns and skills. even his strength and speed. In addition, she predicted his actions. She is a special enemy who knows absolutely everything. A lot can happen on the hellish difficulty. The floors did not disappoint him, but he still remembered her face before the battle. She seemed happy to see him, but afterwards the girl looked very surprised and was quickly embarrassed. She doesn't just know superficial information about him. It is highly likely that in real life, this girl knows a lot about him. But the illusion still could not understand how this was possible. There was only one question. He needed to know immediately who this girl was. Maybe she's some kind of system administrator. That would at least explain something. If she's looking out for some players and then appears as the boss on this floor. But if this girl was connected to the system, he didn't understand why Kiri hadn't even mentioned her. There was not enough information to draw clear conclusions, and it was better to get it directly from the opponent's mouth. How she knows it can be found out later, but what matters now is something else. You just need to buy some time. They both needed concentration now to continue the fight. He needs to find a way out of the situation now, immediately. She is a terrible rival, not only stronger than him in every aspect, but also knows absolutely everything about him. But that doesn't mean to whom he should surrender. Even if it is infinitely strong, it does not leave him without a chance to win. There has been a lot of danger lately, and he has never been so nervous of an opponent. In the face of death, his reflexes began to take over. In this short period of time, he managed to grow a lot. He instinctively realized the weaknesses of those creatures caused by the girl. Gradually, the young man began to understand her train of thought. In addition, she has a wound on her arm and Ha-yeon can't use the bow. And at the time of the explosion, you could have lost your legs if you hadn't hidden them. The wave was really powerful. If she had pushed to the end at that moment, the fight would have ended quickly. Only his reflexes and her indecision. That saved the illusion at that moment. It was this that changed the course and outcome of the fight and could have led to a different outcome. He or she just lacks control over his or her own strengths. This is usually how people who are undergoing training and have not yet gotten used to their capabilities behave. And this is where the chance that would have allowed us to win was hidden, but he opened his mouth without realizing it. I had to say something or he'd think he was a weirdo. He had nothing better to say than that he was very disappointed. They also didn't understand what he had just said, but it was too late to correct themselves. But her expression changed. Hae-young was affected by this, so he decided to continue in the same way. He continued to say something similar, hoping to bring the girl to a stronger emotion. She started shaking. It was good that he decided to speak up. There were only 3 wolves left, and even they could not chase him. Although his leg was badly injured, he had to fight like this. It seemed like she was trying to come up with an answer, but there was no point in wasting time on it. When the guy approached her, he immediately used a flash spell. However, Hae-young immediately used the barrier and threw him away. She managed to easily block his attack and remain unharmed. Only now the enemy saw a miniature shield on her arm. Although my arm still hurt, there was no way out. I will have to try to do it now in this condition. It's time to stop saving if you don't want to spend your last moments here. Hae-young was about to attack, but the illusion stabbed her body first. They almost succeeded, but there was a shield that protected their flesh. He struck again, but Hae-young once again blocked the blow. The battle continued, but the enemy was not in a winning position. His leg was already barely moving, and now his arm is also affected. It became difficult for him to move. He could hardly keep up with her. It's clear. This girl's strength is definitely better than his, but she doesn't realize it yet. Otherwise, she would not have retreated, but would have gone straight to the attack. It would be better not to drag out the battle too much, lest you fail. Then the illusion opened Talaria's wings behind her back, trying to find a way out of the impasse. He immediately utilized the exploitation of souls, directing it at spirits. But this skill had no effect to his surprise. And Hae-young went back into defense and he missed the opportunity to attack. It seems that she has specific problems with tactics. And this is exactly where you can hit. This is a gap in its strategies. If its blade comes into contact with the girl's aura, it will break. And it's time to finish. We won't be able to hold out at this rate for long. However, when Hojae's company tried to attack, he did not notice Ha-young in front of him. It was the first time he had used magic in similar conditions, so it was unclear whether it would work. But watching her, he could roughly figure out what kind of training was needed. So the battle between them continued. Although Hae-young was still sitting under the shield, she covered herself with her hand again. Apparently she is trying to repel the attack. He immediately used the wind arrow to strike again. Hae-young was about to attack. She wanted to put all her strength into the blow. And at the last moment she decided to go all the way. Hae-young really gathered all her strength and then attacked, but it was all in vain. It only got worse. Hae-young's hand flew away and not a single word came out of her mouth because of the intense pain. The girl fell to the ground, clenching her teeth and barely restraining herself. Despite the immense pain and exhaustion, she still continued to fight. After he pushed her, he realized that every time he pushed her, it sounded like he was pushing an iron box. And then he ordered me to take off my uniform, but Hae-young asked him to wait. She promised that she would film everything but let him stop now. He stopped talking, couldn't even move. It was strange because I thought that my opponent would continue to try to win. It took her a few seconds to take all these things off and she put them down next to her. But that was not all. The enemy was sure, so he ordered us to continue shooting. While Hae-young was shedding these artifacts, he asked her how many she had on her person. She didn't answer, and he was about to hit her again, but she screamed. One more time and she would have died for sure. This stopped him for a moment, and he walked away. Despite this, he added that he was watching her, and if she moved a finger, he would immediately attack. It's not that she didn't foresee this, but she didn't think it would turn out this way. His power is incredible. There were doubts as to whether he was even human. The battle turned into a one-sided one when my arm was torn off and I had to invent new ways not to die immediately. If this is the case, you need to do everything you can to fulfill the next plan. Plan B, which she had in reserve for a last resort. The girl threw him a test tube with a potion, telling him to make the illusion fall out. He asked her with a smile how much it hurt her to endure all this and laughed. What she was giving him was an anesthetic, but his body would have gone a little numb. But even here, it did not go according to plan. The enemy threatened to attack again and told her to drink the contents. She immediately felt the effect. Her body was almost paralyzed. Then the opponent wanted to ask her several questions and wanted her to answer each one. I could tell even by looking at her what would happen if she didn't answer. Just as she thought, the illusion will keep her alive. The enemy just wants information. However, Hae-young had one condition that she instantly forgot about when he called her aunt. Of course, the illusion is much younger than Ho-jae, but it is still younger than both of them. This made them so angry that the glass test tube shattered. Eventually, she started talking about her conditions again. There were two of them. First, she needed her arm, which was lying around somewhere far away. It was too much. He had already taken pity on Hae-young, and she was still alive, but she said she knew the value of her information. Even if it fulfills the conditions, it will cost more. The illusion believes that the condition for passing is killing the opponent. In addition, it also considers itself part of a learning system. He sighed and agreed, but wanted to hear the second condition, was that it needed help getting up and down the floor. Now the illusion thinks that she has a different condition and should convince him that the testimony is really important. He didn't really understand the question, but she agreed to explain. Ha-yeon spoke about the setting of the floor and her role in it. For this purpose, she made up a story in advance. Now the illusion is clear, and the enemy has agreed to help. But there was still one question before that. Ho-jae asked what she knew about this training system. That's it. The key word, and then you need to think carefully about what to say. In addition, it must be believable. Ha-young was going to lie about being doomed to be closed in this world. This plan came about when Ho-jae said that he empathized with the local creatures. And she succeeded. The copy of the guy fell for this provocation. Now he was asking how he could help her in the world of education. But Hae-young still said that she needed her own hand to start with. The point is that she can attach it back with magic. By the way, about magic, he wanted to know more about it. The girl agreed to show him around, but she still needed his hand to start with. Isn't it interesting how she knows about all his skills? As she thought, that was what the illusion was interested in. Perhaps he would even guess his own nature. Although there are many doubts about this, the system should not allow this. Despite this, the enemy threw her limb into the remaining hand. It was so strange to hold her hand. Even though it was not the first time for her, it was still strange. It seems that the clone has fallen for her traps. She should have become an actress instead of an archer. Now Ho-jae told her to start, but he was better off stepping away. The clone had already fully believed in its victory and was acting too safely. She took a risk, and it paid off. Then the girl said a short spell to put the limb back in place. Any magician would have guessed that this is not a healing invocation, and the severed hand will serve as a sacrifice. The girl was sitting in the magic circle, continuing to read the spell. Only now did the clone begin to realize that something was wrong. His body started moving on its own, and then he lost control of himself completely. For a short period, Hae-young managed to paralyze his senses and took away his mana. Now the girl continued to actively use the spell to finish the plan, and it again hit its mark. But then the clone quickly approached her. This was not part of the plan, because his senses should remain paralyzed. Does it really involve moving? This is too much. But when Hae-young dodged, she had another chance. She quickly moved to try to attack, but Ho-jae did it again first. She was hit hard again, and the spell almost didn't work. It seemed that the paralysis had not really worked for him. It far exceeds her capabilities. In close combat, she will definitely be in trouble. The girl managed to escape from him, but the column's speed would not create problems for her. His actions impressed her more and made her worry. He anticipated everything she did, every action, whether it was moving or dodging. It takes longer for the Spirit King to appear, but you can take some mana from him through the open channel. The girl was still trying to summon the spirit here to win. She did well, and the spirits of the wolves began to attack her enemy. It seems that with several wolves, it is much harder for him than with one. But it took only a little longer to cut them down in the same way. The paralysis has already begun to subside, and now she really needs time. She hoped that someone would help her spirit with this. It takes a little while for someone to call the King of Spirits here. When this finally happened, the clone held its breath as it looked at him. There were many more wolf spirits around the girl, but they were all under the king's protection. Despite all this, the guy's double still tried to attack. However, his opponent was already much more confident, so she took arrows and a bow and attacked as well. This time it was much harder for him to settle down. Meanwhile, the King of Spirits was also actively helping her. He used his spells to help the one who called on him. The clone could no longer compete as confidently, as it had many more rivals. Because he wasn't paying attention to everything, we managed to catch him. In the end, it turned out that the girl was able to pass this floor of hellish difficulty. A little more time and she would have lost. We managed to win in the last seconds. It was scary. Her life was on the edge, but she felt more or less normal. She performed a complete healing only once, although at some point everything went wrong, she managed to win. I was lucky that I played it so well. When I used to learn these lines, it seemed like I was doing something stupid. However, the King of Spirits was still in front of her, and it was not over. The girl came closer to him and looked at his faceless face. She wondered why he hadn't disappeared and was still on the floor. But the King of Spirits said that he wanted to capture the last moments of this entity's life. Young smiled when she heard this, but he warned her about something. There was something that should never be done. I didn't want the girl to get attached to this person. The archer did not want to stay there any longer, so she immediately went to the portal. She immediately attacked the rabbit, who was frightened by her appearance. Young couldn't stop hugging her even after she asked her not to. She seemed to be petting a small puppy, but she wasn't. A rabbit. She was incredibly happy, and then she remembered that she needed to contact Hojie because he was worried. But Kirikiri said she had to tell her something. Then a sign with a certain poll came up. The majority of votes were in favor, but there were those who decided otherwise. The rabbit said she voted against it, but Young didn't understand what she was talking about yet. The manager said that the gods wanted to give a special task to the archer. Kirikiri promised to tell us everything in detail, but she wanted someone to listen to the end. To begin with, the deities would give a new skill, and then they would answer any questions. But the deity wants her to report to them what is happening on the 16th floor of complexity. The girl knew that this was where Hojie was now. There is very little information about him, but it's not that important. They tried to negotiate with him. But lately something very strange has been happening in this place. It was then that the other deities learned about him. The connection with this floor was completely severed at one point. Kirikiri had only one explanation. He was trying to leave the world of learning. Young's face was no longer so cheerful, although apparently Hojie had failed to fulfill his plan. So he might not have seen who she was texting before entering the 17th floor. The manager only told her not to send him any new messages for now. She asked me to listen to her first and then think about how to act. Hojie was looking for a way to leave his floor. Apparently, he had already tried many different ideas. But this time, apparently, his actions have somehow affected the system. And with the goal of leaving the living area or the entire world of study, he occupied the floor where he was located. It was much more serious than the archer thought. It was hard to miss it. Technically, the guy did what Kirikiri said he would. Now, Hojie is very high up. He has managed to do something that has never been done before. The floor of the comma where he stopped no longer existed within the world of learning. There was a duel between a man who had reached the 17th floor and one who had already passed it. Even earlier, the boy had been thinking about the plan, even though Kirikiri had asked him not to overwork himself. Now the guy was lying on a white bed resting. He seems to have slept all day, even though he was going to lie down for just a little while. But he was already running out of time to get to the 19th floor. He didn't want to train either. He didn't think it would ever happen. It won't be long before Hyunjin reaches this cursed floor, so he'll have time to prepare. By that time, he'll have improved his skills, and the younger one will have great subjects. You have to put in a lot of effort and time. Either it's a hell of a lot of work, or it's a black eye. He didn't feel like doing anything. It was better to rest, eat some sweets, and get a little distracted. After a while, he went back to sleep, but woke up not an hour later. He had never slept that long before. He still didn't feel like doing anything, so he decided to eat a chocolate bar. He would rather sleep, and it's a pity that the waiting room is shaped like a room. He would like to sit under the sun right now. Perhaps it would have been better to stay longer in Kirikiri. The young man went back to bed and noticed that the date had changed. Then he decided to check out the forum, but he was reluctant to do that either. Very soon, the date changed for the second time. Every time he opened his eyes, the date changed. Yes, he relaxed a bit, but it was beyond normal. Perhaps it was the effects of the stress he had experienced. He sleeps and still wants to sleep. It's hard to even lift his head, and he's craving sweets. At the time, the guy thought it was the consequences of a mental disorder. It was from the moment he realized who would be the next challenger to make it to the 17th floor that something strange began to happen. He was shocked, but he tried to find a way out and decided to discuss everything with Hyunjin. After that, the young man went to the waiting room to think. That's when it all started. Kirikiri was doing something at the time, busy with something. She was writing something on the ground, and only then did he calm down a bit. It might have been some kind of spell, but it's unlikely that she would have put a curse on him. She was definitely trying to help. She simply told him not to overexert himself, but once again the player ignored her advice. Perhaps she decided to force him to sleep? All these were just theories, but he was sure that this girl was capable of more. But first, Hojie decided to inform the guards. It was necessary to record the fact that the administrator directly assisted the player. The vice captain was busy as usual, but the guy decided to write to his friend anyway and asked if he had time. He waited a few minutes, but there was no response. Then the young man decided to wait a bit. Sleeping for a few days definitely relaxed him. When the player went back to bed, he still received a notification. He broke off abruptly because he had fallen asleep again. Hojie didn't answer for a long time, even though he had written to him for help. Min-hyuk already had a lot on his plate, and he first asks for time and then keeps quiet. It's unlikely that his friend is really angry. He just wants to complain. After all, the vice president has a lot to do. Then his friend asked if he was ready for the next competition. The player has forgotten about it, but it will start soon. The first competition was very successful, and soon it will be time to redo this experience. He did not need to prepare. He just had to wait for it to start. They were all working hard and preparing for the competition, so the guy decided to tell us what he thought of Kirikiri right away. Min-hyuk asked him to stay in touch with them and told him to finally fix his sleeping patterns. Perhaps it was time for him to get out of bed. His friend's words helped him to do so. He didn't want to be lazy anymore, so he decided to start by warming up. First, I wanted to do magic. For some reason, I have not been able to master the Blade of Aura. So far, there is simply no sense of magic and understanding of it. Before you start studying it, you need to learn the elements. Although he had the skill of defense, he did not feel it in space. The description said that the spirit is somewhere nearby. He's not sure if it's because the skill is new to him or if he really doesn't feel anything. The young man decided to concentrate on it and closed his eyes. And he concentrated until he could feel the presence of the wind spirit. It was weak now, but he felt something. He wasn't quite sure about it, though. Perhaps it is indeed the energy of the wind element. For the moment, that was enough. Even if you come into contact with the energy of the elements, you can't interact with it in any way. All this will only begin on the 30th floor. And he wanted to use the remaining time to cast the same aura spell. For the next few hours, the young man trained him and had great success. Meanwhile, preparations for the competition were in full swing. It was interesting to find out how strong the players from other countries were. The opening day of the second competition came very soon. All the players began to gather. It's time for us to fight each other. The most interesting thing is that there will be foreigners here. The security guards decided to take it seriously and installed a more serious security system. Soon portals appeared where people from other countries were supposed to come from. I had to wait just a few seconds to see their faces. Guests from the West arrived here. All of them have not yet gone far and are exploring the area. Then the young man turned around and looked in the other direction. Judging by their equipment, there were only Japanese there so far. According to the data, the knowledge of Babylonian times should have already spread around the world, and they could at least understand each other. There were 3 servers gathered here, but he could only hear Korean. But within minutes, people started quarreling with each other. Those who came from the West began to feel that others were trying to take over. Jong-ah had to intervene. She was already there. At that moment, a fight allegedly broke out. They were really ready to start fighting, just because they thought something was wrong. Other players from different countries started to hear all these screams, and they were even a little surprised, and God was confused. The education system did not discriminate between ages and accepted everyone. Although at the beginning, children and pensioners were protected, now even children from kindergartens could get in. A person of any age can develop here. The system compensates these people for the weakness of their bodies or imperfect reflexes. With the strength bonus, young children can have great advantages because their bodies are smaller. In some cases, this is convenient. And this training system also erased the difference between the sexes of people. Although usually the same people went to the guards. Guys who were in their 20s, that was their core team. Even though there are some tightening measures, everyone is in different conditions. Of course, young people will develop faster and adapt more easily than older people. They can already benefit from equipment and information. That is, older people and children need uniforms right from the start. Min Hyuk wanted to solve this problem later on. It seems that the Japanese, without exception, were ready for battle. But among Westerners, most were young. For some reason, the difference in development was very noticeable. For some reason, the answer suggests itself, but it did not please the player. This guy is probably the reason for the power gap. The Korean server also used to have them. They could think about that later. Right now, it was important for them to identify the leaders of each group in order to negotiate with them. It would have been nice if the foreigners had been friendly, but they were not. And there were no peacemakers on their side. Only something was bothering Hojae right now, and it was bothering him. For some reason, he had a bad feeling, and he hadn't even met his friend yet. Then Hojae asked Jungshik to keep an eye on things, and he called Jung-ah over. He told her to calm down, because he would control everything and everything would be fine. It seems to Calm that she wanted to talk about something, but now is not the time. In the end, we need to start with the Japanese. They were all really not very friendly and could attack at any time. The young man offered to go with her, but the girl said she could manage on her own. That's good, she quickly pulled herself together. In the end, it's not surprising. She's their captain. For some reason, all the Japanese had only one katana. Such a unit was ineffective at all. Now it seemed to some that they were trying to keep to themselves, but some people behind them looked confused and kept to the group. But they all had high-level equipment. One of them looked like a leader, but then the player changed his mind and thought that he might not be a leader, but a local celebrity. He may not have a team around him, but people don't mind obeying him. It was strange. Everyone had the same weapon despite the difference in development. But then I found the answer myself. Maybe it's all about fashion. On the Korean server, specific items are always losing and gaining popularity. The choice of weapons and armor was entrusted to high-ranking players. Means that he started this fashion for katana. None of the Korean players even dreamed of such influence. There was nothing special about him, but it could be a special skill or charisma. He decided to watch the man for a while before the competition. Jung-ah had just approached them and was about to start a conversation. However, he immediately interrupted her and offered to apologize for such aggressive behavior at the beginning. In his opinion, it was very impolite to treat strangers like that. Meanwhile, the guy was listening attentively to their conversation. However, the boss didn't want to start with these preludes. Better to get right to the point. During all the days of the competition, the guests were prohibited from breaking the law. And what they were going to do now was also a violation. However, this man did not seem to be going to give in to the rules so easily. Considering all the factors, it is Park Jung-ah who is currently the most influential and dangerous on the entire server. And that's for the best. Then the girl started to speak, her tone angry but still calm. She said that violators would be punished, and the degree of punishment will depend on the extent to which the laws are violated. And they will punish them with their own hands. Now she has actually told them that they are all in her complete power. It is unlikely that everyone will want to immediately obey a stranger. Most likely, they will all try to defend their rules. Then the man asked what else would be considered a violation. Jung-ah told someone that the guards adhere to generally accepted moral standards. He believed that the prohibited crimes were correct, so he accepted the terms without further ado. But they still had their own ways of punishing violators and asked us to continue to follow them here. And if one of their players turns out to be the offender, it would be fair to entrust them with the decision of his fate. Therefore, he proposed a separate jurisdiction for internal affairs. The girl said that she could let them choose their own punishment, but that a separate jurisdiction could be in question. But then it had to apply to Koreans as well. The others did not want to tolerate any kind of superiority from them. If innocent people suffered as a result of their justice, the Japanese promised to intervene. In other words, their rules applied to them as well. It seemed that Jung-ah had already resigned herself to doing things her way. She was just waiting for the moment when she would actually have to start a physical fight. She said they would meet later. She still had to go around to the other groups. Hojae left the people from the west to Youngshik. I wonder how he is doing there. But there was a fight brewing. They could not agree on who was the best. In fact, it looked ridiculous. It was like you were going to have a power play. On the Korean server, someone got to the top floor, but on an easy difficulty. This is where you should start. And these people had a player named Dave, who went through the peaks of hellish difficulty. He slowly approached them without saying a word. Youngshik was really surprised, but decided to ask about the floor he was on. It seems that this Dave was in a bad mood and prepared to fight the same way. However, at first he simply answered which floor he was on. He had just moved to the 6th floor. He said that he was the only one who managed to survive this hell. 6th floor, it's really not bad. Not everyone could get there either. But the Korean server still had a stronger player. Hojae didn't want to get involved, but it was too late now. He sighed heavily, and Yoonga told him to do something so that Youngshik would finally stop putting on this circus. Eventually, the guy moved forward, intending to deal with it all. He heard a lot of different dialogues. Everyone was talking to each other. And now it was clearly visible that people from the West were now divided into two groups. There were gang members there, but the rest of the group just didn't belong to any of them. This could be a problem. Youngshik still could not stabilize the situation. They managed to persuade all the players of the complex to participate as fighters. Most of them are already waiting on the sidelines, but they are still ready to rush into battle. As Hojae followed everything, he realized that this behavior did not appear out of nowhere. It is obvious that there is a great deal of fragmentation among them and a lack of people to protect them. That's why they acted dangerous, so that they would be treated accordingly. You can understand them, but you don't have to behave like that. Youngshik came up very unexpectedly and smilingly asked the same question as Dave. But the young man attacked him and started saying that he himself was more like a gangster than all of them together. But Youngshik discussed the local order with them and they agreed. They just gave up. That is, this dispute was already after the fact. He thought that this would finally put them in their place. Youngshik was sure that these were players who were stronger than the average players here. And there are no police on their server, so it's lawless. You need to show them who's in charge right away, so they don't bother others. And Youngshik acted as if he was dealing with a group of street hooligans, but thanks to the system, they are like superhumans. All the people relaxed when they realized that this gang was powerless here. This is the essence of the security guard's job. And Hojae thought his opinion was correct, but he still didn't know why he should be involved. But now this flock will not bother them, at least not yet. This guy from the 6th floor is also involved. Hojae thought to say hello. They were almost colleagues, both of them with a hell of a lot of complexity. That's what the guy did. He stood next to me and briefly greeted me. Then the player smiled and wished him good luck in the competition. The guy still kept trying to start a dialogue and called him nigga. But after that, everything changed. Even though the translation should be correct, it made the guy angry. He lost control of himself and threw himself at Hojae. Although the young man was not expecting this, he easily blocked his punch with his hand. Then he hit him once in return and he went down. These strangers were very frightened as they watched the situation. Only a moment later, Hojae came up to him and asked if he was okay. That's when he realized that Hojae was also a hell of a lot of trouble. He was strong, and he asked what floor he was on. The player just told him to try to guess. Rather, the guy knows it himself. But violence is forbidden during competitions. He just said through gritted teeth that he knew and smiled. But he didn't like that smile and tone, so Hojae decided to press him again. He did. He wanted him to clearly understand the rules. He will be punished for any crime, and it will be the guards who will throw the guilty on his head. At that moment, not only the difficulty player got scared, but the whole gang did. That should be enough. They are afraid and will not be so bold. Probably curly-haired, their informal leader. Later, all the users of the countries gathered in one crowd. Jong-ah explained the local rules. Min-hyuk finally arrived. Korea, Japan, and Australia have gathered here. With Asians as neighbors, it was no surprise, but he had no idea what the Australians were doing here. Hojae had no idea, but it didn't really bother him. The young man took a lollipop and sat down next to his friend to gain strength. He had never eaten anything but meat before. He still didn't like sweets, but the administrator had cast a spell, and the whole crowd was already wishing that Jung-ah would stop talking about these unnecessary things. They didn't like this girl. She demands too much from everyone. Hojae heard their conversation with one ear and used persuasion. A moment later, the two involuntarily changed their minds. But it was clearly noticeable that the locals from different servers reacted differently to Jung-ah's rules. Their locals have long been used to security guards dictating the rules. Most of them are happy about it. The Japanese were not against it either, but they were afraid of such a powerful organization. But the Australians were a bit more problematic. She was not satisfied with someone making laws here. People did not respond well to her demands. It's not allowed on their servers. They don't have security guards. There is no organization. Hojae wanted to observe these people. And this gang seemed to be the strongest among the strangers from the West. The Japanese are also disorganized, but at least they have a division into separate units. But I was still surprised by the fact that they all had only katanas. Min-hyuk and Hojae agreed that this weapon was very difficult to use. But his theory is true, it's just their fashion. Besides, no one hid them in the inventory, people kept their weapons with them. But Jung-ah was almost done, and Min-hyuk had to go back to work. Now all crimes are prohibited, but it will hardly be easy to maintain order. After a while, the competition began. The teams entered the ring and began to fight. Hojay was one of the first to enter the arena and start fighting. Of course, there was nothing difficult for him to smash a few strangers. Hojay qualified for the singles qualifiers. This is not surprising. He is really strong. Such strength is hardly inherent in an ordinary person. That guy was hell-bent on it, but he was also afraid. Later, Hojay returned to the stands, and Youngshik congratulated him on his success. So far, only the two of them have made it, and everyone else is still waiting for their turn. Then the young man asked what his friend thought of these Japanese and Australians. Youngshik did not admire those people, although he tried to emphasize this to his friend's question. They seemed too impolite, but they were still weak. To be honest, they didn't expect anything else to happen here. On the Korean server, players tried to help each other and share information. Over there, people just hoped to get it from the administration. In addition, Korea has security guards to maintain order. This is what makes them different. So far, the Koreans have won, but they have always been known for their serious approach to video games. That's true. Thanks to his experience in esports, Hojay knew a lot. This knowledge is really useful here, but then the young man thought about something. Perhaps diverse talents and help them thrive. Youngshik looked at the guy a little surprised, as if he didn't understand him. Of course, Hojay planned to continue competing and not give up now. And Youngshik also took part in team battles, in addition to single battles, but his friend refused to do so. Besides, there is a new category in the competition. I was curious to see what it was all about. Single fights over the course of 2 days were held in the same way as at the first competition. The teams would enter the ring on the third and fourth days. There were groups of up to 30 players. But on the fifth day, the fun begins. Everyone will be able to duel. These categories had their own name, which was recently announced. It was called the War of the Groups, and this stage was the most anticipated. It will be a fierce struggle for power, where everyone will prove their goals. The number of people is unlimited. As long as you are affiliated with a faction, you can join. You can even team up with candidates from other factions. Since there are more than 100 people here, the battle will be large-scale. Everyone prepared as soon as they receive the information. It is necessary for the applicants to work together in a coordinated manner. You can cooperate with your own, or look for new faces on other servers. Youngshik would like to take all 3 prizes for himself, just like Hojay did back then. The young man seemed to reassure him that his friend would definitely win the award for the team competition. He allegedly decided that Youngshik would lose to him immediately in the singles. Maybe he will have a chance if Hojay refuses to play the match. It is logical that the server that gets the most wins will be the winner of the competition, and all the people from there will receive a reward. And the reward should be an elixir that can increase any skill, which is not bad. The guy was still watching the fights and thinking about the results of the competition. It should be fun here, and it gets better every day. You can get points as a reward, although it will be difficult to defeat this goblins. In some matches, even the strongest may have difficulty with this. Then the young man saw a familiar face in the arena. It was Hyunjin. He really fights well. It seemed like he was just practicing on them. I really admired the way he fought so hard, and his strength was impressive. But what worried Hojay was what would happen on the 17th floor. Although looking at him now made me feel a little calmer. Youngshik told me to put this kid in his place if he got into trouble. He still has a lot to learn, but he is picking up everything quickly in practice. The young man sincerely wished Hyunjin success and was truly rooting for him. But Youngshik was always looking around, and now something caught his eye. There was one player from their server and a contender from Japan. He's over there flirting with a foreigner, and Youngshik is still sitting here with some guy. It was so sad. But that fact pleased Hojay. Not only the Koreans, but also the Japanese were getting used to the situation. However, Australians have not yet adapted so well. Youngshik was just hoping that nothing would happen while the match was going on. The Australians were already angry that the rebels were spying on them, but it was only a matter of time. In any case, they will soon have to deal with them and put them in their place. Meanwhile, the second stage of the qualifying competition has begun. Hojay re-entered the ring and was truly surprised to see his opponent at this stage. In fact, the guy's opponent already knew exactly what fate awaited him. Had to face this demon only at the second stage of the competition. This is a high-difficulty candidate. He was one of the first participants in the training, loves chatting, and is not afraid of it, he said. Or the young man did not care. He would just lose and try again. It seemed as if he had already given up. If it is, you really won't be interested. But all this could be just a provocation. Otherwise, the match would have ended. Among all the candidates, this one is considered one of the strongest. If they are overconfident, they can lose. Well, I wanted to start a fight and determine the winner. The guy had already rushed forward, but one single move by the opponent stopped him. This guy is really good at what he does and behaves quite confidently. But the player was not going to give up, so he picked up a small dagger. Grabbing it tightly with his hands, the guy rushed at his opponent with frantic speed. He was really moving too fast. It's almost impossible to head it, but he decided to choose another way. At some point, Ho-Jae's rival simply disappeared. While he was in shock, he was already behind him and ready to strike. Only later did the young man realize that he was behind him. It was the last moment not to lose. Now he had the opportunity to grab the dagger or dodge the attack. It seemed that his hand reached for the dagger by reflex, and he grabbed the handle of the weapon. It was the dagger that vibrated. He had no idea what kind of skill it was. But the demand was a distraction. The opponent was already ready to grab him. It turns out that this guy can teleport to the dagger, and it's definitely an unusual skill. He was sure that it was something special. Here they call it power skills, and this young player had them very well. Indeed, the battle can be serious. We shouldn't be too careless here. But when the dagger touched Ho-Jae's body, this one was very surprised and could not believe his ears. He immediately pulled away from the guy a few meters. He was amazed that his opponent blocked the sword with his own hand. The limb was fine thanks to their invulnerability to blows. The owners of divine skills gradually begin to appear. First Jungshik, now Kyungjin. Including the guy himself, there are already 3 of them here. The essence of Kyungjin's skill is that he teleports with his sword. The ability was truly impressive. But even the divine skill didn't work on Ho-Jae, even though he just wanted to take an easy victory. But the older one told him to complain about the injustice of the world in the stands. Then Kyungjin asked for at least some time to stall, but not to end the fight right away. Ho-Jae almost forgot that it is very important for this guy to look cool in front of others. He climbs higher and higher on the floors, and the more people cheer him on, the stronger he becomes. In fact, it would not be difficult for Ho-Jae to stall for time. Besides, he's a strong opponent, and it's not bad to fight him. He is also one of the few insects who supported him from the very beginning, when it was very difficult. The younger man just thanked him and smiled back. If so, then start the fight. Perhaps it would be better to impose some restrictions on yourself and try to fight it with one hand. But while the boy was thinking about it, Kyungjin had already disappeared somewhere and ended up somewhere else. It was not hard to guess that this guy is now behind his rival's back. It was predictable, so I only had to use a little strength to push him away. He certainly did not expect such a reason, and he did not know what it was. Ho-Jae just wanted to watch and see what would happen. It was quite impressive. So he decided to try out all the other skills he wanted to test. The battle between them was really exciting and interesting for the players themselves. It worked, and many people in the stands thought it was unbeatable and cool. The crowd was delighted, and it was Ho-Jae who wrote the show, which made him happy. This only made him more eager to fight. He attacked his opponent himself. At some point, he took off into the sky, while Kyungjin watched with his mouth open to see what was happening. When he landed, almost the entire arena was cracked by his force. It was at this point that the enemy decided to attack again and threw his dagger forward. But the young man dodged it quite easily. It was not difficult at all. Well, this time he really missed the mark and took it with gritted teeth. He should have been more careful because Ho-Jae was now behind him and hit him. He himself thought that the ending would look more dignified, but it turned out the way it did. With the last of his strength, Kyungjin thanked the lord of this hellish level for a worthy fight. The guy liked it, and now he won the first combat competition of the second stage. It was interesting to fight while thinking about the audience's reaction. Thanks to this, the guy had a great time. Now he had a new opponent. This girl looked so frightened that he didn't even know if he could stand for a minute. The look on Yoo-jun's face said only that she was still afraid of him. She was about to give up and try it with the others. This fight was already completely uninteresting, but now the number of victories has increased to 2. Stage, he needed 3 victories. He hoped that his next opponent would want to fight. I wanted so badly to get an opponent who would be fun. But at this point, a systemic problem arose. The young man looked at the screen and read that there was an announcement for all the guards. There were so-called coordinates. Arena 1, Row 2, first place. All the guards reacted instantly. I was told to immediately form a combat unit and send it there. In the early days, terrible things did happen for a normal competition. The opponent ironically apologized and said with a smile that he did not mean to cut off his hand. The victim could not fight anymore and was about to give up, but before he could say a word. Although he was already almost defenseless, his opponent still continued to beat him. For him, it was like money to beat, and he did it again and again. It was already too much for people. They were already outraged. Ho-Jae himself was shocked by what he now sees in the arena. Jungshik has already won 3 times, and the young man was just waiting for the last one, but that's not really what matters now. What was happening in the arena was considered a violation of all the rules. This swordsman did not even let the loser surrender. He was aiming for the face and stomach, which seemed like a simple beating. I think they're both from an Australian server, although most people thought the black-haired one was from Japan. And this guy was also accusing his opponent of getting into it, even though he knew he was going to lose. This happened because he believed in his strength too much. and did not think about the consequences of the battle. There is no one to protect him here, so the swordsman has already decided to turn himself into a merciless killer. Meanwhile, Hojae and Youngshin were still watching from the stands, trying to hear what they were saying. The warnings from the guards allowed him to do this. I wonder what would have happened if there had been no one here at all. Finally, Jungshik decided to deal with it, and he sent Hojae to wait for his opponent. He also said that Junchok is fighting in the next arena. It would be fun if they faced off in the arena. Hojae remembered this kid from the last competition. He would indeed be a worthy opponent. The player would be happy to fight and compete with him. His power is not yet recognized by people, but his skills are impressive. The thing is that he is still on the lower floors. Well, Hojae has returned to the arena. The audience started screaming with delight when they saw him. In a few seconds, the guy saw his opponent in the face. He couldn't even believe his success. The stars were rightly aligned for these two to meet in the arena. The man's name was Lucas, and he was acting quite relaxed, as if he were very confident in his abilities. But he asked Hojae why he needed to know his name for the duel. So Lucas has now become a target of persecution for the guards. The reason is excessive violence during the battles. Although he began to make excuses that it was an accident, everyone can have a situation where emotions take over during a fight, and he didn't do it on purpose. The conversation also revealed that he and the guy whose arm was cut off knew each other, but this is not so important. This Ivan lost the ability to fight after losing his arm. Lucas began to say that he himself had been silent, and that he had not forbidden him to surrender, but that he considered the fact that they wanted to punish him unfair. And there is no evidence that it was done on purpose and not by accident. All his excuses were so convenient, just saying that he did it by accident and that it was the opponent's fault. But Lucas is right. He seems confident in his ability to silence the victim. It's from an Australian server, and if others decide that the Koreans are punishing an innocent man, they will start to trust them less. The situation is really difficult. Something needs to be done immediately. Hojae was sure that every one of the guards, including Young-ah, would be happy to deal with the intruder right now. But this bastard can ruin everything for them because there are too many witnesses who have a different opinion. Lucas went on to explain that it was just a misunderstanding and said that it was better to just talk and ask about his rights in this situation. It was strange to hear such a question. It was as if he was confused with the police. But suddenly Lucas put his hands up as if to admit that he might be a little wrong. But it was too late. Hojae punched him sharply and hard in the face. After all, it was true, although the guy was surprised that he managed to cover his face before the blow. However, reaction alone will not be enough to block. Hojae had just struck a strong blow that was felt throughout his body. The fight was over very quickly. Even though it was boring, Hojae perceived it as revenge for what had happened. After that, the guy kicked him again with all the strength he had. Lucas no longer had the strength to speak. He just whimpered in pain and could not get up. Now, he didn't like this situation because he was the victim, and he thought it was not fair. But Hojae realized one thing. It seems that this man did not increase his resistance to pain at all. But it doesn't matter. They never said they were here to be peaceful and good. They are here to punish people like him. The guy sat down next to him and made another motion with his hand. Hojae was going to show him what could happen to those who decided to go against the rules. He ordered him to sit quietly and stop annoying him, or it would be even worse. But this time, Lucas was so scared that he started shouting with all his might that he was giving up. So Hojae has his third victory. The second stage was over. Lucas was very unhappy with what had just happened to him. He wanted revenge for everything. But he was not lucky here either. Young Shik and a few other guards came to detain him. However, they intervened for Lucas, even though Young Shik ordered them all to leave. All Australians were against this and were not going to allow their participant to be punished. He did not break any rules, and it would be unfair if something like this happened. Hojae stood next to them and listened to their conversation. He wondered how it would end. However, Young Shik was already on the verge of leaving and gave them one last warning to leave. But both of them refused, seeing it as fun. This was indeed the last warning, after which the guards rushed at them all with swords. None of them expected this, and it came as a real surprise. These bastards, as the Australians called them, started killing their people, but their leaders ordered everyone to stay put and not to flee, but rather to attack. After a while, it was all over. It didn't take long to put them down. Young Shik told the others to tell them that the mission was already complete. In the real world, offenders are isolated and given away and re-educated, but in the world of learning, this is not possible. There is no knowledge, no experience, no time to try to re-educate a person. The insurgents have one method here, and that is to prevent the offender from learning the crime again. They came to a conclusion after the first day of the conference, after the incident with the guild. After that day, the chaos stopped with the execution of the guild leaders. and the gang members who escaped were severely punished. The next few days passed quietly. But gradually, over time, such groups began to form again and began to operate. At the time, there was no information available, and they decided that the same conference would not be repeated. Their true intentions were revealed after they decided to hold the conference the next day. They were surprised by the number of offenders who appeared during this time. And the next day, the rebels decided to fight them with only one method. And this method was to punish violators with the death penalty. They were fighting on the river in this way, and no one was hurt. But on the day of the public appearance, it was as if hell had broken loose. The whole place was gripped by madness, and people seemed to be out of their minds. The issue with the union representatives was resolved, but new problems arose. It will be the same now. Other people saw these players covered in blood, and they got very scared and started to panic. They saw what the insurgents did to whom, and after that they became very afraid of them. The atmosphere changed. Everything seemed to have frozen in the arena. Everything was not the same as before. The Koreans were not against the rebels' actions, but Australia and Japan are definitely shocked. After a while, the same man he met at the beginning approached the boy. He silently stood next to me, crossed his arms over his chest, and looked at the arena. He already knew about this punishment and asked if it was the one they were telling him about. It seems to be an official protest from the Japanese representative. He told someone that this was too extreme. He had heard that the Koreans had attacked this Lucas's friends, but why? But the answer is obvious. To prevent more victims. This was the policy of the rebels. However, it was too much for him, and was one thing he was very concerned about. He was afraid that there was a person among them with bad intentions, and that they would point a knife at innocent people. However, the young man said that there was no need to worry about it, even though his words might be hard to believe. However, the Japanese man simply warned that if he saw anything bad, he would not stay in the party. Hojie could understand him. It's hard to come here and just trust the locals. This concluded the first day, including the second qualifying round. The young man stayed in the arena for a while to ensure order. He felt like a guardian, but now it was time to return home. But on the way, the guy met his friend, the deputy captain, and asked about Jung-ah. He saw her and she looked very busy. Maybe she'll be working all night tonight. She allocates sectors for the rebels and has to track their movements, all by hand because there were no computers. But Min-hyuk was surprised to see his friend also wearing a sword on his belt, as if he wanted to look cool, just like those Japanese. But it would be better if the weapons were not visible. When people see weapons, their behavior changes a bit. Although, in fact, the guy admitted that it was just the look of it. But now he wanted to show his friend something cool. He pulled out his sword and shield and stood in a fighting stance looking at him. It's a reward for winning. The items were really cool, and the young man suggested that Min-hyuk try them. It was changing depending on what kind of weapon he wanted, and meanwhile Jung-ah approached them. Hojie didn't notice her right away, only when she came very close. He thought the girl was busy, but he was happy to see her. Meanwhile, his friend decided to try out the artifact he had been given. Later on, instead of a sphere, he had a spear next to him, which he imagined. This thing was just incredible, but my friend used some other techniques. He tried out a few more nuances that interested him and convinced himself that it was an incredible thing. But Hojie was curious to see his award for the competition as well, because he had received it. The guy pulled out a weapon, handing it to Hojie so that he could get a better look at it. It looked like an ordinary spear, but only until you poured mana into it. Now the young man noticed that it was not just magic, but an aura, and this was even more impressive. Although he can create it himself, this spear will be useful for those who do not know how. It is an ideal weapon for short-range attacks. And then the young man looked at what his friend had done with the two spheres. Of course, this is very cool, but now there would be a problem with ammunition, which would have to be purchased somewhere. The guy could not imagine that a universal weapon could be used like this. It will be difficult to use it. You need not only ammunition, but also other parts, and everything has to work. Then Jung-ah asked him to let her look at it all. She was a shooter. Perhaps the girl is more familiar with these weapons than they are. Jung-ah took it in her hands and began to collect it little by little, and soon she succeeded. After placing it, you just need to pour mana into it, and the weapon will be much stronger due to it. Is the serial number of the ammunition, and you can buy it easily when you show it to the administrator. The guy was not expecting it. The fact that she is well versed in this business makes her even more attractive. But in any case, he didn't think he would use these weapons. He has no skills in this area, and without them, it is ineffective. In the end, this is true, but the girl also had a little plan for this case. She handed the boy her pistol, which she had always carried with her since she became a captain. It would have been useful for self-defense, but Hojie preferred to focus on developing his skills. Then the girl was about to say something else, but then abruptly changed her mind and fell silent. 10 minutes passed, and she was still doing the same thing and thinking about something. None of them thought she'd be so drawn to it, but Jong-ah loved it. Then her deputy suggested that they take a break, especially since the gun was quite enough. But she said she was almost done and asked me to wait a few more minutes. I probably shouldn't have answered so honestly. She was just trying to help him. He had forgotten how stubborn she could be. Although he knew he could be strict when commanding insurgents, he did not think he would behave like that over something like this. Quite unexpectedly, several chairs fell on them from the sky, almost knocking him over. They are here for a long time. It would be better to at least sit down because everyone is exhausted. In the beginning, Young-ah looked like a robot without emotions. Although the guy was always surprised at how calm and collected she was, but it excited him at the same time. But now Jong-ah has become softer, at least in his eyes for sure. He learned more about her and got to know her better. Ho-jae has heard from others that the girl has become more humane. Seeing her now, we can clearly tell that she has changed a lot. And her stubborn side is just one of those changes. She would never have spent so much time on something like this before. This is her soft and stubborn side. Perhaps this is part of her character before learning. She looked very sweet then, like a child who is enchanted by a toy. Even just watching her was very interesting and enjoyable. Min-hyuk alone knew what to do while the two of them were supposedly having fun. Finally, the girl finished and showed me her new creation. It was something like a bat, but Min-hyuk saw it as just a skewer for barbecued vegetables and nothing more. Then Jong-ah explained that at the beginning you need to pour mana into this thing, and it will work. It turned out to be a stun gun. It's perfect for self-defense, although it's unlikely that Ho-jae needs any self-defense gear. He's probably right about that. There is no need for that. The young man also told the comma that his friend was right. It's not a bad thing, but it doesn't make sense to him. However, it can be used to train the skill of electrical resistance. And this was exactly what he needed. A few more hours passed and they finally returned to the room, turned off the lights and went to rest. But she still couldn't sleep. She held a dagger in her hands and stared at the small screen window. At first, the sight was scary. For some reason, Ho-jae was frightened by the picture of her holding a sharp knife in her hand. Jong-ah answered. Or he was going to bed. She was just testing the universal weapon. She asked to borrow one of his spheres until the end of the competition. But he didn't care now. She'd better get some sleep. There was a lot of work tomorrow. And she was just about to go to bed to rest for a few hours. The night passed quietly and it was no longer the second day of the competition. This will be the start of the main stage of the individual competition. Unlike the qualifying matches, the main stage is organized according to the tournament grid. Wounds in the morning, he had already managed to win 2 victories in a row, and people gradually returned to normal. For anyone, this time was enough to make everyone feel happy again. Moreover, now is the perfect chance to communicate with others. In the midst of all this, a very important match has just started. Lee Hyun-jin, a contender from the 4th floor of the loop difficulty, entered the arena. And his opponent will be a contender from Australia who is on the 6th floor of the same difficulty. The battle between these two contenders should be interesting and exciting. It was clear that they were both quite tense before the fight, but Dave looked more confident than his opponent. Min-hyuk was excited to see the two of them duel. 2 challengers with a hell of a difficulty. It would definitely be fun. But now he was wondering which of these players would be the first. Ho-jae was not sure of the answer. He knew Hyun-jin's level, but he knew almost nothing about Dave. Hyun-jin will be thinking for a very long time about how to defeat such an opponent. Even if he loses, it will be an experience for him. It seems like everyone already knows what happened to Lucas and therefore avoided lethal attacks. And sometimes they were too cautious. In the end, they did not set a framework. That is why it is necessary to clearly discuss such issues. But there was really no evidence. Only a few people know what really happened at that moment. But the duel between the 2 representatives of hellish complexity was already beginning. I didn't want to take my eyes off it and be distracted by anything else. Hyun-jin began to defend himself immediately, even before the opponent attacked. So far, they have kept their distance from each other, and there have been no sudden movements on either side. As if they were testing each other. They were both quite cautious. The audience was divided into 2 parts. Some supported the Korean, while others cheered for the foreigner and shouted his name from the stands. This is indeed a very important and exciting event on this day. At least that's how it seemed at the beginning. But after 10 minutes of the match, almost nothing changed. The same amount of time passed, and they were still standing still, even in the same position. It was supposed to be a very interesting fight, but it turned out to be very boring to watch because they weren't even fighting. They did nothing and waited for the opponent to make a mistake. It seemed like a child's game, not a dueling fight. Perhaps Hyunjin's technical victory is a fair conclusion, but he's a lower floor. The problem is that they have a similar fighting style, both focused on speed and evasion. If they had used other styles of combat, it would have been impossible to survive in the hellish difficulty. They should not be compared to Hojie. Now it is a matter of principle. Whoever attacks first will lose because they will definitely suffer first. However, the guy got tired of it and took out a universal weapon. The young man took this stun gun that Jung-Ah had made yesterday. And just by sitting in the stands, I started to improve my stability skills, while all the other people were sitting in shock. He scared the foreigners especially. For some reason it should have hurt him, but everyone else was screaming. But he really had nothing to do. This duel was surprisingly boring. Soon the boy finished and started drinking the potion because the next match would start soon. He had calculated everything and wanted to prepare for the fight in advance. But the young man did not notice that everyone around him had already gone somewhere else and that no one was left in the stands. Apparently, no one wanted to see an idiot who was beating himself with a stun gun, so everyone left because of him. In this way, Hojie was making it difficult for people to record the location of others. Min Hyuk could have told him to go somewhere else and not bother, but he could have just not bothered. In any case, thanks to Hojie, even the people they were worried about began to calm down. Apparently, it really looks that creepy, and his friend confirmed it. Min Hyuk is smart when it comes to human relationships. He understands that Hojie values people with whom he can be honest. Maybe they are comfortable with each other, not only because they are so close. Perhaps he just needed to build a relationship in this way. But what if this person sitting next to you is not a friend, but someone who is experienced in taming monsters? Then Min Hyuk suddenly asked if he remembered how long they had known each other. He talked to Hojie more often than anyone else. At first, it stressed him out, but then he began to get used to it. Then Min Hyuk laughed and asked if he was worried about their friendship. Although Hojie is focused on improvement, he was concerned about many things beyond that. Now the guy is on the 18th floor. In a year, he managed to climb almost 20 levels. Time will pass and he will reach 100. Once he does, he will enter the outside world, defeat the monsters, and save the earth for the sake of his family and friends. But now in the world of education, many people consider it to be a monster. Realizing this, it was kind of scary. In the eyes of the real world, what will he look like when he gets there? Hojie did not know whether he would be able to adapt back to that world at all. He was accustomed to the world of the nation. Even his goal of defeating the monsters and saving the world becomes quite vague. He wanted to stay here for the rest of his life, to keep competing and getting stronger. He wants to win and grow. That's why I decided to become a gamer one day. Even though I ended up looking like a failure when I stopped winning and growing. And even if he wants to stay here for life, this world of learning is limited to 100 floors, and it takes 5 years to reach it. He could hardly live in residential areas because he did not want to leave the world. He hated standing still and would have to leave someday. But what will it be like when that moment finally comes? Min Hyuk sighed and began to tell me that he had once told a fairy tale in high school. It was a story about a hare and a lion who became friends and lived peacefully with each other. But the two began to doubt each other, and their friendship gradually faded. The hare suspected that the lion saw him only as food, not as a friend, and the lion suspected that the hare was simply afraid of him and stayed close to him in order to survive in such conditions. In the end, the lion just ate the hare. That was pretty believable. Hojie didn't even know what else to say. These two did not realize what they were thinking about each other, unlike Hojie, who shares his feelings. He was worried about the same thing as the lion, that they were afraid of him. He was worried that everyone was hiding their true thoughts about him. Min Hyuk didn't know how the people upstairs would react. He didn't know his friends or family, but he knew the people there. Over the course of the year, Hojie managed to become closer to the other contestants, just like Jung-Ah and Jung-Shik. In addition, Hojie was forgetting something. Some are afraid that they will be locked up in the lab when they come out, or that they will be shunned. This can happen to anyone who comes here. By that time, the difference in skills between Hojie and the other players will become more noticeable, but not like a lion and a hare. It will be on the level of a pumped-up Lee and a normal one. But once they leave this place, there will be an invisible wall between them and people who have not been through this. It may even lead to discrimination. In this case, Hojie's power will become a pillar to protect those who have left the world of learning. Of course, he's going to love it himself. Min Hyuk didn't change. Ever since they met, he only teased his friend more. It still takes time. No matter what he says now, Hojie will not agree, but communication can help him relax more. Maybe it was true. The young man thanked his friend and finally smiled. The third battle of the main stage began very soon. His opponent was an Asian, but since I don't know him, I think it was a Japanese. Apparently his techniques are unconventional if he managed to get here. Whether he should compete this time using only one arm or leg. The guy wanted to make this fight a success for himself, but he had already tried many things. Everything should be fine. In the end, he decided to simply not use his right leg. The competition began, but within minutes, the Japanese contender gave up. Hojie no longer knew who needed to do what to fight properly. Everyone was just running away, but there was nothing you could do about it. You had to accept everything. The fourth fight began, but it ended in exactly the same way as the previous one. The opponent just gave up. It was exactly as Min Hyuk had told him earlier. Everyone here was above the people who will only get stronger in the future, and one day they will really become lions. He told his godfathers that the relationship between him and the other contenders would be the same as between lions, but the boy could not agree with this. By the time the others become lions, he will be nothing but smoke. The time passed quickly and the semifinals began very soon. In the semifinals, the matches will be held one by one in the center of the arena, and new features will be added with the help of magic to enhance voices and zoom. Every action of the participants will be visible and nothing can be hidden. Hojie was already standing in the center of the arena, waiting for his opponent. Next to him stood the same man from Japan whom they had met immediately after his arrival. He was definitely not going to give up. He was sure of it. Of course, giving up was out of the question. He planned to go all the way to the end. The scene that so many people are watching is not a place where you can easily give up. He already knew about this guy's incredible skills from hell, but now he wanted to try them out for himself. He was going to do absolutely everything in his power to win. This man wanted to show Japanese pride and do everything in his power. I really understood the pride he was talking about, but I just missed the moment. The young man himself hoped that his opponent would do his best to make the fight fun. The Japanese greeted him before the battle. It would be good to make it mandatory to do the same before the battle begins. From the very beginning, Hojie began to realize that this man's movements were quite good, but he was surprised that the guy hadn't gotten his weapon yet. Hojie didn't say anything to that, just nodded his head once. If so, the Japanese decided to start the fight first. He had a good stance. Just as the young man thought, the Japanese specializes in the art of fencing. Then he decided to ask him directly if he had been a fencer before he entered the world of teaching. But the man replied that he had never held anything more dangerous than a kitchen knife before. Given that, his actions are really good. I wonder if he learned from another candidate. But that's not surprising. He loved manga and anime, so he just repeated the moves he saw there. Despite his appearance, this man was very dreamy. It seemed that he was only trying to pretend to be so strict. He told me that he was very worried when he got here. He could not go to his room for some time. But there was nothing left to do but start fighting. He had to accept this reality. That's why instead of despairing, he set himself a goal. This man wanted to become like his favorite character. Hojie has seen a lot in his life, but this is the first time he has seen something like this. He had similar coma dreams when he was a kid, but maybe he'll be able to make them come true after the last floor. It's a strange motivation, but it's the goal that made him pull himself together and get to this level. And it doesn't matter that it happens to a person in his age. It is romantic and interesting in its own way. So the Japanese attacked first, just as he said he would. Now Hojie began to notice that he was making too many unnecessary movements. He had not seen such mistakes before, but when he waved his sword, the errors became more obvious. Looks impressive, but it's a completely unnecessary action. In fact, they did not help in the fight. But it can be a popular move on a Japanese server. Even sword moves that oral fighters won't help with can freeze. Only once did the guy have to hit him to make him fall to the ground. He's not even close to being at the level to pose a threat to him, but it's better to let him save face in front of the public. After all, he does represent a Japanese server, and this man cooperated with them. He's the only Japanese to reach the semifinals, and his skills are worse than most. The difference in their skills is much greater than Hojie thought at first. The young man did not want to say it so openly, but the man was too honest. He was still talking about the Korean showing his full strength. However, he did not even think that he would fall from even half of it. But I wanted to see it with my own eyes at least once. He was willing to take the risk and knew full well that it was indeed very dangerous. But the young man would have been only too happy to do it, and then he was asked, so he willingly said that he would show him his true strength. He also began to use various combat skills to resist his enemy, but Hojie got to him faster than he expected. Now the Japanese began to feel its full force on himself. Only then did the young man use the flash and explosion while calmly standing behind. After he finished, the Korean asked him if he was okay. Sure, he had a few bad wounds, but it was worth it. He was only interested in the name of the skill the boy had used. But Hojie didn't have any names for them. He must be one of those people who comes up with names for skills and shouts them out during battle. Perhaps he will be able to adapt to this. The guy called his skill Lightning Cut. It's a really great skill. The Japanese has now admitted defeat. and it was announced that Ho-jae was the winner and advanced to the finals. Min-hyuk and Young-shik stuck together and called Lightning Boy over. Ho-jae smiled and jokingly told him to shut his mouth. Although it's funny, Min-hyuk should stop teasing him. They really tried to stop laughing. Forgot what laughter was, but it didn't work again. The two started laughing at him again while Ho-jae simply ignored them. He had such a serious face. His friends wanted to cheer him up at least a little. He sat down in the stands and watched the last fight, and he learned that Hyunjin had lost. Ho-jae looked at the arena carefully, trying to make out the Australian's opponent. Only later did the boy see his face. It was Lee Jun-seok, and he fought with all his might to win. He was better than Dave at everything and had more confidence in his strength. In a joke, or perhaps not, Ho-jae told Young-shik that the kid was even stronger than him. The schoolboy was just playing with the hellishly difficult challenger like a toy. When the guy gave Jun-seok a bracelet, he was on another level. The speed of its development is simply enormous. There is much to admire here. Now Jung-shik felt bad about what the boy had said about the kid. He wanted Ho-jae to face this schoolboy in the arena this time. The young man also thought that this moment could be useful to him, and he was not averse to having fun. This kid was obsessed with his own power. Perhaps this is why he had such a result. But sooner or later he will die because of it. He was too reckless. Ho-jae wondered how strong Young-seok was mentally, but his friend assured him that he would not be depressed because of the loss. With Young-shik looking after him, his chances of survival increase. He liked it. If so, he is among the top 5 candidates. Then Ho-jae can do his best in the competition with him and show his strength. It was expected that Dave would lose here, and he did. This guy just locked him in a cage of lightning. And as a result, Lee Jun-seok reached the final, hearing a strong ovation from the stands. The final match should start soon, and the winner will be determined. Min-hyuk emphasized that his friend shouldn't be too cruel anyway. It seems that he really perceived him as a monster. Ho-jae looked at the screen and then said he would be back very soon. Jun-seok himself was very happy that they met again and he could test his strength. It will be an interesting struggle for both of them, and a lot of experience can be gained from it. To be honest, the kid's body was already numb from competing with these lowlifes. It was so boring. And he was sure that Hyung felt the same way in the arena with easy opponents. Now Ho-jae doubted that he was seeing the Jun-seok he used to know. His skills are incredibly powerful. He can destroy everything. Even melee fighters could not get to him. As long as Young-seok uses this skill, he will undoubtedly win. The guy sighed. He was eager to start fighting, but the kid's strength was a little bit confusing. Although in his case, it will not be enough to cause severe discomfort. Jun-seok generally believed that incompetent players should be disqualified. Ho-jae understood everything. He understood that this boy was just a young child. The world of learning is not a game. Here, everyone has a weapon and everyone can attack you at any time. It doesn't matter who you are. Anyone will die if you cut their throat. They used game terms to make it easier for newcomers. It's unacceptable for such a runner to have such thoughts. Jun-seok was really looking forward to the battle with Dave, but the only thing he thought about after the battle was that his time was almost wasted. Now the whole stadium heard the kid's words. Either he doesn't realize it, or he doesn't care what weaker people think. If so, he will have to put an end to it himself and teach the younger man a lesson. Young-shik is right. This student is overconfident in his strength. It would be better to put him down. But there is something else to do first. Young-shik would tell him what to do, and the boy would agree with his own opinion of Young-seok. First, you should distract the younger one to get closer. He quickly drew his sword and pointed it at his opponent. The guy started attacking him while he was trying to dodge. Ho-jae immediately used the flash with the explosion to weaken Young-seok's attention, but he still managed to put his weapon up in time, holding it with all his might. Of course, the kid was strong, but for Ho-jae, defeating him didn't seem like a big deal. He pushed him with all his might, and Jun-seok fell to the ground. In addition, he had wounds on his face and would hardly have been able to get up and fight on. However, the young man still tried to do something and get a chance to win. But the main task was accomplished. Ho-jae had weakened him, so he wasn't as confident, so it wasn't hard to get to Young-seok. He swayed again and sat down on the ground, coughing heavily. It seemed that the fight was finally over, that he would now realize that he was not that strong and come to his senses. But no, even what they did to him was not enough. There was silence all around. For the first time in all the days of the competition, the people in the stands were silent. The older man lifted him by the collar, looking at his bloodshot eyes. Ho-jae did not want to let him go just like that. The lesson had to be completed. In a second, the entire arena was filled with bright light, which spread to the stands. He was happy with what he had done. Perhaps Jun-seok will rethink his behavior later. Only when he threw him to the ground did the younger man admit that he was giving up. Ho-jae won. He was awarded a lot of points, and then several other gods appeared and took an interest in him. More and more deities were beginning to take an interest in him, which was good. Min-hyuk and Young-shik stood in the stands and watched the fight with fascination. They still couldn't get over it. The screen disappeared, and Hojae wanted to say the last words after his victory. The guy sat down next to me and said that Junseok still had a long way to go. The younger one agreed, but he had no strength left to speak. In a real fight, a headbutt would have killed him immediately. Anyone could have done it. It is not only the strength of skills that decides victory or defeat. You always need to stay alert. Hojae advised him to train more and be more attentive. Now that's definitely enough to calm Junseok down. Only both of his friends said that he had gone too far. But Hojae had no idea how to do it without going overboard. He was still gentle with him. Meanwhile, Jung-ah sat and relaxed, drinking tea. She was corresponding with someone about the situation. She promised to bring it up soon, and then asked how they were doing. Everything was fine. Only her boyfriend was beating Junseok in the middle of a white summer day. There was no point in stopping him. He had already finished, and no one would complain. Hojae gave him a lot of advice after the fight. People will probably just think he's crazy. In addition, Hyunjin said he would help Jung-ah. Starting tomorrow, he will train with Hojae. He's probably just scared and wants to run away. But Jung-ah was about to return to the topic of the conversation. The player was sitting opposite her, and it was obvious that he was very nervous. For them, the Australian server was very strange from the beginning of the competition. Then some contenders with hellish difficulty started attacking other players. And the next day, they did not allow them to surrender, but continued beating them. On the last day, they all returned to the waiting room and waited for the event to end. And the guy did not know what those who did not return there did. But they were definitely trying to do something to win the competition. Before the start, a post looking forward to it was published. Here is what they wrote. But she heard that these people are already behaving normally. But he shouted that it was a hoax, and there was a gang there that was different from those in Korea. This player was convinced that they were up to something and that something would definitely happen. And it's true. Dave was just sitting there waiting for this whole group to discuss the plan with them. People started coming in from behind the door. There were a lot of them. And among other people from Australia, Kyung-jin, who lost to Hojae, came here. Junseok, who also fought Hojae, came here. Soon enough, they went inside, stood next to each other, and began to discuss the plan. Dave urged everyone to relax and take their seats. In fact, Kyung-jin was not expecting to see Junseok here. But yesterday he got it really bad in the arena. He didn't want to leave it alone. It was just that now he had a chance for revenge, and Junseok wasn't going to let him go. A fairly large company has gathered here, and there are candidates of high caliber. They could have started already, but it turned out that they were waiting for one more person. A newcomer has recently joined them, and it is not because there are not enough of them. But since they are already going to implement the plan, they need to be well prepared. The players sat next to each other and listened attentively to his speech. But they were distracted by someone who entered the room. A player from the highest floor on the Korean server. People did not expect to see him here either. It was a real surprise. Very soon morning came and the third day of the tournament began. Hojae was just training with his ward. Hyunjin was already lying almost unconscious. He was very tired. He couldn't even breathe. His head was spinning and his eyes were going dark. It's weak. Only 3 hours passed and he couldn't fight anymore. Hyunjin had been training, but it was hard to compare it to this. It means that training is too easy. To get stronger, you need to train until you pass out every day. Simply put, he just doesn't know how to cope with the feeling of fatigue. Before you start, you need to increase your resistance to pain. Hoji advised buying poisonous potions and practicing with them. It seemed that Hyunjin would simply die if he continued to practice like this. Of course, he could indeed die, but Hojae could have engineered everything so that it would not come to that. Hyunjin was crying again. No one is happy about all this, but sooner or later you have to pull yourself together. He has to grow no matter what, and Hyunjin tries, even though it's hard for him. The young man saw Min-hyuk next to him and immediately asked about Jung-ah. But in response to claims that it doesn't work, Min-hyuk said that it does, simply because of the community. He contacted leaders and passed on information. My friend said that he would find out everything. We just need to wait a little bit. He and Jung-ah thought that it would be better to wait, not to act. They will have no choice. Sooner or later, we will have to deal with them. And the applicants of the first floor of hellish difficulty organized a group for themselves. Hyunjin is not participating, so it will be hard for them, but they still didn't give up. During the first tournament, there were much more of them. The number of hell-level candidates has been decreasing. Including him, there are now only 6. However, these people are now stuck on the ground floor. We need to find a way to help them get through the first stage. The tournament has already started, but the guy kept thinking about the plan. Young-shik ordered his team to stay in position and attack. And soon he told me to get into heat positions and repeat after him. A few seconds passed and the arena fell to pieces again. But the team was really working well. and they were coping. Regardless of the server, the hard-level players worked well together as a team. Surprisingly enough, the leader of each group is from the difficult level. They are not far from winning. On the fourth day of the tournament, Young Shik's team, as expected, won, and it is no longer the last day of matches. Faction battles will begin. The players were excited, even surprised that it had started. For some reason, other applicants from other servers did not join the Korean factions. It was a bit surprising. Or factions allowed you to choose the side you would join. The country made no difference. All faction members will be rewarded for winning the tournament, but they have already won the joint match through individual and group competition. But there was not a single applicant from another country to join Korea. Maybe they didn't trust the guards. They had to get rid of many people in recent days. Perhaps there are people of the coma who do not know that it is possible to switch sides. Or if they do, they don't understand how to do it. Besides, it was the fault of one of their players, the one on the hellish difficulty. But in any case, you need to check the list before the start of the match. In the end, they need to relax and just eat. They have an important event coming up. At the same time, they were discussing important things, but some of them had something else to say. Minhyuk spoke, but before he did so, he paused briefly, as if he were a little unsure. He told some people that he was going to get married. After he said that, he immediately fell silent. Hojae was shocked the most of them all. Even the food in his mouth did not prevent him from screaming so loudly. He himself said that anyone can die here. It's hell for couples and heaven for those who are lonely. Her name was Jun Min Jun. They also knew her. She was present on the day of the meeting. In the end, they decided to live on the 30th floor for the time being, and she helped him with his security work. Hojae really made the most noise about it. Young Shik was already aware of these events. At the same time, they asked about the ceremony, but there will be no ceremony. It's better not to attract too much attention. Just sit with your friends on the floor. There are a huge number of people who are in violent fights right now. It would be wrong to show people such fun. In any case, Minhyuk was going to introduce them to his girlfriend sooner or later. He just let them know he was thinking about it. It seems to me that they've already agreed on everything. Minhyuk and Young Shik left the room, leaving them both alone. Jung-ah came closer to the guy and told him to give her hand, while looking uncomfortable. She opened her fist and showed the weapon she had created from the sphere the young man had given her. But the girl told him that it was not a weapon. It's a ring, just a ring. She would also like one for herself, so she asked if the young man could give it to her. Hojae thought she wanted a gun and he couldn't share that, but Jung-ah had something else in mind. The two friends came back into the room watching all this, and they were shocked by what they saw. Eventually, the time came for the next matches to begin. It was time for the faction battle. All the players were already assembled and ready to start the fight. Representatives of all servers gathered and were determined to win. Now, there are about 6 dozen people on the Australian side, which is more than they expected. There are only 20 on the Korean side. Most of the guards cannot participate to control the spectators. In addition, Australia took 19 Korean applicants. One of them was Kyung Jin, whom the young man knew very well. There was also the man with whom the boy had to face at one of the matches. Changyang was also there, and what they were doing on the side of these factions, Hojae had no idea. There were 3 times as many of them, and this could have confused the team a bit at first. They should have gathered more people, even if they had to force them, and all these are consequences of voluntary participation. Judging by their words, they could simply intimidate Korean applicants so that they would be denied participation. After all, they themselves still had a chance to accept the offer to join the neighboring faction. First, they were going to kill this horrible guy with a hell of a difficulty, let them realize what awaits them. Then the young man turned his attention back to the Japanese man he had recently fought. The Japanese were forced to join their factions. They had no other choice. The Australians guaranteed them rights and freedom, and then great rewards if they went over to their side. This guy was telling people that they wanted to have power over every server, but the rewards are the items of the players they killed. Those applicants from Korea who joined them did not support the rules of the guards, so they joined the enemy. Means that 19 people succumbed to the provocation and went over to their side. Jung-ah listened to them carefully, but then asked them to calm down and wait a bit. It should have been realized long ago that there is no guarantee of safety in these battles, but no one insisted on continuing the battle. You can leave the arena at any time. At this point, a lot of players apologized and opened their screens and decided to leave the match. But they were uncomfortable in front of Jung-ah. After all, there are already few people here, and without them, you can count them on one hand. Even if Hojae is with them, the enemy has a lot of people compared to their faction. It will be difficult, but no one could force them to go to this battle. Hojae was disappointed by what had just happened. Indeed, it might have been difficult, but all these people just gave up. The guy came up to Jung-ah and told her to leave the match. She had nothing to do with it. It was unpleasant to admit it, but it was true, so she agreed to leave the arena. Well, that left Ho-jae, Min-hyuk, and a few other people who probably just wanted to try their hand at it. Some people were forcibly added to the list because they were simply threatened. Jung-ah showed him the list. The battle was about to begin. There were only a few minutes left before the battle in the arena. But before that, the girl ordered to kill them all, kill the people who were on the list. The young man agreed with her and briefly said, okay, then sighed and looked at the remaining team once again. As many as 19 Korean applicants betrayed them, even though it was through threats, but they did not even ask for help. And there are a lot of gangsters from Australia. The level of difficulty depends on the person, but they can take in numbers. And there's no doubt about those whose names are on the list the girl was talking about. As Jung-ah had said, he could just kill them all at once and be done with it. He liked that scenario. Kyung-jin and Jung-seok stood close to each other. They seemed happy that today would be the day of revenge. But then the guys approached the head of this gang and Dave, who was always hanging around. Min-hyuk and Ho-jae stood by, watching them as they successfully completed their task. The young man praised them, although it sounded harsh, but they really executed the plan perfectly. Kyung-jin hugged the younger man and smiled, saying that they would always be there for each other. It wasn't the first time Min-hyuk had seen this skill, but it still seemed like cheating. But what can we talk about when a guy whose very existence is cheating is here with them? The guy thanked him for the lists and then addressed young Seok personally, saying that he was proud of him. In fact, the younger man still felt bad, unlike the older one, who seemed to be very happy. But he was still worried about whether their side would win and how the competition would end. But Ho-jae said that he would have won even if these two were on the other side. These are loud words, but there is some truth in them. Now we have to take a risk. But Kyung-jin was not going to die yet, so he warned me that he would go to the stands if he felt threatened. Ho-jae did not expect anything else from him. No wonder he would want to run away in such a case. The opposing team was already fully prepared for the fight and was waiting for the start. Their leader said that they didn't care how many people betrayed them. They would die soon anyway. At the same moment, the young man took out his artifact, which he had won in a competition, and threw it in the air. Then Ho-jae used the power of his spirit and opened the wings of Teleria behind his back. Was also going to use coercion and exploitation of souls in the struggle. Dave was immediately frightened by what he saw in front of him and backed away. It was the first time Ho-jae used his skills in public. As he expected, everyone except the best candidates panicked. The guy picked up a sword and approached the head of the enemy faction while he was trying to keep his cool. Only Dave shouted that there was an enemy behind him and began to panic, saying that he was running away. But it was too late. As Ho-jae said, he killed the boy in cold blood, cutting off his head from his body. Everyone else started running away when Dave was already dead. Their leader silently and slowly began to walk away from the guy whose face was already covered in his ally's blood. Despite all of this, he still had the courage to tell him not to get too excited and said that revenge would come soon. Ho-jae killed their best runners so easily, so what will happen to them if they fall under the sword? It doesn't matter how many people are on the other side. With the exploitation of souls, even 1,000 such beings will not be a problem. The cries of the soul. Those who decided to become its enemy will no longer be able to escape from the weapon. Now they all looked like a bunch of weaklings, standing there only because of the orders of their leader, who was screaming in fear. His rivals tried to surround Ho-jae in order to have at least some chance of defeating him, and only the people from the Korean server remained, and all of them were of high complexity. There are 15 of them, enough to form 2 or 3 parties. And the center of all the players is the one who came in the highest, Lee Chang-yong, who has been a favorite for a long time. There is a topic that comes up frequently in the community. People wondered how different the skills of top rankers in Ho-jae are. Because with an increase in the number of people with power skills, this difference should decrease. Most people think so. People think that top runners can beat Ho-jae if they are put in the right group. And these same applicants believed in these stories and tried to make them come true. One archer even managed to do something like the impossible. He managed to hit Ho-jae with an arrow. The guy immediately realized that there was poison in it. Most archers did, but he didn't care that the poison was spreading through his body. Others started shouting for the players to block his way so he couldn't get out. Tanks were now standing in front of it. Allegedly, these people decided that they could control it. 2 players rushed at Ho-jae, holding small weapons, but he didn't even pay attention to them. One 2-stroke swing of the sword was enough to send them flying to the ground and lying in blood. At the same moment, the next pair appeared in front of the guy, also trying to attack the enemy. But they did not succeed either. The guy simply raised his sword over them and struck them in the body. And now Lee Chang-yong was standing in front of Ho-jae, the Korean player from the top floor. People from Korea were sure that he would be the first to pass all the tests and return to the real world. But his rapid progress stopped on the 89th floor. He could not go any further. Is the floor where the player's true skills are tested. Focused on getting through quickly to get back to his family, he forgot about improving. Chanyang was unable to develop his skills to reach the 89th floor. He received the support of the keepers and other contenders of the Korean server, drank potions like water and cleared floors, relying only on the plan of origin. Of course, this does not mean that he did not make efforts himself. He has shown resilience and stubbornness, focus and ingenuity, but all this was not enough to get through this floor. While Chang Yong was there for fear, those who came later than him had already managed to get to the 84th. Of course, the new arrivals did not draw more attention to themselves. And just like that, people from the Korean server started forgetting about it. Ho-jae continued to wreak havoc among his enemies, and they kept scattering in different directions to avoid being hit by his sword. Now the boy understood what Chang Yong was feeling. He went through the same thing when he reached the 6th floor. Day after day, the young man felt terrible, as if his strength had left him and he could not pass through an impenetrable wall. He felt helpless and lonely, and it was killing him. Similar events became a provocative disgrace for Chang Yong, and now he has a chance to change his position during the tournament. And this man decided not to leave this opportunity in the party, so he went to the arena. The young man was very close and prepared to attack his opponent with his sword. Chang Yong once shone brighter than anyone else. He was not afraid of this world. In a way, he was a hero who goes firmly to his goal and does not stop in front of obstacles. All the applicants who were worried about their relatives decided to follow his example. They admired him. Even Ho-jae used to do the same thing, and when he learned about this man, it became a motivation for him. Now Chan Yong is lying on the ground under his opponent's gun, feeling the same defenselessness as he did then. His last words were a plea, or the young man saved his life and did not kill him. Equally cold-blooded, Ho-jae did not cut off his head. For a moment, he simply stopped. At the same time, the deity of death was feeling triumphant as she watched what the boy was doing in the arena. Then the young man realized, this behavior was not for nothing. This is the first time he has killed people. Chan Yong began to say that he was wrong and should not have done such things. He repented that he had made a mistake. He knew that everything would go wrong, but he just wanted to take part in the faction war. He wasn't even interested in all these offers from the gang. Now tears were almost in his eyes as he begged the player to stop. At the same time, the boy picked up the artifact and the sphere flew into the air again. Jang Young's state now could be a reflection of Ho-jae's future. Maybe he will feel the same way about someone else. It can become so when it reaches its maximum and cannot move on. Perhaps this person just needs time to calm down. And on this note, the faction war came to an end. During the match, the battle broke out outside the arena. People fought without thinking about the consequences everywhere. Jung Ah ordered to catch all the offenders and give everyone else a strict warning. Perhaps a warning would not be enough, but they don't have time now because they need to finish the war. But she and Min Hyuk hadn't seen Ho-jae. Jung Ah asked him to wait until they were done. Meanwhile, the guy stood away from the people looking at the sunset. Of course, he wanted to end the last day with more powerful events. But if he returns to the waiting room now, he will not know when he will see people again. But the young man decided to do what he had been thinking about. Later, Ho-jae returned to the waiting room and lay down on the bed. The guy returned to his usual world, but he was still thinking about what had happened. He tried to calm himself down. He said that everything was fine and that he had just returned from a temporary event. The guy was even thinking of calling Ida again so that he wouldn't be lonely. Eventually, some time passed and he got out of bed, deciding to practice. The young man picked up the artifact and then tested his weapon. He didn't even want to do that. After a while, Ho-jae decided to have a snack. He took a sandwich and a drink for himself and sat down on the bed, feeling as if he were sick. Everyone in the community was talking about one thing. This is not surprising, because the events had been going on since yesterday. This war of factions really resembled a real war with its own victims. I'd rather not open the time at all. Even in my previous career, reading comments was stressful, but at least there were not as many people cursing him as after the first meeting. But Ho-jae could feel their fear and anxiety. This incident became another wall between them. At that moment, the player received a notification, which he immediately read. She wrote that she wanted to spend more time with him until he left. In fact, the boyfriend would like that too. Meanwhile, the girl was actively using the artifact he had given her. In each form of the staff, she laid down a new spell. Ho-jae asked me to tell you more about all this. But here, these spells would not be as powerful as magic. But understanding the elemental force can help. The guy tried it and realized that this level of magic is quite enough. Now you don't have to worry about pumping up your magic resistance. Jung Ah was going to tell you about it yesterday, but he disappeared so suddenly. And for such gratitude, the girl asked to fulfill her wish in return. She also told him to promise to fulfill it by calling him an appa. She never said that, so Ho-jae even doubted that it was Jung Ah writing it. For some time, he just stood in front of the screen and waited for her message. He turned out to be right. Jong-ah finally wrote to him that it was Yu Young who sent those messages, and then apologized because she had had a little too much to drink. But the point is that another person cannot write a message using someone else's ID. He mentioned that they had promised to get together and have a drink after the tournament. Apparently after parties are at their peak now. He did not know her wish, but promised that he would fulfill it, and thanked her again. While the young man was texting, a new portal opened up for him. I wanted to go to the 18th floor to start cleaning up. He ended up in Aeon, the best resort on the continent. It had incredible beaches. The once-in-a-decade Paramal Festival was supposed to start today, but before getting there, you have to complete a task. You need to find and destroy a certain person. In their time, the target was enjoying a grand festival and relaxing. You have 30 days to complete this task, and during this time, you have to find this person. The guy was keeping a close eye on anyone who seemed suspicious and kept his eyes on people. The subject was known to be wearing a blue top and black bottom. The object has a normal face, weight, height, unknown. The wording was too vague for the task. He was already in a terrible mood, and all this was making him angry. It's strange and difficult to look for a target just by the color of their clothes. The description didn't even give any details. And the deity of adventure felt insulted, although only Hojay wanted to pay him back now, and it was unclear why he was being catfishy. But you need to at least try to find that person from the description. The young man looked around. Everywhere he met happy people enjoying the festival. He would go crazy here. There are so many people here, it's impossible to find anything in the crowd. My head was dizzy and hurt because of it. Even Disneyland didn't reach that many people on New Year's Eve. It is unlikely that you will be able to find a target among all of them even in 30 days. The sun was frying. The noise from all these people. The discomfort was enormous. What did they find so funny about it? It is simply impossible to escape from here. The dancing did not stop here. There were always those who started it again. All the people were laughing, as if they were enjoying it immensely. The guy couldn't understand it. It was driving Hojay crazy. Eventually, the young man decided to approach one girl and ask her something. The guy asked when this festival would finally end. The girl realized from his questions that he was not a local. She smiled and said that the Paramal Festival lasts for a month. 30 days to clean up, and the festival will last for the same 30 days. It's just crazy. Hojay has already regretted starting the test in the first place. But the girl stopped him and said she would show him around and how to enjoy the festival to the fullest. First, he had to drink the signature drink. She handed him a mug. It's a strange drink. It also glows. Hojay didn't even know what was in it. If you look closely, everyone here drinks this drink. It means that nothing bad will happen. She said that if the guy drank it, he would show him the area. At the time, Hojay thought that this girl was flirting. The guy didn't know whether to go with her, but maybe he would find at least some clue. However, after some thought, the young man decided to answer that he had one thing to do. No matter how lonely it was, I didn't want to plunge into the festival's atmosphere. This place is on top of the tutorial. It seems safe, but the trap could be anywhere. It was hard for him to understand what kind of festival it was and why people were dancing all day long. But since everyone is in full view, you can easily find the target. Now we need to focus and pay attention to the details, which are already scarce in the description. That's how the rest of the day passed, and then the next morning came. The young man was just exploring the area, using his wings, while people were gathering for fun. Last night he flew around the neighborhood. The island was bigger than he had thought, but there were a lot of people everywhere. When it got dark, it was not quiet here. They also danced at night. This made the guy feel anxious. How can they dance without even taking a break to sleep? Everyone without exception looked happy and very kind. There were those who could fall in the middle of the street or outside a cafe, and someone would immediately rush to their aid, accompanied by words of comfort. Watching this, his heart filled with warmth, but it was still strange. This island is an incredibly peaceful place. All people seem good, pure and honest, wanting only the best. But this cannot be reality. This world is organized differently. People can't be like that. And it was all annoying. Hojay simply could not empathize with them. The player started observing the room in the afternoon. People were still having fun, but it would be tedious and time-consuming to do this with every building. But at the moment, he had no other choice. From the second floor, he could observe not only the people outside, but also those in the cafe. There were no drinks on the menu, so I had to order only bread. The staff did not mention drinks either. After looking around, Hojay was finally convinced that everyone here was drinking the same thing. And everyone here realized that this young man was not a local. It was a mystery to him why this was not the first time he had formed such an opinion. But the girl said she needed a drink first. If he drinks it, he will understand everything at once. After that, the girl handed him a mug. This drink was called Paramal, and everyone here drank only it. This drink was created for those who want world peace. The drink had the same name as the festival. It was a kind of branded drink. It glows and it is not known whether it is safe to drink. It may be poisoned. And absolutely everyone was drinking it. It was somehow too suspicious. It may be a drug or it may have a magical effect. The only way to find out is to try it. He's confident in his resistance to poison and magic. A small amount will not cause problems. Then Hojay decided to try the drink and took one sip. It was sweet. It was like melted ice cream and really tasted good. It was definitely not poison. The young man decided to take a few more sips and enjoy the taste. The player did not feel anything special except that it made him feel happy. That day, the young man drank 3 sips of Paramol and stopped there. It was the 3rd day of his stay at this bustling festival venue. A girl working in a cafe greeted him and asked if he wanted bread. He agreed and thanked me, and lately he has been introducing himself here as simply Ho. All locals have one-character names, so visitors call themselves that way. Maybe it's like mass at a masquerade. The young man also watched the street and cafes today, but did not find the target, although he had a good time. And whenever Hyung had a free moment, she would talk to him. She still wondered about his name. And today the guy finished the entire glass of Paramol. This is how the next days passed. The guy searched for the target, drank and ate delicious bread, and the 5th day came. Already today, the dancing was gradually quieting down, and people were getting more excited by talking to new friends. Everyone made new acquaintances, and thanks to this, even more people became friends. During his search, the young man received an invitation from Mr. Gong, who prepared lunch at his home. It was nice, and his family is friendly, and the food tastes incredible. Hojay met him when he knocked on the door by mistake, and Mr. Hong's daughter asked him out on a date, but he had to turn her down. Hojay did not realize that he could talk to people for so long and so much. And on the day he was at his new friend's house for lunch, he was treated to a drink again. This time, the guy drank 3 glasses of Paramol in one go. The next day had already begun, and Ian, also an acquaintance of Ho's, entered the cafe. They invited him and his company to smoke, but he refused again and went to eat. Everyone invited him to join them for a meal, but the young man refused again. But he refused politely, as was customary in these parts. Another friend told him that they should have dinner together sometime. Ho was happy, really happy and joyful. He could feel the emptiness in his heart being filled. At the same time, Hyun came up to him and greeted him, smiling. The young man also said hello back. He was glad to see her again. The guy knew why he was so happy. This is the effect of the drink that changes your mood. The player has been drinking it regularly for the past few days, but hasn't yet figured out the effect. Nevertheless, he was sure that it was not an addictive drug or psychedelic drug. This drink connects people, allows them to share emotions and feelings. I have never experienced anything like this before. All his life, the guy built a wall between himself and others, even with his friends and family. But with these people, he managed to break down this wall, and the guy was stunned by the emotions he felt. They're the kind of friends that are hard to find, and they're the kind of family worth risking your life for. Here you can simply enjoy the festive atmosphere. Hyung was there again, and the young man asked if she could spare a minute. He wanted to know more about this magical drink, Paramol, but he already knew enough, even though Ho wanted more details. The girl said that the effect of Paramol is increasing with each day of the festival. It gets to the point where you can predict their thoughts or actions. Hyung wasn't going to find out the reason for the question, because she just felt his desire to know. The girl could also tell us something else, although it was just a rumor. This happened a long time ago, when the island was first explored. At that moment, people found a temple in the middle of the greenery. It seems to be a temple of some ancient religion. Inside, on the walls, there were notes on how to make this drink. When the royal family managed to create this drink from a recipe, they named it Paramol, using it to create a utopia. But because it is difficult to produce, the supply is only available within the island for 1 month a year. The number of tourists increased when they started producing more of it, so nothing changed with the supply. And Hojay already knew what it all meant. For 1 month of the year, the island of Aeon becomes an ideal place for the human world. The boy took a glass of Paramol with him and then left Hyung. The only concern was that people in power who learned about the effect of this drink would start using it for other purposes. Pseudo-religions could use Paramol to recruit followers, and soldiers could be created who are eager to fight. Given the effect, Paramol is more like a strategic weapon. The guy wondered if influential people could create a drink just to make people happier. I also wonder how they managed to populate the island with good-natured people. The secrets of the island are definitely connected to Paramol, but it is not known whether its purpose has anything to do with it. Once again, his friends invited him over. They called Ho over for a drink. However, this time the guy did not even respond to their words. He completely forgot about his goal because of this Paramol. Hojay has to find this object in the remaining time. Perhaps if one thinks about work while in such a place, it is really important. The guy was grateful that these people were so kind to him, but they finally decided to drink to the successful journey of their adventurous friend. Others told him to contact them if he had any problems. They are ready to help further. They are all very good. Now Ho felt ashamed that he had doubted this place. Soon he had another glass of Paramol and remembered that he had to do something, but he couldn't remember what. That day, the boy drank a lot of Paramol. He didn't even remember how much. Under the fireworks, when the evening came, Ho remembered that this place was a study floor. He would sit away from people while his friends called him to dance. Almost 2 weeks had passed, and the guy simply did not want to return to the waiting room. The young man wanted to live the rest of his life on this island, and that might not be possible if he did not pass this floor. Meanwhile, Hyang approached him and asked what he was thinking. She came up unexpectedly, which confused Ho-jae a bit. Then Hyang said she thought he was thinking about a bet. She was surprised when he said he hadn't heard anything about the bet. Hyang asked what he thought about the number of people hunting him. Listening to her, the guy did not understand anything at all. He didn't understand what people she was talking about or what kind of hunting. And why do they need this hunt? Who on the island needs it at all? Then she admitted that a lot of people had already asked her about Ho, and the bet was on who would seduce him first. That's how they made a bet, and he didn't even know about it. Hyang also said that she had also bet around some, so she added to it so that he would finally get it together. And then the girl admitted that she had bet on herself. That day, the guy drank a lot of Paramol. He didn't want to stop. It is the 18th day. It was the first day that it rained here. He drank a lot yesterday, and it's not clear how much time has passed since then. And all because of a stupid drinking competition. It was fun, though. Then the guy remembered Hyung's words when she started talking about the bet. People who drink Paramol have a different attitude towards intimate relationships. We can say that with every day of the festival, they become more and more indecent. To do this under the influence of Paramol and share emotions is something incredible. A lot of people here got into relationships every night with new partners, but he wasn't particularly interested in that. After he got here, every day was filled with joy, but for some reason he felt that something was wrong. Something had definitely started to happen to him. It's been a long time since he took Paramol. Perhaps its effects had worn off. Ho-jae only now began to feel that he was doing something he shouldn't be. He simply forgot about the conditions of passage. No, he remembered, but he didn't do anything. He was just having fun. At this rate, he will continue to have fun, forgetting about his studies and will not be able to stop himself. You need to minimize communication with people so that you don't get drunk on Paramol again. You need to act when it gets dark. By this time, the effect of the drink will decrease more. So it's better to sleep longer. After all, rest is also gross. Who would have thought that you would ever be able to sleep during a mission? All those days with basic insomnia, it's like they never happened. But no matter how much he thinks about it, nothing will help him. Because most likely, he will not be able to clear this floor. At least this time. Ho-jae didn't want to be left without that satisfaction when he left the floor. Of course, he realized that sooner or later he would have to leave. But he wanted to postpone this moment for later. He didn't do it because he was addicted. You can leave at any time if you want to. But maybe he will never be able to leave this place. And it's unlikely to be too bad. He tried to find the silver lining. So he slept for a while longer. It was the 17th day, night. The guy had just come out of his tent after sleeping all day. The thought of Paramol never left my mind. But I needed to focus on finding the goal. The time had come, so Ho-jae began his hunt. And the first point will be the island's administrative office. You should keep your temper in check to at least reduce the exchange of emotions. The guy came to Byang. He needed certain documents. But Byang's emotions were now beginning to penetrate his head, no matter how hard he tried to resist. The guy appreciated the hospitality, but it was hard to restrain himself. The people of this world are truly pure and honest. But the man decided to just help him find the necessary documents. In those reports, he was surprised by the number of immigrants. More than 90% of tourists stayed here. The population has been growing every year. If it increases, the island will be difficult to manage. This worried him. But apart from this number of new residents, there was nothing suspicious. The guy looked thoughtful, and Byang asked if he was okay. Ho then asked if there were any problems with crime in such a densely populated place. Byang only heard that a security team was involved during the festival. Sometimes the families of festival participants who are outside the island worry that there might be a kidnapping or something like that. Maybe because they can't get in touch with the island for a while. Nothing bad happened here. Even the guards enjoyed the festival. Later, the boy visited another place. It was just the ruins of a religious temple. And somewhere here, according to legend, the recipe for Paramol was found. It looked more like a regular tourist area. The guy was carefully watching everything that was happening, but something caught his attention more. Someone was standing in a hooded robe and writing something on paper. And this person attracted attention because it was the same object. It's undoubtedly him. Blue top and black bottom, just as the description said. He stood out a lot. The guy was far away, but he noticed him. He kept track of his target, only peeking out from behind the column and still thinking about what to do next. And now Ho finally came to a conclusion and realized why he was different. This man did not use paramal, means that he does not share his emotions with others. Who is he? Perhaps a priest of ancient religions or an alchemist who created a miraculous drink. He may have been sent by the royal family, but he may be someone who is not connected to paramal. But there was a problem. The guy didn't know whether to kill him right away. He can clean up the floor by killing this person, but then he will never come back here again. All these memories he had experienced here never left his mind. Hojay did not know what to do or how to act at that moment. Now everything depends on what he does. And it is not too late to stay on the island forever and not return. He definitely didn't want to leave the island. It's better to kill the target when he decides to do so. Today it will be enough to simply observe a person, understand their personality and motives. But there were too many eyes on us. People might have suspected something. It would have been easier if the guy had made him go his way. At that point, Ho used coercion and exploitation of souls. And it worked. He was able to do what he wanted to do. After that, the young man dragged the mysterious man with him. Now we can make him chase him. It's a perfect plan. However, the man under the robe immediately worked his magic, taking out a stone. The boy did not know what it was. It only resembled the language of runes. And now things have really gotten even worse. A zealot army has gathered next to him. The guy really did not expect such a result. It seemed like a dream. He felt a thirst for blood. For some reason, all these people began to treat him differently. And all because of that guy in disguise. The young man decided to run away to decide what to do next. In addition, he felt the effect of the exchange of emotions from Paramal. Anger, distrust, disgust. All the negative emotions were asking for his head. He needs to leave this place as soon as possible before he goes crazy. But no matter how far he ran, the effect still followed him. Moreover, the effect was strong. Even though there could not have been that many people on the square, the guy started literally blaming himself for the whole thing. It got to the point where he began to think about death, which would have saved him from suffering. The young man turned to the power of the spirit, and now he really saw a way out only in death. That's why I used a training technique that was directly proportional to the strength of the opponents and could have crushed negative emotions. Such an intense exchange of emotions was unlike the people on the square. Only now did he begin to understand what it all meant. Now all these people are hostile to him alone. For them, Hojay became an enemy. The young man heard those words, how someone told him to avoid that guy. This voice echoed in his head. This must be the one who now rules over these people. A whole day has passed since Ho drank Paramal, but not other people. Only in this place could he laugh sincerely, enjoy life, and feel carefree. But now the negative emotions were overwhelming him. He was only holding on thanks to the spirit of the wind. At this rate, death will indeed be the only way out in this situation. People watched him fly on his wings in the sky. They did not look away. And now Hojay has really changed his mind. If he can no longer feel happy here, then there is no point in staying in this place. He was too reckless, and because he didn't want to leave the island, he made the biggest mistake. He failed to make the right decision, and because of him, these people are in this state now, and the object has disappeared. Now you need to go looking for it, because this is the only way to complete the test. For the sake of all these people, we need to do this until we reach the goal. We'll have to kill them all until he finds him. And Hojay was ready to kill everyone on this island if necessary. The young man mentally apologized to them. He was really sorry to do this. They're suffering, fear and pain. Hojay's head is about to explode with these emotions. These people were saying something, but the boy did not understand the words they were saying. Hojay began to understand this world even more and understand what was happening here. It was all magic, but they were all just ordinary people who lived their lives in peace. The young man has not yet realized how they could use magic. In addition, they sacrificed their life force to use magic. It all happened very suddenly. It all happened because of him, because of one mistake. These people were good, they had done nothing wrong, but now they were suffering. This island with a peaceful and joyful life has now turned into a hell. He begged them to stop destroying this beautiful island. Now they are destroying everything that brought so much happiness and joy to all of them. They continued to use magic, sacrificing their lives in the process. He realized that it had to be stopped, but he did not know how to do it. Now Hojay has decided to use the exploitation of showers to at least somehow stop it. In the end, the guy was able to find the person who was his target, the same guy in the robe. As soon as I saw him, I immediately used my wings and took up my sword. Now there was no choice. I had to kill the object and then it would be over. Ho's eyes fell on a girl who was also under the influence of this calling. He knew her. They were drinking together once. Everything was fine then. They were happy. The guy didn't want to kill her. So many good memories are associated with that time. But he had no choice. If you don't do this, it will continue. The first blood was spilled on the ground. The shield and sword had already turned red, and the one hiding under the robe was still trying to escape from him. The guy kept running after him, trying to find the message he had read earlier. All the people were watching the guy fly over them. They looked more and more like zombies. It was a terrible 17th day on this island. The first day he experienced negative emotions, when he felt worse than ever. He did not drink a single drop of Paramol. The next day, the guy felt even worse. It was impossible to breathe, and he had nothing to drink. Only now I finally received a message that he had passed the floor. It was finally over. Hojay could return to the waiting room. There were 6 targets here, and they were identical. Maybe they were clones. The real problem is that the guy was holding a map. This is the root of that gang. Several times a month, they would meet at the same place. If he had been more attentive to the target, he would not have found himself in this situation. Hojay was disfigured. He felt desperate and wanted nothing more. If everything had happened differently, if he had just destroyed the target more carefully, this would not have happened. But soon a portal opened and it became possible to leave this place. Now he had a glass of Paramol in front of him. He wanted to drink it to make it at least a little easier. There were already many mugs lying around. All of them were empty. It's a really sweet drink. That day, the guy did not stop drinking. And the next day, uninvited guests arrived on the island. It was they who created Paramol. This is how they controlled the people. Their voices, telling people what to do, were heard all over the island. But the guy just killed them, and that was the end of it. He was not interested in their goals or information. He just wanted to forget the horror. Eventually, the day came when Hojay did not want to drink the drink. He couldn't do it anymore. He just didn't feel the effect anymore. And now it's time to leave this place. There is no point in staying here. And he could use the collection of souls. This is the power skill that the god of death was most interested in. Upon completion, the young man would receive this particular training as a reward. The description of the skill was not clear, but most of the power skills had a small description. And that was the end of the whole story. Now Hojay saw everything with his own eyes. It was killing him more and more. Now he saw his memories. He saw them drinking and being happy. And then I saw these same people being cut up with a sword and bleeding to death. Thanks to this skill, he had more memories than he needed. He clearly saw what happened. In the end, the young man did make it to Kirikiri, who immediately rushed to him to apologize. He definitely did not expect this, even though he already knew her behavior and that she could be strange. She apologized for not telling me anything about the 18th floor, but he assured me that everything was fine and that I shouldn't be so hard on myself. She was heavy. The guy asked her to get off him, but she didn't agree until he offered her a cake. In any case, he was pleased that she was so concerned. In many relationships, this would have been a useful stage. He learned a good lesson for himself. He learned to be sincere with people. But Kirikiri said he was always open and honest with her. He doesn't care if the gods or she can look into his feelings, because he is sure that there is nothing to be ashamed of. She also said he had very nice fingers. And then the girl thought again and was quiet for a few seconds. And he had a very interesting name, which she also liked. So he already understood. Kirikiri won't get any cake today. Now all the events took place on the 60th floor. The guy read in the news that Yan He had made it to the 17th floor. Now the most discussed topic was about her and Hojay. He, Ego, and Draghi were sitting at the table eating. He asked how everything went with the felling. Hojay did not go into details. He simply said that everything worked out. This spatial passage between the floors could take them from the 90th floor to the 99th, so that they can complete all the training at once. If there is such a passage, then there is no point in going through all the stages and slowing yourself down. But it was like a one-way street. You have to go through the previous stage to get to the next one, except for events such as the competition itself. That is, it is impossible to go through the floors and leave the world. Not even a deity can do that. In any case, Ego could not have created this portal with his current abilities. But he did not know what to do in such a situation. He hadn't thought about it yet, and he had run out of ideas. But in any case, you need a working method for this situation. Then the young man read that Min Hyuk had entered into a conflict with the Korean government. There was something incredible happening on Earth, just chaos all over the world. Jung-ah said that the authorities had contacted them, and they wanted the guards to restrain themselves. The vice captain founded his own channel. He gathered all the awakened ones who had returned. It is obvious that there are more awakened people there than in the government. Here's the thing. South Korea has produced the best players, but very few work for the government. The influence of these players cannot be truly described. They are a strategic resource that goes beyond the norm. They are not just superhumans, but symbols. They are able to influence those global things that concern the world. Apparently, Min Hyuk has messed with the business holiday, and the government is now having a headache because of him. Jung-ah then asked about Yan He. She had also heard that the archer had made it to the 17th floor. Then the young man said that she was fine and even managed to pass the next one. He had already told her about everything that was going to happen and hoped that she would be able to speed up. The 18th floor. The guy remembered what was happening to him then. I remembered how terribly I felt there after the massacre. But he is not allowed to mention it around him. The ego can still feel his stream of thought, albeit faintly. This guy is his second self, created from the memories, experiences, and thoughts he had in his head after he got here. And the memories of that unfortunate floor are a deadly trauma for the ego. Jung-ah then asked about the newcomer, that is, Yeon-hee, and asked how long it might take her to pass. I could only say that if he had such characteristics, he would have gotten here very quickly. Yeon-hee is slow because she is cautious. But she will come here one day if she doesn't die on the way. After this stage, they did not communicate with her as often. Apparently, Kirakiri told the girl some information about him, but it is not known what. Kirakiri would have kept her promise, but the information that Yeon-hee could have heard was still dangerous. From Yeon-hee's point of view, if he leaves the floor, she will be left all alone. Then Ego finally spoke up and said they should talk. For some reason, Ho-jae felt a little uneasy when he said that, but he agreed. But his second personality was just as nervous, as if there was an important topic there. He wanted to talk about the fact that he had no name. The guy was surprised, holding Draghi in his arms. But he said he couldn't just call him Ale or Ego, and Draghi called him that, and he didn't like it. If you think about it, it's the right thing to do. And the young man asked what name he wanted. Then the young man gave out the name Fuji Negligent, but he didn't like it right away. Then Ho-jae suggested calling him Lee Ho-chi. He thought about how it sounded and thought about it for a few more minutes. It's a fun name. Then Ego asked if Draghi liked the name. But then Draghi said he wanted to name him something because he didn't like that name. As a result, he just got nervous and walked away from them. It seems that Ego was really angry. He was like a small child now. At the time, Ho-jae didn't pay much attention. He decided that he would just go to the next floor and calm down, or decide to ask his grandmother about this name. But Alaire Ego did not return for 3 weeks, and the guy decided to start walking up to the 19th floor. He found himself in a dark forest in the very thicket of it. Recently, there have been horrible rumors about a place called the Gray Forest. People talk about a ghost that eats human liver. And inside the forest, a child is hiding and needs help. The only way to get through the floor was to get the child out. This was the first main condition for this passage. And the second condition was that the child should survive. It will actually be quite easy, much easier than going through some of the other floors. According to the story, a cannibalistic ghost lives here. You just need to watch your child. He has to become a nanny, although he does not understand what he will have to do now. Ho-jae didn't even look after the children, and this one was scared to death. Then I had a brilliant idea. I wrote to Min-hyuk, but he was too busy. If that was the case, the young man decided to ask Jung-ah about it instead. And in a couple of minutes, the boy was sitting and enjoying a delicious treat. And the child at that moment was almost crying and drooling because he didn't get anything. And it really worked. Luring a kid with food is a great idea. Then the young man began to speak louder, saying that he had one more tasty piece, but he was already so full. After that, the young man decided to use his navigator to figure out where he was. The kid was getting closer. He also had ears and a tail like a werewolf. He doesn't even look like a meter tall. He's just a kid. He waited a long time, and it was unlikely that the boy would come any closer, so he decided to act. He stood up and said just as loudly that he needed a distraction and hoped that no one would eat this culinary masterpiece. I think he's a terrible actor, but maybe he'll get lucky. The kid really did nothing but look at that tasty treat by the fire. The guy went behind a tree, waiting for the right moment to return. Now this kid was definitely eating, and we could approach him unnoticed. Looking closely, the boy looked very thin, and his body was covered in wounds. As soon as the kid ate, he decided to run back before being caught. Ho-jae did not even have time to react and almost missed the chance. But the young man was surprised to see his fire that he had left behind. This kid put the branches down but didn't move the meat. But no. There was one less pepper and one less piece of meat. It seemed at the time that he had put those branches in exchange for food. I don't know if it makes any sense at all, but he looked very scared. The boy was tired and hungry, but he ate so little food, and even that he paid for it. Ho-jae thought he was too scared, but he was also very kind. The kid was drooling, but he stood there and endured. People would have been ready to just steal the food. That is why the guy continued to play the role and allegedly went to sleep. Soon, the boy actually laid down and pretended to sleep. But in fact, the young man was listening closely to see if the boy was coming towards him. Ho-jae thought about the soul collection skill. He received it after passing the floor from the deity of death. He was only guessing, but he had already acquired 3 skills. These are summoning the deceased, exploiting souls, and collecting souls, all 3 from the god of death. At this rate, he will soon be able to become its apostle. The god of adventure and the goddess of lost time were not happy again. Before, the young man thought that the god of adventure was more suitable for him. He thought so, but he overcame difficulties to reach his goal. But Hojai's only goal is to win and nothing else. He wants to win. This was the case when he was a gamer, and if he sees winning as his main goal, then the goddess is more suitable for him. Apparently, Hojai is not the same person he used to be. He was not interested in other people at that time, not even his enemies. Now he was trying to take care of his loved ones. But now watching those two deities seemingly glow with each other was quite fun. The young man still did not know for sure which of them suited him best, and these deities could hardly exist apart from each other. While the boy was lying there thinking about all this, the little werewolf finally started to approach, who was already wishing that he would eat the scarf to satisfy his hunger. But this kid was so afraid that he couldn't even approach the fire. The guy could feel his anxiety and finally opened his eyes, but he didn't let on that he was awake yet. Eventually, this kid rushed forward and a smile appeared on his face. But the werewolf didn't go to eat. He went to Hojai, and that made him a little worried. It's very unexpected. We don't know what happened to this kid just now, but it's a hell of a complexity. Anything can happen here. You cannot trust others, and it won't be a big deal if he prepares himself once again to catch it. The kid was close, but at the last moment he abruptly stopped in front of the bank. The werewolf stood silently in place, looking at the boy, and then very carefully and gently took the letter from his head. I could not believe it. He was doing it only because he wanted to take that letter. He did seem helpless, but why he did so remained a mystery. I could not believe it. He was doing it only because he wanted to take that letter. He did seem helpless, but why he did so remained a mystery. As a result, the kid just hid somewhere and didn't come out from behind the bushes. Hojai was surprised by the behavior of this creature, but he found it cute. Eventually, the young man finally got up from his sleeping bag and looked around. This child is very strange, funny, and also careless. He spent the whole night removing leaves from his head. It's a pity that he didn't even come close to eating. Then the guy decided to catch the kid and came closer, but quietly. Now the werewolf was sleeping soundly, leaning against a tree. His condition was worse than Hojai had realized. In the darkness, it was not noticeable there. Yesterday, this child was scared to death, and today he does not even wake up in his arms. It also seemed that he had a high fever and would hardly like it if he were caught and fed. This is a bad idea. It seems that the guy started to be afraid that others would hate him. This boy felt terrible and needed to decide what to do now. When he reached the 18th floor, Kirikiri taught him how to take care of a child. At the time, the young man did not understand why. But now everything fell into place and he realized everything. The young man took the water and the potion, taking the boy with him. The child was feeling extremely ill, but at least he could drink these potions. My skin color has become better. It's a pity that there is no potion to cure such a disease. Now you need to take off your dirty clothes, which look more like a rag. He's a boy, and he's smaller than Hojai's nephew. Eventually, the guy finished and put the kid to bed. He heated the tent with thermal herbs. Now he just needs time to feel better. He also made tomato soup and porridge with pieces of fruit and minced meat. He definitely needed to eat, and the kid looked like a fox. When the guy found out about the theme of the floor, he thought it would annoy him. But now he is cooking. He cooks for this child and is interested in how to help him. He feels sorry for the kid, even though this is a condition of the test, because the child must survive. But he really started to enjoy it. He wanted to help sincerely. Finally, the kid jumped out of bed and started looking around. Of course, he didn't realize where he was and immediately hid under Hojai's blanket. His reaction hurt the boy a little, but he could understand why he was so afraid. The kid just said that the older one would get angry and then beat him. The younger one has scars all over his body. Apparently, he was abused. That's why he decided not to trust anyone. This boy is good. The young man realized this after watching him all day. And besides his kindness, he is also very scared. Hojai cautiously approached him and told him to stop worrying so much. He had nothing to beat him for, but the boy's body continued to tremble. He believed only that the man was lying. Since nothing came of it, the guy said he would return to the fire and leave it. And a few minutes later, Hojai came in with a bowl of soup. But the boy did not immediately agree because he thought that the food would be poisoned. To prove it, the young man ate a spoonful of soup in front of him. Eventually, the guy grabbed him and took him out from under the blanket. Then he sat him on his lap and was going to feed him because otherwise he would hardly eat. I had to feed him in such a way that he felt at least a little better. When he ate the first spoonful, the boy asked if he liked the food. He smiled and said it was delicious. The guy was happy that he liked it and continued to feed it. Now the boy almost ate the spoon with the soup. He had already eaten the whole pot of soup, but he was still hungry, but he felt better. One could understand that the boy was no longer so afraid of Hojai, but he still had a fever. His body was burning. The guy suggested he sleep a little more. But the werewolf still wouldn't sleep, even though Hojai tried to put him to sleep. But now the guy was worried about the fact that this kid was covered in scars. And these grams are definitely not due to the animal. They are from something sharp or a whip, and there are burns on the body. Now the guy was even more interested in what happened to the shifter. To go upstairs, you have to come out of the woods with him. It shouldn't be difficult because the boy is polite. So he decided that they would come out tomorrow. The question is whether this kid knows the way out of the woods. While the young man was sitting over the fire thinking about this, he heard strange sounds from the depths of the forest. And it was the same ghost that the boy had read about in the assignment. In fact, these spirits didn't scare him. He had fought them once before on the 10th floor. It was easy to defeat them, so the guy set out to destroy him without any second thoughts. Hojie used magic and the aura dagger, which he had studied for a long time. The aura dagger is a cheating skill in general. You can defeat anyone with it. And then his new power, given by the god of death, the collection of souls. But there were no showers for the boy to take. It was strange, and the user thought he had just used the skill incorrectly. Kirikiri said that thanks to this ability, the Inu would be able to control the souls he conquered. You can use them for a month, and the soul's abilities are proportional to its capabilities in life. Then the administrator handed him a sheet of notes. It turned out that she could write in Korean, so he could take the souls after winning. At that moment, for some reason, Jose thought of Pokemon, except that the power of the god of death is used, and his magic power is not applied. It seemed that it would be easy and very fast with such abilities. But for some reason it didn't work, and Hojie almost fell under the monster's teeth. So the player decided to use this skill with the attack at the same time, and it worked. The guy was able to collect one soul. Now he began to realize that the skill should be used when he kills someone. After that, the monster started flying backwards as if running away. They are so weak, it's boring, but I need to try a new one. For the first time, he will try to control souls. But now a problem arose. The player did not know how to do it at all. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry, but he still didn't know what to do. So I decided to gather all the souls first and then try something. Because of all this, Hojie couldn't sleep for even an hour. All the time he was trying to figure out the skill. 17 souls were gathered. The spirits kept attacking, so they could not rest. But you need to at least take a break and close your eyes for a couple of minutes. The player approached the tent and noticed that the kid was already awake. He looked better now, but there was definitely something wrong with him. This boy carefully left the tent and went somewhere without saying anything. Hojie has already found out his location using the skill, but he needs to decide what to do next. Then the boy went behind the bushes and never came out, and everything became clear. Apparently, the kid wasn't going to run away from him, at least for now, for sure. A minute passed, and the werewolf was still quietly trying to approach the boy. He has a strange behavior that the guy hasn't understood at all so far. But then the boy quickly turned and ran back to the tent. Before that, only he had given him a ring with a flower on it and put it on his finger. The boy closed himself in the tent and only looked out, watching the older man's reaction. This again seemed cute to Hojie, and he laughed, asking him his name. He replied not quite loudly that his name was Myong. It's a cute name. It's similar to Kirikiri, and maybe it's because he's also half animal. But the werewolf was offended and said that this name actually means salvation. Then the guy came up to him and introduced himself, smiling. And then the kid called him Hojie. Kirikiri called him the same and thought the name was cute. The boy repeated several times that he liked the name and that it sounded nice. Then the young man asked if he thought the name was funny, and he immediately began to apologize. Apparently, there was a word in their language that sounded like his name, and the young man wanted to know what it meant. The boy closed his mouth and could not say a word. Then Myong ran behind the bushes again. Besides, he ran very funny, just like Kirikiri. Junior kept laughing. He really couldn't stop. This boy seemed so cute to Hojie. He wanted to hug Myong tightly. But on reflection, the boy realized that he had a chance. He said that since the werewolf had made a mistake, he had to pay for it. But the fox took it very personally. He began to apologize for being wrong. After that, the young man felt like a bandit, a very bad bandit. He was ashamed of what he was doing to this child. But it took a little patience to get through the floor. He needed to get out of this forest, but Myong said he didn't remember the way. But the young man then asked to take it with him if he was going to leave this place. Of course, the kid agreed to help and take him out. To pass the stage, you need to leave here with your child, and asking for help will be the best option because he will begin to doubt him less. Myong said he would lead his uncle out of the forest, but Hojie didn't like him calling him that. He said to call him just Ho. That way the name wouldn't make him laugh. The boy started jumping happily and said he would lead Ho out of the forest. It was the third day of the test. They were just getting ready to leave. It seems that Myong is feeling much better, and we can move forward. Myong wanted to make him breakfast himself. It turned out that his tribe likes to do chores and take care of someone. They like to serve others. So the guy gave him the opportunity to do it. Just looking at Myong Myung Ho made me feel happy. Means that he took the leaves from Ho's head even when he was afraid of him. But now there are even more questions about the grams on this kid's body. Who dared to do this to him? Ho-jae knew that if he saw the person who did it, he would kill him immediately. Soon Myung Myung was walking happily with the prepared food to the boy. Everything looked very appetizing, and the smell was hard to resist. In addition, the werewolf also decided to feed him himself and took a spoon in his hand. But you don't have to go that far, you're not a child. But it tasted better than Ida's, and it looked better, so he decided to eat and enjoy the moment. Then the boy repeated that he would lead him out of the forest. They soon ate and walked along the path. Myung Myung emphasized that he should not be distracted. 2 hours later, the boy was very tired and the young man offered to carry him in his arms, but he refused. He wanted to do his part without help. It was more like a sense of duty than stubbornness. But at some point, Myung Myung got very scared and looked back at the thicket. There were several wolves standing there. From the looks of them, they hadn't had breakfast yet today. He was so frightened that he involuntarily ran back to escape. But Ho-jae protected him by using his magical powers to tame the beasts. Immediately after that, the wolves began to run away, screaming. Myung Myung stood in awe of the magic he saw before him. And then the young man picked him up to help him, because his legs started to hurt. At first, he yelled at him to let him go, but then Ho said that the wolves might be nearby, and he stopped spinning. Myung Myung's job is to show him the way out, and Ho's is to make sure he doesn't get hurt. He was very worried that it was heavy, but Ho reassured him and told him that everything was fine. And only a short time later, they saw another strange phenomenon in front of them. They were souls. They flew freely in the forest. This was beginning to irritate Ho-jae. This place is full of these spirits. After that, the young man decided to use magic stones to end it. After practicing, he learned how to fill any object with aura, and it turned out to be an easier task. This can also be combined with throwing skills, and then you get a powerful shot. The guy put his theory to the test, and it turned out that it worked. In the end, his level improved, and it lifted his spirits. But the problem is that he hasn't received any reward for it. He repeated it again, but nothing changed. He was not given any reward. This was the first time he had seen this happen, and it worried him. After all, the rewards for completion had already begun to decline a long time ago. Now the rewards for raising the level have also disappeared. At this rate, you won't be able to get anything at all. As soon as you pass the floor, you need to ask Kirikiri about it. Meanwhile, the boy was washing dishes and humming a song to himself. Then Ho noticed that he sang very well. It had been 10 days since they met. They had become quite close. Myung Myung rejoiced when Ho carried him off, holding his hand. But most of all, the kid loved to cuddle, so he always walks next to me. And the young man has almost mastered the skill. At the moment, he had 183 souls in his collection. He decided to try to call one of the souls here. This skill requires magical power and willpower. All you need to do is say the words and sincerely want to call the spirit. The characteristics of souls vary depending on their characteristics and on their attachment to him. The spirit could only cry out, although it is not known whether it was a scream or just a cat crying. But even though Myung Myung was having fun watching it all, the spirit appears and obeys the order to disappear. The user could not order anything else. The gathered souls possessed not only will and judgment, but also taste. And they mostly liked Myung Myung. The boy was already sleepy. Ho suggested that he go to his tent, but he did not wait for that, and the kid fell asleep right on his lap. Of course, he liked sleeping with him more than in the tent alone. And there were about 30 spirits with him. The guy was a little confused by this and kept his eyes on them. These spirits are different from other spirits. They were different in many ways. They have teeth and hands that look like blades. Most likely, they can physically harm them. In the past, spirits could be dealt with by magic, but physical attacks did not work. They were not problematic. And these beings are definitely different. It is quite possible that they are not spirits at all. Ho-jae has never seen them in this form, but they are still not dangerous. He didn't want Myung Myung to see them. He would be scared for sure. When the spirits attacked, the young man would try to gently fight them so that they would sleep peacefully. It was easy, but the guy was still worried about keeping the kid awake. Later, the spirits started attacking together, not one by one, and the fight became more interesting. There may no longer be any rewards for leveling up. Then the young man remembered what the knight in the dungeon had taught him. Arkan said that the main thing is to parry the enemy's attacks. After knocking him down, you can switch to evasion. So the young man did, remembering that he was holding the baby in his arms. Then Ho-jae used an attack, striking the spirit. Now it is important to follow the instructions given by the knight. First, the young man used a parry and then attacked the enemy again. The skill difference was so great that you could kill a Sumerian with parry and attacks. In the end, he killed everyone and soon it was over. The forest was quiet. But this time the level of sword skills has improved. That's cool, he could improve his skills in this way. But at that moment, Myung woke up and his body was shaking. The fact was that Ho's heart started beating faster. He was worried, but Ho assured him that everything was fine and he could sleep. Hearing this, Myung calmed down and still fell asleep in my arms. But it turned out that there were even more spirits than he had imagined. There were hundreds of them. Either way, it's good. Ho was worried that he wouldn't be able to grow any further. From that moment on, he was going to concentrate on improving his sword skills. Very soon it will become stronger, you just have to be patient. After that, the young man spread his wings and took off with Myung. It was during the day and he asked if the boy was afraid, but he said he trusted Ho. These spirits were not far behind. They could also fly and followed them. The boy had already killed a lot of spirits, but just as many of them remained behind them. There are too many of them, and he decided to fly only because these monsters blocked their way. He had to fight so many enemies, but now he also had to defend Myung. But it's much easier to get away from it. It flew fast, and there were no problems with it. But it got to the point where one of the spirits got very close to them. At that moment, the young man used the exploitation of souls to destroy the monster. Even if tens of thousands attacked, they were being exploited, so the skill came in handy again. They finally managed to break away from them, at least for a short time. The young man asked the boy if he knew where the exit from the forest was, and the boy pointed somewhere. Ho decided to speed up so that the spirits wouldn't catch up with them, and the boy was only too happy. He liked to fly fast. But before that, Ho-jae told him to hold on tight and quickly flew forward. They flew for about 2 hours without stopping. The sun had already begun to set over the horizon. Myung said that they are almost there and will be out of the forest soon, meant that his journey with Myung was coming to an end, and the young man felt sad about it. The young man wanted to delay this moment, so he suggested taking a short walk beforehand. However, the boy said that everything was fine and he was feeling well. Eventually, the guy came down to the ground with him in his arms. He immediately began to apologize for making Ho sweat so much, but the boy assured him that everything was fine. But he was still feeling guilty. I don't think there are any spirits here, so we can take our time. Ho-jae still wanted to spend more time with Myung. The younger one immediately said that he would cook everything himself, and the older one could sit down and rest for a while. It was fun to watch this kid rush around, but when he thought about the end of the adventure with him, he became very sad. Once again, the player felt the same way as before. He did not want to leave this place. He wanted to stay here, but he could not afford it. Ho remembered what happened on the 18th floor. It was that desire that led to what happened. The guy could not be sure that the same thing would not happen here. He didn't want to go through it a second time. Myung felt guilty and asked if Ho was very difficult to be with. The kid saw that Ho was sad and thought it was his fault. But the boy again said that he was fine. He did not want to disappoint the fox. Then the kid offered him a massage to relax Ho-jae a bit. He put his hand on his small fingers and told him that it was not necessary. Whatever happens, he must protect this child from danger. This is not just a condition of the task. It is his sincere desire. The guy promised that he would definitely save his life. It was nighttime. They ate delicious food prepared by the werewolf. No matter how much you want to stay close, it's better to go through this stage faster. There's no telling what traps will lie ahead. At that moment, the boy was very frightened by a loud sound. Myung was also very frightened, and it turned out that these were the same monsters that had been chasing them before. They did catch up with them, but even if it is them, the energy is completely different and more powerful. The guy flew up to protect the kid and fight the enemy. But there he was met by another monster. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before. He had no idea what it was, but it seemed that the spirits had united into something unified. The young man came back and the frightened boy ran into his arms. He told the kid to hide somewhere, but Myung was afraid to be alone. He almost started to cry, begging Ho not to leave him alone in the forest. The older man explained that a very strong enemy was approaching and it was too dangerous for him to be near. Immediately, Ho-jae summoned all the other spirits he had managed to collect during this time. They have to protect this place and Myung from all this. The guy promised to return soon and asked him to wait in safety once again. Then the player opened his wings again and flew straight to the opponent. This thing was the size of a mountain. He didn't know how strong its aura was, but he was sure that the aura strike would work. The monster was big, but the boy could still see the core of the spirits. If he can destroy the core, the fun will be over. So it was time to get started. Ho-jae wanted to finish quickly and get back to the kid. It's not easy to dodge the monster's attacks, it's really too big. The problem is that 1 or 2 strikes will not destroy the core. It will be a hard battle. You'll have to tear the monster's body off piece by piece over and over again. But when it gets to the core, it will quickly destroy it and be done with it. It's just going to be an endurance battle. You have to be ready for it. And the fight started. The boy approached the monster trying to get a hold of it. He was tired and needed to rest. All night long, he flew over the forest and waved his sword. He landed and spent too much magic he could barely stand. But this time, more than 200,000 souls were gathered. He certainly did not expect such a number. It was strange to see such a number on the screen. Then the young man went to Myung and asked him how he was feeling. Only now he remembered these spirits and ordered them all to leave. The boy sat in the tent with his ears down and did not even respond to Ho's words. He didn't hear him right away because he was crying. All this time he was very worried. Seeing him made the kid feel better, and Ho asked how long he had to wait, but Myung just threw himself into his arms, crying more. He was trying to say something, but his tears made it hard to understand. He didn't know what the kid was trying to say, but he just kept on talking to him. Ho-jae simply thanked him for everything, continuing to stroke his small back with his hand. After a while, they came out of the forest and saw a building behind a fence. It was Myung's village, but he still walked around with his ears down and was sad. The guy could not believe that it was all over. It was all too easy. Not poker complexity, it can't be that simple, and there's definitely a trap somewhere. The young man was still cautious and watched everything until the message about the completed floors appeared. And we didn't have to wait long, it literally appeared, and it all surprised him even more. The 19th cook really ended on such a simple note. Simple, but sad. Even the portal itself appeared in the waiting room, but the young man still did not believe that it was over. The little boy also did not want to say goodbye to him. It was so painful for him to let the older man go. Ho delayed the moment of farewell by all possible means and decided to walk the boy to the village. They came closer to this gate, but it closed abruptly with a fierce noise. He also did not know why this happened and why the gate was abruptly closed in front of them. Perhaps they saw that the resident was a stranger, even though Myung was there, but these old people can be overly cautious. Then the boy asked the werewolf what had happened. The boy didn't say anything at all and just ran off into the bushes as he was used to doing. At the same time, the young man heard that the boy was crying and could not stop his tears. Only later did he feel someone's presence. Someone was watching him from behind the gate. The guy had a lot of questions now, but it's more important to catch up with this kid. He definitely shouldn't have gone far yet, it just wouldn't have worked with his little legs. The young man could not explain what was happening here. Why such strange events were happening here, although he partially compared this floor to the previous ones. But now he has brought the kid out of the forest and fulfilled the conditions for passing. Such a failure had never happened in the system before, and the young man had never heard of similar stages. Everything should have ended by now, and this is the note on which the story should have ended. But now he found Myung crying somewhere in the thicket in front of a tree. The guy called him over, but he kept crying and did not respond. In the end, the guy made one promise. He remembered it and was going to fulfill it. The player said he would take care of this guy. That's why he left the spirits with him to protect him until he returned. Ho said he would always be there for him no matter what happened. He said he would defend him to the very end. So he asked the boy to wait here for a while these creatures protected him. The boy's eyes were full of tears, but he agreed to sit in the middle of the forest. There was no doubt now that the scars on Myung's body and the suddenly closed gate were connected. He tried to calm himself down, but his anger was hard to control. Only then did the gate open again, and the young man saw a figure behind it. This is the same werewolf that the boy saw when the gate closed. There was a girl there, and you could tell from her face that something was wrong with her, and she was upset. This surprised Ho, because he was sure that this girl would be hostile. She spoke first and asked if he had brought Myung, and he also defeated this big ghost in the forest. The boy confirmed it. Then the girl started crying again and asked where Myung was. The young man replied that the boy was sitting in the woods crying now. The girl said that the conversation would be long, so she suggested we go inside. He agreed and entered the village. It was well organized, but there were few residents. But Ho-jae felt a strong energy. There's too much magic in one place. Eventually, the young man entered the girl's house and she told him to sit down at the table. Immediately, 2 villagers began to massage his shoulders, which surprised him. Then they brought him food and drink. It seems that this tribe is really very hospitable. They were very fast, and they also have the skill of disguise. The girl introduced herself. Her name was Lalalia. She was the one who runs the village. First of all, she thanked him for protecting Myung all the time. Then she asked him if he knew anything about their tribe, but the boy told her almost nothing. He was more concerned about the fact that the gate was closed in front of them. Lalalia explained that they are very afraid of spirits attacking them. When Myung was here, they had no choice. Ho came to the conclusion that it was because of this kid that the spirits were appearing in the village. These ghosts started appearing right next to him, and then they attacked other people and killed them. Means that he was not in the forest by chance, but there were doubts that the ghosts were chasing him. Myung was not afraid of the white ghost then. He said that he was used to this kind of thing. It was because of the curse. They tried to mark those who harmed my young Myung. Lalalia admitted that they themselves do not know the whole story, but when the boy worked outside the village, he was bullied. Then Hojay asked her to explain it all in more detail, and she agreed. They usually work here. They earned their living by helping others, but when they first started, they were insulted by people of other races. So they turned to their godmother for help. She is their guardian. Now everything he felt in the village, that is, this magic, made sense. And as a powerful guardian of the earth, the godmother put a curse on those who offend their people. She made the ghosts haunt the guilty. And the one who attacked Myung Myung and beat him has been lying dead for a long time. Hojay admitted that he would have killed the person who did it himself. But the main thing is that no one in this village wishes Myung harm. In this case, it will be enough for him to simply lift the curse and leave them to live in peace. The only strange thing was that the ghosts continued to appear after the person was already dead. The problem is that the curse was imposed through a corpse. However, Hojay did not understand this point. Myung Myung was alive. That was their theory. He was severely wounded, which caused the curse to manifest itself after his death. But then he miraculously survived and returned. All this meant that the boy would remain cursed until his death. Lalalia replied that there was a way to prevent this, but she still looked upset. You have to wait until the godmother wakes up and ask her to lift the curse, and wake up depending on how deep the sleep is. It can last for a few days or it can last for years. But the young man could not wait here for several years, although he would have liked to stay close to Myung Myung. That is why Lalalia asked the boy for something. She asked him to look after Myung Myung until his godmother woke up. The guy had no choice but to agree. Besides, he would have been happy about it himself. The girl sincerely thanked him and finally smiled for the first time in a long time. So now he knew that Myung Myung was cursed for the rest of his life. To remove it, you will have to wait for the strength of a convenient mother who is now sleeping peacefully and is not going to wake up. However, Hojay could not sit here for years. He just couldn't waste time in this place. In this case, we will have to awaken this vision with our own efforts, although it is not yet known how to do it. The only problem was that something told him that this godmother was stronger than him, and the boy will pass the 19th floor when there is no curse that causes ghosts to appear. The girl also said that she had prepared food for Myung Myung and asked the young man to give it to him, and then offered him tea. However, Ho said that there would be many more ways to help the poor man than just asking him. They could at least leave food outside the village. Lalalia said that their tribe loves to help people. You could say they live for it. But the other side of it is that they don't like to accept help from others. Apparently, the boy left them because he didn't want to be helped. It was all because of their nature, because of their pride in helping people. This tribe resembled some kind of house elves. Even Dobby was not so faithful. But the fact is that if someone does help them, they will not forget it. Their people will want to thank that person for the rest of their lives. Myung Myung probably speaks with such a desire as well. He was very happy when he said he wanted to help, and Lalalia was also immensely grateful to him for such great help. Even though she only asked to take the boy's food, serving for something like that is not a particularly smart thing to do. But it is also because it is her duty as the head of the village to help Myung Myung. It's only fair to thank someone who does it for her. Hojay simply agreed. There was no point in convincing him anyway, and he would be leaving them soon. Lalalia also said that the boy might not take the food if he realized it was from her, so Ho decided to lie. Myung Myung didn't know what had happened to him, so he promised to tell us in general terms. The head of the village and her 2 servants sincerely thanked him for his kindness and said goodbye. But then she caught up with him again, saying that she didn't even recognize his name. They were going to pass his name down from generation to generation as a hero, but it was too much for Hojay. However, he decided to tell his real name, and the guy sighed. For some reason, the young man's name surprised her as well. He already knew what kind of reaction to expect. He had seen it before. Later on, the girl started laughing, unable to contain her laughter. The other 2 were laughing too. He realized that these words were funny to them, but it was too much. Eventually, the boy left them. Later, the player reached Myung Myung, who was still sitting there, sad. He quietly apologized to Ho. He still felt so embarrassed, and yet the boy felt lonely. But the player came up to him and said he had nothing to apologize for. He was not guilty of anything. For that matter, Myung Myung helped him get out of the forest, so Ho is grateful to him as well. Then the young man pleased the boy by saying that he had thought about it and decided to stay here for a while. And then the guy offered him to stay with him if he wanted to. There was no limit to Myung Myung's joy when he heard this offer. He forgot all his sadness immediately. So it's decided. They stay together here for a few days. In addition, the young man said that he had been told something in the village and wanted to pass it on. The ghosts must disappear after the godmother wakes up, and then Myung Myung can return to the village. Although no one knew when the woman would wake up, the problem was solved. When the boy heard this, he couldn't help but start crying again. He missed home so much. The young man hugged him immediately to reassure him. Everything was fine now. He was safe with him. Later, Hoji opened the tent and put the little boy inside. Spirits still flew around them and protected the place. We just have to wait a little longer and everything will get better. Everything will be fine very soon. The boy slept peacefully in the middle of the night, not feeling a bit of anxiety. Hojay, meanwhile, decided to go down to a place where no one would see him. Later, he entered a large cave where the very creature they were talking about in the village was sleeping. That's where the godmother was. She had been sleeping for who knows how long. Even an alarm clock would not have woken her up. But the guy was going to fix it and do it immediately. First, he decided to stab her in the back, and for that he needed a modified weapon. However, the young man immediately heard a voice telling him to take the sword away and calling him a man with an interesting name. She had already woken up without all this and opened her eyes to him. In fact, this magic was amazing. The truth is that the godmother is very strong. Incredible power, an abundance of magic, and it is pure. It was probably the first time Hojay had ever encountered something like this. And that was not all. The magic she was using and the magic in his body resonated, even though usually magic outside the body dissipates immediately. However, because she could no longer hold it in, her godmother simply did not allow her to leave. The boy wanted this skill for himself, but instead he heard the same words she had said earlier. The godmother told him to take the sword out of her eyes. If he had this skill, it would be even easier to fight. But this creature was saying the same thing. She already knew that he was an unusual person from the time she saw him in her dreams. Her voice must have been created by magic, but he had heard that a godmother can only be awakened by ritual. So why did she wake up now? She explained that she was now awakened by the shockwaves after the destruction of the giant ghost, which was the work of Hojai. And he had only one question. Why didn't she break the curse if she was awake? But the godmother did not know what he was talking about. She had already lifted the curse that had been placed on her child. And nothing will disturb him anymore. After that, everything will be fine. And it may be true. After the young man destroyed the monster, no one else appeared. Maybe she's not lying. So they resolved this misunderstanding, so the godmother again told me to take the weapon away from her. But since he was still looking at her in a hostile manner, the godmother began to realize that he was still angry with her for something. Of course, it didn't scare her. It might be strong for humans, but it would die in a second here. And Hojay realized it. The gap between their powers is incredible. She felt that this guy was confident and was ready to even give away treasures or an elixir that increases strength. For some reason, she tried to avoid the fight. All she needs is to knock him out. She's definitely stronger. Their size difference is large, so you have to wound it as deeply as possible. First, you need to close the distance, and then aim for the lower jaw. After that, you'll have to act according to the situation. And finally, the right moment to strike. It had been so long since he had met a worthy opponent. He had been in dangerous situations, but nothing could have killed him. But even though the difference was enormous, Hojay could not imagine losing. All his battles ended in victory. And the godmother was just about to prove that she was worthy of becoming an apostle of the deity of initiation. And it was the same deity who pitied him all the time when something bad happened. And she also felt the presence of a similar force in Hojai. Then she asked me to treat it with understanding. But he was not interested in that. He was only interested in what could give him new strength. Then the godmother said that it would be very painful for the perpetrators if she got hurt. It was painful and sad. Means she decided to play dirty. It's a very sneaky trick, just leaning on others. But it was true. Only then did the guy suggest a regular sparring match so that no one would get hurt. However, the godmother said that something would happen to her anyway. Then Hojay asked to at least show her how to use magic, but she asked him to just take the elixir and leave. She said she would tell the children about the curse being lifted, and Myung will know too. And that was the end of their discussion. The two men said goodbye to each other without ever coming to battle. It was even a little sad. He basically left here with nothing. Only then did the boy go out into the sun, where other villagers were walking. Myung cried and hugged Lalalia, who stroked his back in return. It seems that the godmother did tell them that the curse was lifted and they could live in peace. For Myung, everything was coming together perfectly. He could finally feel safe. He had no reason to interfere, and it's good that he's leaving them in this way. But the boy asked himself the same question again. He did not believe that this world was artificial. The emotions of those creatures were too sincere. The characters of the 19th floor and Myung had their own pasts. They had a culture and traditions, and the godmother knew about Hojay's existence because she saw him in her dreams. It's more of a simple theory than anything else. Maybe this world is really real. All these creatures are really alive and have feelings. Or rather, it is a fragment of time that existed in the real world. All this happened once, and this is an artificial situation created on these fragments. The player decides how to deal with this. You can just take the kid out of the forest or watch this joyful picture. It could all be a fake and have nothing to do with anything deeper. It would have been easier if he believed that it was true. Now I wondered what would happen to Myung when Ho disappeared. Would this hell be repeated for him forever, or would he be okay? And whether the time he spent with Ho would disappear, or whether he was just witnessing a fictional story. But it was not a problem he could solve. Ho-jae didn't want to think about it that much. It was time for him to leave this world. He said goodbye to Myung and hoped that he would be okay. The boy looked at him silently, as if almost crying again. He was sad, but the next moment Ho disappeared and Kirikiri met him on the other side of the portal. She called him the man with the strange name again. Apparently this girl will go without sweets today, but as soon as she heard that, she immediately started saying that he was too angry. He was already wondering what his name meant and why they couldn't stop laughing when they heard it. But she replied that it was classified information and again used her favorite phrase that she couldn't say. She wasn't going to talk about it, but she was laughing and eating her cake with pleasure. This is interesting, but such information is expensive. It is unlikely that it would have any important role. But then the young man started talking about the 19th floor, which he had just passed. There were many questions here. He immediately put a lollipop in her mouth, taking the plate from under the cake. Ho-jae then added that he would take away the candy if she did not answer the questions, although it would be logical if he wanted to repeat the 20th. However, Ho made the excuse that he needed this information for the next user. She guessed that he was asking about a strange moment that happened after the sweep. He didn't like the extra questions, but it was true. The story continued when the task was completed. This is done to see what the user decides. The likelihood of winning a reward is low, so few people will go further. But at that moment, the gods choose the players who are closer to them in spirit, so they set up those moments where there is not even a reward. Now it is clear, deities choose their apostles in this way, and users have not met the ghost until they reach the village. It turns out that the task was to defend Myung, but the battle was going to be difficult, and the godmother did not wake up immediately. It was out of order. That's why it was so easy. The floor was hard. It's just that it was the previous floor that was difficult for Ho-jae, and he was resting on the 17th floor. All this is correct, and the young man began to understand the meaning of it all. But he was still most concerned about Myung, which is on the 19th. He wanted to ask something. He just didn't find the right words for it. Kirikiri almost immediately realized what was going on and why he was so pensive. Apparently, Ho just wanted to talk about what happened on the 19th floor, and it was indeed as she said it would be. But none of this mattered anymore. Everything that was there remained in the game, in the world of learning. However, the boy wanted to know more about Myung and the head of the village, about their history and culture. But Kirikiri advised him one thing. He did not need to command the spirits if he wanted to call a soul. It was enough to attract their attention. The guy sarcastically said that maybe he should perform a bloody ritual here, but in fact it was a brilliant idea, as Kirikiri said. But there was an easier way. You could simply kill them with anger and resentment. It is easier for him to just stop collecting these souls. They will also require energy. And there was also the issue of the fact that he was not given any award at the time. Although I managed to improve my skills quickly thanks to composition, it is impossible to develop everything at once. That's why we needed a new level to pump them up. But the point is not that they have disappeared. The point is that its development has caught up with the system itself and its maximum. And that's all he could get from her for now. And then he has to wait for the 51st level. He will be able to receive an award there if his level at that time does not cross the next threshold. This is all bad news. He could not have predicted the speed at which it would develop. He also needs a hint about the 20th floor. Kirikiri started talking and said that it would be difficult, even for him. The 20th floor should be a special place for him. Kirikiri said a few more words about this while the young man listened with his mouth open. He was already eager to get there, but this was not the reaction she expected from him. In any case, I had to look after the rear, and so it would not be difficult. The young man also showed her a collection of magical elements. She only advised him not to delay using them. The young man received the first drug from the head monk. He received the second one as a reward for a competition, and the third one was given by a fox. The guy was still thinking whether to eat them now or on the 20th floor. However, he did not want to rush. Perhaps we can manage without them. At the same time, Min-hyuk wrote to him and asked how his days were going. They hadn't written to each other for a long time. Both of them were busy. Then the boy's friend said he had some news. Ming had already managed to climb to the 89th floor. This is the same Park Min who was on the easy difficulty. And it was Jang Yeon who once stopped on this floor and couldn't go any further. Everyone was wondering who would make it to the end, but everyone hoped that he would. Nothing else depended on them. The young man said to give him my regards and good luck on his journey. The conversation was short, and they said goodbye. It was time for the guy to start the next challenge, which he wanted to do so badly. It is on this floor that it will be clearly understood how much it has grown over all this time. He was wondering if it would be easy to pass the test. He was already eager to try himself, and his heart was beating faster. The administrator told him that this floor was designed for a team of 6 people. Of course, the guy was going to go upstairs on his own, and he was dying to know what would happen. We can say that he was looking forward to another floor with team play, which is only more fun. It seemed that someone was teasing him because he was alone again, but the young man was still in a good mood. It had been a long time since he had had such interest. Later, the boy entered the 20th floor and immediately began to look around. He found himself on some kind of tower. It was spacious. He even thought it was some kind of castle. It turns out that it was a building that stood on the very top of the mountain, offering a magnificent view. If he was on the tower, the task would definitely not be to siege it. Finally, a sign appears on the screen, after which at least minimal information about the task should appear. These are the Red Mountains, the ancient home of the great dragon, but long since left without a master. Nowadays, only a flock of dwarves who imitate this dragon lives here. But now their tower is being seized by the Trilogy Alliance. They want to take possession of the dragon's inheritance and gain advantages in the war. Relations between the Alliance and the dwarves have long left much to be desired, so even negotiations were out of the question. The player's task was to help the dwarves and protect the legacy of the great dragon. The first attack will be the next day, and he will have to repel the attacks of the Alliance for 11 days. That is, he just needs to team up with the gnomes and defend their territory. It sounded simple. This is what he imagined the ideal learning powder to be. The boy scanned the neighborhood with magic. There were no enemies in the vicinity, and he was in no danger at the moment. Now it turns out that the dwarves are his allies, but he hasn't seen them yet. Only later did the young man come across them. They all stood downstairs and looked at the stranger who had arrived. The boy imagined them in a different way. These dwarves were somehow very strange. For a long time he could not understand who seemed to think so, but then he looked more closely and everything became clear. The thing was that all these dwarves were exactly the same. There was no difference between them. Perhaps they were greeting him that way, but it was still strange that knowledge of Babylonian times did not translate into anything. Eventually, the young man did hear at least a word from them. They were confused and asked who he was. Their language and appearance are quite strange. These dwarves are identical not only in appearance. The magic came from them in the same way, and it seemed to some that they were clones. I felt uneasy here. Maybe they are doubles or robots, but all the inhabitants of this building look alike. Perhaps the fact that they are protecting the dragon's legacy has something to do with it. They spoke really strangely. It was hard to understand. But somehow the guy could hear them asking something about the Alliance. I wonder if he also needs to speak so slowly for them to understand. It looked strange, but he tried. It turned out that these dwarves spoke even more slowly, and now he did not understand them at all. It seems that the dwarf asked to speak faster, even though his sentences were impossible to listen to. In the end, the young man said he had no connection to the Alliance. He could even tell them that they were his enemies. While the dwarves were asking the following questions, the young man thought that they might have hearing problems. He reiterated that he had no connection to the Alliance and that they were his enemies. He was going to destroy their army and protect the dragon's legacy. When I started listening to these kids again, I realized that it was absolutely impossible. It just makes you go crazy. But they had a good geographical location. They had many advantages, but the young man still knew nothing about the enemy. And no one thought that these dwarves were great warriors, so you shouldn't count on them. Finally, they themselves came to the conclusion that this guy was a friend to them. Perhaps they were trying to say that the enemy of the Alliance is their friend. You need to ask to see where the legacy of the great dragon is. You should come up with a defense plan. Fortunately, they at least have no problems with speed. They would be able to cover him from the rear in a war while one of them is in the vanguard. Now the young man understood why the Alliance's attack would not begin until tomorrow. He spent 2 hours talking to these kids. He also did not understand why they trusted him so much. Like naive children, they believed what he said. Or maybe the system was programmed that way, so the player didn't have to spend time trying to convince these slow dwarves. After that, the gnomes brought him a map of the area and a plan of the enemy's location. Some strategic points were marked here, and even the location of the Alliance camp was marked. This is a really detailed work, and the gnomes were still quite useful. First, you need to memorize the map of the area and the plan of the building, and then think about what information the gnomes can provide. And the main thing is to remember to take all the amplifications in advance. It would take some more time to assimilate them, so he was not going to delay. At that moment, the young man called for souls, and many spirits immediately appeared in the room. He asked them to guard this room for a while he was here, but it was not that simple. These spirits did not obey him at all. Well, that was to be expected. They must have been looking for Myung Myung, who they could not have found anywhere else. These preparations were different from ordinary potions. To assimilate them, one needed to be good at mana and have high concentration. He hoped that the souls would become guardians for this moment, but they did not listen to him. Now the young man was really determined to make the sacrifice that the girl had mentioned. The gnomes are unlikely to attack him, but even being nice can get in the way. These drugs are too valuable. But he was unlikely to have any other options left, so he went to the extreme. The boy decided to use the deceased summons again to become a guardian for him. It went quickly, and he immediately greeted the lizard, which he hadn't seen for a long time. She was very happy to see him herself. She looked like a little puppy who was happy to see its owner. She immediately asked if it was safe to call him her husband. First, he told her not to call him that. Given that he had invited him to this cozy and warm place, was he ready to accept her care? At least that's what she thought. It was good that the bed was big, and she asked him once if he wanted a girl or a boy. But he told her to calm down, that he was going to explain the current situation, and that she should listen carefully. Right now, they are in the dwarf building. Tomorrow, they will be attacked by an alliance, and these people are hunting for the legacy of an ancient dragon. To pass this stage, you need to repel their attacks for a certain amount of time and protect the dragon's inheritance. The young man knew only that there was something wrong with these dwarves. Their appearance and magic were identical, and they spoke incredibly slowly. Ida could only skip, but these dwarves he is talking about could be dragonborn. Of course, this is far from what he expected. But these kids most likely think they are. They were created by one being in one likeness. The dwarves were created to take care of the dragon. You can think of them as washing machines. So it will not be possible to put them on the same level as the defense. It would simply be useless. As he thought, he still needed to drink these reinforcements that Kiri had mentioned. Then the young man asked her to guard him at the moment when he would learn them. She asked him why he hadn't drunk them earlier in a safe place, but he had no answer to that question. In the end, he did relax too much, as Ida said. It's about you. He was not as attentive and slower to make coma decisions than before. At that moment, the guy decided to take these magical drugs. He had to wait a long time, but the lizard came to him a few hours later. By then, it was all over. They have been absorbed, but the body has not yet adapted. Perhaps it will take all night before tomorrow's fight. Whether anyone should hope that this is true. But he convinced himself that everything would be fine. In the end, its performance in the face of difficulties always increases. At that moment, a dwarf entered the room. He did not even knock on the door. He was not polite at all. Ida immediately began to make excuses, saying that she was not hiding here, but that the guy had called her. She was also happy to meet the big dragon's family, but now it was time for dinner. She didn't even wait for this dwarf's answer. The lizard thought that his interpreting skills could not interpret what they were saying. The whole essence of their speech was in the first or second syllable. There was no need to understand anything else. The interpretation was as follows. Lizard man is here. How did you get here? How did you get here? The boy still didn't understand what she was talking about. Now he felt stupid. He could only hear the words that ended in the first syllable and went on for a very long time. The lizard explained to the humans what it was because they were copying the dragon's language. But it was strange why she understood it. Although the answer is quite obvious. She is a half-lizard, and she knew the basics of this language. The gnomes started talking again, and the boy didn't even try to understand what they were saying. He did not understand a single word of all these sentences. Besides, their food tastes like ordinary grass. Ida was the interpreter here, and she said that after dinner the dwarves would show them the legacy of the ancient dragon. That's what they were talking about. She told them not to pay attention to his expression, because he always looked like that when he was eating good food. But finally he looked as if her challenge made perfect sense, even though he had always thought it was true. The lizard told someone that he was a great captain, but he did not understand the mood of the creatures around him. Judging by what she said, he concluded that he had offended her in some way, even though he did not mean to. In the meantime, they came to what they were supposed to be guarding. Here was the dragon's legacy. The guy imagined it a little differently. It was an ordinary pendant with a stone inside a metal ring. It was the legacy of the ancient dragon, and it levitated. Apparently, it was due to magic. And the dwarf told the coma that I couldn't tell him any details, even though he didn't need to. After all, he only needed to protect the coma. While he was struggling outside, the young man did not say to guard the inheritance, but she thought she would have to fight as well. But he already had information that he needed to protect his back. It means that someone can attack here. It is even better for someone if they prepare their troops and prepare their guards. A little more time passed before the lizard came back into his room. He was already resting. They had worked hard today. The distribution of troops also seemed good to them, and the lizard could communicate with them, so there would be no misunderstandings. But these dwarves did not see them as their enemies, and this seemed strange to him. That is, they are the coma aliens who appeared out of nowhere. The lizard didn't know either, and she didn't know about the alliance, but they'll have to find out tomorrow. He's probably right. Once the battle begins, they will learn new information. On the one hand, he was curious about it, because he was their enemy and had to fight against them, and he knew only brief information about this place and its people. And that's how it was. He told Ida about all the things that had happened to him before on the floors during his assignments. This Paramal now, he has been through a lot, but so has his training. Later, morning came. It was sunny today, and the view from this tower was incredible. I guess they are the same as her. I meant who can't sleep if their safety is not guaranteed, but she was interested in hearing this story. Soon enough, the gnomes came to see them. They did not knock again, but simply entered the room. The dwarf began to speak again in his own language. This time the little fellow was talking about the trilogy. The lizard translated to him again that the alliance was visible from the walls of the building, so they had better leave now. However, when the guy went out and looked around, he saw nothing and concluded that they were hiding somewhere. But the lizards drew his attention and pointed to the side. She told him to look there very carefully. And it turned out to be worse than it could have been. The young man wondered who the land was for, but they were slowly moving toward them. At this speed, it will take them forever to get here. Even a few hours won't be enough. And the dwarves also said that there is no end to their enemies. There are incredibly many of them. There are so many of them that they merge with the landscape. It is really better to think that there is no end to them. But instead, the guy started laughing, and the dwarves said he was a psychopath. Now he just needs to understand who the enemies are. Right now they are too far away to see anything. But the dwarves lent them a spyglass and the lizard handed it to the boy. He was more and more impressed with the abilities of these dwarves, because the telescope was made by them. They told who can adjust the focus with magic, so now it will be possible to see the enemy. Very soon the boy saw the comatose monsters approaching the building where they were staying. They are quite horticultural. The lizard said she was going to throw up. It must be the chimeras. It was then that the young man began to understand what the trilogy really meant and who he would have to fight. It was 3 months old, black, red, and blue. It is a symbol of the most evil dark magicians, as the lizard said. And they symbolize the 4 great coma demons who taught them magic, so they're kind of like a death squad of dark magicians. The dark mages were destroyed by the Empire more than a century ago, but it didn't end there. The organization of the monsters created by the dark wizards survived even after their death. But there were too many of them for monsters created by dark wizards more than 100 years ago, but these chimeras could reproduce. They died, leaving behind this masterpiece. Apparently, they even have productive organs. Perhaps this means that they also have intelligence, and that is why they came here by inheritance. She felt even more sick. She never thought she would ever see such filthy creatures. Most people would feel the same way. Hojie was also affected by all this, and he was uncomfortable. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that these chimeras were disgusting. They were all different, but equally ugly. Even the dwarves thought the same way. You didn't have to listen to them. You could tell by their identical faces. And in the past, he could not treat them like that just because of some appearance that did not appeal to him. All these monsters had scars all over their bodies, different arms and legs. Some had 1 eye, some had 2, and some had none at all. But in general, they had a partial human appearance. Perhaps if it weren't for the elixirs in the waiting room, the young man would have looked like them himself. He could tell someone that these dwarves seem more disgusting than these creatures. But that was the task to pass this test, so it's time to get started. The guy was about to leave, so he held out some kind of weapon to the lizard. He already wanted to play with them a bit. After all, the first step is to reduce their number. She agreed, so she went to defend the rear, and the young man said goodbye to her and told her he would see her after the battle. No matter how strong he was, she was still worried about him, so she wished him luck. The guy immediately used his artifact, turning it into a weapon he had never used before. He managed to kill a bunch of chimeras in 1 hit, and they were perfect for gaining experience. All unnecessary thoughts left him, and this wonderful feeling continued to grow. To get rewards for the level again, he needs to increase it as soon as possible and reach the maximum. It was just time to have some fun with these monsters. And the effect of the enhancing drugs he drank was very noticeable in the fight. 1 drug to increase strength, 1 to increase agility, and 2 to support tonics. You can't tell anyone that his wealth has increased that much. He just got a little faster and stronger, but it was this small difference that played a key role here. She allowed him to hit her before she hit him. It allowed us to dodge a strike that had not yet been delivered. It was a truly new and incredible experience. But very soon these monsters stopped attacking him and the easy prey was over. They kept their distance and were now trying to surround him, but escape was definitely not part of their plans. In general, this is good. Only after some time did these monsters start attacking him again, as if they had come up with some new strategy. One of them, resembling some kind of beast, went forward to his enemy. The thing that outraged this monster the most was the fact that it was a human being. He heard to whom this chimera could speak, and it spoke quite clearly. Perhaps this monster was a translator for them. The chimera asked him if he was a knight of the empire, even though that was impossible. They could not have arrived so quickly. And it was true, he was not with the empire. He was here by pure chance. Then Chimera asked him quite politely to tell her his motives. They seemed to have a lot of intelligence. The chimeras spoke faster than the gnomes, and they had manners too. It turned out that they were not so stupid. For some time, the bell was going to protect the inheritance of the great dragon, and he told this to the chimera, who was very surprised. Then the monster asked how long he was going to do it for. The young man said the same thing as the task. He had to stay here for 10 days. This is bad because by that time the knights of the empire will definitely be here, because the mayor has again politely asked to give them the way. It was unexpected. The last thing he thought was that they would politely ask him to give way, but then the young man asked Yi about their motives. The chimera asked him if he would give them the treasure if he told them his motives. But the player immediately answered clearly that he would not do this and that he would defend the inheritance to the last. At the time, the monster wondered why he was even asking about this. What was the point? Hoje just wanted to know all this out of curiosity. That's all. He wasn't going to give in to them. Then the monster started talking again and was about to tell them why they needed the treasure. Kamara said that they needed this inheritance to regain their humanity. At first, the guy thought it was a joke. He did not believe in it much, but the monster continued to tell them that they were once ordinary people. There was almost nothing left of that likeness. This chimera lived in a village with his family on the shore of a beautiful lake. The man who turned into it was a woodcutter, and they lived peacefully. But then their enemies came through and interrupted their calm, quiet, and peaceful life. Those magicians experimented on them and made people into monsters that they forced to fight. The people themselves did not want this, but they could not do anything about it. If he could, he would gladly return to his family, to his home where they are waiting for him. But he could not come like that. He could not come as a monster to his family. Not all of them realize their situation. Most simply follow the others without thinking. They multiply endlessly, and new mutants are born because of the curse of the mages. But this man knew he had to stop it. He realized it the moment he saw another one of these bastards being born, and they wanted to regain their human form at any cost. And for this, they needed the dragon's legacy. This story was really touching. To some extent, the young man really believed in it and perhaps sympathized. But he was sure that he had repeated this speech 100 times to tell his rivals. I wonder if this monster really expects sympathy or just justifies his actions. Then why didn't he just kill himself if he suffered so much from it? He made the freaks who had lost their self-control and gone wild live, and he decided to walk around the world in this form. Only death would bring them all the long-awaited peace. But he started talking again about how they were all victims and they shouldn't kill themselves. By killing himself, he would only be protecting his human dignity. The young man believed that the communes had long ceased to be human and would never be human again. He found a reason to hang on to life instead of someone to make you go away, and he made stealing the treasure his goal. They will never be human again, even if this dragon's inheritance restores them to human form. His attempts and efforts were completely unnecessary. They all appear to be monsters now. No matter how many times he tells his sad song, he cannot erase his past, which is already recorded. In fact, these words really hurt the monster Zajev. He was really trying to fight for his life. Only then did this monster order him to tell his name. Without any doubt, with pride in his voice, the young man called it and raised his weapon up, chimeras, and told someone that she would never forget the name of the person who thought they were dirty creatures. Meanwhile, the lizard kept a close eye on the treasure and did not move away from it even a step. All the time it was on the alert and ready to protect the inheritance. At this point, the monster really went wild and started screaming very loudly at absolutely everyone. It was a kind of battle cry, because then all the other monsters picked up the noise and started shouting the same way. This time it was too loud. Apparently there was some kind of magic effect on this scream. After that, their leader ordered to attack this guy. He did not respond to their request, so they decided to deal with him by force. They didn't need to be told twice, so they immediately launched an attack on their enemy. But no one has ever managed to even touch an opponent. The young man cut them all in half and left them without their gruesome body parts. In fact, it wasn't difficult, although you'll have to spend a lot of time here because there are really a lot of monsters. At that moment, the young man used the exploitation of souls, channeling them into this crowd of mutants. After that, he cast several more magic effects and then destroyed a dozen monsters with a single blow. The first line would rush to attack, the next line would first observe, and then attack as well. They moved in waves. It seemed to some that they were trying to tire out their opponent so that he would eventually surrender. But the exploitation of souls would constantly help him, so the duration and mana would never run out, the effect only intensified by so many opponents. He played with them for a while, but it was time to end it. Their strategy made sense, and if you didn't look closely, they looked like a well-trained army. At such moments, you need to draw a clear line for yourself. This is a line that no one can cross without losing their life to weapons. He had already done exactly the same thing with the first wave. All these monsters knew what was coming, but they kept doing it anyway. They were still crossing this line, and one by one they were still dying. And when he killed the first one, a small flock of the next monsters would immediately approach him and start attacking as well. They are not stupid at all. These mutants were indeed created for war and were good at it. Ho-Jae needs to take into account their characteristics to win. Consider their strengths, personality, and intentions. Maybe it would be better to slow down the attack or just dodge. He did not know for sure. For every question Komu asked himself, he had to find the right answer in just a second. You need to concentrate, conserve your strength and mana, so as not to lie down here with the numerous corpses of mutants. But this tactic he came up with was really effective. He could not remember how many fights he had against several opponents. There were times when he couldn't cope with the pressure and didn't have time to repel their attacks. But the conclusion was always the same. No one defeated him, so he is here now. And with such zeal and motivation, the young man rushed forward, beginning to cut through the monsters' bodies one by one. Their boss stood back and watched it all with fear. He did not know how this was possible. Monsters overlap and create barricades. At this rate, they won't even be able to reach their opponent. We should retreat now and regroup. But the boy didn't let them. He used the soul cry, which confused the monster even more. The guy was now completely destroying the combat position of all the soldiers who were still on the line. His face was bloody again, not for the first time. That day, he killed hundreds or thousands of opponents and spent several hours doing so. Indeed, the fight was harder than he thought. Just as Kirikiri said, it was difficult. Several times, he almost got hurt. Sometimes a strong opponent jumped out of the crowd and it became dangerous. Thanks to these moments, he had to really try. Today, they all saw what he is capable of and will come up with a new plan. They still have elite warriors, and tomorrow will be much harder and more dangerous. However, it was not enough to knock him out of his rut. This serious pressure from the opponent made his feelings more acute, and now he decided to return to the tower and rest. He had not yet entered the building, but he was met by a dwarf who was running as fast as he could on his small legs and saying something in his strange language. It was hard to understand, but the guy heard something like the word lizard. That was enough for now. That's why the boy immediately ran to the place where Ida was with the legacy of the great dragon. The lizard was lying on the floor. Now the young man could not tell if it was breathing, but he had no idea what had happened to it. Only when I saw him, slightly opening my eyes, did I get up and ask when he came. But the guy had a question of his own. It was important for him to find out who had happened to her. Now she really looked terrible. There were many wounds on her body, and Ida was covered in blood as best she could stand up. Then she explained what happened. The lizard caught its own foot, and this is what happened. She was thinking about some nonsense, and the chimeras had that effect on her. The weapon was strange, and that's why it turned out that way. There were several corpses lying in the hall, perhaps because of the strange limbs, but they all had similar weapons. You should be careful if you encounter them. Among the coma monsters he had met, there was none with such weapons. This means that the real chimeras were here and ambushed him. They said something about this inheritance, that they would no longer have to live in the monster's record. They said they could become human. And the lizard said that her arms were getting weaker as she listened to them talk. Now she seemed unreasonable to herself. Because of this, she accidentally injured herself. But the guy carefully treated her wounds, which were really severe and serious. Ida endured the pain with gritted teeth. Now she just needs to calm down, but the young man did not know what to do next. Perhaps it would be best to give her a healing potion. The guy was holding it in his hand, and the lizard asked about this thing in the bottle. She thought it was something very expensive and didn't want him to spend such a valuable thing on her. Then the young man remembered the moment when he saw this lizard for the first time on the 5th floor. She fought him with all her might, and was indeed a very worthy opponent. But in the end, she became an ally for him, who went through many difficulties with him. It is worth recognizing that he could not have done it without her. They had gone through so many levels together, and he was sure that they would go through this floor together as well. She had two special skills. One was the ability to evade. She used it during the fight with him. And the second skill is an attacking ability. She unleashes the dark energy of death. As soon as this energy reaches you, it stays with you until death, no matter how desperately you fight it. An almost invincible dodging skill and an attack skill that is slow, but destroys the opponent's life. Hojay was sure that it would help with the origin of the next films, but something was still wrong. This energy of death is difficult to control. It can be dangerous to the person. Besides, no medicine can save you from it. The wounds were too deep and they were fatal. It was at this point that the guy began to really worry about her life. It was already very difficult for Ida to speak, and she herself said that she no longer had any chance. She was in great pain. Although only the cut wounds hurt, the energy of death did not add to her pain. She had a lot of wounds besides this one. Several of them are quite serious, but some of them can be treated. Despite all this, she still won't be able to help him in the fight tomorrow. But the young man began to reassure her again. There was no need to worry so much. He can use his ability to summon her again. She was beginning to think the captain had lost his mind. They just turn a blind eye to the truth, which will catch up with them sooner or later. It is possible to consider someone that she is a walking dead for now. And he also understood it perfectly well. He just didn't want to admit it and say it out loud yet. One life and one soul. These words were passed down in her family. But what about her? She has one soul, but so many lives. She had already told us who shouldn't feel sorry for her. He didn't kill her. She died much earlier. Of course, the lizard didn't know how, and then it went quiet. Perhaps it is really better for her to be silent now and not say anything at all. It was hard to do. Her time was almost up, and soon it would all be over. Ida was still breathing heavily, looking at the captain. She didn't know if he considered the creatures on the levels to be alive, or if they were just creatures the system had invented. So everyone who met him on his way pleased and disappointed him. That's why he suffered Kuma when he met his enemies. When the level restarts, they return to their original form. That is, they do not exist. Ida told someone to ignore them, not to feel sorry for them, and just chop them down. He just had to accept this fact. It was just a fictional product and nothing more. She may be the only Ida he's ever known, but just think about how many Idolter players are killed on the 5th floor. A few days ago, a few months, seconds, and even now, only they are already lying there dead. She went on to say that she was very lucky to have met him and enjoyed her time here. Thanks to him, she managed to understand her essence and have fun. He really gave her a lot of emotions and was her best friend. Ida thought he was a great captain. She was sure that the young man felt the same way. Ida hoped that he liked her at least as a friend. Valna called him her family, and Hojay could not hold back his tears at that moment. He was silent. He had no words to say. Then the lizard smiled and asked if he could do her a favor. She asked me not to call her back to this world ever again. Then the lizard fell silent. Only then did the young man speak, as if he did not understand what she was talking about. She explained that when all the restrictions were gone and she was like she used to be, he could call her. Of course, she realized that he would not like this request very much, but still. The effectiveness of the summoning reduced abilities, depending on its use. The young man understood her and promised to fulfill his promise. She wasn't worried anymore. Ida was sure he would do it. The lizard could hardly breathe anymore and was talking with the last of her strength. She started talking about what Hojay needed right now. He didn't understand what his friend was talking about at first, but then she started to say that everything was fine. She thought they had very little time, but they still had plenty of time. Her heart was beating slower and slower. Hojay only asked her not to blame herself for what had happened, but Ida just wanted him to calm down and let her go. He was quite unusual. He wanted to talk to her even longer if he had time, but the lizard didn't know what to talk about at that moment. He wanted to talk about at least something. He just wanted to keep hearing her voice and feeling her near. She couldn't help but want to. Ida also wanted to extend this moment forever and talk to him all the time. Hojay was crying. He couldn't stop crying and held Ida's paw as if it would help save her from death. She wanted to wait until the restrictions were lifted, when she could live a normal life. Hojay understood what Ida wanted from him. She didn't want to be imprisoned by the rules of the system, not when he returned to the real world. She would still be on the 5th floor when he left the world of learning. He didn't know how to do it yet. He didn't know much about the system and the rules. We need to come up with something. But to do so, you need to dig deeper and have more information. Then one of the dwarves approached Hojay. He tried to repeat himself. From these syllables, fragments, he began to realize that the dwarf was talking about a man-lizard. Her wound was too deep, so Ida asked the dwarf to do her a favor. She wanted the dwarf to give the captain something. She wanted Hojie to continue his studies no matter what, even though he was now too old to do so. Ida didn't want him to compare himself to others. He believed he was using his full potential, but he wasn't. The only person he could compare himself to was himself. Last night, the young man told her in detail about his progress. However, he said that he was developing very quickly, so fast that the system simply could not keep up with him. If she thought it was not enough, then it is. He just needs to accept it as a fact. Now he was fully confident that any road is worth taking for anyone to succeed. Even now, absolutely all doubts about this have been dispelled, although it was painful to let her go from this world. At that moment, the legacy of the great dragon was around his neck, and the boy sat in despair in front of the place where his girlfriend had just lain. Then he read a message that all the deities of the White Scar were now watching him. This had never happened before. Only a few or one had always been watching. But then the boy realized in a coma that the lizard needed more from him, but he could not give it this power yet. If nothing had happened to her, he would most likely have cleared this floor with ease, and there would have been absolutely no obstacles to doing so. His characteristics have already gone beyond the training system, and he would be able to walk the floors for a long time without any problems, to get to the real world without any problems. But in order to see it again, he needs to go beyond this system and break it, and it is impossible for him to do so now. And yet Ida knew him too well to say such things about him. It is worth recognizing that even he could not say such a thing, that is, admit it to himself. In the end, it came down to the fact that she challenged him with a much more interesting one, and he would definitely achieve what she was talking about. A young man was born mute. The world of learning pulled him out of the blackness of sadness, out of despair, and now he has a lot of strength to fight on. Happiness and misery in one bottle, that's what he was feeling right now, and he was grateful to the world of learning. He hoped to someone that it would never end. But the deities needed an apostle. They needed this guy who was a direct contender for this title. But no one asked him. No one cared if he wanted to. The young man used invulnerability, keen senses, and combat concentration to kill all the monsters around him. In fact, he was not really aware of his true strength. He just hadn't had a chance to feel it yet because he hadn't met a worthy opponent. But the young man could understand the limits of his capabilities in other ways. Now the moment has come when he's ready to abandon the standard fighting style and try something new. He no longer wanted to keep a safe distance and save his life. Instead, he wanted to rush in and start the battle, pouring in every last drop of magic and stamina. He's pretty good at defending himself, so I wanted to try to forget about that defense for a while and focus on destroying his opponents. He will still restore more mana and stamina than he will spend, so it's still not a deadly number. His eyes became crazy. The player rushed to the monsters as if they were a crowd of his fans and started shouting for them to come to him. The fight went quickly, and in the end the guy made it to the 20th floor without much effort, but it was a lot of fun. The young man who passed this floor raised a wave of discussion on the forum about all this. Now there were many corpses of these creepy creatures lying around him, and he was left with a torn robe and scratched hands. Immediately after chatting, he went through the entire next floor, and then the 22nd, and he wasn't going to stop there. The guy passed the 23rd floor, spending very little time there, and then the 24th. He had no trouble moving forward. No one expected this from him. None of the players could have missed that there would be someone so strong. No one expected this player to be so slender. This was both admirable and frightening because such strength could only belong to a monster. In the end, it came to the point where the guy got to the 60th floor on a hellish difficulty. The atmosphere here was completely different. Draghi looked very happy. He was humming a song that reminded him of something very much. He had heard this song before, and it was stuck in his memory. For some time, he just listened to the boy singing in silence, not even wanting to distract him. Even when he was on the lower floors, he rescued Myung-myung, who was singing this song as carefree as he cooked for him, and washed the plates afterwards. He had a lot to do with this song. It was nostalgia. At the same time, it was pleasant, but at the same time, not so much. Meanwhile, the young man was reading news from the real world, looking through one newspaper after another. He was curious to read it sometimes. There was something written about Jun Seok. He was evaluated and became the first awakened G rank. Finally published the results of these assessments. This little guy has been out for a long time, and we've been waiting for this moment for quite a while as well. Now I was curious what other people in the chat room were thinking, so I opened the screen. Everyone there was really shocked. They were shocked and very outraged. People generally thought it was not very fair. There were a lot of different opinions, but the whole chat was about the same thing. Again, it was hard to follow the messages. The rank was influenced by several factors. To begin with, it could be divided by the difficulty the player was on. But when the difference between the elite of normal difficulty and the bottom of difficulty began to blur, it was decided to restructure the rank system. Gradually, the abilities of users became more diverse. Thus, the first method no longer reflects the difference between them. IS rank was mostly people of the 40th or 50th level, on normal and difficult difficulty. They were followed by those who entered beyond the 50th floor and reached the 91st floor. There were mostly those who were on the difficulty level, but SSS rankers were those who could score more than 100 levels. There were very few of them, even on the easy difficulty. To reach such heights, you need to get to the secrets of the world of learning and the system's capabilities. This is the highest rank, but even there was not a single player who made it past level 100. Everyone stopped there. At that moment, the young man remembered Lee Jun-suk, whom everyone was discussing so actively in the chat room, and he thought about the level of this kid. He was a monster of the world of education, as someone else once was. The young man did not expect any other reaction. The difficulty is a closed club. While the guy was sitting in the chat room, he noticed his name, and someone was asking what level he was currently at. At that moment, he was very shocked. He and the younger one were often compared. People thought they were at about the same level now, but no one knew the truth. But then the young man decided to make them happy or scare them even more, because he said that he was already at the 351st level. Of course, this information shocked the people even more, when he was already sharing that he had reached 251. Perhaps Junseok made this number his goal. In that case, he could consider himself almost caught up to him, as long as no one said what level he was actually at. In the end, the guy decided to just finish reading the newspaper. Sometimes all these notifications and messages gave him a headache. But there he saw the same thing. There was another article about Junseok that morning. It seemed that there was no other topic to discuss now, so it was said that he had accepted Min Hyuk into the clan, and that the Korean government would be shocked and unhappy with the news. He didn't expect his friend to be active in political circles. He may not have lived up to his expectations, but Ho was sure that he would do a great job. He could only watch from the sidelines, not the real world. He has known this for a long time, but after this news, he feels even more powerless. At the same time, a little boy came up to him, keeping his hands to himself and looking at the player. He asked his dad when his uncle was coming back. But now the guy really had nothing to say, so he decided to make something up quickly. Then he left and no one saw him again. But the young man tried to calm him down and told him that he would return soon. However, at that moment, they felt a strong magical impact. Someone is trying to get in. The biggest and most interesting question now was who it could be. Almost none of the deities can penetrate the world of learning, so there were very few options. Maybe my uncle is going to come back here after all. The dragon was very happy with what he heard. Then the young man said that they would go and meet him together and got up from his chair. Ho was right. This guy came back here, but he didn't look very happy. He turned around and the clone was exuding divine energy. The boy felt uneasy just looking at him. Usually he didn't do anything like that, but no one knew that he was bowing in his head. He just wished the boy a happy journey to the west and let the sunshine play in his ears. Actually, it was a farewell, not a greeting. But he could have played along, because it was his favorite quote. Only the dragon stood there, not understanding anything that was happening. And will you come back with the same smile on your lips as when you left us? If he wanted to, Ho continued this game. He was more interested in where he had been wandering and why he smelled so much of deities. He replied that he was on the next floor, picking up a child. The clone said that when he got there, all the deities immediately paid attention to him. This is strange, because he's not a user. He also received a notification that they had agreed on something. The clone also thought at first that he was being perceived by the commas as a real player and went to the boss's room. Then the young man asked if Tom had received a message about the deity's interest. He replied that they were nice, and he managed to learn a few skills, but it took time to convince them. Then the guy asked me how many skills he had acquired during this time. This number really impressed him because it was more than 1,000. This is definitely not the kind of number you expect to hear at that moment. He managed to fool so many gods at once. You could call it art to some extent. And these gods also offered him to become an apostle, and this fool did not even refuse it. In this way, he wanted to somehow poke fun at the originals, or at least give them some attention and respect. Ho said that he was good. He just praised him briefly, but he wanted to, or he said it. Then Ho repeated again with a smile that Lee Ho-chi was a great guy, but he felt bad. And the clone didn't like the way he called him, but it was time for the guy to leave, so he just left them. I left him despite the fact that he still had something to say and said words after him. These divine skills did not appear as an ordinary and merely useful ability. It is something more important. The acquisition of a divine skill is part of the process of becoming a deity. This is their identity, the core of divinity. If you go deep enough into each of them, you can learn a lot. And with his current level, he can cast ordinary magic spells, but he still can't create a divine skill. If the clone has acquired so many skills, then it needs a new idea and new material to fix everything. He would be able to change his divine skills, and thus he would succeed. Now the player wanted to create this divine gift himself, and he was not going to give up completely this time. Soon he went to the 25th floor. This was also considered to be of team origin. Here you had to choose a side of the conflict, join them, and defeat the opponent. Users needed not only any skills, but also leadership qualities, the ability to influence subordinates and lead people. But the player had nowhere near such talents, so he wondered how to pass this test. The two armies would soon meet one after the other, with or without him, and so far, he's been favoring the Reds. And so the moment finally came when the battle finally began. But it was too early for the boy to get involved in this war. He was going to come later. But at that moment, a notification came to his screen again. It was, as always, on time. Min-hyuk wrote to him, and they didn't talk for a long time again. But Min-hyuk decided to tell him some great news from the world. Since the young man had time, he told them to write everything down. The fact is that the newcomer to the session told them something. Several users from the Chinese server have already been trained, 3 people at a time. And Park Min has reached the 90th floor, and with just a little more to go, he will enter the real world. But as for those Chinese, there is no evidence that they are from the world of training. The newcomer just told me that they have some 3 people who kill monsters with their bare hands. Apparently, the Chinese government uses them as a propaganda tool. This means that the government does not recognize them. However, there were as many as 3 people. They say that there are many monsters on Earth now, and the authorities have simply accepted this and do not interfere. But maybe they had some evidence to convince the board. And after all, they were not the first. Users from other countries could hide the fact of their return from the authorities and not disclose it. But it was still good news. There would be fewer worries and problems. You won't have to deal with all the consequences of coming back to reality. It has long been clear that there are other servers, but the Koreans will be the first to go through. They won the competition. When Ho passed the 12th floor, the guards began to prepare for the moment when the first Korean user would leave the world of learning. They even prepared a plan for interaction with the authorities. Actively supported Jang Young when he broke through, but it was all in vain. He got stuck on the floor, and his plans were ruined. But Park Min was ahead of us, so it would be easier to wait until he got to the end and then push the others. In the end, the guy told them to do what they wanted. They would have done so, but the friend ironically thanked them for their permission. He then asked the Kama how he was doing. Today, the players should have already passed the floor they are on now. The time came when he would have to intervene, and the young man exploited the souls. He directed the skill at the blues and immediately began to use it skillfully. Now the advantage is definitely on the side of the Reds, and then he also knew what he was going to do. The young man opened his wings behind him and flew high into the sky, drawing a long sword. He boosted the power buff of his allies. There are a lot of enemies on the battlefield, so he will not run out of mana. But very quickly, the enemy's battle wall began to disintegrate. The Reds had already tasted this piece of victory, and the order was given to move forward and not to stop. The army commander began to act actively, and now it is time to finally intervene in this war. He recalled Kirikiri's words that he was not in a line to get new skills for leveling up. Although the girl said otherwise last time, it was just that it was developing too fast, and you can't count on anything at this rate. There was no stability, and if he wants to see progress, he needs to stop worrying about raising his level and focus on improving his skills. He would have liked to learn more about magic, but the girl said that it would only be available to him after the 30th level. That is why he actively improved his sword skills, forgetting about spells. He's used to humiliating his opponent first, but he can't say that this fighting technique is very effective. In the end, there is no one right way. Even now, it is not clear what he can change. Maybe he can adapt the technique a bit. Then the young man remembered what he had learned on the 16th floor. It was a passive defense technique. Not a particularly practical technique. Only people from wealthy homes learned it. These techniques seemed good, and the knight called them murderous attempts. Thanks to him, the young man learned how to create an aura. Most of the time, he did not listen to the teacher very carefully. How can you listen to sword fighting techniques when it is a practical skill? The movements he showed him and the foundation of sword skills. All of this needs to be experienced in practice, not listened to by someone tediously and long-windedly telling every detail. This is exactly the practice he decided to take up now, and from the very beginning he was very good at it. Luckily, he showed him everything in such detail that something remained in his head. Now he understood many of the passages that he explained to him. They were different variations of the rearguard swordsman's technique and consisted of 3 movements. He was still learning something, and so the 25th floor was reached. Easy and simple without any extra effort, but with a new experience. This floor was even too simple, but the deities reacted just as violently. Although perhaps this is not surprising. He destroyed everything here in just 2 swings of his sword. I doubt they would have reacted calmly to this. And his new skill merged with his combat concentration. And it had a rather strange name. He was given the skill of stopping time, and there is a possibility that this is a divine skill. This deity who gave the skill wanted to hide its identity. If the user doesn't realize this, it can get angry. Most likely, it is the goddess of lost time. She had been worried for a long time, so the young man was almost certain of it. And so it turned out. Now she was very happy, and the guy smiled when he guessed. Now he was curious to know what exactly the skill did. The fusion of these 2 skills is related to combat and time, apparently. Now he called this goddess the best, but the god of adventure began to get even angrier, although the boy didn't care if anyone was angry. He was determined to move on and pass the next 26 cooks as quickly and confidently. Later, the young man found himself with Kirikira, but she was immediately unhappy. She seemed to be angry with him. The young man thought that she would somehow take the defeat easier and hoped that she was not angry about it. All this happened before the 25th floor. She said that it would take 5 days to complete this floor, but he decided to bet on the cake. And as a result, it took the guy only a day to complete this floor. He decided to bet again, so that this time she would guess correctly and give a normal answer. Kirikiri said that this floor would definitely be difficult, and he might be there for a month, so she set it for 33 days. But he loses it before he has time to go through 1 combat session, which is 30 days. Then the girl explained that after the 26th floor, he could spend more than 30 days on the passage. At the end of the session, he would simply be thrown out into the waiting room and then return to the place where he had left off. And if you fail, you can try again in the next session. This gives players an advantage. It's much easier to go through the rides when you know what to expect beforehand. If something goes wrong, you can just wait until the end of the game session and start again. But now, everything is different. At this rate, you can get into an endless loop of defeats, and it will be almost impossible to get out of it. Zhang Yang proved by his example that this is possible in a very dangerous situation. And this test also involves team play. At least 25 people should be in the group. It can take players 2 or 3 months to assemble such a squad. The girl repeated that he would pass the floor in 33 days and that he should prepare a cake for the next time. So he won't be back for a long time. She will have to live without cakes for a month. With that, the young man left her and returned to the waiting room on the next floor. First, you need clear information about the new skill. Time stopping was at its maximum level. Now he could freeze time for a short time. Only the consciousness of the host remains active, and all other elements of the system freeze.